Chapter 1. Summoning the Earthly Compatriots. In the age of interstellar travel, myriad races, once adversaries, have forged alliances in the face of a formidable foe, the Zerg. The Zerg, with their insatiable hunger, devour all matter within their reach. Cold-blooded, brutal, and diverse in form, they have prompted the formation of a vast interstellar alliance over the millennia, allowing the various races to breathe slightly easier under their oppression through advancements in technology. On a remote planet within the Alliance's territory, a starship has landed, its hatch opening to reveal two figures, one tall and one short. Wei Yuan, this planet shall be your initial domain, the Titan instructor stated. Though it is indeed remote and perilously close to a world previously consumed by the Zerg, it remains undiscovered by them for now. Additionally, this planet boasts abundant energy, qualifying it as one of the rare level 5 planets. This will greatly benefit your territorial development and population expansion. I hope you can graduate successfully, the Titan teacher consoled. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best, Wei Yuan replied with a smile. You seem to have a commendable mindset. Remember, fairness is often an illusion in this world, the instructor continued. This planet is not without its merits. I will now bind the information of this planet to you. Here is the device, please register it. The Titan teacher produced a spatial device from his pocket. Planets are classified into 10 levels based on their energy, with level 1 being the highest. Only 5 major planets within the Alliance are classified as level 1. Typically, student from the Lord Academy graduate to planets of levels 6 or 7. Thus, being assigned a level 5 planet is indeed a noteworthy achievement. However, the danger of this planet's location cannot be overlooked. It is perilously close to the Zerg and far from the Alliance, where the protective radiation has all but dissipated. A moment's inattention could lead to the discovery of this planet by the Zerg, and once that happens, it would be a fight to the death, with hopes of support being mere fantasies. After all, by the time the Alliance dispatches aid, the planet may have already been consumed. Wei Yuan accepted the spatial device from the teacher, and upon registering at the designated area, his name glowed green, accompanied by the words Level 5 Planet. Immediately, his communicator emitted a series of beeps, and he knew it was his classmates mocking him. Among the myriad races, humanity is but a small faction. Wei Yuan, as a human excelling in the academy, has long been a source of discontent among many. The Titan teacher sighed softly. Congratulations on acquiring your first planet. In 3 Alliance months, the Academy will conduct its first assessment of your progress. There are no interstellar routes established here, so if you wish to bring your kin, you may rent an aircraft from the Academy, he advised kindly. With a beaming smile, Wei Yuan shook his head. Thank you, teacher. I have my own means to manage my kin. Renting aircraft from the Academy is a costly endeavor. The human race is relatively weak within the Alliance, and the fact that Wei Yuan has been able to attend the Lord Academy has already astonished many. Despite his remarkable achievements, the weakness of his race relegated him to this perilous planet, a notion that even the Titan teacher found somewhat unjust. Typically, developing a planet requires the support of one's race, with larger factions sending numerous kin to assist students. Graduates from the Lord Academy are poised to secure positions of influence within the Alliance headquarters, and those who excel in assessments may even earn the title of Lord. The leaders of the Alliance are chosen from among these lords. Conversely, those who fail the assessments may face dire fates, ranging from inability to graduate to death. The interstellar age is fraught with danger, and apart from the Zerg, the Alliance faces numerous enemies. Planetary wars are frequent, and survival depends on genuine skill. As the starship departed, Wei Yuan's smile widened. System. Initiate internal game testing. Once the starship vanished from sight, Wei Yuan promptly summoned the system. Indeed, he is a transmigrator. Upon his arrival, he awakened the Lord's system, accompanied by a beginner's gift pack. Within this pack, he discovered the ability to summon the souls of his compatriots from his original world. Though humanity is indeed weak, the technological advancements of this era are remarkable. The trade of genes has been legalized, and one can procure even the genes of divine races if they can afford the price. Unfortunately, the weaker the soul, the lower its genetic acceptance rate. The souls of humanity within the Interstellar Alliance are of a low grade, however. Wei Yuan's soul is exceptionally strong, which is why he gained entry into the Lord Academy. The system has assured him that the players he summons from his homeland will possess strong souls as well. Therefore, Wei Yuan has long since begun his preparations, eagerly awaiting the day of planetary assignment. Once he secures his planet, he will immediately summon players, having already set up a game page back home to entice them into providing labor for him. However, he did not anticipate being assigned such a remote and dangerous planet. Yet he reminded himself that there are advantages to seclusion. He opened the system interface and accessed the game website he had established back home. Simultaneously, on Earth, a game streamer, previously engrossed in gameplay, was startled by an unexpected notification on his computer screen. Upon seeing the alert, the audience was taken aback. "Whoa, streamer, stop playing. The game you mentioned earlier is sending out internal testing invites." "Wait, what? Is Interstellar Humanity going into internal testing? Stop playing, streamer." The game streamer, deeply immersed in his game, soon realized his teammates were frantically urging him to check the notifications. Notifications? What notifications? The streamer, bewildered, looked up to see the chat flooded with messages urging him to check the alerts. "What's the notification?" he asked, still confused, before clicking on the messages. Upon seeing the words Interstellar Humanity, his heart raced. Reading further, he saw the phrase internal testing open, and an enthusiastic shout erupted from him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, it's going into internal testing." He jumped around the room, quickly grabbing a futuristic helmet from the shelf behind him. In that instant, the stream's viewership skyrocketed to 500,000. The reason? This game is simply phenomenal. The chat exploded with excitement, and the streamer, trembling with anticipation, held the helmet up to the camera, exclaiming, "Brothers, brothers, we are about to witness another miracle. Remember the last time we had the fortune to enter Interstellar Humanity? Honestly, I still dream about everything in that world. Indeed, I would call Interstellar Humanity a true representation of that real myth. Feels so real that I can hardly believe it is merely a game." Chapter 2 this game, Taikula. The barrage in a live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Indeed, even from the videos, I could sense that the game's realism was astonishingly high. Each frame seemed to be a manifestation of burning funds. Were we about to witness history? I heard that this time, Interstellar Human Race had only opened 30 internal test accounts, and several highly popular streamers were selected out of course. They sought out skilled players for the internal test, simultaneously generating some buzz. It wouldn't be long before more accounts would be opened. The viewers in the live stream were fervently sending messages, leaving the streamer unable to keep up. Taking a deep breath, he slowly donned the helmet. The spatial device activated. A technologically advanced chamber materialized amidst the previously primitive landscape of the planet. Within the chamber, there were hundreds of sleeping pods. Wei Yuan poured the clone liquid and genetic serum he had purchased at a bargain into the sleeping pods. 30 pods lit up with green lights and simultaneously opened their doors. Was this how one entered the game? The gaming streamer opened his eyes, gazing at the overhead lights, feeling somewhat disoriented that it was entirely different from his first experience. Back then, the gaming company hadn't yet sent him a helmet. He merely clicked into the web page and felt a brief dizziness before finding himself beside a strikingly handsome young man. This time, the environment felt distinctly altered. The moment he sat up from the sleeping pod, his eyes widened in astonishment. Looking down, he could see his own body. The texture of his skin and the contours of his muscles were astonishingly lifelike. Streamers generally spend long hours indoors, and even the thinnest among them often have slight belly. But what did he see when he looked down? Goodness, was this the initial skin? He touched the 8-pack abs on his stomach. Upon standing, he realized he was indeed in a room brimming with technological sophistication. The other pods around him had also opened, revealing individuals who were all stunningly attractive, their faces etched with surprise. Welcome to the game. This game features randomized appearances with sensory experiences fully restored and attributes adjustable at will. Upon logging in, please choose a name for yourself and join our Lord in building a prosperous human race. The electronic voice echoed in every player's mind. Wow, is it really this impressive? The gaming streamer trembled with excitement. This was his first time experiencing such a game. However, as a streamer, he keenly sensed that this would mark a pivotal moment in gaming history. The mere visuals of this game were sufficient to obliterate all existing games on the market. Seizing the opportunity felt like sheer luck. The streamer promptly chose the name, stealing Oil Old Woman. As soon as he confirmed his name, a deep blue outfit rose from the bottom of the sleeping pod. Others followed suit, donning their attire. Stealing Oil Old Woman? Are you a rat? Oh my, you are Old Chow. Goodness, I can't even recognize you in this new skin. This game is simply phenomenal. Its graphics utterly surpass those of any game currently available. I genuinely feel like we are meeting in reality. Every sensation is completely authentic. If not for the option to lower the sound, I would struggle to discern whether this was the real world. I have no idea what kind of processor the company behind this game is using. After holding my breath for so long, I genuinely felt as if I might suffocate. It's simply too cool. The 30 players were all seasoned gamers. This initial batch consisted of high-quality players carefully selected by Wei Yuan, so they had some degree of familiarity with one another. Moreover, prior to the test launch, Wei Yuan had already conducted a brief pre-launch login. Even that few seconds was enough to send the players into a frenzy. Now, they possessed bodies, and the sensations felt even more advantageous than their original ones. What could be the reason for this? After a brief conversation, the players began to explore the game. Some players pulled at their clothing only to discover a mass of pixels. Others leaped suddenly, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, directly touching the ceiling of the lounge. Oh, haha. This initial body is surprisingly powerful. I want to try to... As the players jumped and frolicked, the lounge door slid open, and all 30 players turned their attention to Wei Yuan. The exceptionally handsome young man remained as calm as he had been during their first entrance into the game, exuding an air of tranquility as if everything lay within his control. Truly, he was strikingly handsome. The players silently marveled. Observing the vibrant players, Wei Yuan felt a surge of inner joy. Just as the system had described, the players summoned from Earth possessed an astonishing quality of soul. The genetic fusion rate of each individual exceeded 90%. What an astounding figure. According to the Alliance records, there was a warrior from the Divine Clan who suffered severe injuries in battle and attempted to use cloning technology for a body replacement. Even then, the fusion rate was only 60%, and this 60% was already considered remarkably high within the Alliance. Yet the 30 players he now surveyed had all surpassed 90% fusion. What did this signify? It meant that once he accumulated wealth, he could provide players with even stronger bodies and procure superior genes, as long as the initial body was human. Even with genetic modifications, they would still be part of the human race. Furthermore, interstellar technology ensured that even with genetic alterations, the racial appearance of the body would remain unchanged, but he could have them mined for profits and later use their earnings to purchase better genes and equipment. When it came to utilizing equipment and genes, he could charge players again. Wei Yuan pondered this. A smile crept onto his face. Indeed, players are the best resources. My kin, you have finally awakened. I am your lord. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan had long since prepared his opening remarks. All he needed now was to deliver them with passion. Centuries ago, the human race departed from their homeland to explore the cosmos. Encountering countless races in the vast universe that time, humanity was immensely powerful. However, our ancestors encountered the Zerg, a fiercely formidable yet irrational race. They were controlled by the Queen Bug, consuming all matter, organic or inorganic, upon discovery. The Queen Bug was intelligent and sought to utilize humanity to invade other races and procure more sustenance. But this scheme was foiled by the human race. In that battle, humanity nearly faced extinction. Yet, our ancestors, undeterred by the threat of annihilation, fought valiantly to convey the message, leaving behind a flicker of hope for humanity. The various races swiftly allied, forming the current interstellar alliance. But since then, humanity has dwindled, and our racial strength has fallen several tiers. Now, the alliance has forgotten the contributions of humanity. We must restore our former glory. Kin, let us strive for the resurgence of our race. Wei Yuan recounted a lengthy introduction to the game's background. This narrative was not entirely fabricated. It was a simplified organization of the history of this universe. Now, my kin, please follow me. He turned and led the players out of the lounge. Chapter 3. Brother Yuan. Help! 3 suns hung in the sky. Light filtered through the leaves, dazzlingly bright. The lush greenery swayed gently in the wind. All the players were awestruck. Having spent years gaming indoors, they were accustomed to towering buildings and concrete jungles. Suddenly confronted with such an expansive scene reminiscent of an untouched forest, they were left speechless. Goodness, I feel as if every pore in my body has opened up. What on earth? The game developers must be mad. With so many trees, each one appears unique. Did the artist survive the rendering process? A player cautiously approached a grand tree, reaching out to peel away its bark, eager to uncover any potential bugs. However, in the next instant, a root erupted from the ground and pierced through him. Da-da! The piercing scream instantly drew the attention of all players. Blood flowed from the player's wound, seeping into the root. The unfortunate player, now in agony, cried out, "What the heck? I'm going to die from this pain. Oh no, there's a monster. Dude, you're amazing. You attracted the monster right at the door. Quickly lower your pain sensitivity." Brother, the default for initial pain is set at 100% that a normal person would have died from a root piercing them. The unfortunate player, now known as secretly begging, finally remembered to adjust his pain sensitivity. Wow, the pain in this game is too realistic. It nearly sent me off. After lowering his pain sensitivity, the excruciating pain vanished. Hee, I've navigated the gaming world for over a decade, emerging from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. And today, a mere tree spirit managed to pierce me. Once secretly begging was free of pain, he became wild with excitement. With a swift motion, he pulled himself free from the root. The players watched as his health bar plummeted dramatically. Even with half health remaining, he believed he could secure the first kill. Secretly begging jumped out of the giant tree's attack range, laughing heartily. All right, if you want the first kill, we want to interfere. It was a perfect opportunity to record and observe the strength of the monsters in the novice village. If it proved too challenging, he should refrain from recklessly engaging, lest he inadvertently get himself killed and have his internal test account banned. Wei Yuan was taken aback. Were players truly this bold now? They charged in head first without even knowing the strength of the monsters. Fortunately, the creatures inhabiting this planet are not particularly formidable. Take, for instance, this tree before us, known as the bloodthirsty Sephora. Based on the current capabilities of the players, it would require at least 5 individuals working in unison to vanquish it. Meanwhile, Dark Beggar, who has sustained significant damage, is left with merely half of his health. Charging him would be tantamount to certain death. Wei Yuan stepped forward, stating, "This is the bloodthirsty Sephora, a foe beyond your current capacity to defeat alone. Allow me to handle it." However, before he could act, Dark Beggar erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "Aha! I shall avenge the humiliation. Prepare to perish, tree spirit." Without heeding Wei Yuan's warning, he recklessly charged at the tree, only to be struck down by a root that sent him flying. Wei Yuan observed as he was flung far away, "I cannot be outmatched by a mere tree. I refuse to accept this." The fallen man, with his head bowed, slowly rose, muttering strange incantations. The spectators around him seemed to have caught on to something peculiar. "Do not give up, Dark Beggar. No matter how powerful the enemy, you must persist. As the hope of humanity, you are destined to face continual setbacks on your path to greatness. Look at this bloodthirsty Sephora. It represents your first trial." The man, who had been prostrate on the ground, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. "Indeed, I cannot afford to lose. This is the necessary path for the rise of our kind." "How absurd!" Wei Yuan silently lamented. His toes curled, an impulse to dig into the earth surfacing. Something felt off about these players. He recalled that while most gamers were diligent in honing their skills, there existed a niche demographic, the fun seekers. These players derived joy not from completing quests, but from exploring the game's mechanics in unconventional ways. Realizing this, he glanced at the players still engaged in their theatrics and inwardly cursed. It was likely that he had unwittingly included some troublesome elements among them. Typically, when a normal player encountered such elements, they would be tainted by their influence. Indeed, his regular players might also be at risk of transforming into fun seekers. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Yuan's forehead. "Haha, brothers, this creature is clearly beyond my current level to defeat directly. But if you grant me some time, I shall devise a clever strategy." Dark Beggar clutched his chest, coughing up blood. His health was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of death. With only 30 closed beta account available, no one knew if logging off would mean losing their spot. Hence, Dark Beggar dared not take that risk. "If you can't handle this, we will have to start farming the creature ourselves. Since it is a tree, it must be vulnerable to fire. Let me create fire by friction to provide some warmth to our dear Sephora. With elemental advantage, even if we win, it won't be glorious. Brothers, watch as I utilize my agility to deal with this foe. First, we must ascertain the attack range of the Sephora. The players surrounded the bloodthirsty Sephora, laughing and joking. Wei Yuan intended to caution them that once the tree tasted blood, it would begin indiscriminately hunting the surrounding beings. However, recalling the fun-seeker tendencies of these players, he opted to remain silent. Perhaps being ruthlessly defeated was part of their amusement. As the players engaged in conversation, the ground trembled slightly. Suddenly, 29 roots erupted from the earth. What then, an ambush, Sephora? Are you incapable of fair play? I haven't even lower my sensitivity settings. Oh no, my behind. Why do these roots have spikes? My health is plummeting. Help? Who designed this? This creature can evolve. It's a bug. Who placed such a monster at the entrance to the novice village? Lord, save us. Source, help. Help. Wei Yuan slowly turned, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Moments later, he approached, his expression betraying no hint of amusement. Beneath his handsome exterior lay calm and gentle eyes, observing the players skewered like kebabs and continually drained of blood. Wei Yuan sighed. Chapter 4. Oh no, there are fun-seekers among the players. Have the clansmen been away from this world for too long? The strength and intelligence of the bloodthirsty Sephora increase with the amount of blood it consumes. Once it has absorbed enough, it will evolve into a treant. You cannot hope to defeat it relying solely on one person's strength. Wei Yuan casually raised his hand in the direction of the bloodthirsty Sephora, a cold light igniting along its trunk. In an instant, all players fell to the ground. Boom! The massive tree, requiring 5 people to encircle, was cleaved in two. The towering crown crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Without its trunk to support it, the roots lost their vitality. What the instant kill! The nearly dead dark beggar was the only player still able to move. His eyes widened as he slid to Wei Yuan's side. Clutching his leg and kneeling, one hand raised, exclaiming, Source, you are my deity. It's confirmed, a true gathering of fun-seekers. Wei Yuan felt a slight buzz, but the performance must continue. This planet is the primitive world assigned to me by the Academy, teeming with various creatures, and there may even be intelligent beings. Our task is to explore this planet and unearth its value, much like the bloodthirsty Sephora before us, whose branches, roots, and sap are all immensely valuable. However, with the area surrounding our territory overrun by these Sephoras, our security is compromised. Thus, we must clear a safe zone. As soon as Wei Yuan's words fell, an electronic prompt echoed in the minds of all players. Lord S. Task issued. The players' panels instantly displayed the word task. Task 1. Eliminate 1,000 bloodthirsty Sephoras. Task details. Time limit of 15 days. Simply kill 1,000 bloodthirsty Sephoras. Task reward. 300 gold. Accept task? Yes, no. Task 2. Classify bloodthirsty Sephora materials. Task details. Sort the materials from slain bloodthirsty Sephoras into roots, bark, heartwood, sap, and branches. Task reward. Depending on the completeness of each categorized material, rewards range from 100 to 1,000 gold per bloodthirsty Sephora. Note: if the classification reaches the system's highest recognized level, a hidden reward will be granted. Accept task? Yes, no, what the? This must be a bug. 1,000. This is madness. Is this game designed with care for visuals but crafted with feet? Who is the designer? Bring them out to face justice. 1,000 in a mere 15 days. Have I gone mad? Or has this game company lost its mind? The players were left dumbfounded upon reading the task details, just when everyone suspected something was amiss with the game. A player known as the Oil Thief approached Wei Yuan, unabashedly asking, Source, didn't you say it would be difficult for us to handle a single bloodthirsty Sephora on our own? Looking around. This place resembles a den of Sephoras, completely unmanageable. Even if we band together, there are only 30 of us. Wei Yuan stifled a laugh, resting his forehead in amusement that I didn't suggest you tackle it head-on. Your current genetic fusion is merely the most basic level and is no match for the bloodthirsty Sephora. However, the base is equipped with numerous weapons designed to combat the Sephoras, much like the one I just employed. As he spoke, Wei Yuan opened his palm, revealing a metallic weapon materializing at his fingertips. Though the human race may be small, we possess ample resources. This not yet formed treant may be powerful, yet it stands no chance against laser weaponry. What? The Oil Thief was taken aback. The previously raucous players fell silent. Oh no, I'd forgotten we were playing a sci-fi game. How embarrassing. The Lord must think we are fools. It is unmistakable. The Lord's gaze reveals everything. Upon entering the game, we were greeted by this primitive forest, and I foolishly assumed we were solely relying on our brainless efforts. With that, the players reasonably found a way to save face. Wei Yuan smiled. Perhaps you've been in the stasis pod for too long. Weapons do require energy, and the resources stored in our territory are somewhat limited. However, clearing out a few bloodthirsty Sephoras should still be manageable. Hearing the word manageable, the players felt a headache coming on. The energy reserves were indeed dwindling. Let us check the weapons first. Interstellar weaponry must be impressive. The players buzzed with excitement. With weapons at their disposal, what was there to fear? Once their hearts settled, all players accepted the tasks. Who knew if they would still receive the weapons if they declined? As they marched into the armory, the sight of an entire arsenal brimming with weapons ignited a sparkle in everyone's eyes. Is this Gundam? They were immediately captivated by a towering row of mechs, each standing 100 meters high, each uniquely designed, yet all exuding an undeniable charm. They were simply breathtaking. Mechs were the very essence of interstellar gaming, complemented by an array of dazzling energy weapons that left one in awe. However, the only weapon you can currently wield is this. Wei Yuan approached a corner and retrieved a low-frequency energy saw from a dusty shelf. Activated, its sound waves could render the bloodthirsty Chuan dazed for a minute, during which one must sever it. As he explained, he powered on the energy saw. The low-frequency sound was inaudible to humans. Unfortunately, there's only one saw here. Wei Yuan frowned. If it weren't for his slight obsession with collecting various weapons, he wouldn't have been able to produce such a rudimentary tool. You all try this weapon first. ILL procure more. After handing the low-frequency energy saw to the oil thief, Wei Yuan departed. The weapons in the energy vault could not be utilized without permission, so he felt assured allowing the players to remain there. The Lord has left. While the saw was impressive, I sensed there might be even better treasures in this armory. Is that pile over their garbage? Let me take a look. The oil thief shook the saw in her hand, finding it quite similar to the electric saw she had seen before. You all search around. I'm going to test this saw's power. As she prepared to excuse herself, she turned to find several players rummaging through the trash heap. Chapter 5. I didn't expect you to be such a senior as the players entered the game. All of them were at level 0 in the realm of the stars. They were in their most primitive state, akin to the bloodthirsty Chuan for the Treant race. Thus, the weapons available to them were exceedingly basic, so basic that they had been discarded by shopping centers. Indeed, the energy saw was already obsolete. Perhaps there might be students at the Lord's Academy with some to spare. Wei Yuan opened the Academy forum and posted a request to purchase primary energy saws. Soon, his communicator buzzed incessantly. Wei Yuan, why do you want primary energy saws? Aren't you supposed to be developing on your level 5 planet? Primary energy saws? Even my 3-year-old nephew can't use this. You humans don't want to provide support. So they sent some of the most basic humans to assist you. Has the human race fallen so far? A level 1 genetic syringe costs merely 10 star coins. Can you not afford that? Our aquatic branch can manage. While the human race is truly pathetic. The comments erupted below the post. There was nothing to be done. Wei Yuan's fame was simply too overwhelming. The human race, with astonishing innate talent, had outperformed all peers since entering the academy. The key point was that all students at the Lord Academy were products of resource accumulation. Yet, Wei Yuan was not. His race was impoverished. This was a well-known fact among the elite students of the academy. Moreover, with the current head of the Interstellar Alliance about to step down, the emergence of a highly competitive alternative like Wei Yuan would inevitably attract scrutiny. However, Wei Yuan had no interest in retaliating against those who could not even conceal their envy. Amidst the barrage of useless chatter, he finally spotted a message. Senior, my family used to produce primary energy saws, and we still have some stock left at Oh, you need any? Wei Yuan immediately added the sender as a friend and opened the chat. Senior, at that moment, a green-haired girl on Cash Satellite sprang up from her bed, her heart racing. It's really Senior Wei Yuan. The instant she saw his avatar and message, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Hello, I'm Wei Yuan. The girl pressed her hand to her wildly beating heart and carefully responded, Hello, Senior, I'm a new student this year. My name is Emilio, and I live on Cash Satellite. My family used to produce these energy saws. And we still have some stock. How many do you need? Wei Yuan was somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm. Can I see them first? Emilio quickly jumped off her bed, located her family's warehouse, and sent a photo. Since the price of genetic agents dropped, we haven't been able to sell these, and they're piling up at home, ready to be recycled. How many do you have? Wei Yuan glanced at the photo she sent. The spacious warehouse was filled to the brim with goods. A significant stockpile indeed. I want all of them. Such a surplus would be essential as the number of players would inevitably increase. This basic level of equipment would soon be a necessity for all players that it wasn't a gift. There was profit to be made. All right, senior. You want all that, huh? All the goods? Amilo's fervor instantly waned. She furrowed her brow slightly. Wei Yuan's reputation for being frugal was well known even within the academy. Surely he wouldn't expect to obtain them for free. Selling this many primary energy saws could fetch a decent price. In the face of money, even an idol like him would not be exempt from reality. However, she decided to remain tactful. Senior, I admire you greatly, but these goods are part of my family's business. And I don't have the authority to give them all away. If you only need a few hundred, I can manage that. Wei Yuan fell silent for a moment. Goodness, this junior thinks I'm looking for a free handout? His reputation for being a miser must be truly notorious. He silently scoffed. I'm not asking for free. I intend to purchase them. Please calculate the total. Purchase. Amilo's eyes lit up, and she mentally chastised herself for doubting him. How could I think that about Senior Wei Yuan? He is a true genius that we have a total of 370,000 items in the warehouse. Since we were planning to process them, I'll give them to you at the processing price of 3.7 million star coins. How do you intend to pay? 3.7 million for the processing price. Wei Yuan coughed and discreetly glanced at his savings. He had around 1.5 million. The human race was not affluent. He hadn't asked his family for money when he enrolled at the Lord Academy. Over the years, he had earned his own money through his efforts. However, he also had a collecting obsession, having accumulated that warehouse of weapons piece by piece. Amilo, seeing that her message had not received an immediate reply, felt a sinking feeling as expected. The senior was short on funds. This price was already the lowest she could offer. Just as she pondered how to save face, a transfer notification arrived. Wei Yuan, I'll pay a deposit of 1 million. The remaining 2.7 million will be settled upon delivery. Wei Yuan, by the way, do you offer free shipping? Yes, senior. Could you send me your location? Amilo felt elated as she accepted the payment. It seemed that Senior Wei Yuan was not the stingy person the rumor suggested. She smiled as she clicked on the location he sent. That it had already spread like wildfire through the academy that Senior Wei Yuan had drawn a level 5 planet. The resources on a level 5 planet were incredibly abundant. Just selling resources from there would allow him to cultivate powerful kin. However, when she opened the location, her expression darkened. Senior, why is there no shipping route within 70,000 light years of your planet? Wei Yuan, screenshot JPG. Wei Yuan, you just said it yourself, free shipping. Amilo, watching as Wei Yuan's avatar faded away, the light in Amilo's eyes dimmed. As far, a place where transportation routes don't reach. How could I have been so careless to accept the payment without thinking? Tears brimmed her eyes. Yet, having received the payment and made a promise, she had no choice but to deliver, since transportation routes were unavailable. She would have to charter her private transport ship. Would she really have to spend her entire 30-day break on the transport ship? Ultimately, Amilo decided to deliver the goods herself. After all, if her father learned she had sold this batch at a low price and been swindled by the buyer, she would be in for a scolding that a merchant cannot engage in unprofitable business. Biting her finger, Amilo messaged her father. Dad, I want to be home this holiday. I'm going out to have fun with classmates. Chapter 6. Everyone, get ready to mine. With the business concluded, Wei Yuan sighed in relief. The journey from Cache Satellite to his location would take about 10 days, even if players had taken on tasks early. 5 days should suffice for them to complete their missions. Just then, he heard exclamations from outside. Wow! Incredible, brother! You are indeed remarkable, my friend, a true maestro in the realm of sandbox games, excelling in material collection. Allow me to extend a thumbs up to you. Upon emerging, Wei Yuan encountered 30 players congregated around a bloodthirsty camphor tree. The oil thief stood at the center, activating a basic energy, saw to exert control over the tree. Meanwhile, the other players positioned themselves at the periphery of the tree's attack range, patiently awaiting their moment. Countless roots erupted from the ground, poised to strike, yet were stymied by the low-frequency hum emitted by the chainsaw. Seizing this opportunity, the players wielded an array of tools, knives, axes, shovels, to meticulously scrape away the outer layer of the roots. Indeed, they were grinding. Common weapons struggled to penetrate the tree's tough exterior. However, the more pressing question was, from whence had they acquired these tools? The more Wei Yuan observed their implements, the more familiar they appeared. It's working, brothers. I've breached it, exclaimed a player wielding a small blade. After approximately 3 minutes of toil, A gap began to form. Let's keep it up. As he spoke, Wei Yuan recalled that these weapons seemed to be remnants from his earlier mech projects, and some even appear to be tools for mech maintenance. He noticed another player persistently drilling into the roots with a tiny screwdriver. Once the roots' defenses were compromised, the players produced glass vials from seemingly nowhere, beginning to extract the sap that gushed forth from the rupture. 30 players labored diligently, and Wei Yuan watched in awe. Time's up. Oil Thief. Activated again. Upon hearing the command, the Oil Thief promptly re-engaged the energy saw. The roots, which had shown signs of revival, were once more rendered immobile. The bloodthirsty camphor's health bar dwindled to a mere sliver. There was no need for a health bar. Its frailty was evident, as even the roots could no longer be controlled. Now is the moment. Brothers, commence material dissection. Living dissection? Will the quality of the materials yield perfection? Cackled the players as they charged forward. Wei Yuan gasped. The players were ruthlessly reducing the bloodthirsty camphor to this pitiful state solely for the purpose of harvesting materials. Indeed, while alive, the materials stripped from the tree, be it bark or roots, retained their vitality, and with proper preservation, achieving perfection was assured. Yet, such methods were undeniably cruel. Wei Yuan mused, calculating the potential value of these perfect quality materials on the black market. Though these materials were not inherently costly, their perfect quality and abundance could translate into considerable wealth. The players displayed an impressive tenacity for this seemingly mundane task, relishing every moment. Wei Yuan's hands clenched in anticipation of the fortune awaiting him. Onward, my players! Earn your lord some riches! Yet misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. Just as the players were about to harvest nearly 10 bloodthirsty camphor materials, the basic energy saw's power was depleted. Beep, beep, beep. Energy exhausted. System shutting down. Please replenish energy promptly. What? Now it runs out of power? The Oil Thief was taken aback. In the next instant, a root burst forth from the ground. Damn this game design. I'll make you pay. The Oil Thief's eyes flew open in disbelief. His final cry lingered in the game. Player Oil Thief has died in-game. Would you like to apply for resurrection? Apply. The Oil Thief in shock realized that despite the advancements of interstellar technology, the energy saw had no warning mechanism when its power was depleted. Curse you, game developers. What a ridiculous design. At that moment, Wei Yuan sneezed. The Oil Thief's lash out was filled with resentment. Wei Yuan pursed his lips. It was an unavoidable circumstance that in the realm of interstellar travel, any race that had activated a genetic lock could sense the energy levels within their weapons. An merchant would design such a superfluous warning. The Oil Thief had perished, leaving the other players stunned. Wait, the Oil Thief logged off? His account won't be banned, right? Speaking of which, my health is also in a precarious state, observing the reclaimed corpse of the Oil Thief. One player covertly checked their own dwindling health. Yuan Ge, where can we replenish the energy for this saw? And why hasn't my health restored at all? The player, quietly begging, approached. Wei Yuan smiled softly, assuming the role of his intelligent NPC. Initiating the tutorial mode. In the interstellar realm, all weapons are powered by a mineral known as energy stone. Fortunately, this planet is abundant in energy or deposits. If needed, you may excavate some. Your body is in a state of extreme weakness and requires treatment in a medical pod, which necessitates gold coins. The cost of treatment is generally determined by the difficulty involved. For you, Dark Beggar, it should only require 5 coins to fully restore your health. The players gathered around. Wait, is this also a mining game? No, energy can surely be exchanged for currency. Perhaps gold coins are for purchasing resurrection opportunities. In this closed beta, many features remained undiscovered, requiring players to explore gradually. Yuan Ge, where do we mine? Mission triggered. Mining. Mission details. Proceed to the mine. Extract energy ore. Price. 10 gold coins per kilogram of energy ore. As the electronic voice echoed, a route appeared before all players. The mineral distribution of the planet had been marked by the system upon Wei Yuan's arrival. Wow, mining is this lucrative? 10 gold coins per kilogram. Forget chopping trees. We're going mining. My health is dangerously low. I've lost so much vitality already. Chapter 7. The Oil Thief Strategy. First resurrection request free of charge. Resurrection countdown. 24 hours. Another 24 hours to wait. The Oil Thief gasped, dejectedly removing his helmet. Transitioning from the game world back to his modest gaming room felt surreal, as if he had traversed dimensions. He glanced at his computer and realized he had forgotten to end his live stream before playing. Now, there were still 30 to 40,000 viewers in his stream. The streamer has awakened. Wow, finally awake. Quick, upload the game footage. In closed beta, viewers couldn't watch live streams. They were limited to recorded sessions. Why did you log off, streamer? Is the game enjoyable? The chat became increasingly lively. Knowing he had to wait 24 hours to return to the game, the oil thief decided to sit before the live stream. The footage is uploading. Brothers, I must say this game is the best I have ever played in my life, bar none, though I have yet to uncover the plot. The graphics and hyper-realistic holographic simulation of the senses alone make it a cut above all other games on the market. The viewers were taken aback by his words. The oil thief was a genuine technical streamer, relying on authenticity to attract an audience. Wow. A game that can garner such praise from the oil thief is indeed a rarity. I played other holographic simulation games, but they made me dizzy after a while. Surely the streamer isn't deceiving us. If I were lying, I'd be hit by a car the moment I stepped outside. The oil thief raised 3 fingers in a vow. This game has no discomfort. Well, there's some discomfort that just that after logging out, I felt as though I had returned from another world, leaving me with a sense of loss. Then why did you log off? Well, that is obvious. I must have died. Does dying mean you can't resurrect? Or is it because this is a closed beta, so the opportunity is forfeited? I applied for resurrection, but the free option requires a 24-hour wait. I'm just biding my time. For now, let me share the intel I've gathered in the game. Game guides are the cornerstone of every gaming live streamer. Even in sandbox games, players create guides, with nothing else to do. The oil thief began to organize the information he had collected. The game's backdrop is set in the stars, with humanity being one of the weaker factions among the myriad of races. Upon entering the game, players automatically join the human faction, encountering the first NPC, Wei Yuan, the formidable human lord whose true strength remains a mystery. Players spawn in Wei Yuan's territory, which resembles a primordial forest, where they first face a creature known as the bloodthirsty camphor. Shortly, I will upload a video explaining this novice monster, affectionately dubbed Brother Camphor by the players, though one may perceive Brother Chuan as a novice predator. His prowess is indeed formidable. I, in a moment of unguardedness, fell victim to his ambush. Following the introduction by the oil stealer, he has completed the upload of his gameplay footage, showcasing astonishingly realistic visuals. The bloodthirsty Chuan monster is powerful beyond measure, with countless players lamenting their plight as they are pierced by his attacks. The Lord exudes a chilling charisma, wielding technologically advanced weaponry, while rows of mechs exude a breathtaking aura. In an instant, the topic surged to the top of Weibo as the game's starry human tribe dominated the charts. The video uploaded by the oil stealer has ignited a fervor among players. Bystanders mistook it for a new film, praising its spectacular effects, only to join discussions upon realizing it was a game. The trending topics were saturated with references to starry human tribe, overshadowing the brief appearances of various celebrities. Everyone is eager to uncover which gaming company has crafted such an ambitious title. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, observing players mining in the territory, remains blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding among Earth players. The dedication of these players is astonishing. They toil tirelessly without a hint of fatigue. Wei Yuan, seated beneath the shade of a tree, watches as players sweat profusely while mining. The sensation of their robust virtual bodies is exhilarating, reminiscent of a long-lost vitality. Despite the energy or primarily being utilized for machinery, it must be collected without any metallic tools. Thus, even the most advanced races must rely on their bare hands to extract the ore. Upon learning this characteristic, players immediately began mining with their hands. The purple crystal-like ores are embedded within the earth. Their genetically enhanced bodies have long transcended ordinary humanity, although they have yet to unlock their genetic potential. Their foundational strength is impressive, coupled with an abundance of energy, resulting in extraordinary efficiency. When fatigue sets in, they exchange the ores for gold coins at the medical bay to recover. It is a sight that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Wei Yuan eagerly anticipates the arrival of more energy ore from the players, but in the next moment, he senses a player has perished and disconnected. Can one truly die while mining? Surely, it cannot be a cave-in. Wei Yuan hastens towards the site of the incident. As he moves, several more players log out one after another. Meanwhile, in the mining area, a player exclaims in disbelief, "What kind of cursed luck is this?" Every time you mention monsters, they appear, confounded by the presence of monsters while mining. He finds the situation utterly absurd. The mine is shrouded in darkness. illuminated only by the faint purple glow of the energy ore. The air is thick with the stench of blood. Hiding in a corner alongside a few players, he observes small figures scurrying about the pit, scavenging the remains of the fallen players for energy ore. Eventually, they gather together, discussing their findings that I distinctly saw them mining vast quantities. How do they possess so little? The monsters chatter. Humans are both weak and cunning. They must have hidden their ores before perishing. Resentful, they conclude that their spoils are still considerable, and disregard the presence of other hidden humans, determined to kill a few to instill fear. The humans are so feeble that they dare mark our planet. It is a foolish dream. Let us return and report our findings to the chief. Chapter 8. Gnomes, have they departed? The concealed players cautiously peek out, ensuring the coast is clear before emerging from their hiding spot. Out of 29 players, only 9 remain. Why are the monsters so powerful in this game? The disparity in strength is staggering. Darkly Begging furrows his brow as a well-known player in the gaming community. He has previously achieved the top rank in popular games, yet he has never encountered such overwhelming monsters right from the start. We haven't even left the novice village, and we're already being crushed. It feels as though we've stumbled upon the main storyline. Indeed, those source brothers suggested we explore at our leisure, giving the impression that this game is about map exploration. Consider the game's title and the background he provided. A conquest game. Darkly Begging's spirits lift. The creatures that ambush them refer to themselves as humans, leading him to suspect they belong to another race. Could it be that we are on the brink of war? But our levels are still 0. Low levels can be upgraded. That if this is truly a conquest game, our path to advancement may well hinge upon vanquishing our foes. That a dimension of a conquest game. Darkly Begging's eyes gleam with excitement. It is his forte. Initially disappointed by the game's exploratory nature, he is invigorated by the prospect of enemies already seeking them out on the first day. However, with only 9 players left, what can they accomplish? The monsters number 7, and while a one-on-one confrontation may be futile, a 9-on-1 assault could yield results. They could always wait for resurrection. Players are notified in-game, and everyone is aware they possess one free revival opportunity. They could afford to wait a day, but missing this plot point may deny them future chances. After exchanging glances, the 9 players spring into action as dusk descends. Deep within the woods, 7 gnomes gather around a campfire, roasting meat, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. To think we've amassed nearly 2 kilograms of energy, or we've struck gold. One gnome declares, these humans have proven somewhat useful, surprisingly lacking in genetic upgrades. That I crushed one with a single blow. What a thrill! Indeed, I heard that the only preparatory lord of the human tribe has arrived. An expected strength from him. Instead, they send us these pathetic beings. The weaker, the better. Without genetic upgrades, we can enslave them to mine for us. But what of that preparatory lord's strength? Humans have sent us only those who haven't unlocked their potential. He likely has little authority among them. Just a greenhorn, really. Once our chief arrives, he will surely be eliminated. Being this far from the Alliance Center, no one would suspect foul play if he were to vanish. We could always blame the mindless insectoids for his demise. Despite their small stature, their voices carry loudly. The players, hiding in the shadows, initially feared acquiring information would be a daunting task, only to discover that the gnomes divulged their intentions with little prompting. What a glitch! The immersion is slightly lacking. Darkly Begging muses that I expected it would be more challenging to gather intel. That in games, one cannot avoid such conveniences. The developers likely fear players might miss crucial clues. Let us not dwell on trivialities. I have observed that these creatures are gnomes, short, boisterous, fond of drink, and equipped with tools for blacksmithing, their fingers short and caked with iron shavings. How brazen of them! Thinking they could enslave us. Indeed, this reveals the vulnerability of the human race among the myriad of species. Clearly, they arrived with a plan, but we are fortunate to have discovered it in advance. After we eliminate them, we shall report back to the Lord. Darkly Begging fixates on the gnomes. In their inebriated state, they are bound to grow weary, and with the campfire lit, their encampment must be some distance away. A single night, 1 tea suffice for their return. That moment, a gnome, red-faced from drink, sways unsteadily to his feet. Where are you going? Just stepping out to relieve myself. I can't hold it in any longer. The embers crackle, creating a soothing sound in the stillness of the forest. The questioning gnome mumbles before succumbing to sleep. The players tense as the gnome lumbers towards them. What a nuisance, coming over to urinate at this moment. Shall we pounce? We must first silence him to avoid alerting the others, darkly begging commands, and the other players respond with gestures of agreement. The gnome finds a suitable tree, closing his eyes as he begins to relieve himself. Now, darkly begging leaps from the tree, a thick vine in hand, and swiftly ensnares the gnome's neck. Another player deftly shoves a filthy sock into the gnome's mouth. After a few muted thuds echo through the forest. Silence envelopes the scene. The gnomes by the campfire remain oblivious. Darkly begging wipes the blood splattered on his face, grimacing slightly at the unsettling sensation. This game is crafted with such realism that it can be somewhat troublesome. The scent of blood is overwhelmingly potent, but I'll just take a shower when I get back. Look, this fellow has an abundance of weapons in his bag. Congratulations to the player for secretly begging and slaying a level 1 goblin. Completing hidden quest. Reward, 300 gold coins. The goblin dropped 15 weapons. What do we have here? Let me take a look. The players gathered around, their eyes glinting with greed. Killing a goblin yields 300 gold coins. This is far more lucrative than mining a tattered cloth armor, a bow, an iron pickaxe, and a saw. Oh, their SA saw. Let us each choose a suitable weapon first, and once we've eliminated the remaining 6, we can share the spoils. Agreed. Let us go by the campfire. The largest goblin closed his eyes and frowned slightly. His large nose suddenly sniffed the air, while his pointed ears twitched slightly. The players stealthily approached. Chapter 9. Am I a mere level 2 goblin, worthy of your deployment of a battle mech? Puffed. Ugh, by the campfire, drunken goblins fell one after another, dragged away. Even after the bodies were removed, the stench of blood in the air grew increasingly strong. By the time the goblin chief opened his eyes, 3 or 4 goblins had already vanished. Hey, where did those guys go? The goblin chief's voice was gruff. Upon waking, he pushed the nearby, sleeping goblins awake. There were only 7 goblins in total, and now only 3 remained. Aside from the warm glow of the campfire, there was no other light in the forest. The eerie woods rustled with the wind. The goblin who had just been awakened was still a bit dazed. I heard them say they went to relieve themselves. Oh, you need for to go to the bathroom. The goblin chief roared in anger, slapping the still dazed goblin awake. Hiding in the shadows, the players who had just dispatched the 4th goblin held their breath. Hee. The goblin chief bellowed into the forest. There was no response, only the wind rustling through the trees, carrying an even stronger scent of blood. The goblin who had just wondered if their chief had lost his wits now realized the gravity of the situation, but his first instinct was to tremble slightly. Chief, could there be a monster lurking in the woods? This planet is a level 5 world. The native species might have also reached level 5, that they couldn't have been devoured by the natives. Could they? Another goblin shivered in fear. The goblin chief furrowed his brow deeply. He too felt a twinge of fear. If it were truly the natives, would they have spared the 3 of us? Could it be those humans from earlier? Indeed. Chief, don't jest that we should leave quickly. The fear of his 2 subordinates somewhat infected the goblin chief. Yet he sensed something amiss. If the enemy was indeed strong, why would they hide in the shadows to ambush? After consuming copious amounts of alcohol, the goblin chief, with crimson eyes, gazed into the woods. Burp. At that moment, a player suddenly hiccuped. What the hell, man? Are you nervous? When I get nervous, I hiccup. I didn't expect this habit to carry over into the game. Hold up. That big goblin is coming towards us. 9v3. We have the advantage. Don't hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Charge! The player who had been begging raised his bow and shot an arrow toward the goblin chief. Unfortunately, the arrow flopped limply before the goblin chief. Lacking any intimidation, ITS the arrow from Old 6. One of the goblins recognized the discarded arrow. The goblin chief's eyes turned crimson as he roared toward the direction of the players. Do you dare to provoke me? His course. Sharp nose twitched, catching the scent of humanity on the arrow. Damn humans. You dare to slay goblins. Damn it. Damn it. The roar echoed throughout the forest. The goblin chief anticipated that the ones daring to strike at them would be those despicable humans. Humans who hadn't even unlocked their genetic locks, destined to be the lowest slaves, dared to make a move against them. After roaring, the goblin chief recalled how he had almost fled in fear moments before, and his face reddened with rage. These damned humans. Not only were they not frightened into submission, but they also dared to approach and intimidate the noble goblins that IT was tantamount to seeking death. The goblin chief seized a large iron hammer nearby and charged into the woods. His diminutive stature made the ground tremble with each of his steps. Oh no, this guy has been provoked. Is he going into a berserk state? Damn, the noise is a bit frightening. Enough talk, let us go. The 9 players charged forward. They were all skilled players renowned for their prowess in other games. They'd met their demise with a single blow. 9 of them fell, incapacitated by the berserk goblin chief strike. Ouch, I only set my pain sensitivity to 5%, and it hurts like hell. How can he be so strong? What bad luck? This guy is terrifyingly powerful. The players lay on the ground, with one player adjusting his pain sensitivity to remain conscious, while the others turned off their pain receptors entirely. Blood pooled around them, alongside severed limbs. The goblin chief, listening to their words, snorted coldly. Now you know fear. Too late. I originally planned to spare you lowly humans, but I didn't expect you to follow us and strike from the shadows. Truly despicable, the goblin chief roared, though he didn't understand why as an immortal race. Goblins predominantly lead lives of destitution, typically subsisting by producing crude weaponry. Up to this point, no goblin has ever ascended to the status of a lord. Thus, Wei Yuan is convinced that these goblins were dispatched by his erstwhile classmates. Who could it be? Perhaps another immortal race, the elves, or the divine beings. Wei Yuan recalls 2 perennial underachievers from the academy. One is the son of the elven clan leader, while the other is a descendant of the former head of the divine faction, that we know nothing. Lord, please spare us. Under Wei Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, the 2 goblins were so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders. With a thud, they both knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads. Spare us, I implore you. Spare us. We shall never dare to act against you again. Oh, weren't you quite bold earlier? Why this sudden trepidation? A player, lying on the ground with a sliver of health left, began to unleash attacks on the goblins. Brother Yuan, these 2 dare to strike us, claiming that our human race is despicable. Let us just eliminate them. Wait, I just heard them say they wanted to capture us as slaves. I think having a few goblin slaves might not be so bad. The players anticipated that the goblins would be furious, especially given their earlier expression of humiliation upon discovering that humans were responsible for the death of their companion. However, to their surprise, upon hearing the players' intent to enslave them, the goblins seemed to find a glimmer of hope. They fervently bowed to Wei Yuan, pleading, "My lord, we are willing to be your slaves. Please, take us as your servants." Being a slave at least offered a chance at survival. Without utility, their fate would surely be death. Goblins, being immortal beings, can easily live for 5 or 6 centuries. Even if humans unlock the 3rd-level genetic lock, their lifespan barely reaches 500 years at worst. They could rely on their longevity to outlast their captors. The goblins were indeed pragmatic in their thinking. Wei Yuan understood their intentions, but noticed the players were quite intrigued by the prospect of having slaves, so he nodded in agreement. Yuan. Take them back. Understood. The black mech emitted a deep affirmation, and, much to the astonishment and delight of the players, it reached out and enveloped the goblins in its grasp. Yuan even kindly leaned down to inquire, "How do you feel? Will there be any turbulence?" "No, it's quite fine. I haven't lost any more health." The player, who was secretly begging for mercy, instinctively replied. Then they heard the mech chuckle softly, affirming what its master had said. "Indeed, you are quite humorous." "Huh. Wait, do you have consciousness?" "Indeed," Yuan replied. "Artificial intelligence has been integrated into many domains that Wine Master mentioned that you have just awakened and have much to learn. If there is anything you do not understand, you may come to the armory and ask us. It has been a long time since we last encountered so many humans." Hearing Yuan's words, the players were taken aback. Wow, I knew this game was set in a futuristic interstellar world, but I never expected the mech to employ artificial intelligence. So, all the mechs we saw in the armory possessed their own consciousness. Indeed, Yuan confirmed as the turbines behind it glowed blue. Lifting the players and the 2 goblins into the air, "We were created by our master and will henceforth be your comrades in battle." Oh my goodness. One player trembled with excitement and, overwhelmed by blood loss, succumbed to death. Upon logging out, he rushed to his computer and shared his recorded game footage. Incredible! A new storyline has emerged in interstellar human race, and mech possess artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, on Earth, Wei Yuan remained oblivious to the explosive developments in the gaming community. He was currently claiming his mission rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of summoning 30 kin. Task reward: Level 1 genetic lock serum, perfect. Titan giant gene. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Titan giant gene, just like that? My goodness, the system surely knows what I lack. Although trading genes is no longer illegal, the genes of powerful races are closely guarded secrets. The Titan race is undeniably renowned as the race of war gods among all tribes. They're distinguished by their formidable physical prowess. It is said that during their prime, Titan warriors could withstand mech assaults with their bare bodies. While adjusting the modified genes for the players, Wei Yuan had often mused about how fortunate it would be to possess such precious genes. Little did he expect that the system would indeed reward him. Wei Yuan beamed with JOY.AS for the level 1 genetic lock serum. It was something he desperately needed. While the serums developed for the interstellar realm are useful, Wei Yuan hesitated to administer them to the players. As these products were controlled and developed by the Alliance in prominent clans, when important offspring unlock their genetic locks, they typically concoct their own serums. What hidden motives might lie within, Wei Yuan could only speculate. However, after acquiring the system, during his first summoning of players, the system had completely unlocked all his genetic locks. This raised his suspicions about the Alliance's genetic lock serums. Compared to the Alliance, Wei Yuan naturally placed more trust in the system. You have new tasks to claim. Please do so promptly. 1. Summon 100 loyal kin within 24 hours. 2. Defend your territory by slaying 300 invading goblins. Chapter 11. Shocking. Interstellar human race has opened new slots. The goblin race has indeed landed on my planet ahead of schedule. A flicker of disdain crossed Wei Yuan's eyes. Truly repugnant pests. They've already been relegated to such a remote planet. Yet they dare to strike against him. In that case, he would not hold back. Claim the mission. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the gaming group, I'm going insane. What have I missed? The oil thief stared at the videos sent by the players who had subsequently perished. Feeling utterly bewildered, he had only been dead for a few hours, and so much had transpired in the game world. Not to say it, but you logged out too early, or else you could have conversed with the intelligent mechs. I am already in despair. Please do not disturb. Daydreaming. Why is it that you, Rat, have lesser skills than I, and your begging tactics are inferior to mine, yet both of you received invites for the game's internal testing, while I did not? This group comprises several formidable players from around the world, who occasionally team up. However, now, only the oil thief and the beggar in the shadows had received invites for the internal testing of interstellar human race. The other players could only observe, unable to secure internal testing accounts. They were left to relish the videos shared by the oil thief and the beggar in the shadows. Most had originally been lurking. But as they watched the continuous stream of game videos from the beggar in the shadows, they could no longer remain composed. All of them love gaming, and with such an impressive new game emerging, who could possibly contain their excitement? Indeed, I truly do not understand how this game company selects its testers. The Rat just entered the game and died. If it were me, I would have surely survived until the end. Exactly, Rat. You are squandering your account. You should just give me that internal testing account, and I will play it for you. You guys are clearly scheming. I can hear you all the way from my country. The game company chose us as internal testers. That is undoubtedly a validation of my skills. Dying at the start was merely due to carelessness. It was an accident. Do you understand? An accident? The oil thief frantically messaged in the group, determined to defend his pride. However, he soon realized that the group had suddenly fallen silent. What had happened to all those who were just messaging? Where is everyone? The oil thief inquired. Hello? Hello? Meanwhile, the beggar in the shadows was still conscious in the game world, being settled into a medical pod. Nutritional fluids slowly filled the chamber. Feeling comfortable, the beggar in the shadows was on the verge of falling asleep, yet the communication device in his mind continued to buzz with messages from the oil thief. Rat, are you an idiot? I am gravely injured and recuperating. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dude, the game has been updated. What has been updated? A link was tossed in a group. The beggar in the shadows clicked on it. The official page of Interstellar Human Race had transformed from a rudimentary layout into a striking image that depicted a decapitated goblin, its massive head rolling on the ground. Blood oozing from the neck. The orange campfire cast an eerie glow over the scene. The goblin's blood, a faint green hue, soaked into the earth, leaving no trace of CGI manipulation. It appeared as if someone had simply captured a photograph at the scene. At the center of the image was a bold line of text. The territorial war is about to commence. Players are summoned to interstellar human race to defend the human territory. 100 internal testing accounts will soon be released. Apply for an account. Please click here. Suddenly, A character named Darkly Begging opened his eyes in the nutrient solution in an instant. The connection to the network on Earth was severed. The electronic screen of the medical pod gently inquired, Darkly Begging, are you experiencing any discomfort during the treatment? Bubbles began to emerge as he hurriedly spoke, I want to participate in the battle mission. His mind was frantically shouting as well. After the electronic voice confirmed, registration for Darkly Begging successful, he finally quieted down. It really is a mission, he thought joyfully, while soaking in the nutrient solution. In just one day, the game Interstellar Human Race had already ignited a frenzy in the gaming community. Darkly Begging was certain that once the accounts were opened, the game would become a global sensation. Without needing to mention any technological marvels, the game's graphics and holographic simulation technology alone were enough to drive people wild. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was astonished as he looked at the data sent by the system. What? How many people applied for an account? 200,000! 200,000! Wei Yuan exclaimed. Are you sure there's no mistake? I just released this internal testing account a day ago. His surprise compelled him to investigate further. He had only summoned 30 players a day before, and the time on Earth was at a 1:1 ratio. Thus, while only 30 internal testing accounts had been released, another 100 followed immediately. It was unusual for games to operate this way. Initially, Wei Yuan was worried that he wouldn't be able to gather 100 applicants, but within mere minutes, 200,000 had already signed up. As he scrolled through the messages on the Earth network, his smile grew wider. The enthusiasm of the players was astounding. He never expected the videos shared online after players logged off would generate such a massive response. Not only gamers, but even those who typically shunned gaming were leaving comments under Thieving Oil Lady's account. Wei Yuan nodded in approval while watching the video made by Thieving Oil Lady after she logged off. Among the first batch of players, there were indeed those who excelled in promotion. No wonder advertising companies sought collaborations with these streamers. Their promotional power was truly impressive. To select 100 from 200,000 was indeed a delightful burden. System, you may select these 100 individuals. Understood. The gaming world had become toxic. Even games were beginning to employ marketing tactics. The flood of advertisements claimed this was the most realistic holographic simulation game ever. What an exaggeration. He was eager to see if the game truly lived up to such grandiose claims that moment. A wealthy second-generation individual who had initially aspired to enter the entertainment industry but failed to break into the top 20 of trending searches despite spending a fortune. Furiously clicked to apply for an account. Ding dong. As soon as Zhang Tao, the affluent heir, clicked the mouse, the bell of his villa rang. Startling him, he heard the butler knocking at the door. What is it? Young master, your delivery has arrived. Zhang Tao, puzzled, stood up to open the door, only to see the butler holding a package. What is this? He reached out to take it, and as he closed the door, he noticed the logo on the package. Interstellar Human Race. The name momentarily baffled him. He wondered when he had ordered a delivery. The logo seemed strangely familiar. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a new interface popped up on his computer screen. Congratulations, you have obtained an internal testing account for Interstellar Human Race. Please enter the game within 3 minutes using the helmet. Failure to do so will result in account forfeiture and cancellation of helmet access. The large text made Zhang Tao flinch. Wait, this is the game I just registered for. He marveled at how impressive the game company was. He hadn't even provided an address or phone number when registering. Upon opening the package, he discovered a sleek, high-tech helmet inside. Could this be some elaborate scheme aimed at me? Zhang Tao instinctively questioned. He quickly chuckled at the thought. Although his family was wealthy, it wasn't enough to warrant such an elaborate setup. Despite not being an avid gamer, he contemplated trying it out. If it turned out to be unenjoyable, he could always expose it online, utilizing his family's connections. Donning the helmet, Zhang Tao was enveloped in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a sleep pod within a lounge. Following the same procedure as the previous players, he named himself. Wind blowing, but he watched as the surrounding players excitedly discussed their good fortune. How many had tried and failed to secure an account? My goodness, with odds of 2001, I truly am the chosen one. Wow, it looks just like what was shown in the videos. Everything seems so real. If it weren't for the IDs above everyone's heads, I might think I had traveled through time. To be honest, he had initially believed that the streamers and videos were merely advertisements to attract players, not realizing the actual quality was so genuine. This game was destined for greatness. Haha, come on, this game is already immensely popular. Listening to the chatter around him, Wind blowing but took a deep breath. The cool air, tinged with a hint of humidity, was an entirely different quality from that of urban areas on Earth. That IT was indeed real. He raised his hand to admire the intricate patterns on his skin and the robust muscles on his arm. His heart racing. This was a sensation of power. He clenched his fist. His muscles responded instantaneously. This body was astonishingly strong. Wind blowing, but felt that his physique now surpassed that of the bodyguards his father had hired at great expense. Had gaming truly evolved to such an extent? It was exhilarating. Congratulations to all of you awakening. I am your lord, Wei Yuan. Following the same introduction as the first batch of players, Wei Yuan presented a video created by the system. The new players had likely seen the videos shared by previous players, thus they were highly receptive to the game. According to the intelligence gathered by the clan, their territory was coveted by the goblin tribe, which had dispatched hundreds of goblins to lurk on this planet, poised to launch an attack. I have awakened you to protect our territory. However, before we confront these goblins, you all need to stretch your limbs. Moreover, most goblins have already unlocked the first-level gene lock. That if any of you require it, I have first-level gene lock potions available for purchase. Wei Yuan displayed the first-level gene lock potions granted by the system. The surviving veteran players had already placed their orders. The new players stepped forward to inspect the potions. Wait, a gene potion costs 100 gold coins. Where am I supposed to find 100 gold coins as a newbie? Bro, you can mine. Mining is a quick way to earn money, and you can hunt Chuan go for some branches and twigs to trade for cash. Just like that streamer, getting first blood right after starting. I'm dying of laughter. Let us go mining first. Honestly, I had no idea why those guys were so eager to mine until now. The player who spoke flexes biceps that I feel charged with strength from head to toe. Me too. My body in this game feels so much stronger than my own. I've been cooped up gaming at home and to turn into a couch potato. I never imagined I would experience this feeling again. Stop bragging. Were you really that impressive when you were younger? The players rushed out of the lounge. Taking strides of 2 or 3 meters at a time was absolutely astonishing. Wind blowing but transitioned from initial disdain to amazement. And now, with a single leap, he cleared more than 3 meters, easily crushing a rock in his grasp. This extraordinary sense of strength was something he could never have experienced even with wealth. Had he known that gaming could be this exhilarating, he would have embraced it long ago. Wind blowing but spread his arms and ran wildly, feeling the breeze rush past his face. That IT was blissful, unbelievably blissful. The players had already learned the locations of the mines from the veteran players' videos. They rushed into the mines, marveling at the breathtaking scenery and engaging in physical labor they had never experienced before. Wind blowing but joined the others, reveling in the joy of mining. Even the soreness in his muscles was intoxicating. This game was simply magnificent. As he mined, wind blowing but felt tears welling in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he felt the urgent need to relieve himself. This game was becoming alarmingly realistic. Hey guys, I'm off to the restroom. Save my spot for me. Wind blows but greeted the players around him, who were engrossed in mining, and then headed toward the hillside outside the mine. Chapter 13, 100% pain. This is a warrior. Wind blows but shivered. The game was superb in every aspect. Yet it was excessively realistic. That it was evident that the game designers had not considered the implications. What would happen if more players joined and some nefarious individuals infiltrated the game? It would be disastrous if he got banned for inappropriate behavior. Once he logged off, he intended to voice his concerns to the game developers. As he pondered this, he donned his attire, whistling as he prepared to return to mining. After walking a few dozen meters, he sensed something lurking behind the hill. A chattering noise emanated from the corner. What could that be? Wind blows but poked his head over the mound and locked eyes with a pair of dark red ones. Good heavens! He was startled by the sight of those eyes. A goblin. A human. The goblin hunched its back, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Had it been discovered? It had thought its reconnaissance was sufficiently covert, yet it had been detected by a human. Just as the tribe leader had warned, these humans were indeed cunning. Could it be that he was actually a lucky one? Wind blows, but recalled what the other players had said while mining together. He rarely played games, yet he had miraculously drawn this account. How long had he been playing? And now he encountered a wild goblin. Wind blows but grinned foolishly, convinced he was the chosen one. Surrender, goblin. I can't believe the quest has appeared right before my eyes. He had barely glanced at the videos shared by other players, gazing at the diminutive creature before him. Wind blows, but felt that a mere flick of his hand would suffice to subdue it. With a wicked grin, he charged forward, exuding an impressive aura of confidence. The goblin, taken aback by the fearlessness of this human, was momentarily stunned. As it saw the human rushing towards it, the goblin furrowed its brow. This human couldn't possibly have a hidden agenda. Could he? Was it some advanced weapon? Yet it was clear that the human had not activated any genetic locks. In the goblin's moment of confusion, wind blows, but had already reached it. Slap! A resounding and forceful smack echoed as his hand struck the goblin's dark green face. Wow, what tough skin! Wind blows, but had exerted all his strength. And considering he had crushed stones earlier, he thought this blow would at least daze the goblin. Yet, it remained unharmed and its eyes grew even redder. Even without gaming experience, wind blows, but really coveting our territory? To kill me. The intensity of the game world is overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult not to immerse oneself in the experience. When players are vanquished, the scenes are undeniably gruesome that we are all participants in this game, and the bonds of camaraderie inevitably form among us. The memories of being ruthlessly slain by those goblins evoke a bitter sense of longing for revenge. Had it not been for Brother Yuan's timely intervention, I would have had to wait 24 hours for a second chance. Even after being rescued, I had to expend a significant amount of gold for healing. How long would it take to mine that much? You truly deserve to perish. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Is it not enough that I am human? A goblin of level 2, despite being a minor leader within its tribe, is now being treated so disdainfully by a mere level 1 human. The goblin seethes with rage and resentment, convinced that this human must be deranged. Why resort to violence over trivialities? Did we harbor any deep-seated enmity? The goblin's teeth were shattered by my blows, leaving it bleeding green and in a pitiful state, unable to articulate its pleas for mercy. Other players watched in awe. Wow, is this the power that comes with leveling up? It feels incredible. The speed, the strength, what a thrill. Suddenly, I have an overwhelming desire to level up. I previously thought my physique was impressive, but how naive I was. Players gazed at me with envy glimmering. The transport ship hovered gracefully, inviting you to descend directly. I shall arrive shortly. Wei Yuan activated the base's concealment system. The security of the base was of utmost importance, and Wei Yuan could not afford to expose it to Emilo. Suddenly, a massive vessel above opened a passage, and a pink figure soared forth. Emilo's mech was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a metallic sheen and embellished with delicate pink patterns. Her youthful visage captivated the players, leaving them momentarily speechless. Incredible. It's a mech girl. The concept is transcended into reality. Brothers, I recall encountering a similar idea online, but that was merely a concept art. This game is extraordinary. It has seamlessly rendered such a complete mech girl model. I can't believe it. I'm genuinely enamored. Just gazing at the mech makes my heart flutter. Love knows no boundaries, be it gender or species. I've fallen in love. Fools. While the mech is indeed stunning. Are you not curious about the pilot? New character alert. The players buzzed with excitement. Would a new character finally make an appearance? All eyes were glued to the descending mech. Emilo pondered that ordinary members of all races typically feared advanced warriors. She needed to be cautious upon landing, ensuring not to frighten her senior's kin. Yet, to her surprise, upon her descent, the senior's kin eagerly approached her. Why were they gazing at her so intently? Chapter 16. I have crossed the entire war zone. Emilo was utterly bewildered. What business did these seniors' kin have approaching her? The mech had already scanned them, revealing that very few had even unlocked their primary genetic locks. They were incapable of utilizing gene energy weapons. What were they doing? After a moment's hesitation, Emilo recalled her purpose for coming. She should adopt a friendly demeanor. A sweet voice emanated from the mech. Greetings, I am Emilo, here to find Senior Wei Yuan. Upon hearing the voice from within the mech, the players erupted in cheers. Wow, it's truly a new NPC. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Beautiful lady, can you step out of the mech? What brings you to our source, brother? Have you come from another planet? Do you have any tasks for us? A torrent of questions overwhelmed Emilo, leaving her even more perplexed. This how ordinary humans treated gene warriors. Such rudeness toward the guest was unacceptable. Just then, Wei Yuan arrived, interrupting the players' attempts to engage the new NPC. Emilo, have you brought the goods? Wei Yuan inquired. Emilo leapt from the mech, which, before the players' very eyes, was absorbed into a bracelet on her wrist. The girl exuded vitality with her vibrant pink twin tails and sleek black combat attire. Wow! The exclamations reached Emilo's ears, prompting a smile to grace her lips. is a member of the Treant clan. Amilo's lineage was floral, naturally rendering her more attractive than many other races. In fact, she was often regarded as more beautiful than even the renowned succubi at her school. Throughout her life, she had received countless compliments. Humans were known to be quite superficial regarding appearances. Indeed, before Amilo could fully bask in the admiration, she overheard the ordinary humans lamenting, "Is that spatial technology? This is astonishing." When a mech was absorbed, the air currents were realistically rendered. I can hardly fathom the sophistication of the processor required to create such an advanced device. It's so cool. I can't wait to have my own mech. My hands are itching with anticipation. I must mine. Brothers, we must grow stronger. We must mine. Amilo stared dumbstruck at the players who suddenly erupted with fervor and raced off to mine. She turned to Wei Yuan. "Senior, are these your kin sent to you? Surely humanity does not harbor such low expectations of you, sending so many seemingly dim-witted kin." Wei Yuan chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. "They simply have a strong work ethic. Just a jest. When players immerse themselves in the game, they hardly concern themselves with the aesthetics of the characters if they don't jump up and shout, 'Skip, skip, skip.' It would be a courtesy to me as their leader." Nevertheless, some players do appreciate the narrative, such as the one rushing over now, holding a basic energy saw. Source brother, I heard there are guests." The oil-stealing woman, though late, arrived with a full jar of bloodsucker tree sap, a light green liquid radiating vibrant life energy. "Wow, perfect timing." The oil-stealing woman raised her hand, giving Amilo a thumbs up. "Source brother, what are you discussing? Can I listen in? If you want to hear, just follow along. However, entertaining guests requires a bit of your tree sap." Wei Yuan gestured towards the large glass jar. Amilo struggled to stifle her excitement upon seeing the jar of sap. For the fully evolved Treant clan, this life-infused sap was a delicacy. "Yes, I shall drink a cup of tree sap, and you may accompany me." Amilo nodded earnestly, her twin tails bobbing in agreement. "That a cup? Is that a bit stingy?" The oil-stealing woman glanced at the sizable jar in her hand. "Wouldn't half a cup suffice?" Amilo gestured with her fingers. "Half a cup? We wouldn't want other races thinking humanity is so miserly. I'll give you the whole jar." The oil-stealing woman cheerfully thrust the entire glass jar into Amilo's hands. She recognized the earnest desire of this somewhat naive alien girl for the tree sap. This jar of sap, evaluated for Source Brothers review, would yield at most 10 gold coins, 0.10 gold coins for an NPC's favor. This was a profitable venture. "Isn't this too precious?" Amilo cradled the jar, torn between embarrassment and reluctance to return it. Though bloodsucker tree sap was rare, it was not overly expensive. What truly held value was the life-infused sap, which could only be collected from a living tree under extreme duress. Bloodsucker trees typically existed in forests. Even the strongest would not provoke anger without a good reason. The weak would be exterminated at first sight. Such sap, infused with life energy, was a rarity. As she opened the jar, a rich life essence surged forth, overwhelming Amilo with its allure. Her gaze softened towards the oil-stealing woman. These kin under Senior Wei Yuan, despite appearing somewhat simple-minded, were genuinely kind. "This is a gift from my kin to you," Wei Yuan remarked, looking towards the hovering ship above that eyes all the cargo inside. The massive vessel bore signs of battle, suggesting it had encountered danger en route. However, as a merchant, transporting goods was part of her responsibility. If Amilo did not mention it, Wei Yuan would not pry. After all, if she raised the price, that would be troublesome. "Yes," Amilo replied with a blush, sealing the jar tightly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Yuan. "Senior, shall we inspect the cargo?" 370,000 items, safely delivered. She stood upright, as if seeking praise. "I traversed a small war zone to protect the goods." Chapter 17. Your planet has a probability of being attacked indeed. The moment had come to recount the dangers encountered during her transport. Wei Yuan maintained his composure. Perceiving Amilo as a cunning merchant on the surface, she appeared to admire him, yet her true intentions lay in commerce. "What transpired along the way?" the oil-stealing woman inquired. Curiosity piqued. These details could serve as crucial plot points in future game strategies. However, Wei Yuan silently pressed a hand to his chest, realizing he had neglected to instruct the players to refrain from prying. With that question, Amilo would undoubtedly divulge everything. He feared the losses from the transport would be attributed to him. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was running low on funds. The minerals unearthed by the players would barely cover a final payment. Feigning indifference, Wei Yuan shot a glance at the oil-stealing woman. How can one casually inquire into the affairs of others? In the cosmos, such inquiries are considered quite impolite. Amilo, pay no mind to her. Let us proceed to inspect the cargo. Amilo waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, senior. The lower-tier kin have little experience with interstellar battles. Their curiosity is only natural. I originally intended to take the most conventional transport route here, planning to utilize space-jumping technology once I reach the outermost boundary. After all, Amilo sighed. As you know, senior space jumping consumes a substantial amount of energy stones. However, to my surprise, a war erupted during the last segment of the route, seemingly between interstellar pirates and the defense forces of planet M779, that I wonder if the Alliance has received any news. Fighting in such close proximity to the edge could potentially attract the Zerg. The mere thought of the Zerg sent shivers down Amilo's spine. Those creatures are like a nightmare that haunts every member of the Alliance. Feeling a tremor in her heart, Amilo hastily took a couple of large sips of tree sap to calm herself. Wow, interstellar pirates and planet M779. The outside world is indeed thrilling. The oil thief's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tonight's materials were secured. It is impossible for a game to be this well-crafted without substantial investment in its narrative and storyline. For some players who relish the plot, piecing together the entire world background of the game is a fascinating experience. The Oil Thief is one such player, and her fans, who enjoy her live streams and analyses, also prefer exploring the world-esque backdrop. Information collection successful. The system is making calculations. Host, based on the news brought by your friend, this system predicts that your territory may face assaults from two opposing forces. 1. There is a 70% chance that the interstellar pirates will use Blue Star as a temporary refuge upon fleeing. 2. There is a 90% likelihood that the Zerg will pass by Blue Star on their way to planet M779. What? Wei Yuan exclaimed. Whether it be interstellar pirates or the Zerg, both pose a catastrophic threat to Blue Star at present. Wei Yuan's expression darkened significantly. Senior, your planet is still some distance from the border. There is no need for such concern, right? Amilo was startled by Wei Yuan's exclamation. I made several jumps through black holes to get here. Moreover, M779 is a star, and its defense forces are formidable. This battle may last for several months. Without the system's warning, Wei Yuan might have drawn a conclusion similar to Amilo's. However, with the system already declaring a 70% probability of pirate incursions and a 90% chance of the Zerg passing through, it is indeed unavoidable, but he must act promptly. The players have yet to mature. Let us settle the outstanding payments first. Amilo, does your family offer any other weapons besides these basic ones? Wei Yuan inquired. Yes, we have a metallic planet dedicated to weapon manufacturing, but they are all mid to low end. Amilo's enthusiasm ignited as she spoke of business. I'll send you the link to our shop. Senior, if you have any needs, you can place an order at a 10% discount. Is shipping included? Amilo fell silent. The shipping fees are not negligible. If it were free shipping, the profit margin would diminish. However, if the senior orders in bulk, I can offer free shipping. All right then, let us check the goods. The oil thief, accompanied by Wei Yuan, boarded the transport ship, filled with high-tech allure. But when he saw the curious cargo that all the players were eager about, he was taken aback. It was an entire warehouse. No, an entire transport ship filled with basic energy saws. Source brother, don't we have space equipment? Why would we need such a large vessel to transport basic energy saws? This is rather unscientific. ISNT it. Wei Yuan and Amilo exchanged perplexed glances with the oil thief. That amounts to 370,000 basic energy saws. Just how large would the space equipment need to be to store them? Amilo gestured dramatically, saying, with the bracelet I use to wear my mech, which is 8 cubic meters, I spent 8 million. How much did this transport ship cost? That makes perfect sense. I can't even argue against it. The oil thief never imagined that this game had reached such a level of rigor. And Wonder Source brother keeps so many weapons directly in the armory. It turns out it's because he can't afford the space equipment. Wei Yuan received a glance of slight sympathy. I'll pay the outstanding balance with energy, or... Wei Yuan ignored the oil thief's gaze. Being poor is a thing of the past. Once players begin mining in large quantities, he will no longer be associated with poverty. Energy, or... Amilo gasped softly, then urgently whispered, Senior, does your planet have energy, or... Yes, since I'm using energy or for payment. Wei Yuan had no intention of hiding it. This planet is quite rich in minerals. Otherwise, how could it be rated as a level 5 planet? I'm so envious. I wish to be assigned to such a wealthy planet upon graduation. Emilo's gaze towards Wei Yuan grew threefold more fervent. The benefits of befriending a wealthy, handsome senior are undeniably greater than those of a handsome, but impoverished one, although the senior has always been handsome. Associating with a senior who possesses an energy or planet offers even more advantages. So senior, if you have anything you wish to purchase, feel free to contact me. If you pay with energy, or I can offer free shipping. The previously hesitated shipping condition was now agreed upon without a second thought. Chapter 18. Players captured after settling the payments. Emilo did not leave immediately, since she arrived using space-jumping technology. She suddenly found herself with ample time. Wei Yuan also did not mind her interacting with the players. Any potential discovery by the players will be forcibly converted by the system. Thus, Emilo perceived that the tribe members under the senior's command seemed somewhat dim-witted yet diligent. Moreover, the bloodthirsty tree sap they collected was brimming with vitality. And oh wonder the human race sends these tribesmen to the senior. Their industriousness is astonishing. Emilo sipped through her straw, watching as numerous players emerged from their sleep chambers and immediately rushed to mine. After mining for a while, they would head to the bloodthirsty tree grove to chop down trees, with one group cutting trees while another began gathering materials from the bloodthirsty trees. Such dexterity! Emilo mused, suddenly feeling anxious about what kind of tribesmen might be sent to her as graduation approached. The lower-level tribesmen are mostly rather simple-minded and lacking in intelligence. Sipping her straw, Emilo greeted passing players. It has so much fun. They really aren't afraid of me at all. Feeling in high spirits, Emilo strolled away. Meanwhile, the players lamented, the new NPC is neither useful nor visually appealing. They can't drop gold coins or provide quests. Just wandering around here every day. Didn't T the oil thief say she came to deliver goods? The tree-cutting tasks all rely on this shipment. Speaking of which, the materials from the bloodthirsty tree sold to this NPC are even priced lower than those offered by Source Brother. Truly a shrewd merchant. Emilo is a beautiful merchant, but she is indeed attractive. Long ponytails forever. There will always be players willing to spend money to earn a smile from a beauty. Let us get to work. The first 30 veteran players have already reached level 1, while we are still at square 1. If this continues, the gap will only widen. Mining every day makes my arms feel bulkier in reality. Hey, you would believe it. Sometimes when I log off and go outside, I feel healthier than before. According to scientific reasoning, when our brain cells are in overdrive, fantasizing that our bodies are exercising, it is likely that our bodies will indeed become stronger. The my belly is almost gone. Who would have thought that playing a game would help me shed weight? Aren't you just starving? Haha. A group of players bantered as they headed towards a mine. They were completely oblivious to several shadowy figures lurking in the corner. Whoosh! Emilo, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly turned around. A peculiar aura permeated the air. Emilo furrowed her brow. The tree people possessed the strongest sensitivity to fluctuations in nature. Just now, it seemed the air had trembled slightly. Could be caused by the senior's tribesmen? She pondered, considering that among the senior's tribesmen, a few had already unlocked their genetic locks. Perhaps they were the ones responsible. What the hell is going on? Hey, brothers, has anyone suddenly logged off? Is there an issue with the processor? Several players who were preparing to mine suddenly disconnected en masse. The players had already established a large group on Earth, primarily for exchanging information. However, there were also some game enthusiasts who had not managed to secure an account. At that moment, the group, which had originally been filled with enthusiasts who had gained access to the closed beta, erupted in chaos after the disconnected players sent messages. What the hell, I disconnected too. And I can't log back in. The system is telling me I don't need to respawn. Me too. What is going on? Is the processor broken? Me too. Huh, this game isn't about to shut down. Is it? I've been saying this game is trash. Look, it's having issues now. It must be the processor that exploded. I'm just waiting for tomorrow's trending news that I'm in fits of laughter. In the group, some disgruntled gaming enthusiasts who failed to secure accounts have begun to revel in their bitterness. Yet, their sour remarks are met with indifference. The few disconnected players are not foolish. Let us recall, what were you all engaged in before being disconnected? Lulu May, I remember your ID. We were preparing to embark on a quest together. Yes, your IDs are familiar to me as well. I was accompanying you on the path to the mine when I was abruptly kicked offline. So was I. A total of 6 players were disconnected, and upon comparing their last moments in the game, They discovered they had all disconnected simultaneously. I inquired, and others remained online. Was it just us who were disconnected? I checked with my friends, and they were on the same route we took, yet they saw no corpses. No corpses. Could it be that we were knocked unconscious in the game, resulting in our disconnection? Perhaps we should wait. Everyone donned their helmets in anticipation. What are we waiting for? Come on, do you really have that much free time? This game might simply have a bug. A group member by the name of Tian Wang Liang scoffed. Lu Mei frowned. Are you insane? Just leave, you sound deranged. The next moment, Tian Wang Liang was ejected from the group chat. Frustrated at not being able to access the game, upon seeing himself kicked from the chat, Tian Wang Liang exploded with rage. He opened his game review account and began to unleash a barrage of criticism. What is the most ridiculous game in history? Interstellar Human Race is utter garbage. After releasing 30 beta accounts, they then followed up with 100 more. It's a trash game. The so-called players who are now able to log in are all imposters. The popularity of Interstellar Human Race is absurdly high. Following Tian Wang Liang's outburst, it instantly gained traction, attracting a massive influx of attention. This ridiculous game, 1T, even let me in. And a bunch of fools dare to kick me from the group? Do they really think everyone is like them, groveling before a game? Meanwhile, not long after the players donned their helmets, one player awoke back in the game, only to exclaim, "Holy crap, a goblin!" Lu Mei opened her eyes to see a goblin pouring water over the heads of the players one by one. That all 6 players regained consciousness. Humph, humans. That a particularly coarse voice echoed from the darkness, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. The players looked up to find a goblin nearly 3 meters tall standing before them. This shattered their preconceived notions of goblins. What the heck? Is this a goblin? This must be the Goblin King. The players gasped in astonishment. The massive goblin chuckled, causing the entire space to tremble. Goblin King? I quite like that title. Chapter 19. Ultimate Mockery. Are you alright? Chief, it seems those humans have discovered their missing companions, and someone is already searching for them, that a small goblin reported. The goblin chief cast a sinister glance at the ordinary goblin and declared, "Henceforth, refer to me as the Goblin King. Let them search. Even if they break their heads trying, they will never guess that we are hidden deep within the bloodthirsty camphor trees." The Goblin King laughed heartily. His voice was so thunderous that it caused pain to the ears. Lu Mei painfully covered her ears, attempting to shield herself from the sonic assault. Despite lowering her voice, she could not suppress her excitement. Haha! What good fortune has befallen us, brothers? We have stumbled directly into their lair. Perhaps we can make a fortune. That a mission to exterminate such a large goblin faction will undoubtedly yield gold for all players upon completion. Discovering the goblin lair is a critical point. They will surely garner even more gold. Lu Mei has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The players were all equally thrilled. The Goblin King glanced at them, aware of their thoughts. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Foolish humans, do you still believe that now that you are in my grasp, you can transmit information to your clan? I have long activated mental shielding. Here, all communication devices are rendered useless." What nonsense are you spouting? You claim all communication devices are useless, yet you're only a level 4. You cannot even utilize slightly sophisticated level 4 technology. Yet you boast of shielding. How impressive you are. Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? He had already noted that this Goblin King was merely a level 4 boss, just a simple LV for big boss. What are you bragging about? In their interstellar vernacular, that merely meant unlocking the 4th level genetic lock. Humans, how dare you? Lu Mei's retort shattered the Goblin King's defenses. A hand swung toward her. Slap. A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The other players stared in shock, and after the initial astonishment, hurried to photograph Lu Mei's corpse. Ha ha. Are you alright? That phrase utterly broke the Goblin King's defenses. Brothers. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've recorded the Goblin King's expression that looks as though he has eaten excrement. Ha ha. The players in the group were nearly in stitches. The Goblin King's expression quickly became an emoticon that began to circulate. However, on Blue Star, the Goblin King proudly surveyed the group of humans. It seems that using brute force to intimidate these foolish humans is in a total of 130 players gathered. Even those who had previously perished or disconnected were summoned back. The Goblin clan had been excessively oppressive. If we failed to teach them a lesson, other interstellar races would surely run rampant over us in the future. We must slay them, sever the goblins' heads, and exchange them for your gene potions. Advanced delivery of level 1 gene potion. Usage requirement. Participate in the Goblin Massacre mission, Chapter 20. In the interstellar realm, only might prevails. Is war finally upon us? It seems I shall soon be able to procure potions again. In secret, I clutch my short dagger. Previously, when I had vanquished those goblins, I had fully savored the experience. Now I could finally engage in battle with fervor. As the player who had eliminated the most goblins, I had received numerous friend requests. Everyone sought to inquire about the goblins' weaknesses. With so many requests, it was impossible to respond to each individually. Thus, I decided to send a voice message in the group. Everyone, the curtain of war is about to rise. Although Brother Yuan simply instructed us to sever the heads of those goblins, we cannot recklessly charge in and meet our demise. We must meticulously prepare our battle strategy. Otherwise, our sudden level up will be of no use against those goblins who have already unlocked their gene locks. Charging in blindly would only lead to our downfall. After I sent the voice message, the group erupted with excitement. After all, I was the most vocal player and the first to redeem a level 1 gene lock potion. The strength of the goblins was evident to all players. Had it not been for my intervention in slaying that elite goblin, the others would have surely perished. Although Brother Yuan had not specified, the overall mission had a clear record of numbers, indicating that we would actually face a limited number of foes. Only 300. However, from the videos shared by capture players, it was clear they had high-level goblins, with one Goblin King at level 4. How can we possibly contend with such a formidable boss, a level 1 against a level 4? Even a strategy of sheer numbers would likely be ineffective. This is not a traditional game. The power of technology cannot be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, I assess my current strength, estimating it to be at the pinnacle of level 1. Compared to other players, I had adapted well to my physical abilities, enabling me to wield my full power efficiently. Although I had nearly perished during my first encounter with a level 2 goblin, saved only by Brother Yuan, after unlocking my level 1 gene lock, I could now effortlessly take down a level 2 goblin without injury. That I believe you all remember my performance back then. Based on my analysis, the inherent strengths of each race differ. Goblins are likely inferior to humans. Once we attain level 1 and unlock the gene lock, we should be able to engage level 2 goblins without sustaining harm. But what if several players join forces? Surely, we can vanquish level 3 goblins, right? Just because I have yet to face a level 3 goblin does not mean I cannot defeat them. That I further analyzed, I have had several encounters with goblins. They tend to rely on brute strength and are not particularly intelligent. Yet, they possess a notable advantage. The weapons they forge are remarkably powerful. I retrieve an axe I had acquired from a goblin during a previous battle. This axe appeared primitive and somewhat crude. But when I swung it and struck a nearby tree, the blade glimmered with a dark green light. I exerted minimal effort, yet the tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, was cleaved in 2. I recorded this moment and shared it in the group. Players who had never confronted goblins directly gasped in astonishment. How can we fight against this? Their weapons are superior to ours. Wait, have you not noticed? This axe in my hands is far more powerful than in a goblin's grasp. I was an ardent combat enthusiast, having meticulously preserved all footage from my battles with goblins that I scrutinized it frame by frame, allowing me to speak with authority during discussions with other players. What I wish to convey is that while we may have a disparity in strength, our proficiency in weaponry exceeds theirs. Furthermore, I had already tested the effectiveness of the weapons crafted by the goblins. They are most adept at slicing through their core skin. These goblins are tough and resilient. Relying solely on our strength would make it arduous to breach the defenses of higher-level goblins. However, by employing their own weapons, we might attempt to challenge them beyond our level. Thus, our initial objective must be to eliminate all lower-level goblins, seize their weapons, and then confront the higher-level ones. According to the videos sent back by the 6 captured players, the number of high-level goblins is not particularly overwhelming. Primarily a level 4 Goblin King, 8 level 3 elite goblins, 60 level 2 goblins, and the remainder being level 1. Roughly estimating, we face 200 level 1 goblins. Let us divide our mission and focus on eradicating these 200 first. Now I will guide everyone on how to adapt to your body speed after consuming the level 1 gene lock potion. As long as we maintain our speed, the goblin's attack shall not harm us. I selflessly began my lesson. Additionally, I will instruct you on how to utilize the goblin weapons once we have acquired them. The players in the group buzzed with excitement. They began to discuss strategies for countering the goblins, while those who had previously battled goblins shared their analyses of their attack patterns. Within a minute, I had compiled my teachings into a video and shared it with the group. We all witnessed Brother Yuan's anger. which I sense stem from the brutal treatment of those 6 players. An affront to human dignity. Therefore, it is crucial that we refrain from any internal strife or competing for kills. This time, we are fighting for the honor of humanity. The goblins have invaded our territory and slain our kin. This is a provocation. We must fight with both elegance and efficiency, ensuring Brother Yuan retains his dignity. It is worth noting that the NPC, Amilo, will also be observing this battle. She may very well influence future events. Based on my extensive gaming experience, if we perform beautifully and retaliate with flair, Amilo is likely to spread the word widely. In the interstellar realm, only might prevails. Chapter 21. What race doesn't slack off at work? Brothers, have you all eaten well? Prepare to log in. At the stroke of 8, I began rallying the group. All players donned their helmets and logged in. The 3 suns of Blue Star had set, and darkness enveloped the land. Watching the players organize and execute their plans, Wei Yuan contemplated and chose not to intervene. This was not only a defense of territory, but also the players' first collaborative effort. There would be many battles ahead. The more they trained, the more experience they would gain in interstellar warfare. Wei Yuan could not protect them at all times. Go forth, my players, and let the goblins serve as your first sharpening stone. Wei Yuan watched the players embark. Amilo, with her pink twin tails, looked puzzled. Senior, want you take action in this war? This is a battle of races, and we don't even have a level 2 warrior on our side. Are you really sending them into battle? While Amilo was unaware of the actual number of goblins transported to this planet, she was certain that among them were undoubtedly high-level warriors, at least level 4. Although individuals of each race differ, and some may indeed challenge higher-level warriors even at lower levels, such talents are rare within any race. Wei Yuan had sent only a few individuals from the human race. Was he really allowing them to face the goblins alone? This is my territory, and likewise, it belongs to my kin, and if other races attempt to seize our land, surely the rightful owners must confront and drive them away. Amilo's mouth slightly agape. She momentarily struggled to comprehend that it seemed that Wei Yuan was not concerned about the goblin's superior strength. Rather, he appeared confident that his kin would successfully annihilate the goblins. Nevertheless, since Wei Yuan chose not to take action himself, she would have to watch from the sidelines. The players had spent many days chopping trees, swiftly completing the task of harvesting bloodthirsty saplings. They had already discerned the habits and root systems of the bloodthirsty saplings. In the bloodthirsty camphor forest, they traversed swiftly as if in an uninhabited realm. After utilizing a first-level potion, I truly felt as if I could move like the wind. My brothers, the transformation of my body was indeed significant. Had it not been for the video provided by the benefactor who secretly aided me, I would have struggled to adapt to this new physique. Everyone should exercise caution while slaying monsters. I have heard from players who met their demise that upon resurrection, one starts afresh. What? If I were to die, would I not have to repurchase potions? Therefore, we must all be vigilant. When our health drops to a critical level, we should retreat to the medical pod without hesitation. Let us go, the benefactor signaled, and the players spontaneously formed a battalion, advancing orderly towards the goblin's lair. Amilo entered the mech, utilizing its visual tracking to observe the players' movements. Although the senior spoke with bravado, it seemed likely that if these people faced mortal danger, he would indeed take action to protect them. Amilo sat within the mech, intently watching the players darting through the jungle. He even spared the expensive medical pods for their use. Peach, do you think the senior is all talk? The mech's artificial intelligence responded, Master, according to Peach's calculations, without the assistance of Lord Wei Yuan. This group of humans has only a 10% chance of victory. Are you intending to lend aid to gain Lord Wei Yuan's favor? Amilo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly sipped from her cup of tree sap. You shouldn't say the senior is all talk but soft-hearted. Why would you say such things? The mech, Peach, fell silent. This moment, the players had already approached the vicinity of the goblin nest. The mental shielding of the Goblin King was indeed effective. Without precise positioning, it was difficult to detect him. However, now armed with the player's provided location, Amilo quickly discerned the goblin's levels. Level 4. Amilo gasped. The Goblin clan had indeed dispatched level 4 warriors. Did the senior know? Amilo tilted her head to look for Wei Yuan, only to realize he had already left his original position and was now following closely behind the players. Truly, he was all talk, but soft-hearted. Amilo chuckled softly. Yet at this moment, the mech Peach expressed confusion. Master, the probability of victory for the human race has increased. With Lord Wei Yuan present, Failure is virtually impossible, is it not? Not quite. Master, I did not factor Lord Wei Yuan into my calculations. I was still using the previous data. It seems these humans possess a strategy. The tone of Mech Peach was laced with astonishment. Amilo had never heard Peach speak in such a manner. She immediately switched perspectives, focusing on the players stealthily advancing underground, in the darkness. The players moved like phantoms, yet upon sighting the goblin nest, they did not rush in recklessly. Instead, the first batch of players began to dig trenches. Indeed, they were digging trenches. How could they confront strength head-on? All players possessed extensive mining experience. Even without weapons, their bare hands could excavate at astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, they had carved a long trench amidst the trees, akin to a tunnel. In accordance with the attack range of the bloodthirsty camphor, that a suicide squad was dispatched to lure the first batch of goblins. The benefactor gave the order, and immediately 20 players emerged from the crowd, sprinting towards the perimeter of the goblin nest. The goblins were preparing for sleep. Even the sentinels yawned. Humans were so weak. Why could they not just charge in and eliminate the clan of that human lord? I heard they only numbered around 100, and their levels were quite low. Capturing them all for slavery would be advantageous. Indeed, our clan leader is a level 4 warrior, while that human lord is only just graduated from the academy. How strong could he possibly be? The goblins chatted as they patrolled, neglecting their surroundings. The players were nearly upon them from the shadows, yet the patrolling goblins remained oblivious. These goblins patrol less attentively than I do at work. One player remarked, I shall conquer them with my expertise. What expertise do you possess? I'm majored in performance. Watch me, brothers. One flamboyant player tossed his hair, but unfortunately he was the embodiment of a muscular, robust figure. Hurry up, brother. Suddenly, a chainsaw roared to life in the woods. The previously engaged goblin patrol finally halted. What noise is that? Could it be humans? They expressed disbelief. This is the dense forest of the bloodthirsty camphor. No human would dare venture here, despite their words. They proceeded with utmost caution towards the source of the sound, in the darkness. The primary energy saw, once activated, produced a jarring noise as it bit into the tree. It really is humans. The goblins quickly spotted a player wielding a primary energy saw, obliviously facing away from them. This player, unaware of the approaching goblins, was focused on the video feed from his fellow players, clearly seeing a handful of goblins with malicious expressions approaching. Wow, so many goblins. They can't possibly kill me with one hit, right? A lone individual should not provoke the malice of these goblins. He thought, come on, I'm just a lonely, pitiful, weak human. You wish to see my panic and fear. Don Tiu, bring it on, the player muttered to himself. The goblins exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with malice. It was truly a foolish human to come here alone. It would be too easy to kill him outright. They wanted to see if he could escape their pursuit. Let us not kill him immediately. Let us scare him first, give him hope, then toy with him. The goblins whispered, their voices clear beneath the din of the chainsaw. All players immediately turned in terror. One exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh no, goblins, haha, are you just realizing it now? Truly foolish humans." Goblins, goblins, the primary energy saw slipped from the player's hand with a loud thud after his exclamation. The players hiding at a distance exchanged silent glances, bewildered. Wow, this brother's performance is a bit over the top. I sent it. He dares to claim he is a professional. The saw clearly fell intentionally, more deliberate than a character in a play. Could this fool even deceive? It appears you are not as formidable as you believed. Despite my slow pace, you are unable to catch up to me. What a pitiful lot. I was almost feeling a twinge of pity for that foolish human, contemplating whether to spare him from the goblins. But your words have incited my wrath. Foolish creature, you have truly chosen your own demise. I was prepared to let you go. Dullard, perish. No, do not kill him. Bring him back as a slave. I want him to toil in the mines until his last breath. These humans are all equally detestable. Seize them and torture them to death. Yes. The goblins snarled, baring their teeth, while the aspiring future film star stood behind a trap previously set by the players, thumping his chest and shouting, "Oh dear. I am so frightened. Come, kill me, you foolish goblins." A band of dimwits. Infuriated, the goblins growled and brandished their weapons, charging forth. Then thud, thud. After a series of muffled sounds, the goblins fell into the traps laid by the players. Beneath the traps stood several goblin weapons previously confiscated. As the arrogant goblins plummeted, They taunted, "Do you truly believe these worthless weapons can breach?" Puffed. Several goblins found their chests pierced. Dark green blood splattered throughout the trap. Hidden players seized their weapons and began to stab down into the pit. Even as some goblins initially survived the fall, they could not evade death now. Cunning humans, the goblins let out a final roar of fury. Soon, the video featuring the aspiring film star circulated among the players. This audacious maneuver sparked a surge of inspiration among them. In an instant, players from various directions began to employ an array of performances to lure the patrolling lower-tier goblins. By the time the higher-tier goblins in the nest realized their kin were dwindling, the first-tier goblins had already largely vanished. All right, we can launch a full-scale assault now. Secretly, a player named Beggar severed the head of second-tier goblin and tossed it to the ground. Weapons were now equipped. Chapter 22. The Senior's Kin. Just like the insectoids, the slaughter commenced. Under the cover of night, first-tier players descended upon the goblin lair like wolves among sheep. Whenever they spotted a solitary goblin, they swiftly moved in for the kill. Even when encountering small squads of goblins, they disdainfully refrained from using luring skills. Slaughtering first-tier goblins felt as effortless as butchering livestock. When faced with second-tier goblins, the players began to collaborate, and some more skilled veteran players executed sudden strikes. The dark green blood quickly seeped into the earth. Around them, the bloodthirsty trees began to shift toward the goblin nest. Damn it, what is happening? Why have all the patrolling goblins vanished? Several third-tier goblins pondered. They understood that as their kin dwindled, the nest would soon contain few first-tier goblins. Initially, they surmised that the disappearance of first-tier goblins must be the work of some monsters on this planet. Likely first-tier beasts, or perhaps an evolved tree creature from the bloodthirsty trees. They decided to send some second-tier goblins to patrol, hoping to capture the culprit. However, to their surprise, not only did they fail to uncover the cause of the first-tier goblin's disappearance, but the dispatched second-tier goblins also failed to return. What do we do now? Should we inform the clan leader? The clan leader was currently asleep, irked by those foolish humans. Steelbar had nearly faced death for a careless remark. "Do you wish to meet the same fate?" One goblin, clutching his head in frustration, asked. "What should we do then? The second-tier goblins have been killed as well. Shall we go on patrol? This is a fifth-tier planet. We might be preyed upon by fifth-tier natives. Who is not afraid of death?" The goblins exchanged anxious glances. First-tier and second-tier goblins could perish, but if they went on patrol, who is to say they wouldn't be the next to die? Shall we just pretend we know nothing? If it truly is a native predator, who knows when it will be satisfied? Conversely, if it is not a native predator, once the clan leader awakens to find half of our kin missing, we likely won't survive either. The goblins were filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Amilo, sitting within her mech, was utterly bewildered. What in the world? Has defeating stronger foes become commonplace? Why have the senior's kin adapted so swiftly to their unlocked bodies? When she herself unlocked her first-tier gene lock, it took her 3 days to acclimate to her new form, and even then, she was considered a prodigy on her planet. Yet now, she witnessed those who had just injected the first-tier gene unlocking serum, moving with agility, and effortlessly slaying goblins within such a short span of time. The goblins' genes, if ranked, should surpass those of humans. After all, they are long-lived beings. Being long-lived means that even at the same gene level, their abilities develop more fully due to the extended time they have to hone their skills. This is widely acknowledged within the Interstellar Alliance. Yet now, before Amilo, the human race has shattered this norm. The first-tier goblins are utterly no match for the first-tier human warriors who have only just unlocked their genes half a day ago. Half a day. Observing these kin of Senior Wei Yuan, she noted not a hint of fear after slaying goblins, only excitement and joy. Amilo's lips paled with dread. Indeed, it was terrifying as a student of the Lord Academy. She was no Na'vi fool. Being able to traverse war zones alone to reach such a remote planet might have a small part to do with her admiration for Senior Wei Yuan. However, more significantly, she sought to seize this opportunity to befriend him. After all, having connections can open many doors, especially considering Wei Yuan's promising future. It was with this mindset that she maintained a cordial demeanor toward Wei Yuan's kin. Even upon discovering they were merely the lowest-tier warriors, many of whom were not warriors at all. Yet now, she felt a sense of fear toward these humans she had previously looked down upon. They resembled natural-born killing machines. Amilo exhaled softly. "Peach, they evoke a familiar fear within me. Much like the insectoids, the mech." Peach suddenly spoke. Amilo trembled slightly. "But master, you need not worry. I've scanned them, and they are indeed true humans. Their genes do not lie. From records dating back years, I also discovered that the ancestors of humanity encountered various races when they first departed their territories to explore the cosmos. Faced with interspecies resource competition, humanity was fearsomely dominant, even daring to confront the divine beings directly. However, after nearly facing extinction in a brutal conflict with the insectoids, they transformed into their current state. Perhaps what we see now are the true forms of humanity. Peach speculated. Emilio took a deep breath, perhaps that if that is indeed the case, then the likelihood of Senior Wei Yuan becoming the next leader would significantly increase. In ancient times, humanity was a force that instilled fear across all races. When word spread of a human presence in the Lord Academy, her ancestors even came to advise her to befriend this human student. Unfortunately, throughout her lengthy time at the Academy, she could hardly come into contact with Senior Wei Yuan. Had it not been for this delivery opportunity, he might not have even glanced her way. Emilio gulped down another mouthful of treat as it seemed she needed to put in more effort. Meanwhile, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, Wei Yuan felt a sudden sense of awareness. He furrowed his brow, sensing that someone was thinking of him. Shaking his head, he dismissed this fleeting sensation and turned his attention back to the players' battle. At that moment, countless torches blazed outside the goblin nest, and not a single goblin dared to venture forth. Damn it, these goblins have truly become timid. Chapter 23. The Goblin King's Fury. Players on the brink of annihilation, the players waited in the surrounding woods. Witnessing the situation, they felt somewhat disheartened that is not a loss if we do not profit. I have only slain a single first-tier goblin. If this is settled, I might even owe the system some gold coins. Damn it, weren't goblins supposed to be reckless? Why they turned into such cowards? I was planning to record an epic battle, but it seems this is merely a trivial skirmish. The players sighed in unison. Wei Yuan chuckled softly. These players remain oblivious to the true horror of the goblins. However, it appears the system's offerings are indeed of high quality. The players' rapid adaptation to their new physical forms astonished Wei Yuan. They spontaneously devised strategies and collaborated with one another. Remarkably, several highly skilled players managed to single-handedly defeat a level 2 goblin. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Wei Yuan quietly noted down the IDs of these players who could effortlessly slay foes beyond their level without sustaining any injuries. These players would serve as reserve for the upcoming competition at the Academy. While Wei Yuan contemplated this, a player suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa, the ground is shaking." Wei Yuan and the players turned their attention towards the goblin lair, only to witness a towering figure, resembling a massive mound of flesh, emerging from the earth. Its colossal form caused the ground to tremble as it stood, in the darkness, before the campfire. The Goblin King fixed his gaze on the players and let out a furious roar. "Humans, how dare you come to provoke me again?" The tremendous sound generated ripples in the air, sending players reeling. Some of those closer to the goblin's lair even began to cough up blood. What a terrifying creature! Is this the Goblin King? The pressure is 100 times greater than what I saw in the videos. Oh no, this time we 1T just failed to profit. We might end up incurring losses. Despite their injuries, the players continued to chatter incessantly. The Goblin King scowled in disdain. "Even while asleep, I can smell your foolish human par." However, as time passed, it became apparent that the character models and appearances in this gaming universe bore a striking resemblance to their real-life counterparts. Most of the top players within the gaming community had made public appearances, and after engaging in in-game interactions, they would often arrange to meet offline. Female players were a rarity in this gaming sphere, particularly those with exceptional skills. Makabaka, known for her extroverted nature and love for making friends, was well acquainted with virtually all the experts in the gaming community. Thus, upon encountering Feng Pippi, she was initially taken aback by the player's handsome visage, only to realize that she had no recollection of him whatsoever. Wei Yuan had specifically optimized their genes, enhancing both their physical attributes and facial features. Consequently, the players possessed faces that were the pinnacle of their earthly appearances. Among so many attractive individuals, Feng Pippi stood out undeniably. With such a striking face in the game, he must surely be equally impressive in reality. Makabaka pondered that if she had met him in the real world, she would undoubtedly remember him, which prompted her to ask in bewilderment. "Huh?" Feng Pippi scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "I never played games before. This is my first one." "This is your first game?" Makabaka exclaimed, gazing at him in astonishment. "You must possess quite a talent. Even Xingqian, who had been silently observing from the back with a stoic expression, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you an athlete in the real world?" Makabaka pressed further. Feng Shui Pippi shook his head. "Goodness, then how have you gained experience so rapidly?" After the second batch of players entered the game, Wei Yuan updated the players' experience bars. Players could only utilize gene unlocking potions once their experience bars were filled, which measured their physical development. Thus, even upon dying and respawning, this experience would not be lost. Feng Shui Pippi's experience bar was leveling up at an astonishing rate, attracting the attention of several veteran players due to its peculiarity. While others gained experience points gradually, Feng Shui Pippi's bar surged significantly after each death. "Honestly, are you involved in some clandestine dealings with the game developers?" Shoyo playfully draped an arm around Feng Shui Pippi's shoulder and whispered. "No way." Feng Shui Pippi shook his head earnestly. "If I did, I would definitely get the developers to sell painkillers. Every time I die, it hurts so much that I have nightmares at night. It's truly agonizing." He expected everyone to join in his lament, but the next moment he found 4 seasoned players staring at him as if petrified. "Dude, you know about the sensory adjustment page, right? Scroll down to the very bottom. You can adjust the pain perception. Wow, you're something else. Incredible. I respect you as a true man, and I now believe you when you say you've never played a game before." The crowd raised their thumbs in admiration towards Feng Shui Pippi. Xingqian quietly muttered a single word. "Impressive. All right, it's time to deal with that Goblin King." Anonymously begging clapped his hands. At this moment, the players had commenced their planned assault on the third-tier goblins. Many of the smaller goblins surrounding the Goblin King had disappeared, allowing them to break through and confront the boss. Chapter 25. Xingqian is the ultimate boss. Anonymously begging was the first to leap into action, hurling himself from the goblin horde with a hammer in hand, striking down towards the Goblin King. "You dare to provoke me, insect?" The Goblin King appeared colossal, yet moved with remarkable agility, even quicker than the players. When anonymously begging swung his hammer, he felt a numbing shock reverberate through his hand. Yet the spot struck on the Goblin King's skin remained unchanged in color. With a swish, a powerful gust of wind surged towards anonymously begging, emanating from the Goblin King's sweeping hand. Whoa! Faced with the Goblin King's onslaught, anonymously begging's heart raced, but he could not escape, as the surrounding air seemed to ensnare him. Was this a skill? A tightness gripped anonymously begging's chest as he watched the massive hand come crashing down upon him. Boom! After the thunderous impact, the Goblin King didn't even glance at him again. After all, he was merely a level 1 human. Weibo, everyone knows that if Xingqian loses this battle, they will all be annihilated once more by the Goblin King. The players are aware of this, and so is the Goblin King. The fallen are merely low-level nuisances, easily replaceable by their kind. Death is inconsequential. That it is this insufferable human that he is most intent on destroying. Her speed far exceeds that of the Goblin King's attacks. Not only can he not catch up, but even his attempts at prediction are futile. That a flicker of malice crosses the Goblin King's eyes. He must seize the opportunity while she is attacking to crush this bothersome fly. With a swift motion, the last glimmer of his blade flashes. Chapter 26. To those who dare trespass upon my territory, die. The Goblin King makes no defensive gestures. Instead, he allows her to strike. Dark green blood spurts forth. His massive hand grips Xingqian's throat. "Brother, our shared account is depleted of gold." Earlier, in their effort to exterminate the goblins, they had revived far too many times, and now they find themselves entirely broke. Is there anyone with extra gold? Hurry, let us provide Xingqian a chance to revive. I've already spent all my gold during the fight. Who still has any left? I'm out too. What do we do? The earlier skirmish with the goblins was exhilarating, and I invested all my gold. I couldn't revive when I tried. Me too. What now? Is it too late to go mining? Probably. Is anyone still at the revival point? Don't come over, just head to the mines. The mining cave and bloodthirsty cedar forest lie in opposite directions. Players blinded by rage to take down the level 3 goblins have consumed all the gold from the communal account and are now using their personal funds. Only after depleting their own resources do they realize that seems the chance for the esteemed ones to revive has vanished. The oil-stealing hag chuckles as she reads the messages from players on the public screen, typing with glee. "No worries. It makes little difference whether we revive or not. Over. The esteemed ones have declared it useless. It appears we're destined to lose. They might manage against the level 3 goblins, employing a tactic of sheer numbers. But facing the level 4 goblins directly, it would be akin to suicide. offering merely a feigned vulnerability. How could they resist taking the bait? The Goblin King lifts Xingqian before him. Her height almost matching his own. A wound on his other arm seeps blood. A minor injury for a human elite is a worthwhile trade. Without hesitation, the Goblin King snaps Xingqian's neck. Such a formidable adversary, and she has merely unlocked the first level of her genetic code. Imagine the threat should she grow stronger. Xingqian logs out, darkness enveloping her vision. Initially, she anticipated being forcibly returned to Earth. As before, her surprise. When she next opens her eyes, she witnesses the battle unfolding in Blue Star. Yet her perspective shifts to floating in mid-air, observing her lifeless body being cast aside by the Goblin King. Nearby, players are lamenting their lack of revival coins. This game updates rather swiftly. Xingqian murmurs softly. Are the players satisfied with the new features? Suddenly, a voice interrupts her thoughts. It is Wei Yuan, speaking from beside her. Xingqian turns to see the NPC Lord beaming at her from her viewpoint. The Goblin King strangles Xingqian. Amilo gasps in shock, rising within her mech to survey the scene. This human is a genius among geniuses. Why does her mentor not intervene? Amilo struggles to comprehend. If such a talent appeared among her kin, she would have exerted every effort to nurture them, never allowing such brilliance to perish. Amilo feels both regret and heartache, not only for the human named Xingqian, but also for the others who had previously displayed exceptional skills. In her kind, they would have been prioritized for development. Why doesn't the mentor act? Amilo asks in confusion. This how we lose? What are the remaining humans? Before Amilo can finish, she sees the Goblin King preparing to strike the ordinary players when suddenly a lithe figure darts forth. By the stars. It's the one who begs in secret. How can he revive on the spot? Fool. He has merely been playing dead until now. The one who begs in secret, though battered by the Goblin King's earlier blow, has managed to stabilize his health after resting on the ground. With 7% health remaining, it is just enough that a smirk graces his lips as he brandishes a syringe, an unlocking serum for the first genetic level. Haha, brothers, we have fought for this opportunity. Now charge. The oil-stealing hag's excited voice fills the airwaves. Makabaka is shouting. Go, beggar! We're counting on you. Xingqian, offline and wearing her helmet, listens to the fervent calls from the public channel, unsure of how to respond. Xingqian, hurry. Say something encouraging. 6. A burst of laughter erupts. The Goblin King, poised to unleash devastation, suddenly feels a sharp pain in his arm. He looks down, only to meet the gaze of the beggar, grinning defiantly. The Goblin King's pupils constrict in horror. This human is still alive. He withstood a blow from him and did not perish. What terrifies the Goblin King further is the tingling sensation spreading through his arm, swiftly engulfing his entire body. What is this? How can these low-level humans possess a poison capable of incapacitating him? With a thunderous crash, the Goblin King collapses to the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. The impact kills the one who begs in secret. He enters the death perspective. He announces via the public channel. Brothers, rush to behead this goblin. We have triumphed. Cheers erupt across the public screen. Though exhausted, the players are now filled with exhilaration. Congratulations, host, for completing the territory defense mission. Rewards. Level 2 Genetic Lock Serum, Premium Goblin Genes, Star Iron Mind Map. Such bountiful rewards. Wei Yuan exclaims with delight. Despite the goblins sent to his planet appearing unimpressive, their premium genes are invaluable. They are born blacksmiths, and with quality genes, they could cultivate high-level blacksmiths capable of forging formidable weapons. Interstellar warriors rely not solely on technological weaponry. Their combat prowess must be formidable even without mechs. Possessing a reliable weapon is crucial for interstellar fighters. Congratulations to all players for perfectly completing this mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Simultaneously, videos of goblins having their heads severed by humans circulate on the Star Network. Wei Yuan features the scene of a low-level human slaying a level 4 goblin at the end, coldly declaring, "To those who dare trespass upon my territory, die." The Star Network erupts in a frenzy. The goblin race has indeed been humiliated by humanity. Chapter 27. Now they are yours. What is that? Amilo fixates intently on the battlefield. The substance injected into the goblin by the one who begs in secret cannot possibly be a genetic unlocking serum. They must have substituted something else. Peach, scan it. Scanning. Peach responds. Analysis indicates it is the toxin from the bloodthirsty cedar. This toxin has anesthetic properties and prevents coagulation. Its effectiveness varies with dosage. Each bloodthirsty cedar can yield only 0. 1 grams of toxin. Amilo inhales deeply, recognizing the lengths to which her mentor has gone. While hunting, the bloodthirsty cedar mixes its toxin with its sap before injecting it into its prey. They have somehow purified such a quantity. Assuming the large syringe of toxin in the beggar's possession is derived from Wei Yuan's purification equipment, Amilo is mistaken. Wei Yuan, upon seeing this sizable vial of toxin, is equally astonished. These players are truly frugal. He vaguely recalls that when the players obtained a significant quantity of sap for exchange, they discovered that while breaking down the bloodthirsty cedar, there remained some sap in the capillary tubes between the bark and the core. This was the toxin that the trees had yet to channel into their roots. Seeing this substance resembling sap, and knowing that the sap is worth far more than the trunk or bark, the thrifty players squeezed every last drop of toxin into the sap, only to be informed that it would degrade the quality of the sap. Surprisingly, upon discovering it was indeed toxin, they began to collect it bit by bit. The system did not reclaim this toxin, so they resorted to extracting it themselves, circulating it internally. After much time, they had likely gathered only a small amount, which has now proved invaluable. Congratulations to all players for completing the goblin elimination task. We will now begin distributing gold coins based on player performance. First place in this task, Starry Sky. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 premium goblin gene, and 1 weapon from the Lord's warehouse, which can be collected from the Lord. Second place, Oil Thief. Reward, 80,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, and 1 premium goblin gene. Third place, Secret Beggar. Reward, 50,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, and 1 premium goblin gene. The announcement of rewards on the game screen made Makabaka's eyes turn red with envy. Why is Oil Thief in second place? He exclaimed, glancing at his own meager reward of only 30,000 gold coins, a level 2 gene unlocking potion, and a Titan Giant gene. ITS clearly because my contributions were greater. Oil Thief boasted loudly. Finally, I am in the rightful position. What do you say, beggar? Are you convinced? With his rewards freshly acquired, he resurrected and stood defiantly before Secret Beggar, exuding arrogance. This time, I truly concede, Secret Beggar admitted, feeling exasperated. Thanks to the toxins you collected, we would have certainly lost otherwise. Even if we could resurrect, that Goblin King would have easily dispatched us. That I never expected a level 4 boss to be so formidable. He hasn't even used his weapon yet. Likely underestimating us, Secret Beggar mused, instinctively summarizing the battle. As a seasoned player of the competitive game, his sensitivity to the evolving dynamics of the battle far surpassed that of his peers. Oil Thief nodded in agreement. It was a stroke of luck, but that's the essence of the cosmos. Underestimating us only leads to demise, doesn't it? The distribution of rewards felt like a celebration for the players, with everyone feeling a sense of immense gain. Wei Yuan awarded premium goblin genes to the top 100 players, while the top 10 received Titan Giant genes, and the top 5 were directly granted level 2 gene unlocking potions. As players collected their rewards, they also noticed the newly updated in-game shop. However, many items remained grayed out, as Wei Yuan had not stocked them yet. Only the icons for level 1 and level 2 gene unlocking potions were illuminated. And fortunately, most players' experience bars were only just filled to the first level. Even if the top 3 exchanged their rewards, they wouldn't gain experience points rapidly, observing the players' jubilant reactions as they collected their rewards. Wei Yuan felt a surge of excitement within himself. Although he had heard tales of the Fourth Cataclysm's notorious reputation, this time he truly grasped the terrifying prowess of the players. They were self-sufficient, quickly completing tasks with their amassed gold coins, akin to a swarm of locusts harvesting their own fields, all while expressing gratitude towards him. Even Starry Sky, usually aloof, couldn't help but blush slightly as she approached Wei Yuan to claim her reward. "Lord, I've come to collect my reward," she said, her tall figure framed by her fair, delicate skin. Wei Yuan nodded. "Follow me." They returned to the familiar weapon warehouse. However, after unlocking the level 1 gene, the weapons that once seemed merely impressive now emanated a sense of life. Standing at the entrance, Starry Sky felt an inexplicable heartbeat resonating from the weapons that it wasn't their heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the source of the strongest pulse in the Star Alliance. Weapons are of 2 types, Wei Yuan explained. Point 1 is energy weapons, crafted by mechanics using energy stones to unleash tremendous power, requiring compatibility with gene levels for use. And the other, Starry Sky inquired, her heart racing with anticipation. The other type is crafted by blacksmiths from various materials, imbued with a spirit. These weapons are not limited by levels. Wei Yuan retrieved a pair of Tang Dao from his rack. The slender blades emanated a chilling aura as they were drawn, glinting ominously. Without needing to test them, Starry Sky knew these blades were extraordinarily sharp, requiring the wielder's strength to unlock their true potential. In theory, if the wielder was powerful enough, the weapon would be invincible. With that, Wei Yuan swung the Tang Dao, effortlessly slicing through the resilient ground as if it were tofu. Starry Sky watched in awe as two black lines, as fine as hair, appeared on the ground. Yet the blades left no mark upon their surface. Now, they are yours. Chapter 28. As oil thief, I may not have merit, but I have worked hard. If such weapons existed in the real world, how wonderful it would be. Starry Sky held the twin blades, feeling almost dazed. They were exquisite, and in her grasp, it felt as if her arms were extended. It was as though the blades had grown from her very being. This game was strikingly real. Hearing Starry Sky's soft murmurs, Wei Yuan chuckled lightly. Today, during the battle against the goblins, I noticed you employing ancient martial skills. Does your family have a tradition? Ancient martial arts. Starry Sky turned to Wei Yuan, wondering if there were indeed elements related to ancient martial arts in the game. In truth, her family did possess a lineage of ancient martial arts, although it had since become a struggling martial arts school. If it weren't for her father's desire to preserve their legacy due to her being their only daughter, Starry Sky's mother would have preferred she not train. After all, the adage of wealth and culture. Strength in martial arts rang true. Master martial skills. One must invest in nourishment, both in hardship and supplements. Merely eating well was insufficient. Daily immersion in various herbs and consuming numerous tonic medications were essential. Yet in modern society, the effects of herbal medicines had diminished, and younger generations were increasingly reluctant to toil in the mountains for herbs. Quality medicinal materials had become scarce. Starry Sky was taken aback that while playing a game, an NPC could discern her martial prowess. Suddenly being labeled with the grand term ancient martial arts made her feel somewhat embarrassed. I suppose I have a slight understanding, she admitted. That is sufficient. I plan to invite some instructors to our Blue Star to teach our kin various skills, including ancient martial arts. That I've already sent out recruitment notices, and many interstellar individuals have submitted their resumes. The interviews are in 3 days. Could you assist as an interviewer? Lord's task. Accompany the Lord to the Central Star System and serve as an interviewer. Note: after accepting the task, players must not forcibly log off during the task duration. Task reward: unknown. Will you accept the task? Yes, no. Wow. A special task. Starry Sky's beautiful face lost all traces of her previous icy demeanor. The image of a cold beauty was merely an exterior facade. Accept. The Lord time is set for 3 days from now, right? Wei Yuan nodded. Yes, indeed. Wait, how long will this task take? She asked, concerned. The system had just indicated that players could not log off during the task duration. She still needed to attend to her daily necessities in real life. A task lasting several days would leave her in dire straits. This task should take about a week, Wei Yuan replied. As he spoke, Starry Sky hesitated, contemplating whether to decline. Just then, the system prompted. Task accepted successfully. Players, please log off shortly to sign for the specially prepared gaming pod. The gaming pod is fully equipped with a comprehensive nutrition system, allowing players to remain offline for an entire month. Wow! Starry Sky found herself astonished yet again, having lost count of how many times she had exclaimed in her mind that day. This game was truly exceptional. Initially, she had only sought to practice her skills in this holographic simulation game, never particularly fond of space-themed games due to their repetitive mechanics. However, now that Lord Wei Yuan had mentioned ancient martial arts, she was wide awake. Accepting a task that also provided a gaming pod was a generous offer. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. She had to maintain her composure, unlike the excitable secret beggar and the others. As a descendant of ancient martial arts, she felt a certain pressure to uphold her image. The title of heir of ancient martial arts felt somewhat embarrassing when mentioned casually, yet being praised by an NPC in the game was undeniably gratifying. Wei Yuan observed Starry Sky, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. Her demeanor still cool and composed, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that the seemingly aloof and beautiful girl before him was, in essence, not much different from the other foolish players. After all, one cannot produce two distinct types of individual from a single blanket. A game, likewise, can only attract a singular kind of player. There are but two types of players. One, those who are purely in it for enjoyment, and the other, those who appear serious yet remain, at heart, jesters. Wei Yuan couldn't help but marvel internally, realizing how rare it was to find a reliable player amidst such a crowd of simpletons. This star, even if taken to the central galaxy, would certainly shine bright. My ability to select players is indeed commendable. Wei Yuan's smile grew wider. Since you've accepted the task, let us proceed with that. However, bringing just one companion seems insufficient. Do you have any recommendations, Star? Are you referring to those who will accompany us to the central galaxy? Star inquired. Wei Yuan nodded. Reliable players are bound to have their own circles. Perhaps Star could recommend a few trustworthy players. Makabaka and Windblown Buttocks are quite good, especially Windblown Buttocks. He possesses a certain charisma, Star replied. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement. These players indeed possessed commendable skills, and this mission would rely heavily on them. Yet, why didn't T-Star recommend the Oil Stealer? Just as Wei Yuan was about to ask, a figure suddenly appeared before him with a swift motion. The Oil Stealer slid to Wei Yuan's feet, exclaiming, Brother Yuan, take me along. I wish to see the central galaxy. I, the Oil Stealer, have diligently educated players for years. My experience bar may seem slow to rise, but that is solely because the bloodthirsty patriarch doesn't yield any experience. Star, you cold-hearted iceberg, you were recommended to this game by me, to have such a splendid opportunity to explore the outside world. Yet you do not recommend me. How ungrateful. A cacophony ensued. Star's expression remained icy, but inwardly she stifled a laugh. She had anticipated this gossip hound would be lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping on her conversation with the Lord. This character always gravitated toward commotion. How could this task possibly exclude him? Chapter 29. Task Invitation. Preparing for the Central Galaxy, Wei Yuan flicked his legs, determined not to dislodge the figure clinging to him. The Oil Stealer wailed without shedding a single tear. Your acting skills are even inferior to that player known as the future film emperor, Star remarked, clearly agitated by the incessant noise. She stepped forward and yanked the Oil Stealer down. With such poor acting, how dare you create parody videos of the future film emperor? The Oil Stealer, forcibly pulled down, quickly turned to escape Star's grip and made another attempt toward Wei Yuan's pant leg. However, just as he crawled a couple of meters, Star's long leg pinned him down. What are you doing? What are you doing? You traitor. I bring you along for all the good things, and you, when the Lord asks for recommendations. You failed to choose me. When I return, I shall create a parody video of you. Silence. You're deafening. Star's knuckles cracked against the Oil Stealer's head. The Lord requested more reliable players. Look at yourself. Are you truly reliable? Not reliable. The Oil Stealer squirmed on the ground like a cockroach, unable to move due to being pinned. The sight was utterly comical. Am I less reliable than Beggar and Makabaka? That beggar is a battle maniac. If he accompanies the Lord to the Central Galaxy and decides to engage in a brawl, what then? What do you say? And Makabaka, you know how he is. He always rushes toward commotion, eager to make friends. Does that seem reliable to you? Star fell silent at his words, and Wei Yuan, too, was caught in contemplation. It seemed none of them were straightforward characters. Should he reconsider his choices? Wei Yuan's gaze fell upon Star. Lord, I have already accepted the task. You cannot retract it, Star declared, sensing his intent. Wei Yuan quickly turned his face away. Was his intention that transparent? Once a task is issued, it cannot be rescinded. He awkwardly diverted. However, since the Oil Stealer was so eager to join the mission, given his excellent performance in the previous task, he could indeed accompany them this time. Soon as Wei Yuan's words fell. The Oil Stealer received a task invitation from the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to confirm. Splendid. I can finally explore the outside world. Star's foot remained on his back, and the Oil Stealer danced with joy, resembling a cockroach stuck beneath a shoe. This mission lasts about a week, so I shall log off to inform my fans. Star, please let me go. I need to log off. The Oil Stealer brushed aside Star's foot. 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes in his gaming room. Simultaneously, just like before, a delivery of the gaming pod arrived. The Oil Stealer gazed at the pod, reminiscent of the medical capsule in the game, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Incredible. This gaming company is truly remarkable. I felt it was impressive in the game, but to see something similar in reality is astonishing. To players, everything within the game is merely a product of visual rendering. They assume the technology depicted is fictitious and thus find it hard to believe such advancements could manifest in the real world. The oil stealer was taken aback to discover that the gaming company had indeed developed a pod capable of sustaining a person without food or water for an entire month. Cool, absolutely cool. I must inform my fans. Soon the oil stealer began a live stream, chatting with his fans about the events in the gaming world. Numerous videos of battles against goblins had already circulated online, showcasing players returning to the offline world after being defeated. The videos had become quite popular, and his viewers eagerly awaited his version. Hurry up and update your video, Oil Stealer. Despite the multitude of videos, viewers were most excited for the Oil Stealer's rendition, as he typically recorded the entire experience and maintained an excellent perspective. This time, he chose not to tease his audience and uploaded the video immediately. Just as viewers were about to click to watch, he shared a bombshell announcement. Haha, brothers, in 3 days, I shall embark on the Lord's mission. This task, she glanced up at the transport ship riddled with bullet holes, realizing that returning in such a state would surely spell her doom. Anxiety gripped her as Emilo took a hefty gulp of the bloodthirsty tree sap. Master, for the sake of your life, I suggest you seek out the kin of Sir Wei Yuan to procure some bloodthirsty tree sap to take back. The mechanical companion, Tao Tao, chimed in from behind her. Right, Emilo exclaimed, clapping her hands together. You're so clever, Tao Tao. Bloodthirsty trees are becoming increasingly rare, and the sap harvested by the humans still carries a life essence. Father will undoubtedly be pleased. Perhaps I can escape a beating. The frown on her face vanished in an instant, and she skipped eagerly toward the gathering of players. Having just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, the players' pockets were bulging with spoils. They crowded in an open space, hawking their wares. Don't miss out. Weapons infused with bloodthirsty tree toxins. Just break through your prey's defenses, and you can hunt without injury. Limited stock, first come, first served, a massive clearance, high-grade goblin weapons, the legendary battle axe. It's as effective as the famed Tang Dao of Star Master. Just 2 gold coins for the lot. U1T regret buying. As Emilo stepped onto the street, she was enthusiastically intercepted by a player at the front that, oh, Miss Emilo, come quickly. Look what I have. The freshest bloodthirsty tree sap, just squeezed, incredibly fresh. Our prices are the best. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a discount. 20 off, even 25. You don't have to buy a lot, Miss Emilo. Come to my stall. In an instant, players were clamoring to promote their own bloodthirsty tree sap to Emilo. Most of those who set up stalls here were among the first batch of players, carefully selected by Wei Yuan from the gaming elite. When the second wave of players, bleary-eyed, returned to the game, they were greeted by this bustling scene. I was just about to start mining. Has this area opened up? One exclaimed, what are those big shots doing? Why are they all selling bloodthirsty tree sap? That stuff is dreadful, and because the oil-stealing elder sold too much to the system, the price has plummeted. You don't know. I heard Miss Emilo loves bloodthirsty tree sap, and she pays a much higher price than the system offers. That a player who had caught wind of this information rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in front of his fellow workers preparing to mine. And she pays not in gold coins, but in energy stones. Energy stones? I recall they're priced similarly to energy, or didn't someone calculate that trading bloodthirsty tree sap to Emilo ISNT as profitable as exchanging it with the system? Your information is outdated, brother. The veteran players have already reached level 2, and after that, they can buy energy weapons from the system mall. The consumables for energy weapons are energy stones. The energy or we mine must be processed into energy stones. But our Lord lacks the technology for that. So, we can only acquire energy stones from Emilo. Exactly. This news swiftly spread through the player community. For the first time, Emilo felt incredibly popular among Wei Yuan's kin. Previously, whenever she purchased bloodthirsty tree sap, they had been rather indifferent, often remarking that they only sold to her because of her twin ponytails. Players, who usually appeared aloof, were now fervently attentive, leaving Emilo momentarily taken aback. Do you know I'm about to leave? Emilo bought out all the bloodthirsty tree sap available on the street. Yes, she made her final payment. She inquired of the player with whom she was trading. Could it be that Wei Yuan is aware that school is starting soon? Hence his kin are more welcoming toward me. A faint pink hue blossomed on her cheeks at the thought. However, the player facing her suddenly let out a sharp cry. What? Miss Emilo, you're leaving. His loud exclamation drew the attention of all the players. When are you leaving? Can we negotiate for you to stay a bit longer? Oh no, Emilo. If you leave, what will we do? The players were thrown into a frenzy. They had initially thought this NPC was inconsequential, only to realize her significance just as she was preparing to depart. What kind of planning is this? Are they playing with us? 3 days remained until her departure. Amilo sighed, that I came here to procure bloodthirsty tree sap as gift for my family. Oh, you still have some? I want it all. At that moment, the supplies were still available thanks to her use of space jumping. Had she taken a conventional route, she would have had to return immediately after delivering the goods. To her surprise, Wei Yuan's kin, who had previously seemed indifferent, now appeared reluctant to part with her. Only 3 days left? The player's gas point, 3 days. Brothers, I'll hold off on setting up my stall. Squeezing tree sap is a priority. Goodbye. I'm leaving too. I just bought weapons, but without energy stones, they're useless. The players departed as quickly as they had arrived. In mere seconds, the once bustling marketplace fell into desolation. Isnt had said that humans are the most adept at social graces. Why then were Wei Yuan's kin so? Amilo found herself at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. They seemed to hold only a modicum of reverence for Sir Wei Yuan. Tao Tao summarized, it's akin to the worker insects of the insectoid race. Loyal to their queen, they're nothing like the insect race. Insects are devoid of emotion, executing their queen's commands ruthlessly, consuming everything in sight. Amilo instinctively frowned at the thought of the insect race. Yet, weren't Wei Yuan's kin quite warm toward her? Chapter 31. How could I let you go home alone? Tao Tao observed Amilo as she hopped away, tilting its head in contemplation. However, internal simulations indicated that the social dynamics of Wei Yuan's kin bore at least a 90 resemblance to those of the insectoid race. If Wei Yuan were akin to a queen insect, wouldn't his kin be the worker insects? In the insectoid hierarchy, distinctions were made only between the queen and the workers, with no hierarchy among the workers themselves. In the alliance, not to mention the genetic warriors and ordinary kin, even high-ranking genetic warriors would look down upon lower-tier warriors. They adhered to the belief that might makes right. Yet on this planet, Tao Tao observed that these humans exhibited equality when interacting with Amilo. They even dared to assert that the prices she offered were not worth it. Such occurrences would be utterly inconceivable among the tree people. Tao Tao, were you pondering? Amilo had halted her steps, realizing it would be impolite to leave without informing her senior. When Amilo located Wei Yuan, he was enjoying a meal on another street. Most of the stalls here were run by new players with limited resources, who, after mining for too long, sought to hunt for a quick profit. The resource-rich fifth-tier planet teemed with both flora and fauna, and players often indulged in culinary delights. These players, motivated by Wei Yuan's connection to their homeland, predominantly consisted of individuals from China, fresh wild boar meat, succulent roasted mountain chicken, and roasted mountain chicken eggs. Boss, 1 skewer of roasted chicken legs, please. Wei Yuan stood before the grill, inhaling the enticing aroma of roasted chicken legs. Unable to suppress a gulp of saliva, that you, Brother Yuan, a player fanned himself with a homemade fan, wiping the sweat from his brow before deftly sprinkling wild onion onto the chicken legs. In an instant, an even more irresistible fragrance wafted toward Wei Yuan. Indeed, it was his fellow countryman. Wei Yuan's gaze was fixated on the golden sheen glistening on the chicken legs in the age of interstellar travel. Regardless of race, efficiency was paramount. Even the pleasures of the palate had been evolved away. Following the Great War against the insectoid race, humanity had scarcely emerged, with little thought given to preserving recipes. After his arrival in this world, Wei Yuan had subsisted on nutritional fluids. While these fluids satiated hunger, their taste left much to be desired. According to the law of traversers, Wei Yuan should have been a culinary expert. Capable of winning over legions of interstellar masters with his cooking, alas, he was merely a takeout enthusiast on Earth, who would bother cooking when takeout was available. His culinary prowess was limited to instant noodles. One could hardly call him chef. Add more spice. The players swiftly turned the chicken legs, golden fat dripping onto the charcoal, producing a satisfying sizzle. White smoke billowed forth, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Add more, sure. The roasted chicken legs are ready. A gold coin, please. The player uses the leaves of the bloodthirsty parasol tree for packaging and delivers the fragrant roasted chicken legs. Accepting the gold coin from Wei Yuan, the player is quite unapologetic. Wei Yuan, do you really have to pay for your purchases? Ami Luo, who has just rushed over, looks astonished at the scene before her. Wei Yuan and the player exchange confused glances across the barbecue grill. What do you mean I can't accept money? The player scratches his head. What do you mean, Ami Luo, you don't pay for things when buying from my clan? Wei Yuan's gaze sharpens instantly. I have already paid. I have. Ami Luo feels a chill down her neck under Wei Yuan's intense stare. As long as you've paid. Wei Yuan returns to normal, taking a hearty bite of the chicken leg. The sizzling, oil-dripping chicken leg is simply irresistible. You looking for me? Wei Yuan, with grease glistening at the corners of his mouth, still manages to maintain his charm. In fact, it adds a touch of liveliness to his demeanor, making him seem less aloof. Ami Luo gazes at Wei Yuan with a hint of infatuation. Want some? Wei Yuan takes larger bites, and after finishing the chicken leg in his hand, he turns to the player. Boss, let me have 2 more chicken legs. Do you like it spicy? Ami Luo gazes adorably at Wei Yuan. Senior, I want the same as you. All right, make them spicy. Wei Yuan pays another 2 gold coins. Tao Tao observes Wei Yuan handing the player 2 gold coins. Noticing the decreasing similarity percentage between the human and insect races on its internal display. Even among the insect race, the king worm would never pay the worker worm. Serving the king worm is a privilege for the worker worm. Ami Luo takes a bite of the roasted chicken leg, and her fair face instantly flushes red. What is this sensation? Could it be poisonous? She slightly sticks out her tongue to alleviate the stimulation on her taste buds. But at that moment, her mouth waters profusely. Despite the pain, she finds herself wanting more. Just eat more, and it won't be spicy anymore. Wei Yuan continues to devour the chicken leg. The savory, spicy roasted chicken legs are simply delectable. Ami Luo nearly tears up from the heat, but her superior gene warrior physique enables her to adapt quickly to the spice, making her crave it even more. After just a few bites, she finishes an entire large chicken leg. She never expected that besides the delicious bloodthirsty parasol tree juice, the human race would have such mouth-watering delicacies, so stimulating and flavorful. Before Ami Luo can speak, Wei Yuan quickly interjects. You came looking for me, right? What is it? Seeing this gluttonous girl, he realizes she still wants more chicken legs. As the senior and host, he cannot appear too stingy, especially in front of the players. He hastily redirects Ami Luo's attention from the chicken legs. Ami Luo then remembers she came to tell Wei Yuan about her departure. Senior, school is starting soon, and I need to return the transport ship, so I came to say goodbye. After speaking, Ami Luo looks at Wei Yuan with a trace of anticipation, wondering if he would feel a twinge of reluctance. However, she notices Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly light up. Junior, it would be too dangerous for you to return home alone in case you encounter space pirates. Senior, I can use space jump technology to directly cross the war zone. Wei Yuan shakes his head. Even with space jump technology, I still can't trust you to go home alone. How about this? I'll take a few of our clan members with me to see you off. Chapter 32. How can I support you without budgeting? Senior, you're so kind. Ami Luo's cheeks turn even redder. She sneaks a glance at Wei Yuan, her heart racing slightly. Haha, look, I told you Ami Luo must have a crush on Wei Yuan. I won the bet, hurry, give me the gold coins. The twin-tail girl has fallen after all. It's a pity that our Wei Yuan is an ambitious man who won't be held back by childish feelings. Sigh, Ami Luo, you've let us down. Not far from Ami Luo and Wei Yuan, a group of players lament as they hand over their gold coins. Clearly the lucky ones who won the bet, their faces nearly splitting with smiles. The previously flirtatious atmosphere dissipates instantly. Hearing their remarks, Ami Luo covers her face and quickly runs away. Wei Yuan, however, blocks the players collecting gold coins, extending his hand. You took my bet, so hurry up. Let us split it 70-30. I take 70 and you take 30. Under duress, the players reluctantly pull out their gold coins. Wei Yuan, you're the lord now. How can you be so stingy? Exactly. You're a great lord, destined to be the king of the stars. If a man is too stingy, he won't find a wife. Humph. I can't help but suspect that your offer to protect Ami Luo home is just a ruse to hitch a ride on her space jump. What a miserly man. You would sell your charm just to save a few ticket coins. Poor naive Ami Luo. The world is cruel. Wei Yuan counted the gold coins he received and glanced at the players. You must know, our human race is quite poor. If I don't budget carefully, how can I support you, my clan? Saying this, he turned and walked away, completely ignoring the players left bewildered behind him. Ridiculous! Without his meticulous budgeting, could he have built such a vast enterprise during his time at the Lord Academy? Did the weapons in the armory just appear out of thin air? Yet, the players weren't wrong either. He wasn't foolish. He could see that Ami Luo had some feelings for him. Since she already liked him, it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of her generosity. Moreover, the players still hadn't registered their identities on the Star Network. Technically, they were all unregistered citizens. Unregistered citizens cannot log into official passenger starships. Task triggered. Provide identity proof for the players. As a Star Lord, how can your clansmen remain unregistered? Please ensure that each of your clansmen receives identity proof. Task reward. Navigational fleet? Oh wow. Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the task details and rewards. Thankfully, there were no players nearby. Otherwise, he would have lost his composure. However, this sudden task and its rewards felt somewhat absurd. Providing identity proof for the players? With gene cloning technology and summon souls from Earth, that should be impossible to achieve openly. If the interstellar community learned that he could summon powerful souls from another world, he would undoubtedly be captured by the top races and forced to summon players, coercing them into becoming cannon fodder against the insect race that in comparison to the interstellar realm, Wei Yuan still felt like a human. He and the players were compatriots. System, this task reward is just here to tempt me. Isn't it? Wei Yuan grumbled. However, a whole fleet of navigational warships that amounted to 81 navigational warships, such value could provoke fierce competition even among the central military factions of the alliance. Wei Yuan was driven by greed as he gazed at the task reward, but upon considering the task requirements, he sighed. Should he do it? If so, he would have to attempt to hack into the alliance's terminal intelligence. The Myriad Races Alliance has rapidly advanced in technology through their interactions. Artificial intelligence is a key component in assisting the races in researching genetic technology. Furthermore, all identity registrations are uploaded to the cloud, and all data is managed by the terminal intelligence that he did not possess the technical expertise to hack into a backend and alter the data. Moreover, the number of players would surely increase in the future. He couldn't possibly hack into the backend every time he summoned them. Not to mention, while the people in the alliance may seem foolish on the surface, the real powers behind the scenes are not. If they discover any traces of tampering in the backend data, they would undoubtedly enhance their security. Challenging this repeatedly would be akin to self-sabotage. System, seeing as we have become so familiar, aren't we somewhat reliant on each other? Could you give me a hint? Is this feasible? Wei Yuan was reluctant to give up on this task. Detection indicates that the task is too difficult for the current host, searching for solutions. After assessment, the assistance provided by the summoned clansmen is 0. System assistance initiated. In terms of technology, this system can assist you as long as you have an interface capable of connecting to the terminal intelligence. Although this was slightly simpler than before, obtaining an interface to the terminal intelligence was still no easy feat. Wei Yuan paused in contemplation that IT seemed he still had to return to school. Imagining the principal's reaction if he found out that Wei Yuan planned to steal the terminal intelligence interface and hack into his backend, he would likely break his legs. Never mind, he should focus on selecting talents first. At the very least, he needed to train the players to be somewhat capable. Relying solely on resurrection would only lead to an endless cycle of creating cannon fodder. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of departure, the players gathered with tearful eyes beneath Amiluo's transport ship. Wah! Amiluo is leaving now. After this, who knows if there will be any NPCs to bring energy stones again. Safe travels, Oil Stealer. Don't forget to record videos for us. We were all just mining diligently, but you insisted on competing. Now look, with a little competition, you can follow the Lord to the Central Star System. Please bring back plenty of energy stones for us. Oil Stealer, begging in secret. Wind blows bottom. Makabaka and Xingqian stood at the center of the crowd, all eyes upon them. Begging in secret. Haha, brothers, just wait for our good news. Oil Stealer. Once we reach the new map, I'll definitely record videos to show you all. Makabaka. If there is anything good, I'll send a message in the group, just DM me. Xingqian. 6. Wind blows bottom looked at the 4, unsure if he should say something or if remaining silent would make him seem out of place. Just then, Wei Yuan arrived with Amilo. Alright, enough showing off. Let us board the transport ship. Chapter 33. Wait, are you spitting at me, buddy? Ha, brothers, look, this is the interior of the transport ship. Even though it's my second time here, I'm still awestruck by the vastness of the space. Look at that door. It's so cool. Previously, this chamber was used for storing primary energy saws, which was truly breathtaking. Now, all we see is how spacious this place is. Amilo is undoubtedly a super rich lady. I overheard her conversation with Wei Gu. This transport ship belongs to her family, no doubt a wealthy heiress. If Wei Gu could get close to Amilo, we'd never have to worry about food or drink again. Brothers, Oil Stealer walked in the line, murmuring to herself while recording a video. Wind blows bottom. experiencing this for the first time, was perplexed by Oil Stealer's actions. There's no live streaming feature in the game. What is she doing? Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Can't she see how awkward Emilo seems? Wind blows bottom, turned to see Wei Yuan averting his gaze. Oh, the Lord feels embarrassed too. How shameful. I might embarrass myself again. With a flushed face, Wind blows bottom, lowered his head. A wealthy second generation, he was experiencing for the first time that feeling described online. The urge to dig his toes into the ground out of embarrassment. Just as he was about to dig a hole, Makabaka placed a hand on his shoulder. Feeling super awkward? Ha. Oil Stealer is a streamer. You'll get used to in a holographic simulation game. When one becomes immersed, it's easy to forget they are all NPCs. Wine blows bottom expressed his gratitude but felt no comfort at all. Sister Makabaka, the immersion is just too intense. I can't ignore it, he whispered to her. While they spoke, Emilo had already laughed several times, and the Lord's face was a canvas of embarrassment. How did they manage to remain so calm while speaking about them being NPCs in front of the Lord and Emilo? After system processing, the player's Earth language is automatically translated into the common tongue of the Galactic Alliance. However, when it comes to terms that might expose the game, it reverts to Earth language. Hence, Emilo thought. Wei Yuan's kin truly appeared dignified at all times. Who would have thought she could board a spaceship in her lifetime? Are we about to commence interstellar travel? Begging in secret leaned against the window, peering outside but seeing nothing. Curiously, he turned to Emilo. Emilo, did you put a privacy film on your window? What the heck is a privacy film? Wei Yuan wished he could throw these two embarrassing characters off the transport ship. So humiliating. Perhaps it's best not to bring these guys to the academy for competitions, that I should find a few more reliable players with steadier personalities. There's still time. Just as Wei Yuan felt his scalp tingling. Emilo gave him a knowing look. It's alright, senior. I understand that we just transitioned from ordinary people to gene warriors. It's completely normal. Emilo was empathetic but thought to herself, humans are indeed, as rumored. Ever since the war with the Zerg, their racial resources have plummeted, and wonder Wei Yuan was known for his thriftiness during school. Despite achieving top grades at the Lord Academy, only a handful of ordinary humans were sent to his territory, and none were gene warriors. She recalled her father saying that when she neared graduation assessments, he would send all the promising gene warriors from their clan to her. Moreover, she wouldn't even need to worry about cultivation resources. In comparison, Emilo suddenly felt that Wei Yuan had it really tough. With that thought, she softened her previous teasing attitude towards the players and gently explained, during interstellar travel, spatial rifts can occur. For safety, the Alliance upgraded all flying vehicles 70 years ago. The upgraded vessels lack viewing areas. To see the outside world, one must rely on real-time monitoring from the main cockpit. After Emilo spoke, she activated her wrist communicator. In an instant, the cosmic scenery manifested in 3D around the players. They felt as if they were already immersed in space. 3 enormous suns appeared as bright points of light. And Wei Yuan's territory, Blue Star, was barely visible. Wow, have we really escaped Earth's gravity? I feel nothing, Oil Stealer exclaimed while filming. Emilo smiled. During ordinary travel, there's hardly any sensation of movement. However, this time, we will employ spatial leap technology to cross the war zone. So prepare yourselves. Prepare for what? Emilo controlled the transport ship, and suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed above their heads. Spatial jump countdown. 3, 2, 1. Prepare for nausea. Soon as Emilo finished speaking, the players felt their heads swelling and shrinking. Their bodies feeling as if they were pliable like clay, being squished and stretched. They felt nauseous but couldn't even vomit. The discomfort was profound, not merely physical but soul deep. Ugh. When the jump concluded, the players' faces turned pale. Oil Stealer was on the verge of tears. Vomit bags. The Mech Peachy delivered the bags, and the 5 players collectively clutched the bags, retching violently. Spatial jumps induce intense discomfort, but one gets accustomed to it eventually. Emilo also felt uneasy, gulping down sap from a bloodthirsty tree to quell her discomfort. This is unbearable. Emilo, have we arrived? Oil Stealer managed to lift her head after vomiting. Emilo shook her head. Not yet. We've only crossed the war zone that we still need to jump at least 8 more times to reach home. 8 times, the 5 of them exclaimed in unison. Even Xingqian, with tear-filled eyes, clutched the vomit bag, exuding an aura of despair. Although their physical pain was muted, the experience of spatial jumping was excruciating, 100 times worse than motion sickness. Wei go. I can't take it anymore. Drop me off here. I'll restart. Makabaka weakly raised her hand in a feeble request. It's just a game. There's no need to risk my life. Previously on Earth, she was severely motion sick and would vomit in any vehicle. She had thought nothing could be worse than motion sickness, but here she was proven wrong. This was merely a game, yet she was on the brink of losing her lunch. Makabaka gazed pleadingly at Wei Yuan. Lord, Wei go, let me off. I can't jump anymore. Really as she spoke, she began to retch again. Wei Yuan, after pulling up Makabaka's data, discovered this girl was truly prone to motion sickness. The spatial leap technology was still not fully refined, and the experience was indeed poor. Senior, should I turn back and let your kin off? Amilo inquired. If all the humans disembarked the transport ship, it would leave only her and Wei Yuan aboard. The thought thrilled Amilo, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us not return. You're about to start school anyway. Further delays wouldn't be good. Wei Yuan began searching for nearby planets where they could dock. How could he undertake the players' tasks without the players? The system specifically mandated that they must take the players to the central star system to find suitable mentors for them. This mission wasn't merely Wei Yuan's whim, but a branch task assigned by the system. Such spontaneous tasks provide rewards based on completion levels. Thus, players must accompany him, and they lacked identification. To reach the central star system, they would need to sneak across. Fortunately, the location of Blue Star is exceedingly distant from the central star system in general, for such remote systems, as long as one has sufficient financial resources, arrangements can be made for clandestine passage. However, Senior, this area still falls under the jurisdiction of border patrols and interstellar pirates. Might it not be unsafe? Amilo expressed some concern. Not at all. They can take care of themselves. Just find a planet to dock, Wei Yuan replied. What we need is chaos. The more tumultuous a war zone, the more smuggling ships there will be. The planets situated in conflict zones are in utter disarray. The faces of all the refugees are numb, their eyes reflecting profound desolation. Makabaka, along with the oil thief and others, proceeded towards the smuggling starship as directed by the system. Along the way, they encountered numerous bodies. Torn apart by explosions, children lay beside their deceased mothers, awaiting death, a wife curled up in her husband's embrace, her gaze devoid of life. There were no wails of grief, in the absence of cannon fire. This war zone could even be deemed eerily silent. Makabaka merely glanced at the scene, and her eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Was the artist responsible for rendering this scene unwell? Why must they depict such suffering? Her voice quivered with emotion. Just moments ago, she had been overwhelmed with nausea, yet now she was witnessing a hellish reality. It was merely a game. Why render the imagery so hauntingly real? Unable to restrain herself, she began to wipe away her tears, reminding herself that it was just a game. She should not delve too deep into the emotions, simply avoid looking into their eyes. Standing beside Makabaka, Feng Shui Pippi gently patted her shoulder, taking it upon himself to comfort her. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, he too felt a pang in his heart. The others were not faring much better. Even Xing Tian's eyes glistened with moisture. Stop dawdling. Hurry aboard the starship. If you want to live, hide in the kitchen and remain silent. Understood? The purple-skinned man leading them onto the ship wore a mask of indifference. Seeing these 5 young ones still capable of shedding tears only deepened his frown. What peculiar beings are these? Reduced to smuggling, yet they still pity the common folk. Hurry up. This starship, bound for the central star system, would take 2 days to reach its destination. Consequently, the provisions stored on board were limited. The storage room offered relatively ample space. At least when Makabaka and her companions huddled in a corner, it did not feel cramped. Those permitted aboard appeared to be Gene warriors. Once the oil thief noticed that the leading purple-skinned man had departed, he cautiously lifted his head to survey the surroundings. Within this storage room, approximately 40 to 50 assorted individuals were curled up. Beside a circle of players lay a plump balloon man, staring blankly at the ceiling. A significant gash marred his abdomen, from which a silvery liquid seeped slowly. The oil thief observed him, instantly reminded of the commoners who lacked the fortune to board the starship. Even the Gene warriors suffered such grievous wounds. The common folk could only gamble on luck to see who might survive. Despite repeatedly reminding himself that this was merely a game, The oil thief's eyes glistened with unshed tears. A human accustomed to peacetime. He had rarely encountered such horrific scenes. Even as he mentally reassured himself of the artificiality, he could not dispel the sorrow. I'll go gather some information and see what is happening on this planet. The oil thief sighed and approached the balloon man. Hey, are you all right? He inquired, leaning closer. Upon hearing his voice, the balloon man's eyes shifted, yet remained devoid of life. You don't seem well either, the oil thief remarked awkwardly. I'd like to inquire about what is going on with this planet. Aren't the interstellar pirates at war on M2779? Why is it affecting this area? Earlier, when Emilio and Wei Yuan discussed this matter, the oil thief had eavesdropped. However, the planet they were boarding was not M2779. He posed his earnest question, but the balloon man continued to gaze at him with lifeless eyes. His mouth opened as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Without hesitation, the oil thief leaned in closer. Buddy, whisper it to me. A gurgling sound escaped the balloon man's throat and a faint voice emerged from the other side. It's a war zone. When the interstellar pirates run short on resources, they will target weaker neighboring planets, plundering resources to sustain their warfare. Do you understand? Ah, I see. The oil thief turned to the voice's origin and discovered another individual across from the balloon man. This person appeared in significantly better condition. Just then, he felt a sudden chill against his ear. Reaching up, he found moisture. Hey, what was that for? He exclaimed. The balloon man trembled, eyes wide, before succumbing to silence. What the? Are you trying to frame me? The oil thief stepped back in alarm. The individual who had spoken earlier coughed softly from the corner. He was already close to death. Why concern yourself with him? Is it all right to leave a corpse here? The oil thief wiped the moisture from his ear, feeling uneasy. Although it was a game, the balloon man's spittle before passing felt oddly ominous. Observing the person opposite him, it appeared he possessed more information. The oil thief decided to approach him. This area was primarily for the starship's kitchen, where food was stored. The individual lay atop a heap of woven bags, clad in a light green robe. Looking frail, with pointed ears and a sharp nose, complemented by striking green eyes, the oil thief mused that if it weren't for his unappealing appearance, he might have mistaken him for an elf. You don't look like you're from this planet. What race are you? The stranger spoke as if struggling for breath, his eyes fixed intently on the oil thief, clearly having noticed the player's arrival in the kitchen. Human, I assented obvious? The oil thief grinned, inching closer. If you know what I am, then what about you? Greenwich clan. My name is Ukaz, the stranger replied with a smile. You seem curious about the war zone. Have you come from elsewhere? The kitchen housed many injured individuals, yet most appeared numb and dazed, even upon hearing the commotion. Thus, encountering an NPC willing to converse felt rather fortunate for the oil thief. Noticing that Ukaz appeared in better condition than the others, he speculated that perhaps Ukaz was a guide NPC. He had likely approached because the oil thief had initially sought the wrong person. Preventing the dialogue from triggering, the oil thief scrutinized Ukaz's face. He certainly bore the hallmark of standard NPC, lacking the polished detail seen in Emilio's creations. Not to mention, his skin appeared coarse and dry, and his gaze lacked vitality. The game was, after all, just a game. Staff could overlook certain details. It seemed a minor bug had been uncovered. From Ukaz's perspective, the human had suddenly stared intently at him before breaking into a peculiar smile. Growing increasingly proud of himself, Ukaz wondered if the human had some sort of affliction. His own lifeless eyes shifted uncomfortably. It was improbable that his disguise had been detected. He had encountered numerous members of the Alliance without revealing himself, so it was unlikely he would do so in front of such a low-level human. Moreover, Ukaz glanced at the deceased balloon man. This fellow had exhibited no caution, even if he sensed something amiss. Soon enough, he too would be devoured. Humans, remarkably, they could outsmart the queen worm. They appeared rather unimposing. Oil thief, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you'd go gather information? Seeing the oil thief grinning foolishly at a green-skinned individual in the corner raised the alarm for anonymously begging. Didn't the Lord instruct us to remain low-key aboard this smuggling starship? If you jeopardize our mission, you'll be in serious trouble. Anonymously begging placed a hand on the oil thief's shoulder and whispered, This mission cannot be revived. If you die during the task, we cannot complete it. As he spoke, he began to steer the oil thief back towards the other players. Ukaz continued to watch them with a fixed gaze. causing anonymously begging to feel uneasy to it's merely a matter of gathering information. It's a game after all that if we don't understand the background, what's the point of fighting? The oil thief shrugged off anonymously begging's hand. The individual is named Yukas, presumably an NPC aboard the starship, with whom dialogue can be initiated. The oil thief whispered. Their words reached Yukas as fragmented sounds interspersed with incomprehensible beeps. You need not be anxious. Young man, in my current state, I am incapable of causing harm, and physical altercations are prohibited on this smuggling vessel. Yukas discerned the latent wariness in the eyes of the beggar. His interest in the beggar piqued. From a moment the players boarded the starship and entered this kitchen, he had set his sights on them. Humans, what a unique species they are to the Zerg. Indeed, Yukas belongs to the Zerg. Or rather, it might be more accurate to say that the brain, named Yukas, within this body, is Zerg. This body is nearing its limit. He must find another host to inhabit. Much like his companions, the warriors in the war zone are exceedingly cautious. And the gene soldiers available for parasitism are often those who are maimed or mentally unstable. Such bodies cannot sustain life for long. Yukas cast a glance at the area where the players had congregated. There, wind-blowing buttocks was entirely oblivious to being watched, still bent over, untying the ropes of a large sack. Are you curious about matters concerning the war zone and interstellar pirates? Yukas inquired of the beggar. I can share some insights, but I wish to stay with you. My condition is dire, and without companions, the administrator may confiscate my belongings. Without resources, even reaching the central star system would lead to my demise. It is said that humans are a compassionate race within the Interstellar Alliance, often willing to assist the weak. Yukas recalled some information he had gleaned from the broodmother when departing from the Zerg. That administrator engages in such activities, truly despicable. The oil thief rolled up her sleeves. Let us help him out, beggar. She winked at the beggar, messaging privately. This NPC seems a bit off. The beggar retorted. You realize he is suspicious. Yet you're still conversing with him? The oil thief replied. I thought he was a triggered NPC. I didn't expect us to be the targets. Since we're already being watched, let us see what he intends. The oil thief suggested. The beggar warned. If this goes awry, you'll be in grave danger. This is a special mission. The beggar certainly didn't wish for this mission to end abruptly. Yet it was clear that Yukas harbored ill intentions toward their group of 5. After some contemplation, the beggar messaged back. All right, but if things go awry, we'll let the stars deal with him. The beggar and the oil thief exchanged glances, and she nodded slowly. Together, they led Yukas toward wind-blowing buttocks and the others. At that moment, wind-blowing buttocks was spitting and making faces, while Makabaka wore an expression of distaste. Only Star was gently swaying a test tube-like object in her hand. What is that? The beggar asked curiously. They had wanted to see what culinary creations the kitchen had to offer, so they opened a sack. Star chuckled as she revealed the sack wind-blowing buttocks had opened earlier, filled entirely with the type of test tube she held, each containing a clear, viscous liquid. What is this? The beggar asked, pulling one out and noticing the label that read nutritional liquid. Disgusting, yet I'm a bit hungry. I should have brought something from the food street. Wind-blowing buttocks recalled the nutritional liquid he had consumed earlier and felt nauseated again. There is truly no need for such detail in a game. I can actually feel hunger within it. Wind-blowing buttocks grimaced in pain. The more pressing issue was not just hunger, but the fact that remaining in a state of hunger would lead to a decline in status. Star interjected, then expressionlessly drank from the nutritional liquid in her hand. Not bad. It's drinkable, she remarked. Makabaka and wind-blowing buttocks gazed at Star with admiration that a true master can consume even the most unpalatable fare in one go. Star, already accustomed to such tastes, reflected on the unappetizing tonic she had endured at home. She glanced at Yukas, brought by the oil thief, and inquired, Who is this? An NPC, though he seems a bit dubious. He wishes to accompany us for protection and claims to be gravely injured. The oil thief wants to gather some information. The beggar summarized. Star nodded. Within the team, Star undoubtedly possessed the greatest overall strength. Yet the true leader was the beggar. We'll follow your lead, she said, pulling out 2 more test tubes. She handed one to the oil thief and the other to Yukas. Yukas immediately waved his hand. I've already consumed some. The nutritional liquid in the kitchen is abundant. Such low-grade nutritional liquid was insufficient for the mindworm. The brain fluid of gene warriors was far more to their taste. The oil thief cheerfully accepted the nutritional liquid, showing no sign of distaste as he downed it. Star silently observed him. 6. What are you so excited about? The oil thief smacked his lips, feeling slightly unsatisfied. Why do I feel like I'm still hungry? He curiously rubbed his stomach. Perhaps it's due to a long day's exertion. Should I fetch you more? The oil thief nodded. Wind blowing buttocks, and the others had witnessed the oil thief drinking the nutritional liquid. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Is the oil thief's tongue merely decorative? Could it be that he has shut off his sense of taste? Wind blowing buttocks exclaimed, hastily checking to see if he had inadvertently disabled any senses. Makabaka frowned. Taste cannot be disabled, and the oil thief is quite particular about food. Something is amiss. The beggar stroked his chin. Indeed, something is off. The trio mimicked the gesture, absurdly watching the oil thief approach them. Quickly bring me more nutritional liquid. The oil thief grinned, reaching for the test tubes. But in the next moment, he froze, his eyes darting wildly, and his mouth began to open and close erratically. Oh no. Oh no, brothers, I'm lagging. The oil thief exclaimed inwardly, realizing he could not articulate his thoughts. He quickly messaged their team chat. Crap. Brothers, was that nutritional liquid I drank, or some kind of fake liquor? Why is my body starting to misbehave? No way. Is this a bug? Trigger random quest. A new branch of the Zerg. Your summon kin is under attack by mind worms. Eradicate them immediately. Quest reward. Zerg details. Mind worm gene. Lying in the transport ship. Wei Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. What rotten luck. They merely boarded a smuggling ship and encountered the Zerg. The mind worms. A new branch. Wei Yuan scrutinized the system message, his expression darkening. The Zerg are attacking, and these are creatures never before seen. Mind worms. What are they? After years of study at the Lord Academy, where he excelled in every subject, he had never encountered the term mind worm in any of the textbooks. This is bad. I'm not with them. Those fools, encountering the Zerg, are likely facing certain death. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. Players can respawn, and as for quests, he can return to recruit more players for the Central Star system. But the mindworm situation is quite serious. Trigger quest, exterminate the mindworms. The body of player oil thief is under siege by mindworms. All players must collaborate to eliminate them. Chapter 35. Let me open your skull. Mindworms. The oil thief was dumbfounded. When did he become infested with mindworms? It must have been the saliva spat out by that balloon person earlier. Damn it, the oil thief erupted in frustration. Brothers, I'm finished. That balloon person spat saliva into my ear. It must have been then that the mindworm crawled into my brain. What should I do? I don't want to die. I haven't even fully experienced my second-level power yet. Help me, Star, what do I do? What should I do? The oil thief is frantically sending messages in the group, incessantly tagging Xingqian. This barrage of messages reverberates in her mind, and Xingqian's expression grows increasingly grim. Ukaz, having long settled in the corner to watch the spectacle, wonders if his companion will soon be devoured. Hungered, I am so hungry. A slightly stuttering voice escapes the oil thief's lips, his eyes darting about, as if they were toys contended over by others. The oil thief exclaims, It's over. The brainworm is about to take control of my body. He continues, my head is being gnawed upon. I can hear it. He tags Xingqian again, pleading, Big boss, save me. Hurry and expel that worm. I'm going to die. Am I going to respawn? My money. Xingqian's brows furrow tightly as she growls. Shut up. She draws a Tang Dao from her side, its chilling sharpness instantly pervading the area. Ukaz, the insect, is taken aback. What is happening? He is merely hungry. What is she doing? Internal conflict is forbidden here. I never said I would kill him. Xingqian shoots an impatient glance at Ukaz. Help him clear his mind. I end the group. The oil thief cries out, Big boss, I'm scared. Xingqian retorts, Is being scared useful? How else can we eradicate the worm without opening your skull? Are you waiting for it to devour your brain before you respawn? If you wish to live, then be silent. Makabaka. 6. Wind blows. 6. Secretly begging. 6. The oil thief. Point 6. Tears flow in the oil thief's mind. Surely, Xingqian is doing this on purpose. That stingy woman. However, there truly are no other means of treatment. An operation is the only option. The oil thief's body continues to stutter, his mouth incessantly uttering his hunger. Xingqian shows no mercy. The Tang Dao is raised high, aimed at the top of the oil thief's head. Should it be a vertical or a horizontal incision? While Makabak and Wind Blows are still munching on popcorn, secretly begging finally reacts. Horizontal cut. Horizontal cut. Oh. Xingqian coolly adjusts the position of her Tang Dao, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, my hands are swift." The oil thief exclaims, "I truly thank you. He is merely hungry. Must he be killed?" Ukaz increasingly feels something is amiss. What are these humans doing? Was it not agreed that humans are peaceful and compassionate towards the weak? How can they consider killing a companion simply because he is hungry? Why does no one else intervene? Since joining the Alliance, Ukaz has consumed many brains from various races and has a decent understanding of their fundamental moral theories. Although he has never encountered humans before, he recalls that the Alliance members generally perceive the human race as exceptionally kind. Could it be that after secluding themselves for so long, humans have changed? Yet the Alliance remains unaware? This must be reported to my king. As Ukaz contemplates, the oil thief's skull has already been opened. After a graceful arc of the Tang Dao, Xingqian sheathes the blade perfectly. Secretly begging, quick on the uptake, presses down on the delicate line Xingqian has cut, unveiling the oil thief's brain. The oil thief shouts, "Wow, my head feels cold." He adds, "Wind blows, buddy, take a picture. Hurry, I need to post this on social media when I log off." "Ha!" Wind blows responds, "You are truly incredible, my friend." Though feeling a bit nauseous, Wind blows endures the discomfort and begins recording. The royal worm disdainfully remarked, "Every royal worm possesses wisdom, yet not every one of them is intelligent. Those foolish beings only know how to eat, incessantly consuming until they exhaust all sources of energy, only to embark on a quest for more. In the vast cosmos, they seek energy, and should misfortune strike and their resources dwindle, they perish, a truly foolish demise." After a moment of contemplation, Wu decided that the few who had successfully invaded must suppress any news. It was imperative that the Alliance did not discover their evolution. According to the reports from the earlier scouts, humanity had concealed themselves since the last Great War, seldom revealing their presence. Unexpectedly, during this assault by the brain worms, they encountered humans again. Wu licked his lips. The humans were the most formidable and intelligent faction among the Alliance, but if such a race could be harnessed for his purposes, it would be advantageous. Reflecting on human ingenuity and glancing at the brain mother he had painstakingly created, Wu sighed softly. A replica is still a replica, lacking significantly in essence. Interestingly, his own intellect seemed to have escalated after consuming human resources. He recalled the other royal worms. He was not the sole adversary in the war against humanity. They were all cunning entities. After uttering this thought, Wu closed his enormous compound eyes. "Congratulations, host, for completing the brain worm elimination task. Reward: details on the insect race, brain worm genetics." Upon receiving this message from the system, Wei Yuan was taken aback that a player had defeated a brain worm. What was happening? He quickly checked the system for the perspective of the oil-stealing lady and her companions. Indeed, a new species had emerged. While reviewing their visual data, Wei Yuan absorbed the system's rewards. The myriad intelligent types that the insect race had diversified into over the years left him astounded. Goodness, are these insects attempting to defy the heavens? The insect race already surpassed the myriad races of the Alliance in power. The Alliance had managed to survive all these years solely due to technology. However, now does he observe the details of the insect race? Several unique varieties emerged. Wei Yuan sighed. It was likely that those within the Alliance remained oblivious to this information, that if he recklessly shared this news with the principal, they might investigate the players he summoned. Should they discover that the players were all undocumented, it would lead to further complications. Wei Yuan decided to extract segments from the videos of the players and publish a separate clip featuring the brainworm on the Star Network. He even employed a sensational title commonly used by players. Shocking. Insect race discovered in the war zone. Latest insect branch. Brainworm. Over the years, while our technology has evolved, what advancements have the insect race achieved? A series of headlines accompanied by videos were dispatched by Wei Yuan. Typically, any news related to the insect race garnered explosive attention, so he opted not to invest in boosting traffic, observing the pop-up page for recharge boosts. He calmly dismissed it. Meanwhile, the oil-stealing lady found her head pushed back, her body still somewhat uncoordinated. Am I truly this unfortunate? Did the brain worm consume precisely the part of my brain responsible for coordination? Even if it had been consumed, it mattered little. I see the wound on your head is beginning to heal. Secretly checking the oil-stealing lady's hair, the incision was indeed starting to close. Chapter 37. Journey to the Academy. Provocation from the elven race. I'm sorry. The content you posted has been deleted due to violations. Wei Yuan stared coldly at the message on the Star Network page. Well, The latest news about the insect race not only failed to attract attention, but was also deleted in an instant. It appears the insect race has infiltrated the alliance. He glanced at the nearby Amilo, who was smiling sweetly at him. The interstellar alliance was no longer safe. Everyone viewed the insect race as mere mindless creatures, solely focused on consumption. Yet now, these seemingly senseless monsters had developed brains and begun to evolve. How many individuals within the alliance had been manipulated? The continuous warfare over the years, along with those who defected from the military. Could the insect race be behind this? Wei Yuan was uncertain. The ability to directly control the Star Network's review system, even erasing all content he had posted, indicated that those with low status could not achieve such feats. Who could it be? Senior, we are approaching Cash Satellite soon. Would you like to visit my home? Amilo gazed at Wei Yuan with adoration. Without the bothersome humans around, being with Wei Yuan made the air sweet. I want to be visiting. Just drop me off along the route to the Central Star System. Wei Yuan replied with a smile. Visiting? For what purpose? If we arrive late at Cash Satellite, I will miss the last starship to the Central Star System. Amilo watched as Wei Yuan departed without any hesitation. The mech named Tao Dao handed a handkerchief to her. Master, don't be upset. At least you've gained some favor with Lord Wei Yuan. I just feel that even his departing figure is incredibly handsome. Tao Tao remarked. Well, it seems this master is beyond saving. The group, carefree and lighthearted, had just resolved the brainworm incident and soon fell asleep in the cabin. Hey, wake up! Hurry down, we've arrived at the Central Star System. The purple-skinned individual knocked beside the oil-stealing lady. She awoke, drooling. The others were also in disarray that we've arrived already. Wind blowing but rubbed his eyes, surprised that they had reached their destination in what felt like mere hours. The five of them, resembling their earlier boarding of the starship, followed the purple-skinned individual off the craft. Wei Yuan stood a short distance away. Wow. Brother Yuan, you came to pick us up? You don't know. I almost died on the way. Brother Yuan, the Lord. The oil-stealing lady slid over, embracing Wei Yuan's leg, tearfully recounting the events aboard the starship. The others chimed in with additional details. Starry, seemingly relieved at Wei Yuan's presence, softened her gaze significantly. The insect race truly is cunning. Thankfully, you all are safe. Wei Yuan patted the oil-stealing lady's shoulder. This young man was indeed unfortunate. He was always the first to encounter trouble. Yet, he was remarkably resilient. By the way, Brother Yuan, we killed someone on the starship. Would that purple-skinned individual cause us trouble? The oil-stealing lady glanced nervously at the purple-skinned administrator nearby, still watching them. With me around? There's nothing to worry about. Yes, soon as Wei Yuan spoke, the administrator approached, bowing respectfully. Sir, we have safely escorted these young warriors to you, and Wine Master expressed that it is an honor to serve someone of your caliber, and we cannot accept any fare. He only dared to approach after the players had spoken with Wei Yuan. The respectful demeanor left the players dumbfounded. Whoa, this guy was acting so sycophantic when he was getting us on the starship. Is this what it feels like to have backing? With Brother Yuan around, it feels incredibly secure. Wow. What level must Brother Yuan be for this level 5 purple-skinned individual to behave so respectfully? Wind blowing, and the others trembled with excitement. Starry, however, watched them with a bemused expression. A level 5 warrior personally came to greet them, and even though they walked slowly and chatted the whole way, the purple-skinned individual merely urged them along without taking action. In the kitchen compartment, all passengers appear to fear the purple-skinned individual. Even the brainworm incessantly repeated that killing was prohibited aboard the starship. Yet, when Starry committed murder, the purple-skinned individual merely glanced at it, as if nothing had happened. Such a powerful being would let them off for the sake of a few? Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that it had to be due to the Lord's formidable presence. Starry gazed at Wei Yuan, excitement flickering in her eyes. She could hardly fathom how powerful he truly was. What am I even fantasizing about? This is just a game. Starry repeatedly reminded herself internally. Nonetheless, she maintained her icy demeanor outwardly. Who is your master? Wei Yuan accepted the fare provided by the purple-skinned individual. Inside were energy ores of considerable value. The purple-skinned individual stared blankly as Wei Yuan nonchalantly accepted the bag of ores. This sir, that actually took the fare? Normally, someone of his high status would simply give such ores away without a second thought. The purple-skinned individual silently sighed, feeling that he had just experienced a futile moment of joy. Encountering such a miserly individual, at least your master has some insight. It's worth befriending. Wei Yuan opened his neural interface. Tell him to add me as a friend. I will approve it shortly. The purple-skinned individual instantly transformed his dejection into joy, happily recording Wei Yuan's contact code. Although no benefits were obtained from this esteemed individual, possessing their contact number would surely lead to considerable rewards for my master upon my return. With that, Wei Yuan waved his hand and led the players directly to the recruitment market. The myriad of interstellar races was no mere jest as the oil thief entered the talent market. She was immediately dazzled by the bizarre array of races surrounding her. Some resembled humans in stature, while others were utterly unrecognizable as living beings. There was even a massive gas that shouted as the oil thief passed by. What do you mean, cutting in line? The players were left awestruck by the sights before them. Was this truly the essence of interstellar races? It was astonishing if they could capture this on video and send it back. Those back home would surely be ecstatic. The players were spellbound, while the oil thief busily recorded everything, fearful of missing any moment. Our interview room is 306. Let us proceed, Wei Yuan announced, clutching the room number obtained from the Talent Market Administration. The interview process unfolded without a hitch. The job application procedure bore little distinction from interviews on Earth. In fact, it might have been less thrilling than the players' encounters with brain worms aboard their starship. The selection process was straightforward. A list of candidates was provided for them to review, allowing them to choose suitable individuals to take back as instructors. Wei Yuan left the players behind and made his way to the Lord Academy. Well, look who has returned, the academic achiever of our Lord Academy. Why are you not busy managing your dilapidated territory? Have the interstellar pirates set their sights on your prime location, and now you seek aid? The caustic remarks echoed. Just as Wei Yuan approached the principal's building, he turned his gaze towards a speaker, a short figure with rough, dark skin clad in a tiger-striped skirt, exuding a primitive aura. What was this? Wei Yuan cast a cold glance and prepared to stride past, unwilling to halt for such insignificant hindrances. How dare you act so brazenly? The human race is but a diminutive species on the brink of extinction. Wei Yuan, you single-handedly instigated the conflict between the human and goblin races. Do you not feel the slightest pang of guilt? Annoyed, Wei Yuan merely wished to enter the principal's office, yet this individual had obstructed his path. With time running short, his temper began to fray. The goblin race? Are you seeking vengeance for them? Wei Yuan stepped forward, gazing down at the unremarkable goblin hybrid. If you wish to die at the entrance of the principal's office, I can gladly oblige, he whispered into the goblin's ear. You dare. Do you wish to test my resolve? Wei Yuan extended his hand, just as the principal's office door creaked open, accompanied by the principal's voice. Enough. Wei Yuan, is there something you need upon your return to the academy? Wei Yuan pushed the goblin aside and entered the principal's office. The elderly principal regarded him kindly. I have a video you should examine closely, Wei Yuan stated, sending the footage to the principal. It pertained to the insectoid race. The insectoid race. The principal's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. This video was swiftly removed from the Star Network once uploaded. I believe you understand the implications better than I do. Outside, the goblin hybrid glared at the principal's building, filled with indignation. How infuriating. This Wei Yuan was utterly insufferable. How could a mere human dare to provoke him? The goblin and elf races were both notoriously difficult to breed, making his own hybrid status a significant asset for both races' future. Yet Wei Yuan had not only audaciously severed the head of a goblin, but also openly challenged other races with such arrogance. This attitude was deeply unsettling for the only goblin hybrid currently in existence. His cousin, a prince of the elf race, held an esteemed position, yet this Wei Yuan overshadowed him. After all, he was merely a human. What did it matter if he excelled academically? He remained a short-lived nuisance. How could we not crush the humans? A fifth-level planet cannot even subdue them. If it were me, I would have already enslaved all of their kind. The goblin murmured, crouching on the ground with a malevolent glare. Yet the next moment, a shadow loomed over him. Wei Yuan's voice echoed from above. The goblin swiftly looked up, disdain evident in his gaze. You are just a human. How dare you challenge us goblins since I have encountered you today? Let me remind you, the position of leader belongs to my cousin, and you trash should not even dream of it. Your race will pay for your arrogance. The goblin you killed was among the weakest of us. Slap. As the goblin continued to spout threats, Wei Yuan's patience wore thin. Having just exited the principal's office, He had already overheard the goblin's incessant muttering that he typically ignored such fools. But today, his mood was particularly foul. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across the goblin's face. The goblin exploded in fury. "You dare strike my face? I will kill you. Once my cousin ascends to leadership, I will ensure all humans are enslaved." Wei Yuan's brow furrowed in anger. Had the human race truly faded from public consciousness? A hybrid of goblin and elf dared to speak, and indeed, "Steward, he has slain my cousin. Why are you not hastening to avenge him?" And Yu Dong was in a state of urgency. The situation had spiraled out of control. The goblin appeared to be utterly foolish, yet his identity was undeniably unique. The goblin clan and the elven race had originally coexisted on the same planet. Thus, there had always been a degree of interaction between the two clans. However, as the age of interstellar travel dawned, all races began to endeavor to unlock their genetic locks. Once a genetic lock was unsealed, and one became a genetic warrior. The once easily procreating ordinary races found themselves struggling to reproduce. Those long-lived races, which already had difficulty in reproduction, faced even greater challenges post-unlocking of their genetic locks. Both the goblins and elves belonged to the long-lived races, with their own kind producing only a few newborns each year. Intermarriage exacerbated the situation. For centuries, there had been no recorded offspring resulting from the union of genetic warriors from both clans. Until Yu Dong's mother battled with his aunt and successfully ascended to the throne of the Elven King. Following tradition, Yu Dong's aunt married the strongest warrior of the Goblin clan. And years later, they astonishingly bore a child that represented a union of both races. Thus, despite Yu Dong's disdain for this cousin, he had to concede that his demise would spell trouble for him. A trouble brought forth by Wei Yuan. An overwhelming fury filled Yu Dong's chest. He had to capture Wei Yuan and make him bear the wrath of the Goblin clan. "Steward, seize Wei Yuan and bring him back to face the Goblin clan." Ideally, the Goblin clan would execute Wei Yuan directly, leaving him with only Feng Yuxing as an opponent. Wei Yuan laughed aloud at Yu Dong's predicament, thinking him quite the character. Did he truly believe that his years of academic excellence were solely due to his studies? Suddenly, the air around Wei Yuan began to distort as he approached Yu Dong, his aura multiplying exponentially. By the time he stood before Yu Dong, the air had grown thin. Terror flashed across the faces of Yu Dong and his steward, as they felt their knees weaken and an immense weight press upon their shoulders. How could this be possible? You are merely a student. How could you have unsealed a 9th-level genetic lock? Under the immense pressure, Yu Dong's speech faltered. Wei Yuan, with a grin, playfully patted his cheek. The elves, nurtured by the tree of life, had such tender skin. A single slap left a mark, indicating it was not accustomed to being struck. As Wei Yuan withdrew his hand, Yu Dong's face had already swollen considerably, transforming his once handsome visage into something resembling a pig's head. "Want to lodge a complaint? Want your steward to capture me?" Wei Yuan smiled as he gazed at the steward behind Yu Dong. That moment, the steward's heart nearly skipped a beat. It was over. The young clan leader had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Breathing heavily, he knelt before Wei Yuan, proclaiming, "Lord Wei Yuan, we bear no malice. I witnessed the provocation initiated by young master earlier, and I shall report this matter truthfully to the king. Our elven clan has always upheld peace and friendship, akin to the ideals of humanity. Years ago, there was a diplomatic relationship between our races, and we harbor no ill will towards you, nor would we ever capture you for the Goblin clan." Cold sweat trickled down the steward's forehead. His young clan leader had spoken recklessly. Send someone who had just unsealed an 8th-level genetic lock to apprehend a 9th-level genetic warrior. Did he think he could still challenge those above him, as he did in the early stages? The disparity between levels increases exponentially. On the battlefield, a 7th-level genetic warrior could annihilate thousands of 6th-level warriors in an instant. A 9th-level warrior represented the pinnacle of power within the alliance. Wei Yuan had never publicly disclosed his genetic level, leading many to speculate he was on par with Feng Yuxing at the 7th level. Even that would make him one of the rare geniuses in the history of the alliance. Yet, who would have imagined? Who could have conceived? Wei Yuan was not merely 7th level. He was 9th level, a 9th-level genetic warrior. Not only the Elven clan, but even the divine race would hesitate to offend him. It seemed the status of humanity was on the verge of a monumental shift. How could this be? How could this be? Tears streamed down Yu Dong's face as he fell to his knees. Unable to accept the truth. Chapter 39. A genius? I currently have 130 geniuses at my command. I've always maintained a low profile. Wei Yuan had no intention of killing Yudong here. The academy was overseen by an old principal. If he were to kill a student indiscriminately, the principal would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, the Elven clan possessed deep roots, with at least 3 ninth-level genetic warriors among them. Each Elven king had to undergo an injection of a 10th-level genetic lock serum. Only those who survived or did not suffer genetic collapse could ascend to the throne. Thus, in Yudong's head, once so proud, could not be easily crushed. Humanity was still too weak. Players must gradually evolve. "'Tis it, I've always been quite low-key." Wei Yuan, hands in pockets, turned away without altering his tone. Indeed, the Elven steward instantly grasped Wei Yuan's intent. He knelt, watching as Wei Yuan made his way back to the principal's office. Once the terrifying aura dissipated, the Elven steward finally dared to exhale. He felt his body weaken. Had Yudong not been present, he would have collapsed onto the ground. However, Yudong had no such reservations. With a thud, he knelt, despondently gazing at his hands, his long hair cascading to the ground, swaying in the breeze. How could this be? How could he be a 9th-level genetic warrior? When he first arrived at the academy, he was merely at the 5th level. Even that 5th level felt dubious. How could a human, with a mere few centuries of lifespan, be a match for our long-lived kind? Just a few years had passed. Young clan leader. The Elven steward trembled upon witnessing Yudong's state. Moments ago, he had wanted to question why Yudong dared to provoke Wei Yuan without knowing his level. But now, seeing Yudong's expression and hearing his words, he realized the gravity of the situation. Yudong was on the brink of madness. Geniuses emerge every year. Who, at the pinnacle of their abilities, does not encounter someone more exceptional? Yudong, who had always sailed smoothly through life as the sole child of the Elven King, had believed himself destined to be the next king, to unlock the 10th level of his genetic potential after several millennia in the Lord Academy. The only rival he deemed worthy was the divine race's Feng Yusheng. Yet now, Wei Yuan had dealt him a staggering blow. A person he had always looked down upon, a human, not even a long-lived race. In a few short years, he had ascended from level 5 to level 9 and remained so inconspicuous. This revelation made it clear to Yudong that if Wei Yuan desired, he could easily crush him within the academy, just as he had done with that foolish goblin, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Young clan leader, cease your thoughts. The steward grasped Yudong's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Each generation produces geniuses. While some are merely talented, others, like Wei Yuan, are extraordinary. In the many years since the Alliance's inception, there may have been only one like him. Do not despair. Aside from Wei Yuan, no one else compares to you. Trust in your own talent. And besides, Wei Yuan is not a long-lived being. Yudong lifted his gaze, tears cascading down his cheeks. But steward, what if he unlocks the 10th level of his genetic lock? Yudong was on the verge of despair. Outside the principal's office, Wei Yuan leaned against the railing, observing the 2 figures below with a light chuckle. With such a mindset, did he think he could outmaneuver him? They were not even a fraction of his subordinates. Moreover, the steward had erred. In this world, he was not the only one to advance rapidly. At least 130 others had already done so. Was it truly wise to demoralize him? The old principal stroked his beard, smiling warmly at Wei Yuan, the most outstanding student he had encountered over the years. Despite his gentle appearance, the boy's temperament was formidable. A prodigy must be tempered. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe humanity lacked capable individuals. Leaning against the railing, Wei Yuan remarked, "Principal, you saw that video. I suspect the brain parasites have infiltrated the Alliance. Otherwise, why would my posts have been deleted so swiftly? I believe we should consult Otto address this issue. Our school has access to a terminal intelligence interface. Shall I speak with they?" The principal hesitated, questioning the usefulness of consulting. Could the terminal intelligence discern who had been infiltrated by brain parasites? Furrowing his brow, he recalled the video sent by Wei Yuan. The recent evolution of the Zerg's branch is indeed terrifying. Although its original form possesses minimal strength, so weak that even a second-tier genetic warrior could crush it with bare hands. The brainworm, after devouring the brain, takes control of the entire body, effectively becoming the new brain. IT seems to retain all the memories of the former host. How long has this brainworm been lurking within the Alliance? I can't possibly know all the details, but consulting the most advanced artificial intelligence might yield more insights. Its accuracy in deducing who has been invaded by the brainworm is certainly superior to mine. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Moreover, I have yet to see what the terminal intelligence looks like. I only learned from the elders of our clan that our school's interface was derived from the human race. The old principal chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll take you there. Wei Yuan's formidable strength is astounding, and in just a few short years, he has unlocked the 9th-level genetic lock while maintaining an exceptionally stable mental state. The old principal knows without a doubt that unlocking the 10th-level genetic lock is merely a matter of time. However, he remains unaware of the means by which Wei Yuan accomplished this feat. Perhaps it is due to the innate heritage of the human race, he mused. The humans are indeed betting everything on this. Fortunately, this child, Wei Yuan, is proving to be quite exceptional. The principal's top choice for the next leader is undoubtedly Wei Yuan. As soon as Wei Yuan touched the terminal interface, A's virtual image flickered into existence. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The system's melodious voice resonated in Wei Yuan's mind. Hey, you, an interviewer, dared to look down upon us? The oil thief woman fumed angrily. You are unqualified. Bring in the next candidate. In the talent market, room 306, a towering giant stood before several players, seething with rage. How dare these insignificant second-tier genetic warriors raise their voices at him? Chapter 40. Rampage. I need to pee. The oil thief woman wiped her face, now drenched in saliva, and let out a bitter laugh. Damn it. Being mocked by an interviewer during a job hunt in the offline world is one thing. But now, after finally becoming an interviewer myself in this game, I still have to endure this from a candidate. And to top it off, the amount of spit he sprayed is like a faucet. Listen, brother, we're looking for teachers to educate our kin on Blue Star. You simply do not meet our standards. Wei Yuan had specifically instructed that teachers from the ancient martial arts will be selected from a human race. The positions available for players during this visit to the Central Star System are Master of Weapons, Mental Power Controller, Master Blacksmith, and Mecha Engineer, all of whom will eventually return to Blue Star for training purposes. However, the one-eyed giant applying for the position of Mental Power Controller boasted that his race possesses an innate talent for mental power. His mental power level is quite high, and he has unlocked his genetic lock to the 5th level. Boasting considerable strength, during the interview, he was quite self-satisfied. Yet when the oil thief woman inquired about how he intended to train lower-tier warriors, he arrogantly replied that mental power is innate and that the one-eyed giant clan is naturally powerful in this regard. If mental power required training, it would be akin to being useless. Upon hearing this, the oil thief woman realized that this candidate had no teaching ability whatsoever. Knowing something and being able to teach it are entirely different matters. No matter, I've already come this far, and no one here is stronger than I am. If you refuse to hire me, humph. The one-eyed giant clenched his fist, casting a threatening glance at the oil thief woman. Several second-tier genetic warriors were pulled out to serve as interviewers, and it was clear that the person who posted the job wasn't particularly formidable either, especially being among a defeated human race. The one-eyed giant knew that a weaker race with a dwindling population could hardly produce exceptional talents. Had the opponent been a true powerhouse, he might have tempered his demeanor. However, facing a group of mere second-tier players, he scorned them. The giant was well aware that he was unsuitable for the position. Yet the salary for a mental power trainer is a staggering 200,000 star coins a month, more lucrative than hunting star beasts in the galaxy. Without the risk of losing one's life, he thought it a favor just to come for an interview, and they better not take his presence for granted. Under normal circumstances, these second-tier genetic warriors wouldn't even have the right to converse with him. Now, how dare they refuse him? Even if he doesn't get hired, he plans to secure that monthly salary of 200,000. Whoa, are you trying to force a sale? The oil thief woman was truly enraged. She slammed her palm on the table, only to be met with a powerful slap that sent her crashing against the wall, blood splattering across her face, turning her vision red. What the hell? My health. The oil thief woman let out a heart-wrenching scream as her health plummeted rapidly. Having already suffered a loss aboard the starship, her health was now dangerously low. I can't die. The dungeon won't kick me out. Will it? She trembled, knowing this opportunity was one she had fought for with dignity and respect. Ah, this is the consequence of defying me. The one-eyed giant, having delivered his blow, disdainfully regarded the other 4 candidates who had approached. Upon witnessing the commotion, the other interviewees discreetly retreated. Xingqian furrowed her brow and drew her dual blades. This opponent is incredibly strong. Her gaze fell upon the materials the one-eyed giant had provided to the oil thief woman. 5th level, a 5th-level genetic warrior. Are you planning to stand against us? Secretly, Cheeto held Xingqian's sword, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, though inwardly a bit anxious. Sorska had instructed them to handle this situation independently, indicating that it was likely safe. Clearly, this giant could be reasoned with. Cheeto was frantically calculating their next steps in his mind. They certainly could not defeat this giant, but if they perished now, the dungeon might not reset. Based on the game developers' tendencies, if they failed this dungeon, such an opportunity might never arise again. He cast a glance at the oil thief woman, still struggling to peel herself off the wall. However, since the task had already begun, hiring such a candidate would undoubtedly displease Sorska. I haven't even used my full strength. He is still hanging on. The one-eyed giant, reveling in his triumph, declared, all you need to do is hire me. Otherwise, the next time I strike, I cannot guarantee I will leave any survivors to blatant threat. Now, even Xingqian's expression turned icy, and all players looked at the one-eyed giant with disdain. How disgusting for an NPC to act in such a manner. Villain, this guy is undoubtedly a villain. He must be dealt with. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Though aware it was merely a game, the immersion was incredibly intense. Being threatened by an NPC like this, as players. How could they tolerate it? They play games to avoid such indignities. Even if they couldn't clear this dungeon, they had to urinate on this insufferable face. The oil thief woman hobbled down from the wall. Furious, she roared and charged forward, while Cheeto could barely intervene. With Feng Shui and Makabaka already rushing in as for Xingqian, she had long since charged in, dual blades drawn. Seriously, Cheeto had barely finished a thought when he saw them all charge and realized he couldn't continue speaking. Wait for me. Seeing 5 figures rushing towards him, the one-eyed giant sneered. Ridiculous, insects. Even standing still, he would allow them to strike first. These 5 ants would be unable to breach his defenses. I'll grant you a few minutes to attack. Considering your roles as interviewers, he crossed his arms, watching the oil thief woman charging at him with a cold smile. Trash, if you perish from attacking me, don't place the blame on me. Though the giant was indeed insufferable. His taunts were rather lacking. The oil thief woman spat defiantly. You said it yourself. You would stand still and let us hit you. She unfastened her trousers. Chapter 41. My kin can pee on anyone they want with a splash. Warm red liquid sprayed all over the one-eyed giant. His previous arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by pure fury. You will die. Humiliation. Never before had he faced such an affront. This second-tier garbage dared to. His massive hand seized the oil thief woman's chin, his eyes blazing with fury. You damned human. You must die. You must. At that moment, although the others had reached the one-eyed giant's side, they all paused in silence. Feng Shui, dude, that was incredible. Cheeto, your method of retaliation is unprecedented. Makabaka, goodness, I can only call incredible. But what a shame this game has a health system despite granting you such a function. I only see a blur. Xingqian, 6. Cough. How dare you call me garbage and deplete my health? I swear, even in death I will bathe you in blood. The oil thief was gripped by the neck by the Cyclops. Continuously coughing up blood, I will kill you. The Cyclops snarled through clenched teeth. But before I do, I will eliminate your companions as well, that I want you to witness how your actions lead to the demise of your teammates. With a firm grip on the oil thief, the Cyclops swiftly directed his attention towards the beggars hiding in the shadows. This was a far cry from the strength of the previous Goblin King. The 4 had prepared themselves, yet they were instantly knocked to the ground by a single slap. All of them spitting blood. Star's head was the first to be seized. The Cyclops held the oil thief's head in one hand while pulling Star's head closer, so that the oil thief could see clearly. Star felt as though her neck might snap. However, after unlocking the second-level genetic lock, her body's resilience was astonishing. She only felt a throbbing in her head, yet her neck remained unbroken. She couldn't help but wonder how strong she would become after unlocking several more levels. Even at this moment, she was contemplating injecting the newly acquired genes upon resurrection. Someday, she would return and make this foolish Cyclops understand the meaning of pain. DOUC. This is the consequence of provoking me. I want you to watch your comrades perish. The Cyclops' finger pressed down on Star's head. The oil thief murmured, sorry, brothers. Star replied, this is something most people can't endure. I feel quite impressive. The beggar in the shadows added, it's fine. This instance is likely doomed. When you edit it later, remember to make it sound tragic and add some pixelation. During this exchange, Star's face began to contort. The Cyclops' finger was applying increasing pressure, clearly intent on torturing the players to death while relishing their expressions of agony. Unfortunately, Everyone had dulled their pain receptors and were calmly accepting their fates. TSK. In just a moment, my kin, have you found yourselves in peril? Suddenly, a laser beam appeared. The Cyclops' hand, which was gripping Star, abruptly severed at the wrist. Blood gushed forth, but the Cyclops felt no pain at that moment. However, the next second his other hand also broke off. And only then did the pain register in his mind. The door to room 306 swung open. Wei Yuan entered with a cold expression, accompanied by the head of the talent recruitment market. Ah! The Cyclops let out two anguished roars, hastily retreating to a corner of the room. Only when he felt safe did he turn to face the individuals entering from the doorway. His wounds were rapidly regenerating. But his complexion had noticeably darkened, indicating that regrowing flesh required considerable energy. "Who are you?" he demanded, observing Wei Yuan's human features. "Are you their master? Was it you who posted the recruitment notice?" The Cyclops' intelligence was commendable. Wei Yuan cast a glance at the surviving players and sighed in relief, just in time. His precious players were nearly crushed and killed. It was just a minor oversight. With this thought, Wei Yuan shot a cold glare at the talent market head, who was sweating profusely. This was a member of a deep-sea race, appearing fearsome. Yet confronted with Wei Yuan's evident anger, the head's heartbeat quickened. Who would have thought that Lord Wei Yuan would bring several second-level genetic warriors for an interview without prior notice? Even in the Central Star System, the safest place, the powerful prey on the weak, and such occurrences are commonplace. Moreover, this was the talent market. It was not uncommon for interviewees to bully recruiters. Usually, the official talent market would intervene. However, this Cyclops was already at level 5, and the market was reluctant to offend him. But who would have thought that this single lapse would provoke Wei Yuan? What a loss! The head felt a chill run down his neck. The Cyclops' gaze towards him resembled that of a corpse. Your strength is formidable. Yet the reason I targeted your kin is that they insulted me first. The Cyclops sensed the precariousness of the situation. In an instant, his previous arrogance dissipated. He pointed at the blood on himself, bitterly stating, "Your kin, a second-level genetic warrior, urinated on me. Now is not the time to concern himself with dignity." The Cyclops recognized from the expression on the head's face that this human was someone he could not afford to offend. Thus, he decided to gamble on the hope that the other party was reasonable. As long as he lost face more than the other, it would be reasonable for the opponent to spare the talent market's personnel. To the high-level genetic warriors, losing a couple of low-level kin was hardly a concern. Thus, the Cyclops instinctively believed that Wei Yuan's outrage stemmed from his kin's intended demise, which he found offensive. Unfortunately, he placed his bet incorrectly. My kin can urinate on anyone they choose. Wei Yuan coldly uttered words that left the Cyclops breathless. And you, just moments ago, truly intended to kill them. Therefore, that you must die. Chapter 42. The command ship Lord Wei Yuan. He belongs to the Cyclops clan. That I care not for his race. If he seeks to harm my kin, I shall obliterate him, Wei Yuan replied coldly. Casting a disdainful glance at the talent market head, if the Cyclops clan wishes to seek vengeance, they may come for me. Isn't that fair? The head trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Facing Wei Yuan's inquiry, he could only nod in agreement. Yes, that is fair. Fair? Who would risk offending a steadfast lord for an ordinary kin? Moreover, this lord was the most promising candidate to become the next leader in many years. Not everyone is as protective as he is. The deep-sea race's head murmured within, realizing that in future encounters with humans, he must tread carefully. These humans are utterly relentless in their protectiveness. This moment. The Cyclops, whose body had fully healed in a corner, glared with crimson eyes. He understood that this human would not let him go. He still intended to kill him, simply for having harmed his kin. Absurd! Utterly absurd! How could he sacrifice his life for those worthless beings? Although he could not discern the extent of the human's power, it was clear that he could not remain passive any longer. Resolute, the Cyclops decided that his only chance of survival lay in making a desperate fight. With a mighty leap, the Cyclops sprang towards Wei Yuan, but his primary target was not Wei Yuan himself, but rather the gap beside him. He intended to escape. Once he left this confined space, he could unleash his mech and make a swift getaway. However, the Cyclops' thoughts had barely formed when his body froze mid-air. Wei Yuan had already appeared behind him. The giant's massive frame loomed over him as Wei Yuan precisely struck his spine with a powerful kick. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the room, and the Cyclops crashed to the ground, convulsing, Fear radiated from his single eye. Please spare me, spare me. Wei Yuan descended from his back and pressed down on the giant's head. Yet just moments ago, you had no intention of sparing my kin. Did you? He gazed toward the players. The star's skull had been deformed under the Cyclops' grip. Had he arrived just a few seconds later, their mission would have surely failed. His 5 fingers pressed onto the Cyclops' head, the pain reaching its apex, rendering the creature incapable of uttering any sound. With a resounding crack, the Cyclops' skull, far denser than that of a goblin, shattered under Wei Yuan's grip. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, causing the players to see red. Makabaka. I can't believe it. Brother Yuan is so violent. The oil thief. That's so incredibly cool. Wind blows. Long live the Lord. The beggar in shadows. Woo-woo. Saved by Brother Yuan again. I love it. Star remained silent, her body gradually healing, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wei Yuan. Was this method of vengeance for her? Though she constantly reminded herself that this was merely a game. Witnessing the scene before her stirred her heart deeply. If only the Lord were reeled a tea that moment. She suddenly understood why those fans would fall for paper characters. Star thought that she might be falling in love. Clean this up. The interview continues. Wei Yuan retrieved a bloodied handkerchief from his sleeve. Though impoverished, one must maintain elegance. With a sigh, he meticulously wiped his fingers. Brother Yuan, under these circumstances, it seems we may not be able to proceed with the interview. Right? The waist of the oil thief has already been broken, and their health is pitifully low. There's no way to recover in such a short time. They can only crawl on their hands, exerting all their strength. Wei Yuan even contemplated tossing a couple of coins to them. This moment, the beggar crawled over, lying side by side with the oil thief. Brother Yuan, may I suggest that in the future, for such perilous tasks, could we perhaps receive a warning? We were on the brink of total annihilation. Wei Yuan looked at these 2 amusing characters, suppressing his laughter as he asked, why haven't you injected the Titan Giant gene serum? I recall that you both should have obtained quite a few high-quality gene serums. Those serums, once injected, 1T alter your racial appearance. They contain excellent talents corresponding to your races, just like the Titan Giants, who possess invincible physiques. Once you inject the Titan Giant gene serum, your physical attributes could increase at least tenfold. It shouldn't have allowed a level 5 Cyclops to beat you down like this. Seeing the oil thief and the beggar with jaws nearly dropping to the ground, Wei Yuan added, so, why haven't you used it? Is it because you didn't know how? Invincible physique, tenfold enhancement? Does the system provide any explanation? No, I swear, I thought it was just a bottle of junk serum. The beggar replied, I thought so too. After all, there's still the insect race and goblin race to deal with initially. I thought injecting it would lead to a class change, so I nearly got killed before realizing, goodness brothers, this foolish planner is really a scammer. There was an introduction. The beggar stared at the few bottles of serums in his backpack, bewildered by the tiny line of labels. Wei Yuan rubbed his nose and subtly glanced at the beggar. Ah, my friend, the foolish planner you cursed is right in front of you. The beggar suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shivering, I swear, it must be because my health is too low. Quick, inject it. Inject it. Now that they understood the nature of the serum, there was no reason to hold back. The pale green serum was injected into their bodies. Players felt a warm current coursing through them, followed by a comprehensive increase in all attributes. Their previously precarious health surged in an instant, and their health bar expanded. No wonder this is a treasure only for the top 10. The gene of the Titan Giant is truly remarkable. What a thrill! When the players returned for their interview with the instructor, Wei Yuan stepped outside to catch some fresh air and check the rewards he received from the terminal interface in the academy. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a fleet of escort battleships. 81 escort battleships. What a windfall! Wei Yuan gazed at the escort battleships in his system backpack, barely able to contain his excitement. How exhilarating! I wonder when I will get to deploy these magnificent ships. Just as the smile at the corner of his mouth was about to bloom, the system prompted him again. Urgent alert! Urgent alert! Your territory is about to come under attack. Please return to your domain immediately. According to system calculations, the interstellar pirates' route will pass through Blue Star, and they will land in 3 days. Estimated probability, 97. Chapter 43. Wei Yuan was envious. The players were truly fortunate. Interstellar pirates. Is it the same group of pirates from M2779? Wei Yuan's heart sank. When the system provided the previous alert, he observed that the war zone situation indicated it would take at least a month to determine a victor. Who would have thought they were returning so soon? And through Blue Star? No less. Could it be that his words had jinxed the situation? He wanted to test the power of the escort battleships. And now it seemed he truly had no choice but to deploy them. Otherwise, with the player's meager strength, encountering the interstellar pirates would undoubtedly mean disaster. The strength of interstellar pirates is no mere boast. The pirates encountered at M2779 were particularly formidable. In the interstellar era, besides the Alliance, there are two other factions. One comprised of scattered pirates raiding resources, and the other, rebel forces that have defected from the Alliance. Compared to the rebel forces, which hail from regular armies, interstellar pirates are no different from the pirates of yore, perhaps even worse than those of the Age of Exploration. They engage in burning, killing, and pillaging without remorse, some even finding pleasure in torture. System, can you estimate how many pirates will pass through Blue Star? Calculation complete. The group of pirates passing through Blue Star is a contingent from this wave of pirates. After being repelled at M2779 to avoid capture by the Alliance's regular forces, the interstellar pirates have fled in a dispersed manner. This contingent boasts 70 battleships, 300 advanced gene warriors, among which 10 are level 5 or higher, and 1 is a level 7 gene warrior. Additionally, there are 800 low-level gene warriors, should the host fail to resolve the situation promptly. The bulk of the interstellar pirates may discover Blue Star's circumstances. Wei Yuan's heart sank further that a level 5 planet is a rare resource for interstellar pirates. If they were to discover it, they would undoubtedly turn back immediately. To command a battle in a war zone, there must be level 8 or even 9 gene warriors among those pirates. Although he himself is also at level 9, the players would surely face annihilation. His resources cannot support the player's unlimited resurrection. Furthermore, losing territory would result in the system being sealed once more. Truly, his words have become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Wei Yuan lightly tapped his lips. Given the situation, it is clear that deploying the escort battleships is imperative. Thankfully, the opposing fleet is not superior in number. During naval engagements, the differences between low-level warriors can often be disregarded, as long as he can eliminate their advanced warriors. Victory is within reach. However, managing over 100 players to control so many battleships is entirely unfeasible. You have a new task list. Please collect it promptly. Task 1. Summon 10,000 players within 24 hours. Task 2. Defend your territory. Within 3 days, eliminate the interstellar pirates passing through Blue Star. Task Reward. Level 3 Gene Lock Serum. Basic Insight. Basic Insight. Wei Yuan opened the details of this task reward. Basic Insight, applicable to all players, can be added to the player's fundamental attributes. Upon gaining insight points, players' understanding will improve. The higher the player's insight, the faster the rate at which they learn skills, even enabling instantaneous absorption of knowledge. Unbelievable. Upon seeing this description, Wei Yuan's first thought was sheer incredulity. This summoning feature, the most significant difference from the actual game, lies here. To learn anything, one must earnestly apply themselves. Now the system states that insight is available. Damn it. How is this any different from a game? Why didn't the system develop this project sooner? Do you know how much effort I put into studying back in school? If only I had such a remarkable tool back then, would I have to endure sleepless nights after my arrival here? Host, this ability has only been developed after you diligently completed tasks. The system provided an explanation. Wei Yuan wiped away non-existent tears. The players are truly living the good life now. He genuinely begins to understand why the older generations often lamented, "If we had the conditions you do back in our day." Seeing the rewards provided by the system now fills him with envy. Nevertheless, all is ultimately for his benefit. He turned and entered room 306. Oil Thief. We need to recruit 10 weapon instructors. Received. The process for players to recruit instructors is quite swift. After having faced a Cyclops and still daring to apply, the instructors must possess considerable strength and at least a fair amount of courage. The oil thief felt that these instructors seemed quite acceptable, but was torn in making a decision. Just then, Wei Yuan rushed over and requested 10. With that, all the instructors he was satisfied with were selected. Once they confirmed their choices, the gaming community on Earth erupted once more. The Interstellar Human Race webpage displayed a massive announcement. Ghosts of the Star Sea, ruthless interstellar bandits, will soon land on Blue Star. Humanity is about to face an extremely arduous battle as they prepare to confront the interstellar pirates. In a decisive battle among the stars, fight for the survival of humankind. Interstellar human race officially summons 10,000 players to join the battle alongside humanity. The Starsea campaign is about to commence. Currently opening 10,000 initial test slots. Players wishing to participate, please click the link below. Selected players will receive a package from our company. Holy moly, Interstellar human race is finally releasing game accounts again. This time there are 10,000 accounts. Ha! After waiting so long, my time has come. Last time, with over 400,000 people vying for 100 spots, it was normal that I couldn't get in. But this time, there are 10,000 spots, and I must secure one. I want to mine, I want to study, I want to enter Interstellar human race. The gaming community once again erupted into chaos. This time, the excitement surpasses the last encounter with the goblins. Clearly, the sudden release of quotas indicates that a battle is imminent, specifically against the interstellar pirates. The images released by Wei Yuan feature the newly acquired flagship, a vessel of striking and imposing design. Merely gazing upon it ignites a fervor within. The weaponry, the epitome of modern armaments, is simply astonishing. Chapter 44. Brother Yuan, forever the best. For a special update for Xiao Xiao Dam, this game has begun releasing quotas again. Ever since his scathing remarks about interstellar human race, Tianwang Liangpa was expelled from the elite players chat group, harboring a simmering anger within. The more he criticized, the more attention he paid, upon witnessing the release of 10,000 quotas. He couldn't resist clicking the link to apply. Surely, with such a multitude, there must be a place for him. In the dead of night, with bloodshot eyes, he sat before his computer, eagerly awaiting news. Ding dong. Just as he dozed off, a notification popped up on his screen. To his dismay, it was not his account being granted, but rather a new post from a streamer, Oil Thief. Filled with indignation, Tianwang Liangpa opened the latest content from Oil Thief. He recognized her as one of the group's moderators and the first among them to enter the game. Humph. Let us see what new rubbish this game has to offer, before even entering the streamer's page. Tianwang Liangpa hastily typed a comment. Didn't the streamer say she was off to complete a special mission? How could she return in just 5 days? Did she perish along the way? Or is the game merely trash? Oil Thief immediately spotted the unfriendly comment. The streamer completed the mission ahead of schedule. It was quite an impressive feat. Many unexpected events occurred along the way, making it incredibly thrilling. Without further ado, let us roll the video. Oil Thief released the edited video on her profile, praising the game's immersive environment. Initially, she thought spending 5 days in the game would leave her feeling unwell. But to her surprise, she felt invigorated. Her body improved even. Oil Thief flexed her back muscles before the camera, appearing noticeably stronger and healthier. This newfound vitality was remarkable. The change in her demeanor was palpable. Was it truly a result of her time in the game? There is scientific evidence suggesting that visualizing physical exercise can indeed stimulate muscle growth. Are you sure this isn't pseudoscience? With little time to spare, Tianwang Liangpa rushed to watch the video, determined to find fault. Yet upon pressing play, he was immediately engulfed by the sounds of cannon fire. The visuals depicted interstellar beings evading the chaos of war. Though resembling humans, their differences were apparent, yet their eyes, filled with a primal instinct to survive, were profoundly moving. Enough dawdling, get to the starship. The administrator's voice echoed from the video, showcasing a colossal, technologically advanced starship. Following Oil Thief's perspective, the viewers were taken into the kitchen, witnessing a grotesque scene involving brain worms and a fierce battle with a cyclops. Every viewer felt as though they were alongside her, especially when Oil Thief's neck was gripped tightly and they saw the impending doom of Star's head. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing until Wei Yuan appeared. A moment of salvation. Viewers were awestruck by Wei Yuan's radiant presence. It was an immersive experience. Tianwang Liangpa almost forgot he was merely watching a recorded video. The thought of truly entering such a game was exhilarating. Oh my, when Brother Yuan said, "My kin," it nearly brought me to tears. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. Brother Yuan was simply magnificent. Chapter 45. What can be done? The human race is weak. Tianwang Liangpa stared at his computer screen, refreshing the page repeatedly. Yet as the notifications confirmed that all accounts had been allocated, his own information remained absent. Damn it. Nothing. Why? Frustrated, he sat before the screen, his eyes ablaze, swiftly logging into his previously created account, where he had lambasted interstellar human race. What a trash game. It's clearly just a scheme to exploit players' money. And yet a bunch of fools are eagerly waiting to be fleeced. Even if I got an account, I wouldn't bother playing it. After venting his frustrations, he picked up his phone, only to find a screenshot shared by a newcomer in the gaming group. Wow. As a pure newbie, I initially thought this game was a new sci-fi film, but I can't believe I actually got in. In this large group of 3,000, many were veteran players like Tianwang Liangpa. With only a few newcomers, he recognized the username of this newcomer, who had only recently started exploring the game. His disbelief, she had managed to secure an account. What gives? Come on, it's just an account. What is there to brag about? There are plenty of us in this group. You're not the only one who got one. Who are you trying to impress in here? Just a lucky newbie. Thinking she's something special? Without any skills, you'll only meet your demise in this game. This not meant for beginners, he typed, his frustration palpable. The group fell silent, observing Tianwang Liangpa's outburst. His sour grapes demeanor was quite a sight. Are you feeling sour? I remember your ID. Didn't you say Interstellar Human Race was a garbage game? Even if it were given to you, you wouldn't play. Why are you upset now that I got an account? Lemon Dog, Tianwang Liangpa shouted in frustration. You idiot. What are you saying? You have no place to talk in this group. If you're brave enough, give me your address and I'll come find you. Oh, great. Come to City S, Jiang Group. Give me your ID, and I'll be waiting. She sent a picture taken from the rooftop of a tall building to IT that moment, on the top floor of Jiang Group. Jiang Schwerer tossed her long hair back, amused at how she had never encountered such insults before, even online. She intended to confront this insolent person directly. However, after sending her message, the other party went silent. Oh, don't tell me you're too scared to come. Even if you don't come looking for me, I'll find you. Tianwang Liangpa, glancing at the messages, felt a tremor in his hand and swiftly exited the group. From the photo, he recognized the iconic building. He lived in City S. The perspective was clearly from Jiang Group S rooftop. Jiang Schwerer was taken aback by his cowardice. With a scoff, she heard the receptionist announce the arrival of a peculiar delivery. Her earlier authoritative demeanor vanished as she joyfully dashed downstairs to unwrap the package. Though Jiang Schwerer had never played games, she was captivated by the videos of Interstellar Human Race players she had seen on the trending page. The stunning visuals and the allure of interstellar adventures were irresistible to her, especially with the upcoming battles primarily involving starships, a romantic notion of cosmic warfare. Within the Interstellar Alliance, all commanders gathered around a circular table, with the old principal of the Lord Academy anxiously observing the convened leader. The expression of the individual was notably grave, accompanied by a virtual youth, the embodiment of it. The assembly was summoned today due to A's calculations regarding the movements of the pirates attacking the M2779 star. As the leader's words resonated, several attendees began to voice their opinions. What is there to predict? Isn't the support from the 7th Military District already on its way? As far as I know, they're already prepared to flee back to the Star Sea. Chasing a desperate foe is unwise. These interstellar pirates are exceedingly elusive during their travels through the Star Sea. The resources expended in capturing them often exceed what can be gained. A few spoke below. The leader's demeanor remained unchanged. Instead, turning towards, they stated, "This is the model I have constructed in light of the scale of this battle. The pirates attacking M2779 star seem to belong to the Octopus Guild, one of the 3 major pirate factions. Even with the support of the 7th Legion, their abrupt retreat is quite peculiar. Moreover, their escape route appears to be in a fan-shaped pattern. It does not seem like a flight, but rather a thorough search for something." A model diagram appeared before everyone, showcasing the pirates' exit trajectories, with various planets marked along their path. Upon spotting the blue star, the old principal could no longer remain seated. "Leader, we may need to provide assistance." He pointed to the landmark of the blue star. "The territory assigned to that human child is right here." The human child? The assembly reacted in unison. "Principal, are you referring to Wei Yuan?" "Indeed, I heard that this child named his territory Blue Star." The mention of the human race had not crossed their lips for many years. This is the only lord cultivated by their race in all these years. It is said that his strength surpasses that of Feng Yu, and the leader's grandson would be no match for him. That a hush fell over the room for a few moments. The old leader cast a glance at the last few speakers from the alliance, leading to an immediate silence. Only the principal's beard quivered slightly. Everyone is aware of the Octopus Guild's strength. Even if the First Legion were to engage, they might not be able to detain them. Wei Yuan's territory is just beginning to develop, and it is hardly a match for the Octopus Guild. Moreover, he is a descendant of the human race, their last hope, if we do not lend a hand. It may prove difficult to explain to the human side. As the principal spoke, he looked towards A, mindful of A's past development, which was significantly aided by the contributions of the human race. Principal, as the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, I shall not show favoritism. Regardless of the race within the Alliance, I will seek to assist. However, their position is undeniably remote. The leader's implication was clear. He would offer help, but only as a matter of procedure. The diagram indicated that only a small contingent of a few thousand pirates would pass through Wei Yuan's modest planet, and being an exemplary student of the Lord Academy, he would surely endure until the support arrived. The principal's countenance paled instantly. The leader's words held truth, yet the underlying premise was that Wei Yuan's planet bore little value, that a planet deemed valueless would naturally attract no attention. However, that planet was classified as a level 5 planet, sufficient to draw the main forces of the Octopus Guild. Wei Yuan could likely handle those small brigades, but could he withstand the main forces? The principal's gaze swept across the assembly. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, in this moment, no one spoke up. The reality was stark. The human race had grown weak. The principle of once the humans depart. The T-Cools was vividly illustrated in this moment. The principal sighed. He was not concerned about Wei Yuan falling to the hands of the Octopus Guild. This child, if he put forth his utmost effort, could potentially annihilate the entire guild single-handedly. However, should his kin suffer grievously, it might further alienate this child, who already harbored reservations about the Alliance. Enough, principal, he is merely a genius. Our Alliance produces several extraordinary talents each year. Does it not? After all, did we not endure similarly in the past? Young people inevitably encounter setbacks. Interstellar combat is brutal. When faced with such circumstances, one can only say that the fate of the human race is thus. We can only do our utmost. The remarks from several key members of the Alliance sent a chill down the principal's spine. Are you all prepared to merely observe? Chapter 46. Amilo is confined. Knock. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Amilo, nestled in her soft blanket, was in a drowsy state. After several spatial jumps, she had arrived home and immediately succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing the knocking, she mumbled, "Daddy, I am so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Please take the bloodthirsty tree sap I brought back to Mommy. I want to be having dinner." After voicing this, she buried her head back into the covers. Outside, her parents exchanged a glance. The gentle woman sighed. Perhaps we should wait for Amilo to wake up and discover the star net herself. Are you not afraid she will recklessly pilot her mecha to the blue star? This child appears obedient, yet she is quite rebellious. Amilo's father wore a stern expression. Had he not discovered that a significant amount of their belongings had vanished and that she had piloted the transport ship away? He would have been oblivious to Amilo's reckless venture into a war zone. Fortunately, she possessed the ability for spatial jumps and had been lucky enough not to draw the attention of the main forces of the Pirate Guild. Otherwise, they would have been frantic with worry. Even upon seeing his daughter return safely, Amilo's father was still filled with trepidation. However, upon witnessing Amilo's resolute declaration of her affection for Wei Yuan, he felt as though his heart might burst. "Amilo, rise. We need to discuss matters concerning your senior," Amilo's father called out loudly. With a snap, the door swung open. Amilo, her pink hair cascading down her back, looked at her father with bright eyes, her voice tinged with excitement. "Daddy, have you agreed to the intermarriage with the human race?" Amilo's father's temples pulsed with veins that he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Amilo on the head. "Amilo, what your mother and I wish to discuss is not this matter. It concerns the impending attack on Wei Yuan's territory by the Pirate Guild. Your mother, and I hope you will refrain from involving yourself." Amilo's mother spoke gently, swiftly restraining the eager Amilo, who was about to leap up to deploy her mecha. "Let me go, mother. I must go." Amilo's mouth was sealed shut. A calming agent was injected into her system. Amilo's mother held the now unconscious Amilo in her arms, sighed softly, but was startled as Amilo suddenly opened her eyes wide and leapt into the air. Deploying her mecha, "Peach, goodbye, Mom and Dad. After I help my senior evade this attack, I will return." Amilo pressed down on her arm, where the calming agent had been injected, then controlled her blood flow to gradually expel the most concentrated parts of the agent from her system. "Peach, proceed at full speed to the blue star." "Master, we cannot leave." The mecha Peach displayed the entire visage of the cache satellite. "Your father has activated the no-fly security net." "What?" Amilo looked down, seeing her father's face contorted with worry. "Amilo, come down." Her father gritted his teeth. "This is no jest. Even the Alliance forces may not be able to rescue them. Your presence would only complicate matters. You wish for your senior to have to worry about you while trying to escape? Emilo found herself confined to her room. Initially drowsy, she now could not rest at all. She accessed the StarNet, where students from the academy were discussing the matter, most speculating that Wei Yuan's territory was surely doomed. Opening her communicator, Emilo asked, "Senior, are you all right?" Wei Yuan, "On my way." After sending this reply, Wei Yuan added, "No need to worry." At that moment, he was piloting the navigational ship at full speed. The oil thief crew had already entered the ship's sleep chamber. Logging off. Without the means for spatial jumps, they could not return to the Blue Star. Attention all players. The game version is currently updating. Please log off within 10 minutes. During the version update, players will receive game pods sent out by the game company. The update duration is 1 hour. The game announcement was broadcasted, and all players logged off. I haven't even finished mining yet. And I have to log off? There are only a few hours in a day to play. Are the game pods for everyone? Wow, that's amazing. Veteran players were both surprised and delighted. I saw the promotion about a grand battle. Last time we had a minor profit, so surely this time there will be good rewards. Is it really that exciting? This downtime for an hour update suggests something even more formidable is on the horizon. After logging off, all players receive their game pods. During the waiting hour, players busied themselves showcasing their newly acquired game pods online, igniting envy among those who had failed to secure accounts. The trending headline continuously featured the term interstellar human race, remaining ever-present. An hour swiftly elapsed. The 10,130 sleep chambers simultaneously illuminated with green lights. Players emerged from their pods, witnessing the astonishing sight of so many logging into the game at once. The oil stealer and her companions had been resting aboard the flagship, and upon awakening, found themselves back in their territory. More than 10,000 players logging and simultaneously truly evoked the essence of gaming. The oil stealer had long anticipated that this game would be a sensation, yet when the moment arrived and the player count surged from a mere 100 to tens of thousands, she was still taken aback. "Dear clan members, please gather at the Central Plaza," echoed Wei Yuan's voice over the lounge's intercom. Brother Yuan, being this formal? Wow, I sense a grave atmosphere. It seems we are about to engage in a serious battle. How exhilarating. Let us hurry to the central square. The seasoned players chuckled as they strolled forward, while the newcomers gazed in awe at their surroundings, absorbing the reality-like world around them. New arrivals. Don't forget to adjust your pain settings. Of course, if you desire a quicker leveling experience, you may choose to leave it untouched, the oil stealer called out as she walked. Among the novice players, Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with immense surprise. Is this truly a game? It feels like a genuine world. She reached to touch her face, smooth and delicate, the air around her refreshingly crisp, far removed from the stifling atmosphere of a large city, unrivaled even by advanced ventilation systems. Whoa, Shuijia, what are you doing here? Wind Blows Bottom suddenly nudged Jiang Shui, whose ID read Snowfall. Zhang Tao, you're playing this game too? Jiang Shui turned to see Wind Blows Bottom. I can't believe it's really you. I thought you were just a rumor. Wind Blows Bottom hadn't expected to encounter her. Jiang Shui was the nightmare of every child in their circle. Having taken over her family business shortly after graduation, she had skillfully transformed the Jiang Group from a traditional enterprise into an emerging powerhouse in just a few years. Truly, she was the epitome of the ideal child. But how did I end up meeting her in this game? He mused, considering the game's immense popularity. I thought it looked interesting, so I tried to snag a spot and actually got in. I heard it's a space game, Snowfall inquired. Yes, Shuijia, you're incredibly lucky. Very few manage to secure a spot in this game that I arrived earlier than you, so feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Although he hadn't been a gamer before, he felt he could at least entertain himself compared to Jiang Shui, who had sacrificed her social life for her family's enterprise. Now, facing a living legend. Wind Blows Bottom felt a swell of pride for having arrived before her, and for performing better the game. If his family ever brought Jiang Shui up to belittle him, he could counter by saying he was the one guiding her through the game. Shuijia, come on, let me take you to the Central Square. We just returned from other planets, and you wouldn't believe how fun this game is. The virtual reality is incredible, and the environment and characters are exceptionally well crafted. As he spoke, Wind Blows Bottom led Snowfall outside that a thunderous roar echoed above the players. The flagship fleet loomed overhead, a dark and orderly array of steel beasts suspended in the air. The sight of these colossal vessels radiated an aura of impending violence. When the flagship activated, it produced a subtle rumble, amplified by the presence of 81 ships. I could see that moment. As Snowfall gazed upward, she was mesmerized by the magnificent war machines. How beautiful. So powerful. What is this? Why is it so stunning? She had never encountered such exquisite artwork like weapons of war. Clan members, the interstellar pirates are approaching to protect our homeland. We must intercept them before they discover Blue Star. These 81 flagships will lead you in the battle against the pirates. I have invited several instructors to teach you how to operate the ships. You'll have only 3 days to learn. The players were captivated by the grandeur of the flagships. The iteration of interstellar weaponry had reached unprecedented heights. A single additional flagship in a major battle could sway the outcome. The instructors who had accompanied Wei Yuan were equally stunned by the sight before them. 81 flagships. This was not simply a fleet of ordinary ships. It was an entire battalion. Even a medium-sized military zone would be fortunate to have one flagship as its main vessel, with the rest being standard ships. Yet here, Wei Yuan boasted a staggering 81. It was absurd. The instructors felt their heads spin as they processed this revelation. They had boarded the flagship alongside Wei Yuan to reach Blue Star, but who could have imagined he possessed not one, but 81 vessels? I was worried I might perish on Blue Star. This is simply astonishing. The depth of the human race's resources was evidently profound, contradicting the speculations circulating on the Star Network. A few instructors huddled together, unable to contain their thoughts. Initially, when they learned of the pirates heading for Blue Star, they contemplated resigning. After all, it wasn't worth sacrificing their lives for a job, no matter how lucrative. Yet, they feared incurring Wei Yuan's wrath and facing dire consequences even before reaching Blue Star. Thus, they nervously followed him, only to find themselves greeted by the flagship fleet, which eased their anxiety. At this moment, witnessing so many flagships, the instructors felt reassured about their safety. After all, these were flagships that if they found themselves in a dire situation, activating the ships to flee would surely be feasible. The flagships were not merely grand in name. However, Wei Yuan had just stated that they were to teach his clan members skills within how many days? 3 days. 3 days? The weapon masters were left dumbfounded. How could they possibly train anyone to operate a flagship in such a short time? Is it possible that our very first task upon arriving here is to pilot a warship against interstellar pirates? The faces of the weapon masters soured, their hands trembling slightly. Operating a flagship required extensive coordination. The multitude of buttons and timing for combat was beyond the capabilities of an average individual. Typically, a ship's crew would train for years to harness the full power of the vessel. Now, Wei Yuan expected them to teach these curious humans to operate a flagship within 3 days. Had he lost his mind? The color of the 10 weapon masters' faces fluctuated between red and white, yet none dared express their concerns to Wei Yuan. The reason was simple: feared if necessary. They could operate a flagship together, but they exchanged glances filled with bitterness. Meanwhile, the players erupted into cheers. Are we really going to fight? This is amazing. I can personally pilot a flagship. This is exhilarating. This is what a true interstellar game is about. Real operation. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Brother Yuan, when do we start learning? Yes, I want to learn right now. This was the true allure of interstellar gaming. Mining every day was mundane. They craved cannon fire and bloodshed. The players flexed their muscles, trembling with excitement just at the sight of the protruding gun barrels on the flagship. The IT was simply too cool. Let us commence immediately. Everyone form 10 groups and follow the instructors for lessons. Chapter 48. Insight Points. Wind Blows Bottom exclaimed. Please select the Weapon Instructor's course. Current instructor courses: Gabriel, 987-1013. Sophia, 326-1013. Alice, 1013-1013. Each instructor had only 1,013 slots available. Players registered themselves and sought time for their lessons. However, when the instructor saw the arrangements, they were left in disbelief. Lord Wei Yuan, given the urgency, why not have them all learn immediately? Yes, why allow them to choose their own times? Is it possible that the human race will send reinforcements? The instructors gathered around Wei Yuan, genuinely frightened. When the pirates arrived, would anyone care whether you were merely working? They would be a band of robbers, indiscriminately killing and looting, with their lives hanging in the balance. Who wouldn't be terrified? Observing the instructor's anxious expressions, Wei Yuan empathized, but could offer little consolation to "I apologize, but the human race cannot provide reinforcements in such a short time frame. The only combatants available are the clan members present now." Wei Yuan gently remarked, 3 days is ample time for them to master the operation of the flagship. You need not worry about the instruction. Your task is to identify those among my kin who possess leadership qualities that I intend to entrust the entirety of this battle to them. What? Gavin, the most formidable among the weapon instructors, tensed up. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Wei Yuan. "My lord, forgive my presumption, but you are aware that we are up against the Squid Pirate Crew, the third most notorious band of pirates in the Starry Seas. Even with 81 flagships at your disposal, it seems improbable that victory is assured, particularly with such a low caliber of warriors at the helm." Gavin hesitated to mention that out of the more than 10,000 individuals, merely around 100 were genetic warriors, while the remainder were ordinary folk that place a group that had scarcely encountered a warship in their lives in command of flagship. Was that not tantamount to courting death? Gavin's face flushed crimson, yet he lacked the audacity to oppose Wei Yuan directly. "Even if you doubt my kin, you must trust me," Wei Yuan asserted, his gaze sweeping over the instructors. Apart from Gavin, the others bore unmistakable apprehension. "It's not as if I brought you all this way merely to lead you to your demise. That I assure you, even if my territory is overrun, you will leave unscathed." Exchanging glances, the instructors fell silent, recognizing that with Wei Yuan's assurance, further discourse seemed unwarranted. They could only hope to depart in one piece when the time came, especially considering the vast distance to Blue Star, where not even a proper route existed. Venturing in mechas, they risked running out of energy and perishing in the starry void. Inevitably, death awaited. The cloud of unease loomed over the instructors on the players' side. Registrations were nearing completion. "Oh, come on. A horde of beasts. I just witnessed the only female instructor spot get snatched the moment it was released. Exactly. A bunch of lecherous old fools. Here I am, innocently attracted to the name of Instructor Alice." Among the instructors, Gavin ranked highest in strength, standing at the forefront. "Regardless, if I couldn't secure a spot in Alice's class, the others are of little consequence. All players have successfully registered. Beginning special attribute, Basic Insight." The system's voice echoed in every player's mind. Basic Insight. Oh my. Feng Shui Pai Pai was en route with Xue Xue La to meet the oil thief. Just then, the system announced the special attribute, prompting him to open his details page. Player, Feng Shui Pai Pai. Level, LV2 Gold, 14,759, Insight 3, Skills, none. How rudimentary our personal pages are in this game. Oil Thief was also assessing her insight. Feng Shui Pai Pai casually asked, "Brothers, what is your insight level?" 6. Seriously. I'm at 3.5. It seems rather decent. 0.7 after everyone share their insights. They turned to Makabaka. "What about you?" Her face flushed crimson. 0.1. Ha ha one. Makabaka, you truly ha ha ha. Oil Thief laughed heartily, only to receive a swift slap on the back from Makabaka. "Insight isn't the same as IQ. What are you laughing at?" Makabaka's face burned with indignation. That IT was merely that she struggled with scientific concepts in school. Yet, she had no issues while gaming previously. Why did this game introduce an insight attribute? Ridiculous. Oil Thief chuckled. "I know it's unrelated to IQ that we were in the same high school class. You just struggled a bit with math and science. No worries, I'll look out for you. Look out for me. Can't you see this insight can be upgraded?" Makabaka retorted, stepping on Oil Thief's foot. She then opened her gold stash, ready to invest in insight. "What? A single point of insight costs 1,000 gold. After reaching 10 points, the cost skyrockets to 10,000. Highway robbery. Even seasoned players have only arrived a week or two earlier. Gold is scarce." Makabaka, having more gold than most, could only afford to increase her insight to Oil Thief, and the others frantically checked their gold to see how much they could upgrade. Feng Shui Pai Pai sidled up to Xue Xue La. Smirking, "Sister Xue, you're new here and probably low on gold. Wanted to lend you some? You see, gold is hard to come by in this game. Mining all day yields barely 50 gold. If I lend you some in-game gold, perhaps you could repay me in reality? Doesn't your brother give you money?" Xue Xue La inquired. "He does, but not enough." Feng Shui Pai Pai grinned. "That you're spending all your time in-game. Do you really need to spend money?" Xue Xue La revealed her page. "After you upgrade your attributes, I doubt you'll have any gold left to lend me." Feng Shui Pai Pai, unfazed, exclaimed, "Sister Xue, don't underestimate me. I have." "What?" Chapter 49. Gavin, hold on. Feng Shui Pai Pai s exclamation drew the attention of several others still bickering. Though Makabaka had low insight, her keen eyes spotted Shui LA's personal page. The staggering figure of 20 appeared before her, nearly causing her to swoon. What? 20? Where did you find such a genius? ISNT everyone supposed to be playing under 10. Oil Thief shouted, spinning in surprise. Even Xing Chen's eyes widened. Wow, sister, you are truly my sister. Could the game's insight truly reflect individual aptitude? As players expressed their astonishment, Wei Yuan was equally taken aback. He could view player attributes from the back end, and was assured that this insight was indeed not a mere fabrication of the system. It was a calculated assessment. Have I summoned a prodigy? Starting out with 20 points of insight. Wei Yuan clicked on her profile, revealing Shui LA's detailed information. Goodness, she has been a genius since childhood. He swallowed hard, realizing his fortune. What luck! This battle lacks a competent commander. She could seamlessly step in as a temporary leader against the Squid Crew's advanced genetic warriors. The remaining pirates? The players will handle them. His concerns were not about winning, but rather about maintaining the defense line to prevent the pirates from discovering Blue Star. Suddenly, this high-insight female powerhouse emerged. Surely, having her assume command would pose no issues. Unbeknownst to Shui La, Wei Yuan had set his sights on her. She merely found the game intriguing. After all, insights could be upgraded with gold. What was there to be surprised about? With sufficient gold, they would catch up in no time. Let us focus on learning to operate the warships, she declared, her gaze drawn to the magnificent flagships hovering above. This company was both powerful and enigmatic. She had conducted thorough research before logging in. The delivery of game pods was shrouded in secrecy, with even the couriers appearing to be specialists, their identities eluding her. She suspected this game to be the creation of some clandestine organization. Sister Shui is right. Let us learn now. I'm signed up with Gavin, Sister Shui. You're also with Gavin? Let us go together. Guide me. Feng Shui Pai Pai followed closely behind Shui La, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Observing his antics, Shui La chuckled, not declining his company. After all, they were part of the same circle. Zhang Tao appeared to be a reckless second-generation rich kid, yet he was far more amiable than his gloomy, scheming older brother. Let us go learn. Oil Thief and the others cheerfully dashed off to their lessons. As the strongest of the veteran players, their insights might not match Shui LA's, but they understood that they could catch up with gold upgrades after completing several tasks. The players exchanged friend requests in the game before parting ways. Shui La found it surprising. In the real world, she seldom encountered individuals like them. What is on your mind, Sister Shui? Feng Shui Pai Pai asked curiously as he noticed her pause. Shui La replied, I just feel that your friends are quite different from those we usually encounter. The wind whispered, and suddenly, it dawned upon him that it was snowing. He chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. Indeed, they are far cleaner and more innocent than those in our circle. After all, we are all gamers here, simply seeking joy and happiness. Who would scheme against others? Furthermore, this game is about safeguarding humanity. We are all the same kin. Jiang Shuer began to understand why some people are fond of gaming. Let us go, she said. Her in-game ID appeared soft and adorable, yet in reality, she exuded a commanding presence. Tall and slender, with curves in all the right places, complemented by a flawless oval face and a pair of slightly piercing phoenix eyes, her aura was truly remarkable. Look over there. Where is Teacher Gavin? Wind blowing but spotted Gavin emerging from Wei Yuan's vicinity. He called out loudly, waving, Teacher Gavin, we have come to learn. Please take us up to study. Gavin, already brimming with irritation, recalled Wei Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. Observing the humans approaching him for lessons, he could hardly contain his disdain that a lowly warrior, encountering a high-ranking genetic warrior, showed no respect and was so carefree. It was infuriating. Control yourself, Gavin. You do not wish to perish here. He admonished himself, remembering vividly how that one-eyed giant had been slain by Lord Wei Yuan for mistreating humans during recruitment. He could not allow anger to consume him. Lord Wei Yuan was fiercely protective of his own. However, when wind blowing but casually draped an arm over Gavin's shoulder, he lost his composure. Fury erupted in his deep violet eyes. You, wind blowing, but one must show respect to a teacher. I could see that moment. Snowing spoke up, instructing wind blowing but to lower his hand. Having spent considerable time alongside the oil-stealing witch, he had grown somewhat dismissive of NPCs, considering them merely characters. Yet, respecting Snowing's wishes, he complied and withdrew his hand. Snowing addressed Gavin respectfully. Teacher, Is it convenient for you to teach us now? Gavin's anger still simmered as he prepared to reprimand these ignorant humans about respect. And my mood is foul. And even if I were to teach you now, you would surely struggle to grasp it. Does Lord Wei Yuan know you speak to us in such a manner? Snowing retorted, unperturbed. Are you dissatisfied with us or with our Lord? How could I be displeased with Lord Wei Yuan? Gavin quickly denied. Do not speak carelessly here, but if you wish to learn, follow my instructions diligently. He felt cornered in the realm of humanity. Even if he harbored disdain for these ordinary lowly beings, he had to suppress it. After all, in 3 days, the space pirates would arrive, and then he would relish their downfall. Gavin muttered under his breath, his voice low enough for the 2 ordinary humans to hear. He dared not offend Lord Wei Yuan. He couldn't act against these lowly warriors, leaving him only verbal means to assert his superiority. But does that mean we should wait for 3 days to see the humans' folly? Snowing inquired loudly. Just then, Lord Wei Yuan strolled over. Gavin's expression twitched, and he quickly exclaimed, No, I was merely mumbling. What are you doing? Did you not say you wanted to learn? Come, let us proceed. What was wrong with this human woman? Gavin felt his heart racing. He was already intimidated by Wei Yuan and nearly caught his own words. He looked up to find Snowing raising an eyebrow at him, a challenge in her gaze. Teacher, perhaps you should be more cautious with your words from now on. Damn it, what is wrong with these humans? Why are they so unafraid of me? What is happening within the ranks of humanity? Gavin thought, feeling increasingly uneasy. From a distance, Wei Yuan observed the unfolding scene, amusement bubbling within him. Gavin, though competent and suitable as a teacher, had a temperament that would inevitably clash with the players. Little did he expect that his first encounter would be with Snowing. Now, please guide us up to study, as time is of the essence. Surely, you do not wish to let Lord Wei Yuan know that you cannot teach us. Snowing stated. Gavin's eyes widened in shock. This was an outright threat. Fine, I shall teach you right now. He gritted through clenched teeth, eager to witness how these humans would tackle the intricacies of piloting a starship. Wei Yuan had already granted access to the starship, allowing teachers to bring players aboard. Upon entering the vessel, wind blowing, but gave Snowing a thumbs up. Wow, just moments ago, you were so friendly with the teacher. Snowing may claim respect, but her actions seem intended to provoke. Wind blowing, but mused. Do the NPCs in this game possess their own personalities? Snowing observed Gavin, who was suppressing his anger, seemingly ready to teach them a lesson. She found the experience oddly fascinating. The game felt almost too real that if it weren't for her logging into the game via pod, she might have doubted its fictional nature. Despite not being a gamer before, she had conducted her research. So far, a few AI had passed the Turing test, but could any AI truly reach this level? She contemplated gravely. Gavin was merely one of many NPCs. What if even such an inconsequential character was controlled by an advanced AI? It was known that top-tier AI consumed vast resources every second. The game company Starry Humans had distributed the pods for free as a promotional strategy, knowing that each pod required compatible nutrient solutions. Such marketing tactics were commonplace. Initially, Jiang Schwerer believed the game's primary revenues stemmed from nutrient solutions. With sufficient daily activity, profits would surely follow once the game gained popularity. Yet, she pondered whether the initial investment had been excessive. At that moment, Gavin spoke, his displeasure evident as he faced his unlikable students. Watch closely. I will demonstrate the operation of all the procedures just once. He began to showcase the piloting techniques. Learning starship operation procedures. Learning in progress. Efficiency, 100. Recording learning video. Learning progress, 1.2.3. Gavin's arrogance was palpable, yet his teaching abilities were undeniable. Learning required not only the student's comprehension, but also the teacher's aptitude. Despite his reservations, Gavin remained earnest in his instruction. After explaining a segment of the operational methods, he paused, observing the 2 humans. Serious yet infuriating, he coldly remarked, merely watching will not suffice. You must practice. Now, demonstrate what I just explained and attempt to launch a low-end particle beam to hit the target. Gavin pointed at a barren patch of land displayed on the screen. They were to shatter a massive stone into powder without allowing excess energy to escape. He stated gravely, waiting for the spectacle. Do not think operating a low-end particle beam is simple, that I must teach these impudent youngsters a lesson. The distance to that stone is already the maximum range for a particle beam, and they must contain the energy to pulverize it. Humph. Mastering it is not as easy as it sounds. It requires extraordinary perception and experience. Gavin smirked. eager to see them fail before he showcased his own prowess, hoping to earn their genuine admiration. Now, commence your operations. Understood, Teacher Gavin. Snowing displayed no signs of pressure. Wait, snowing? I'm still stuck at 65 learning progress. Wind blowing but exclaimed, grabbing her arm, it's all right, it's 65%. You should have already grasped the targeting. Just aim the cannon at the target and follow my instructions. Gavin stood aside, internally scoffing. What audacity! A mere ordinary human truly believed they were a prodigy. This second-tier genetic warrior was utterly useless. Taking advice from someone who had never unlocked their genetic potential. This is truly a disgrace for the gene warriors. Additional chapters will be arranged in due course. The foundation will consist of 2 daily updates, followed by extra chapters for readers who offer their support. Gavin. My mindset has crumbled. The cannon has been calibrated. Energy at 15, position at 37. Ready to strike. Press the button for 2.7 seconds. Release. Accurate, decisive. Not a hint of panic in his command. Snow took merely 10 seconds to follow her instructions and shatter the distant boulder. As the wind swept by, the stone disintegrated under the display. Gavin had initially planned to mock snow and wind, but now he felt as though he were the boulder on the verge of breaking apart. What did he witness? A human who had yet to unlock their genetic lock, commanding a secondary gene warrior to execute a particle wave strike. How long had she taken to learn? 17 minutes. And her task took how long? 10 seconds. At that moment, Gavin recalled the smoothest operation he had ever performed. How long did he take just to calibrate the cannon? He had required 30 seconds, let alone articulating all the necessary information. Teacher, it was my first operation, and I was somewhat unfamiliar. Did I perform adequately? The most infuriating aspect of Snow was not her arrogance, but her unwavering calmness throughout their exchanges. That it was as if this feat was utterly mundane to her, if this could merely be deemed satisfactory. What did that render his previous efforts? A complete joke. Gavin appeared to be standing still, yet it had already fragmented some time ago. Teacher, Wind patted Gavin on the shoulder, barely containing her laughter. Indeed, no matter who encounters a prodigy like Snow, they would inevitably feel disheartened. After all, she emerged from an exceedingly patriarchal family and managed to seize control within just a few years. Could she not be considered formidable? Exhilarating. Wind reveled in Gavin's crumbling expression, feeling an overwhelming thrill that was distinct from the satisfaction she felt when Source crushed the Cyclops' head. This was pure joy, a direct slap in the face to the Alliance. Although the teachers were recruited by Wind and her companions, they could easily perceive that the only person they truly feared was Source. In the face of Wind and her fellow low-tier gene warriors, these teachers held an air of superiority. Now, they were undoubtedly intimidated by the genius. Observing Wind's gleeful demeanor, Gavin still felt somewhat dazed. Yet, prodigies are not common. Individuals like her, exceptional talents, emerge only once in hundreds of thousands. This Snow is a genius, and surely, Wind cannot be as well. Gavin felt his teacher's reputation could still be salvaged. Why don't you give it a try? The requirements are the same as before, with you commanding and Snow assisting, the target being the 3 bloodthirsty trees beside the boulder. Gavin wore a stern expression. Feeling uncomfortable standing next to Snow, IT felt as though he were being pierced by her brilliance. Thus, he chose to focus solely on Wind. Did they assume him to be a soft target? Wind raised an eyebrow at Snow. Sister Snow, go for it. Snow nodded. 1 minute later, the low-tier particle wave eliminated the 3 bloodthirsty trees without a single excess expenditure. Simultaneously, it revealed a player below who was preparing to chop down the trees. Who the hell shot at me? The player, intent on gathering bloodthirsty tree materials, bellowed. Wind shrank back slightly, relieved that not just they were studying aboard the flagship. Thus, the player could not identify which ship had fired the cannon. The technique was still lacking. The calculations took a bit too long. Wine scratched her head, grinning at Gavin. Observing his dazed expression, she decided to tease him. Teacher, since you're here, shall I call a few more of my kin to learn from you? They've all signed up for Alice's class, but she is currently overwhelmed. What do you think? Gavin, feeling lost, returned to the accommodation assigned by Source to their teachers that he sat on the bed. Pondering for hours, unable to comprehend the situation, was it truly due to his lack of talent? He rested his hands on his forehead, nearly curling up in despair. Today, every single student, every one of them, the entirety of those summoned by Wind, was learning at a pace faster than his. They had merely observed his demonstration once, Yet the slowest among them had managed to use the low-tier particle wave with precision in just 1 minute. Was it truly that simple? Gavin recalled when he was praised as a rare talent by his teachers during his school days. It now seemed utterly ludicrous. Gavin laughed and cried simultaneously. Goodness, could his resolve truly be crumbling? Source clicked his tongue, that of course, in the age of interstellar travel, the notion of resolve scarcely existed. If one were to speak of it, it might truly be classified as a psychological issue. The possibility of collapsing under the pressure of a genius was not far-fetched. Source recalled the antics of Wind and felt a headache coming on. Mischievous, he intentionally sought out those veteran players who possessed enough gold to elevate their comprehension, solely to undermine Gavin. Once their comprehension reached 10, their learning abilities would stand out even in the Lord Academy. New players were currently fervently chopping trees and mining, striving to gather more gold to enhance their understanding, fearing that Gavin might genuinely break down. Source approached him. Gavin. Gavin lifted his head numbly, his eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing Source, he sighed, Lord Source, I was too naive. I never anticipated that the human race harbored so many prodigies. What is there to sigh about? Teacher Gavin, shouldn't you be pleased to teach geniuses? Source handed him a glass of juice made by the players. Don't you wish to witness the scene of the infamous squid pirate crew being thoroughly routed by a band of low-tier gene warriors? Chapter 52. Alice, the beloved wife, reigns supreme. The learning video has been recorded, thanks to the players for their insights. All rewards will be distributed after the novice players observe and learn. Snow and Wind had just descended from the flagship when Snow received a notification. She opened the system panel to review it, just as Wind exclaimed, Whoa, Sister Snow, did you just record the video while learning? Weren't you also filming? Wind smirked, suppressing her laughter. She hadn't recorded any instructional video. She had captured Gavin's expressions throughout the ordeal. She planned to share this delightful footage with Thief Oil Granny and the others. Alice belonged to the Wood Elf tribe, with long, dark green hair and round, glistening eyes. Though still young, she appeared soft and adorable. When recruiting teachers, Thief Oil Granny had brought her on board directly as the lowest level and least skilled among all teachers. Alice had felt quite anxious. She feared that her teaching would disappoint Source and lead to her dismissal. Upon arriving on Blue Star, she worried that if her first lesson didn't go well, Source might refuse to pay her for the day. To her surprise, on her very first day, after setting up the course registration as instructed by Source, her slots filled up instantly with registrations from Source. To be honest, green hair is my preference. I adore it. Now, I declare that Teacher Alice is my beloved wife. Protecting Alice, my wife, is everyone's responsibility. Oh, Alice, my wife, the players shouted without restraint, causing Alice to shrink her neck in surprise. Why does it feel like Lord Wei Yuan's kin are overly enthusiastic in a rather peculiar way? You lot, go indulge in your own fantasies. I have painstakingly gathered gold coins to elevate my understanding to level 10, so step aside and let me in to learn. Without gold coins, I feel anxious. Teacher, please teach swiftly, for after this I must mine and chop wood. Just moments ago, while gathering coins, I nearly got shot by a cannon. Are you the unfortunate fellow who almost met his demise from that cannon? Go away. I nearly passed out from fright, and yet here you are laughing. Once I learn to wield a weapon, I shall be the first to blast you with a cannon. As the players began to stir up a commotion, Alice timidly stepped forward to intervene. Students, please, let's keep the noise down. Those who wish to learn, come to me, that I will take you aboard the flagship and teach you the operating system. Yes, she spoke. Alice activated her mental interface, projecting a manual that detailed the operations. Oh my. Teacher Alice is actually using a manual. With my 10 years of experience in teaching certification, it's evident that you, Teacher Alice, are a recent graduate. It's clear you are new to this. Your nervousness is utterly heart-melting. Alice's complexion turned pale. Oh no, has she been discovered? She widened her eyes, staring in fear at the player who was speaking. Could it be that she would be dismissed so soon? Just as tears began to well up in her eyes, her burgeoning emotions were abruptly interrupted by the players' exuberant cheers. Truly, they are too adorable. Go for it, Alice. It's normal for a first-time teacher to be like this. Just look at how close she was to tears. It's absolutely charming. Come on, let us get learning. If all else fails, just show us the manual. Alice led the players onto the flagship, feeling a bit dazed. Whenever players asked questions, she answered, resembling not so much a teacher guiding her students as a group of employers assessing interns. By the end of the tour aboard the flagship, the players had achieved a 100 learning progress. Even when they coaxed her back to the teacher's lounge, she remained somewhat bewildered. Was today's teaching completed? At that moment, the door to another cabin opened, revealing a disheartened Gavin, who spotted the still-dazed Alice. Alice, how did your first day of teaching feel? Alice recalled how her students had assured her they would never disclose her teaching shortcomings to Lord Wei Yuan. And her face brightened with a smile. The students are wonderful to interact with. I mean, in terms of teaching. Gavin inquired softly, wondering if he was the only one who encountered such peculiar students. Upon hearing his question, Alice's mind went blank. Teaching? Did she even teach today? She merely explained what each key did and how to operate the system at AS for detailed tutorials and practical exercises. She hadn't provided any at all. Alice's thoughts spun wildly. This is a disaster. The students learn nothing. Seeing Alice's complexion turn ashen, as if she might faint at any moment, Gavin sensed something was amiss. You didn't teach them anything, did you? Alice looked up, tears welling in her eyes. I forgot. I just took them on a tour of the flagship. It's all right. You can teach them tomorrow. There's still time. Gavin suggested. But Alice shook her head, murmuring, but there's only 2 days left. No, wait, more accurately. Only 1 day remains. The pirates will arrive on the 3rd day, and there's no possible way to teach them everything in just 1 day. I'm such a useless teacher. This is a disaster. Alice turned and entered her room, muttering to herself, perhaps I should call them for a lesson tonight. I absolutely cannot let them lose their lives. Gavin watched Alice close the door, retracting his outstretched hand silently. Is it possible that it doesn't matter who the teacher is? Listening to the ruckus outside, he noticed players preparing to chop wood with basic energy saws. After a moment's thought, he chose to remain silent, why around 5 or 6 in the evening. As Alice was still drafting her lesson plans, she suddenly caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly enticing aroma. Gurgle. Chapter 53. Teacher, shall we negotiate? Ah, what a delightful scent. Lifting her head from her lesson plans, Alice's green hair was now a disheveled mess, having been tousled while she worked. However, her hunger had grown so intense that she hardly noticed her appearance before the players who were grilling and fanning a barbecue. A large tuft of green hair appeared. From within this mass of hair emerged a cute, wide-eyed face. Whoa, you startled me. A player nearly dropped their fan in surprise upon recognizing it was their adorable teacher, Alice. They steadied their trembling hand. Oh, it's you, classmate. Alice smiled warmly at the player. What are you grilling? It smells so good. In truth, she couldn't even recall the player's name, as the names of players varied greatly. However, the food this particular student was flipping smelled utterly divine. Earlier, while in her room, the aroma had already made her ravenous. Now that she was closer, it was almost overwhelming grilled chicken, which happens to be our beloved source brother's favorite. He buys one every day. Would you like to have one too, teacher? Can I? Alice's eyes sparkled. She swallowed hard. Will you give me one? Then I'll take 2. She extended her delicate fingers, appearing utterly charming. All right, go sit over there for a while, and I'll bring it to you shortly. The players, enchanted by Alice's sweet demeanor, were nearly overwhelmed. Seeing the player readily agree made Alice feel a bit bashful. Was it too much to ask for 2 grilled chickens? Glancing at the skewers behind the player, she noticed a variety of meats and vegetable skewers. Nearby, several players who had just emerged from the mines were enjoying barbecued food and sipping fruit wine, basking in the gentle breeze. A truly delightful atmosphere. Alice's cheeks flushed slightly. The elven race had a rather rigid hierarchy, what elves were considered lower in status. She had never witnessed humans, regardless of their rank, gathering together to eat, drink, and laugh so freely. Here you go, Alice, my wife teacher, your 2 grilled chickens. The fragrant grilled chicken, steaming with flavor, made Alice swallow hard before reaching out. With a gentle bite, her sharp teeth tore through the succulent meat, pulling off a generous chunk along with the bone. So delicious, savory, tender, and slightly spicy. This is incredible. Alice kept exclaiming, her heart racing with joy as tears streamed down her cheeks. The barbecue stall owner looked stunned and hurried over to inquire. Did you burn yourself? Oh no. That bone shouldn't be eaten. It could choke you. Oh no. Teacher, quickly spit it out. The owner had not cooked the bones to a crisp. His shout drew the attention of several players who had just returned from the mines. Are you all right, Teacher Alice? Crying while eating? She must have burned herself. Perhaps it's too spicy. Brother, how much chili did you put in? Not much, just a little. Goodness, just a tad. No wonder our beloved Alice is crying. Hearing the commotion around her, Alice opened her eyes in confusion. What are you all talking about? The owner of the barbecue stall, known as insectoid, quickly asked, "Teacher Alice, why are you crying?" If this wasn't he clarified, his stall would surely be besieged by the lecherous players in no time. Alice gazed at the concerned players surrounding her, her face slightly flushed as she shyly lowered her head and whispered, "I've never eaten anything so delicious before." "What?" The players were taken aback. "Wait, are you serious?" In this interstellar setting, there's no good food. The players exchanged glances. Sour's brother always enjoyed food, but they had never seen him cry over it. Amiro also loved to eat, but she preferred to drink the sap of the bloodwood tree. "Hold on. I remember that the oil thief mentioned in a guide that the people of the Interstellar Alliance mostly eat nutrient paste, which is said to be terribly unappetizing." "Wow. I remember eating meal replacement powder during my diet. While it was nutritious, it was hardly enjoyable. So, does that mean there's no good food in the stars?" "Why don't you ask?" Several players exchanged glances before turning their attention toward the entity known as Ita. He inquired, and Ita, equally curious, asked, "Teacher Alice, do you find my dish delectable? Have you not tasted anything delightful during your time living outside?" Alice shook her head. She had understood some of the players' earlier conversations. Suddenly, she recalled hearing that humans were reluctant to venture outside. Initially, she had assumed it was due to their lack of strength and the frailty of their race, which confined them to their settlements. Yet now, it seemed plausible that they simply found the nutritional supplements unpalatable. Alice took a hearty bite of the roasted chicken in her hand. Even in the Central Star System, ordinary gene warriors could only consume nutritional supplements. The more expensive ones merely provided a tad more energy. That Alice's words ignited excitement among the players. "Isn't this a splendid opportunity to make some profit? How about we organize something later?" they exclaimed. Observing her students cheerfully erupting into a raucous cheer, Alice raised her hand and quietly remarked, "The blue star is exceedingly distant from other planets. The nearest one is within a war zone. If you do not apply yourselves in your studies, I fear, within 2 days, we might all perish." Ito rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unable to establish his own shop in the real world, he mused that he must at least set one up in the stars. "Brothers, are you interested in pulling off a grand venture?" he asked, glancing at his companions. These comrades were dedicated gamers, toiling endlessly in the mines, evidently devoid of gold coins, yet possessing ample time in the real world. "But how do we pull off a grand venture?" The players turned their attention toward him. "That I've closely observed the paths of those seasoned players who have struck it rich. Take that mysterious benefactor as an example. He seized the opportunity to amass a fortune. Perhaps we should try something similar. Are you suggesting we secretly venture into the war zone and meet those pirates?" The players exchanged glances, a consensus forming. After all, they were players. Who among them did not revel in mischief? Mining daily was akin to laboring like beasts of burden in the real world. However, they lacked gold coins, weapons, and even spacecraft. "What can we do without money?" Questioned a player named Ergo. Ituwa turned to Alice. "Teacher, may we discuss something?" Chapter 54. We need an angel investor. Additional update. "Huh." Alice finished a roasted chicken in a few bites, her awareness sharpening upon hearing Ituwa's request. She straightened herself, saying, "Classmate, you were the one who stated that these 2 roasted chickens are gifts for me." Alice's emerald eyes reflected 2 words. "No money." "Hey, teacher, you shouldn't be suspicious of us." Ituwa pulled up a chair and sat beside Alice, while other players gathered around, eagerly looking at her. "Teacher Alice, we are all quite familiar now, and we genuinely need your assistance. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to build a boat together, but 100 years to form a bond between teacher and student. The bond we share is a rare fortune cultivated over a century. Your beloved students require your help. Will you not lend a hand?" Alice remained unmoved by their pleas. She had discerned their intentions. Her students were planning something perilous, but were currently hindered by their lack of funds. It appeared they were now eyeing her for assistance. "I have no money." She firmly shook her head. Ituwa's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Teacher, if you lend us a few gold coins this time, we will not only repay you, but also share the profits with you. 3 to 7. Moreover, you will become the most esteemed VIP customer at my barbecue stand. You may eat as much as you desire, whatever you wish, entirely free of charge. What say you?" In that instant, Alice, who had been resolute in her refusal, hesitated. The thought of indulging in an abundance of delectable food was tempting. To be honest, 2 roasted chickens were merely enough to satisfy her cravings. Alice swallowed hard. "When one works, it is for sustenance, is it not? But I truly have no money. I possess but a single star coin." Embarrassed, Alice activated her intelligence device, revealing her account balance to the players. Oh dear. I am indeed quite impoverished. No wonder I sensed a familiar scent upon encountering Alice. It turns out she too exudes an air of destitution like myself. It is no surprise she is unconcerned about pirates. If Lord Yuan does not rescue her, she may very well start at Alice's face flushed red. Perhaps you should seek assistance from another teacher. That won't do. Teacher Alice, it is precisely because you are impoverished that we wish to help you. Ituo replied, patting her shoulder. Even if you are the deity of poverty in the universe, we shall rescue you from your plight. While you may lack funds now, your monthly salary as a teacher must be considerable. Go and ask Lord Yuan for an advance on your salary. He is quite accommodating. Come now. Other teachers cannot be persuaded as easily as you, Alice. Yet Alice hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, given her lackluster teaching abilities. How could she dare request an advance from Lord Wei Yuan? Teacher, do not stray from the point. Ituo whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Consider this. A worker earns according to the effort they put in, right? However, employers pay monthly, effectively holding the money in their grasp. They dictate your tasks, and failure to comply could result in a deduction from your wages. But if you request an advance on your salary, imagine the power shift. If you obtain a month's wages and they fail to allow you to work for that duration, would they dare to dismiss you? As Alice listened, she instinctively nodded. Yes, even if my teaching quality is lacking. I was summoned by Lord Wei Yuan himself. Indeed, this is merely his just deserts. And you, our dear teacher, have already imparted knowledge to us today. All you seek is an advance on your salary, which does not harm Lord Yuan's interests, does it? Furthermore, with the pirates approaching, if you spend that month's wages, Lord Yuan would not allow you to perish for the sake of a mere salary. Right? Exactly. Alice's verdant eyes sparkled with determination. She decided to request her salary. After teaching all day, there was little fear of being dismissed by Lord Wei Yuan. I shall request an advance. An advance. An advance. With newfound confidence, Alice strode towards the lounge where Lord Wei Yuan resided. Witnessing the once timid elven maiden transformed into a figure of conviction, those who knew understood she was pursuing an advance on her salary, while those unaware might think she was there to demand payment for overdue wages. Wait, my friend, were you previously involved in a pyramid scheme? Ergo remarked, giving Ituo a thumbs up. Your persuasive skills are unmatched. Just the usual, Ituo waved dismissively. Given Lord Yuan's character, the money would surely be forthcoming. Now, let us consider what we should purchase. As the players access the system's marketplace, Lord Yuan, observing from a distance, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Oh dear, this group of individuals is truly something else, even deceiving the virtual NPCs. How could such an innocent and delightful girl like Alice be tainted by these mischief makers? Just as he was musing, Alice knocked on the door. With a resigned smile, Lord Yuan opened it. Well then, as their leader, I suppose I must lend a hand to this audacious group. However, I should first adjust the exchange rate of star coins to gold coins. Treating it as a tax, yes, he smiled. Alice, please come in. Lord Yuan truly this accommodating. Alice stepped out of the lounge, bewildered. 200,000 star coins. Has it truly been credited? This was the first time in her life she had seen so many zeros in her account balance. Staring at the figures, Alice felt a sense of disbelief. Yet the eager players surrounding her reminded her of her impending loss. She would have to part with her freshly acquired salary. I told you Lord Yuan would come through for us. Quickly, Teacher Alice, transfer your salary to us, so I may purchase equipment. Seeing Alice's reluctant demeanor, Ituo quickly assured her, once our tasks are complete, we will certainly repay you, with a broad grin revealing all 8 of his teeth. Ituo swiftly exchanged the star coins for gold in the system, ready to make purchases, renting 6 mechs, thermal weapons, particle sniper rifles, and light wave grenades. Chapter 55. Agreement 3. I will not lose my iron steed again. 200,000 star coins only convert to 1 million gold coins. The exchange rate seems to have fluctuated, but the funds we possess are still sufficient for our needs. Let us first equip ourselves. We are about to acquire mechas. How exhilarating. They're all new players. Having gleaned all prior game information solely from the videos shared by seasoned players like the Oil Stealing Witch, when Brother Yuan descended in the Mo Yun mecha, they were utterly envious, watching the gold coins credited to their accounts. Their hearts surged with excitement. Mechas, place the order. All weapons appeared before their eyes. After completing the summoning task, the system automatically upgraded. The upgraded system could directly deliver items from the system mall to the player's hands. But where are the mechas? Despite the array of weapons displayed, the players were more eager to behold the mechas. Mechas, the ultimate romance for men. The mecha you ordered is currently en route for delivery. Please be attentive to its arrival. The system's prompt appeared just as 6 beams of light streaked across the distant sky. Boom! 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 6 sleek, silver-glimmering battle mechas stood before the players, towering at 3 meters tall. The mechas emitted a radiant glow from their eyes as they scanned the players. Rental confirmation complete. Please receive. The player's game panels displayed a confirmation button. What is happening? Ituad Dan's hands and feet trembled. Such towering mechas, have they truly been rented? How thrilling! How exhilarating! Upon completion of the confirmation, the mechas introduced themselves. We're the BT series mechas. My number is 003. Numbers are 04. The numbers are 05. Numbers are 06. Numbers are 09. Each mecha's voice was similar. Yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerged. Upon hearing that their series was BT, Dan exclaimed, then your pilots must be called Iron Riders. The BT-003, standing opposite Ida Dan, tilted its head in confusion. Apologies. I did not comprehend what you mean by Iron Rider, but our pilots are typically referred to as Master. However, we are merely tenants, temporary masters. No, from now on you shall call us Iron Riders, exclaimed Air Guzzi, jumping with excitement that he was a seasoned player of Titanfall. Iron Riders? The mechas inquired of the players. Other players also cheered exuberantly. BT. Do not underestimate the bond between BT and Iron Riders. The excitement ignited. Agreement 3. I shall not lose my Iron Rider. Trust me, trust me, trust me. The mechas exchanged glances after witnessing the players' jubilant cheers. It seemed something was amiss with these masters of theirs. They had internal chat codes. The mechas immediately began to communicate .003. It appears that the Iron Riders are discussing if we would sacrifice ourselves for them. 006. But the master has stated that if faced with an impossible task, we can abandon our kin and leave .007. They are chanting Agreement 3.008. Command unrecognizable. Agreement 3 invalid. Let's adhere to the Master's commands. .004. New Agreement 3. We may lose our Iron Riders. 005. Saigao. Suddenly, 005 gave a thumbs up to the other mechas. This gesture was perfectly timed with the players' cries of trust. All right, let us proceed to the nearest battle zone and confront those fearsome pirates. Yes, let us go. The mechas came with a user manual upon purchase. The players enter the cockpit with the manuals in hand, beginning their lessons. Operating the mechas was far simpler than piloting the flagship. The primary task was to establish a mental link with the mecha. As the players perused the manuals, their mechas had already opened the cockpits. We possess autonomous consciousness. Your Iron Rider S level is insufficient. If a forced link occurs, mental trauma will ensue. You may issue commands, and we will execute them autonomously. The mechas were not belittling the players. Rather, under normal circumstances, levels were tied to mental strength, if the players were merely ordinary humans. The moment these low-level novices attempted to link with the mechas, they could potentially be overwhelmed by the surge of data. However, were they truly ordinary humans? Ituad Dan chuckled. Mental link? Air Guzzi immediately grasped Ituad Dan's meaning. Then we shall achieve a man-machine unity. Indeed, I have found the reason I cannot find a wife. It is all because of you old perverts, always thinking of mechas instead of women. Another player patted Ituad Dan's back, lamenting. The player's remarks left the mechas somewhat perplexed. However, upon witnessing the mechas' bewildered expressions, the players resumed their serious demeanor. When adults are speaking, children should not pry. Mental link. Mental link. Can even the BT look down upon it? If I fail the link, I am unworthy of being your Iron Rider. Ituad Dan deftly climbed into the mecha's cockpit. Grasping the mental link conduit of BT-003, he pressed it against his temple. The mechas had readied themselves to control their data flow, but unexpectedly. In the next moment, all their data was received, and the players opened their eyes. Wow, this is so cool. Everything is dataized, Air Guzzi exclaimed, as everything around him was labeled. Whenever he focused on an object, its data would instantly appear. He felt as if his mind had been fully unlocked, an exhilarating sensation. Let us move. Ituad Dan extracted the coordinates of the nearest battle zone directly from BT-003's data stream. Thankfully, they could reach it with the mechas. Let us go. 6 beams of dark light surged forth, soaring into the sky. breaking free from Blue Star's gravity, entering the starry sea. Alice, clutching a skewer roasted by Dan, grew increasingly anxious as it dawned on her that she might have been deceived. What to do? If Lord Wei Yuan found out, he might flay her alive. With this thought, she devoured the skewers with even greater fervor. Determined to die a glutton. Chapter 56. I did not betray the alliance. Count me conscientious. Alice felt somewhat lost. Those skewers she had just held were now in Wei Yuan's possession. Watching the 6 players vanish into the sky, Wei Yuan bit into a crispy skewer of pork belly. Among his kin, those skilled in barbecue were few and far between. Sighing, Wei Yuan hastened his eating. Alice, observing the rapidly disappearing skewers, was filled with tears. Lord Wei Yuan. She yearned for her skewers back. After all, whether one stretches their neck or retracts it, the end is the same. Even if she were to perish. She wished to savor one last bite. Unfazed, Wei Yuan continued to eat voraciously before Alice, leisurely chewing. Alice, chew chew chew. I now understand why you chose to chew chew chew. Advance your salary. Chew chew chew. In the future, when you indulge in free barbecue, chew chew chew. But you must take me along. Just as Alice took a deep breath, preparing to speak, Wei Yuan swallowed his mouthful and raised his hand to reveal his smart brain. Oh, look at this. Our academy's principal has messaged me, and I forgot to check. Alice, I must take my leave, he said, waving the skewer as he departed. This skewer is delicious. Thank you. Huh. Alice stared at Wei Yuan's retreating figure, momentarily a loss for what had just transpired. Lord Wei Yuan is not angry. Relieved, she gazed at her empty hands, feeling as though she had been duped again. Wei Yuan swaggered back to his lounge. Speaking of which, Dan was quite a skilled barbecuer. After venturing to the battle zone, he had nothing to eat. Thankfully, his wit allowed him to intercept a few skewers, finishing the last skewer. Wei Yuan opened the communication request sent by the old principal that he had not been lying to Alice. The principal indeed had attempted to contact him earlier, but he had missed the call. Now that he had some free time, he clicked to open IT.I in an instant. The worn expression of the old principal appeared before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan that the alliance may not be able to provide timely support. As time is too tight, Wei Yuan smiled. I've told you long ago, we must ultimately resolve this ourselves. When trouble strikes Blue Star, can we expect the alliance to arrive in time? They would be fortunate if they merely refrained from backstabbing us. Wei Yuan had long ceased to harbor any illusions about the interstellar alliance. Although immediate support from the alliance was unlikely, the academy would send students to assist. No. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Old principal, I appreciate your goodwill, but there is no need to force the students into danger. I am confident in my ability to withstand these pirates. I had never held high hopes for the imbeciles of the Galactic Alliance. Devoid of expectation, one escapes disappointment. Yet you insisted on engaging them in trivial discourse. Those individuals might harbor even greater animosity towards humanity upon witnessing your unwavering support for me. Wei Yuan lounged nonchalantly before the screen. How could humanity, once so formidable, have been so easily vanquished by the Zerg? They were heralded as the mightiest race among all. Regrettably, the vast resources left behind were not consumed by the Zerg, but rather devoured by the Alliance's faction. Otherwise, how could they have developed so swiftly right after forming an alliance? They thrived on the consumption of the primordial human resources. Naturally, they dread the resurgence of humanity, especially under the leadership of the petty Wei Yuan. They would relish the thought of him perishing alongside humanity. Now, with the emergence of pirate routes, should Wei Yuan find himself in peril, those old geezers would likely awaken in fits of laughter in their dreams. Wei Yuan, the Galactic Alliance, is already unstable. Should internal strife arise, it could very well collapse, resulting in dire consequences for both humanity and the myriad races. The old principal sighed inwardly as he observed Wei Yuan's expression. Once you ascend to the position of leader, humanity will inevitably rise again. The more pressing matter is to navigate the immediate crisis before you. I will endure this hardship, rest assured. Wei Yuan, losing his patience, waved dismissively at the old principal and terminated the communication. The grievances of humanity from bygone days are lengthy and foul. When I first traversed here, I had no interest in meddling with the affairs of humanity. I felt no sense of belonging to this race. However, after my arrival, numerous events transpired, gradually eroding my patience and inciting my in the end, I had developed a certain animosity towards those in the Galactic Alliance. How could the old principal mistakenly believe that I, Wei Yuan, aspired to be the leader of the Alliance? What I truly contemplated was finding a suitable moment to sever the heads of those old men and display them upon the walls of their respective clans. Meanwhile, in the starry sea, after soaring for over an hour, I found it increasingly difficult to endure the monotony. BT-03, I am here. Shall we engage in idle chatter? Regardless of how breathtaking the celestial scenery may be. After unbeknownst to many, the human race truly harbors exceptional talents, displaying an astonishing capacity for learning. Merely introducing an individual from this species into the League's educational institutions would reveal them as a formidable presence among their peers. Thus, the prolonged absence of humans from League activities, their reluctance to make an appearance for years, was not due to a decline in their capabilities, but rather a fear of exposing their prodigious gifts. It is indeed ludicrous to reflect upon previous proclamations by prominent figures in the interstellar community, suggesting the imminent extinction of humanity. As the evening wore on, a few educators found themselves unable to sleep and decided to gather together. Gavin observed his colleagues, their expressions one of astonishment as they encountered the kin of Wei Yuan. He felt a sense of satisfaction at their bewilderment, reveling in the realization that they were likely grappling with existential doubts. However, his gaze fell upon the sole female instructor, Alice, who was huddled in a corner, her face betraying her anxiety. "Alice, what troubles you?" he inquired at tea that moment. Alice was preoccupied with worrying whether Wei Yuan might discover that she had lent her salary to some students. Startled by Gavin's voice, she blurted out, "I did not intentionally lend them my salary." In an instant, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to Alice, as the youngest and least experienced among them. She felt a twinge of fear. "Miss Alice, what do you mean by that?" Gavin questioned, his curiosity piqued. The implications of her words were significant. The assembled teachers, though not overly astute, were all weapon masters and possessed a keener insight than the average member of the League. "Miss Alice, we are all in this together, facing the threat of interstellar pirates. If there is something amiss, please share it with us. Indeed, if something unfortunate were to occur, perhaps we could intercede on your behalf with Lord Wei Yuan." "You lent your salary to Lord Wei Yuan's kin? Those children are of such low rank. What could they possibly need with your salary?" The room buzzed with speculation, and Alice felt a cold sweat begin to form on her brow. She was not naturally bold, and the more she pondered, the more terror gripped her. Now, with her colleagues discussing the matter, she felt as though she were doomed. Some students mentioned wanting to undertake a significant venture and borrowed my salary, ostensibly to acquire weapons, and then they set off toward the enemy's stronghold, she confessed, shrinking further into herself. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered teachers. Gavin stared, wide-eyed, at the seemingly innocuous girl. "Alice, you appear so timid and frail. How could you allow this? Did you not attempt to dissuade them? They promised me a substantial reward upon success and a lifetime supply of barbecued skewers," she murmured, not daring to voice the last part. She glanced at her colleagues, noting their grim expressions. "If they are captured, will the pirates be able to trace us? I cannot say for certain." Gavin's mind swirled in chaos. The technological prowess of interstellar pirates was formidable. If Wei Yuan's kin were apprehended, the pirates could easily pinpoint this planet's location. The exposure of a fifth-tier planet would spell doom for them all. Gavin, outwardly composed, felt a rising panic within. How could this be happening? A group of individuals so inexperienced, rushing toward their demise. If they ran into danger unarmed, it might not even matter, as they could be obliterated by a single laser shot. Yet, they had taken with them the BT-series mechs crafted by Wei Yuan. Was this not an invitation for the pirates, signaling that they possessed valuable resources? Sensing Gavin's overwhelming negativity, Alice shrank further into herself. Her voice barely audible. "I haven't dared to inform Lord Wei Yuan. He likely thinks those students are merely out for a stroll." Gavin looked at her, his frustration palpable. "This is a grave mistake. How could you be so easily persuaded by students to become complicit?" With a heavy heart, he stepped out of the teacher's lounge, finding a group of students bustling about outside. Upon seeing him head toward Wei Yuan's quarters, the group of mischief makers stealthily followed. "What is the situation with Teacher Gavin? Could he be feeling disheartened?" one inquired. "That rogue wind blown also seemed off. His domineering sister must have rattled him," suggested another. "No, I saw Wei Yuan attempting to console Gavin earlier. He was cheerful until the evening." "Something must be amiss," a third remarked. The fourth chimed in, "Let us eavesdrop. I sense a pivotal moment is upon us." As they crept closer to the door, they strained to catch snippets of conversation within. Those students at the war zone, the mechs, that muffled voices drifted through. "What did you hear?" They whispered excitedly, pressing against the door that I couldn't quite make it out. "Something about students and mechs. It has me anxious." Suddenly, the door swung open, startling them. "Ouch! Makabaka, you're crushing me. Get off me. You're all a mess." In the ensuing chaos, they tumbled to the floor, and at that moment, Starshine locked eyes with Wei Yuan, whose calm smile made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Starshine, do you seek something from me?" Wei Yuan teased, eliciting a flustered response that, "We just noticed Teacher Gavin approaching you, and wanted to understand what was occurring," she replied, attempting to maintain her composure. Wei Yuan nodded. "Nothing serious. 6 of my kin have rented mechs and ventured into the war zone." "What?" came the collective outcry from the floor. "How could they have gotten ahead of us?" "I was so focused on collecting coins and thought I'd take a break to chop some trees." Gavin, who had just begun to grasp the seriousness of the situation, was met with the sight of his colleagues lamenting their missed opportunity. "Lord Wei Yuan, we must retrieve those students swiftly. Should their identities be compromised, the pirates will undoubtedly trace them back to us. But renting mechs costs 10,000 coins. Where did those newcomers acquire such wealth?" The uproar continued, marking the beginning of a frantic search for resolution. Gavin instinctively fell silent, remarking on the cunning nature of these students who had audaciously convinced Teacher Alice to advance a month's salary to them. These humans were utterly lawless. Despite their low levels, their clever tricks seemed boundless. The hierarchical notions Gavin had cultivated over years in the stars were shattered in a single day on Blue Star, where no one feared him. Moreover, while he was in conversation with the Lord and the teacher, they had the audacity to eavesdrop and even openly inquire. Gavin sighed deeply, pondering how Alice could so easily be swindled out of her salary by her own students. The cunning trickster had truly not anticipated such wild antics from these newcomers, who had boldly managed to procure the teacher's wages. Why had he not thought of such an ingenious scheme himself? Even Makabaka had caught on. "Wow, there are some real talents among the newcomers. They are truly daring, and we must not fall behind. The first to seize the opportunity often reaps the greatest rewards." "Indeed," Star affirmed, momentarily forgetting about Wei Yuan's possible amusement at their expense. "That I end the game." Players were both kin and competitors for resources. Although the first kill mission was not publicly announced, those who had previously participated in the Goblin Quest knew well that the player who first defeated an enemy would receive additional rewards. Seizing the moment before news of a player having slain a pirate spread, they hastily prepared to set out. Most of the money they possessed had already been converted into insights, and now they needed to find a way to acquire a significant amount of gold. The 4-person team turned their gazes toward Gavin in unison. "Gavin, you must be quite worried about the safety of those 6 individuals, right?" One of them began, "Of course. We want to find Brother Yuan about this matter. So you must really want them back. You may not be aware of our capabilities since you just arrived on Blue Star, but remember, we interviewed you." Another interjected. "Yes, Gavin, you remember me, right?" The trickster leaned in close to Gavin. "We share a bond. Gavin, we don't need much. Just lend us half your salary, and we will help you retrieve those troublesome students. What do you say?" While Star maintained her aloof demeanor and stood outside the circle. The other 3 buzzed around Gavin like flies. Gavin's head began to throb from the overwhelming attention. He looked to Wei Yuan for assistance, only to receive a look that conveyed helplessness. "How could I make the same mistake as Alice?" "You can forget it." Gavin shook his head and moved toward the exit. After all, Wei Yuan wasn't worried, so his own concerns were of no consequence. Yet, it was evident that these children were fixated on his purse. His salary for the month had yet to arrive. Without further thought, he hurried away. Wei Yuan relished the ease of the situation, but observing the trio trailing Gavin suggested they were determined not to relent until they achieved their goal. It remained uncertain how long Gavin could withstand the persistence that "I have said it before. I will not lend you my salary. So why are you still bothering me?" Gavin retorted, regardless of where he went. The 4 of them followed like shadows. The trickster, with remarkable audacity, insisted, "Teacher, that it's not quite right. We aren't necessarily looking to borrow money from you." "Exactly. During our interview, we instantly recognized your potential. Just look at your level, your skills, and your professionalism that we felt fortunate to meet you. We mean no harm. We have a familiar bond as teacher and students that it is our solemn duty to support our teacher. Yes, yes. Moreover, on your first day as our teacher, It is only fitting we treat you to a meal. Let us not even mention borrowing money. We must extend a warm welcome. Unbeknownst to them, they had managed to procure some food and drink. With the alcohol brewed by the players themselves and the dishes prepared by them as well, they were not merely pestering Gavin. They were actively preparing a feast. The trickster, having learned that the newcomers had swindled Alice's salary with a barbecue, quickly gathered fine food and drink. This group of allies had not had the pleasure of enjoying such delicacies. Surely, with these offerings, they could win over Gavin. Rest assured, teacher, we genuinely wish to express our gratitude. Even if you do not lend us your salary, that is perfectly fine. Yes, come, try this. It is a specialty of our human race. Makabaka poured Gavin a generous glass of wine, complemented by braised meat and peanuts. The trickster thoughtfully served him the meat and vegetables. I have never encountered a teacher more responsible than you. Truly, I must raise a glass in your honor. The trickster stood and filled Gavin's glass. Indeed, teacher, you have no idea how much we admire you. When we first met during the interview, we were overjoyed. I apologize if we startled you earlier while causing a ruckus with the Lord. Allow me to drink to that. The trickster also joined in. Star raised her glass. Let us say no more. Our feelings are all in this wine. This unexpected display left Gavin feeling somewhat bashful. He had not anticipated that these students admired him so much. All right, I shall drink as well. After several glasses, he heard the trickster confess, Teacher, I have always had a dream that has weighed on my heart. Today, encountering you, I feel I finally have someone to share it with. The trickster began his performance. As the night wore on, Gavin stumbled out of Wei Yuan's lounge, astonished at how popular he had become among the students. Tears welled in his eyes. For a teacher, how could one not support their students' dreams? Chapter 60. Kindness, perhaps the essence of humanity in the war zone. Beneath a scorched earth, the scent of death lingered. In this battleground, children never grew. Yido, watching a child curled up in the corner, devouring a nutrient solution as if it were a delicacy, felt a pang of unease. If we leave him here, he surely won't survive. Clark remarked, standing beside Yido. There are hardly any living souls left in the war zone. This child was detected by the mecha scan. When I first encountered him, he was on the brink of death. It was only due to my compassion that I spent gold to exchange for a healing potion from the Game S shop, saving his life. The nutrient solution was also provided by the players. But we are on a mission, and we haven't completed it yet. Are we really going to take a child with us? We could leave him here and return for him later, Doggy suggested. This child belongs to the merfolk. That I learned from him that when the space pirates arrived on this planet, they drained the oceans to extract energy from the seawater. The merfolk's genetic warriors were all killed, and the ordinary merfolk were burned alive. That he was fortunate to hide deeply and was overlooked by the hasty pirates, thus preserving his life. As the players deliberated their course of action, the merfolk child clutched a half-empty nutrient solution. Curled on the ground, looking up at Clark with pleading eyes, he didn't even dare to voice his desire to leave with the players. It's heartbreaking. He is so small. If we abandon him here, he will surely perish, but we owe a debt. If Alice loses everything, I would feel worse. None among the six could reach a decision. After all, they had come from a time of peace, and forcing them to make a decision that could potentially cost a child's life was agonizing. What were they hesitating over? On Blue Star, in Wei Yuan's lounge, several teachers had gathered on the large screen. 7 live broadcasts were displayed. 6 of them showed various students traveling through the Starry Sea, while the video of Yido and his group was set in the war zone. Indeed, aside from Gavin, several other teachers had also been deceived. The teachers, initially dazed from the persuasion, only realized their folly after agreeing to become angel investors. They had intended to confront Wei Yuan for an explanation, but found themselves caught up in the live broadcasts. Wei Yuan had made it clear. No money, just a life at this point. Who would dare to approach Wei Yuan to reclaim the money stolen by the players? Yet, what were they still pondering? This merfolk child was clearly a remnant of the pirate surveillance. Couldn't they see that? These children were still a bit too young, lacking any combat experience. Lord Wei Yuan, I recall that the BT series mechas you designed possess autonomous consciousness. Why aren't they warning these children that this is a trap? Wei Yuan casually tossed a sunflower seed into his mouth, reclining as he watched the screen. What is there to wonder about? These matters, they must experience for themselves, expelling the shell of the sunflower seed. Wei Yuan remained unperturbed. Come on, reminders? This game is all about exploration for the players. Before they set off, I specifically instructed the mechas that all actions should prioritize the players. The goal is for them to enjoy the experience. The essence of experience lies in allowing individuals to immerse themselves fully in IT this moment. The unsuspecting defenders resolved to leave behind ample provisions of food and water, along with some defensive weapons. The defenders transferred 30 gold coins from their account. Child, once we have completed our task, we shall escort you back to our territory. All right? Clackla exclaimed, leaping from his mech to gently pat the merchant's head. The young mermaid, in her adorable juvenile form, gazed up with her filled belly, her glassy eyes mirroring Clackla's kind visage. As she observed the food and water provided, her parched body was unable to shed tears. Thank you, she murmured, clutching the items Clackla had offered. Please, do not seek out those pirates. They will withdraw tomorrow. If you hide away, you will survive after they leave. With every tremor of her body, she recalled the horrific scene of her kin being engulfed in flames. Her sister abducted. These benevolent strangers could remain undiscovered by the pirates, ensuring her sister's safety. All that was needed was to wait for the pirates to depart. The mere-child prayed the players would not attempt to confront the pirates. Unfortunately, their mission was precisely to seek them out. Little one, stay here and await us. We shall lead you to safety. Clackla reassured her. Is merely a band of pirates. I am destined to become the Pirate King. He proclaimed, striking a heroic pose and laughing heartily. Uncle, are you truly that formidable? The mere-child looked up skeptically at Clackla, who appeared rather ordinary, with a level seemingly inferior to her father, who had perished at the hands of the pirates. Yet, she noted his mech, towering and impressive, capable of annihilating the pirates with a single cannon shot. The child's expression betrayed her disbelief. Clackla smirked, feeling the sting of being underestimated by a mere child. You must return, the mere child implored, anxiety lacing her voice. I shall await your return. Understood, fret not, the defender replied as he re-entered the mech, addressing Clackla. Let us depart. If we linger, the pirates will make their exit. The defenders exchanged silent glances, having already located the pirates' position. After bidding farewell to the mere child, they accelerated their advance. Once the players were out of sight, the mere child retrieved a button. If the pirates discovered that intruders entered from her direction, her sister would be reduced to mere jerky. I'm so sorry. That moment, a squadron of Alliance troops approached. 6 individuals dare to come here to deliver supplies? As the players flew low, the previously dormant surveillance systems activated, capturing their every move. The pirates aboard their warships chuckled at the sight of the 6 mechs. What is this? A delivery of mechs? Despite their rampant pillaging, resources were scarce among the pirates, many lacking money or equipment, let alone mechs. The pirate squadron leader declared that the surveillance personnel belonged to their team, prompting an understanding amongst them that the mechs and resources could be seized. All right, Captain, I'll revert the surveillance footage to the previous state, so they one team notice as the seawater receded, the abyssal depths transformed into sheer cliffs. The stronghold of the interstellar pirates was vast. Gazing down from the cliffs revealed an immense fleet of warships, by the stars. So many, exclaimed Ergo, taking in the sight of countless ships, each well-armed. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, who had been reclining, sat up straight. At least 10,000 warships. The main battle group is here on this planet. Gavin recognized a flag fluttering among the fleet, one that only the main battle group would display. However, previous predictions indicated that the main fleet would take a different route. Fear coursed through Gavin as he turned to Wei Yuan, his voice trembling. Lord Wei Yuan, if we retreat now, we cannot retreat. Wei Yuan's expression darkened. Plans had gone awry, and all predictive models had indicated that the main battle group of interstellar pirates would take another route. Bypassing Blue Star, the players had logged onto the planet at its edge, closest to Blue Star. According to the intelligence, only a small contingent of pirates should be stationed here. Did you not foresee this? Commander? Wei Yuan pondered internally, his brow furrowed with concern. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted. Mission difficulty has increased. Rewards have been automatically enhanced for you. Goodness, Commander, you! Wei Yuan felt a mix of dread and determination. Yet it wasn't entirely hopeless. He could escape, but what of the players? Their highest level barely reached 2. The player team led by Defender has discovered the latest battlefield information. Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players. Combat escalation. The player team led by Defender must return immediately, exit the combat zone, and safeguard your mechs. Designated mission. Ensure the safe departure of the mech from the combat zone. Mission reward. ownership of the mech. As the system announcement rang out, the players erupted in excitement. The defenders barely had time to appreciate the grandeur of the situation before the system's alarm overwhelmed them. What is happening? Are we on a special mission? By the stars! If we leave now, we could secure ownership of the mechs. Ergo exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm. Let us go, we mustn't linger. The 5 players laughed heartily. With Ergo nearly splitting his sides, Defender, however, sensed something amiss. If it were that easy to escape, the system wouldn't offer such high rewards. One mech alone costs 1,000,000 gold coins in the marketplace. He reminded them. The rental fees for their current equipment were substantial. Such a generous reward could not imply a simple task. Just as Defender finished speaking, crimson threads of light flared around the players. Enemies! Boom! A blast from a luminous cannon detonated amongst them. 3 colossal mechs descended, accompanied by a dozen pirates clad in portable auxiliary gear, descending from above. Well, let us see who we have here. The elite of the Alliance army? With BT series mechs, this is quite the catch, huh? Young masters, if you wish to live, step out of your mechs and hand over your resources. The pirates approached, grinning wickedly, as the red threads tightened around the players. Encircling them. Did they think they were Alliance soldiers? Should they attempt to deceive the pirates and find an escape route? Defender was about to voice a question when the voice of BT-003 echoed in his mind. Tiryu, am I your comrade in battle? Defender shivered at the thought. Was BT willing to fight alongside him? Rest assured, we will safely return you, he replied, excitement coursing through him. Now, please relinquish all your actions to me. We will leave together. The BT spoke in unison, recognizing the players' lack of real combat experience. It was crucial for the mech to request that the players surrender their autonomy. Tiryu, trust me. Once those words were spoken, Ergo's resolve ignited. All right, BT, I believe in you. He was the first to relinquish his autonomy. In that instant, the metallic wings of BT-005 unfurled, unleashing a flurry of arrows that melted upon contact with the crimson threads. As the pirates noticed resistance, the 3 massive heavy mechs lunged forward, preparing to strike BT-005. In that fleeting moment, the players consented to surrender their autonomy, and all 6 mechs sprang into action simultaneously. 3 mechas withstood the heavy assault of a formidable giant mech. Thud, thud, thud. The mech's arm was suddenly smashed, creating a deep dent. The players felt the impact simultaneously, their health plummeting dramatically. Goodness, how powerful! Meanwhile, a dozen pirates had already launched their attack. Armed and menacing, they charged towards the injured mechas. What do we do now? Trust me. BT-004, BT-006, and BT-007 whispered to the players within them. Wait, are they planning to catapult us out? No, please, BT. We can't die like this. Don't sacrifice yourself for us. Chapter 61. Deceit of Protocol 3. Oh no, BT, you have launched us in the wrong direction. This is disastrous. The 3 players, Mad Rabbit, Menu, and Grandpa, who were just touched by BT's willingness to sacrifice, were instantly ejected from the cockpit, colliding headfirst into the charging pirates. A barrage of searing lasers sliced through them, reducing the players to mere fragments. Unbelievable. Not only were the players stunned, but even the pirates were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. When did mechas start ejecting their pilots? As the players' terrified screams echoed in the air, the mechas ascended rapidly. Now, they want to flee? It might be too late. The pirate captain grinned, drawing a massive cannon from his back and firing at the mechas. He missed. Just as the captain's words fell, the shell exploded, creating a net of energy in mid-air, scattering the fleeing mechas. The mechas with iron riders were noticeably slower than the others that had discarded their riders. BT-003, calculating an escape route, surged in one direction, followed by the others without hesitation. BT, Clackla has been captured. Dan shouted from the cockpit. Apologies, Iron Rider. Our priority now is to escape. BT-003 did not even glance back. Clackla watched his teammates flee without a backward glance, whispering, BT, let us negotiate. Please don't eject me. The fate of the 3 was too tragic. They were utterly obliterated. Though pain sensors were disabled, the sensation of being torn apart was surely dreadful. Clackla had no desire to experience that. The optimal solution was to sacrifice the Iron Rider to expose the enemy for a fleeting moment before escaping. But ejecting him now would serve no purpose. BT-009's voice was cold. The massive mech was entangled in red energy lines, which burned intricate marks into its surface. BT-009 realized they could not escape any longer and could only prepare for a final stand. Master BT-009 requests authorization for self-detonation. The voice of BT-009 echoed on the grand screen of Blue Star. All the instructors in the Wei Yuan lounge stood up. Once the mechas developed consciousness, they could be considered a form of mechanical life. However, since they were artificially created by Wei Yuan, they remained under his command. Request denied, BT-009, that recalculate survival odds. The assumption is that the pirate squad intends to keep you for use and is unaware of your self-awareness. Now, request the shared consciousness mode from your Iron Rider. With a command from Wei Yuan, he could not allow his mech to self-destruct in front of him. Players with a fourth calamity, able to respawn infinitely without worry. BT-009 hesitated momentarily. Command received. Iron Rider, please enable shared consciousness permissions. Clackla, still somewhat bewildered, instinctively nodded as BT had already spoken. Go ahead. Shared consciousness mode activated. In an instant, Clackla lost control over his body, merely able to watch as it executed a series of fluid maneuvers, evading all attacks while targeting the source of the red energy lines. All the red threads were severed in an instant, followed by a hasty retreat. The mech moved with an agility that defied its mechanical nature. Under the barrage of fire, BT-009 seemed to anticipate attacks, skillfully dodging them. Within mere minutes, BT-009 escaped in a manner bordering on self-harm. For every unavoidable attack, it chose to absorb the least damaging hits and swiftly retreated. Incredible, BT, you're amazing. Clackla was dumbfounded, realizing he could only move his eyes and mouth. Iron Rider, I have done my utmost. Once BT-009 confirmed they had evaded the enemy, it landed heavily and exited shared consciousness mode. Upon landing, Clackla discovered his health was nearly depleted, indicating that BT-009's injuries were close to rendering it inoperable. BT, are you all right? Apologies, Iron Rider, I am not well, and the situation is dire. Their landing point was eerily coincidental. Right where they had initially encountered the merman child. BT-009 locked onto the child emerging from the ground. Iron Rider, the energy reserves I have left can only ensure my escape from this planet, and I cannot guarantee a return to Blue Star. I will drift in the starry sea. Now, the informant merman child has reappeared. If I waste energy on him, I will not be able to leave, and the enemy will quickly locate us. What? The informant merman child. Goodness, BT, are you saying our whereabouts were divulged by that little brat? Clackla gritted his teeth, regretting his earlier sympathy. What was I thinking? So, BT, what are you planning to do? Clackla asked pitifully, realizing BT would likely abandon him to escape alone. Tears of regret streamed down Clackla's face. Iron Rider, if you wish, please buy me some time against the enemy, that I will remember your sacrifice. The cockpit opened, and Clackla was unceremoniously expelled from the mech, tumbling to the ground. His health bar plummeted further. Farewell, Iron Rider. Without hesitation, BT-009 ascended. With its protective coating, the enemy would be unable to track them for at least 5 minutes. However, that child could betray them again. BT-009 saluted Clackla on the ground. Farewell, my Iron Rider. One must take responsibility for their own kindness. Everyone faces their own retribution, as our master has taught us. BT-009 departed decisively. Without a trace of reluctance, Clackla looked up, watching BT-009 leave. Tears streamed down his face like noodles. Curse you, Protocol 3. All lies. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to death, and could at least he would not be torn to pieces. Clackla reassured himself, only to feel a sudden movement. Movement? Chapter 62. The little merman. Clackla opened his eyes to see the little merman struggling to drag him away. Hey, kid, what are you doing? He had prepared himself for death, reasoning that no players would witness it. Dying at the hands of this little brat would not bring ridicule. Yet what was this child doing? The child remained silent, persistently pulling Clackla along. What are you trying to accomplish? Did you betray us? What an ungrateful little rascal. I thought you were pitiful, but it turns out I am the one deserving sympathy, that I truly am a joker. Clackla felt tears welling up again. Don't cry. There's no water left, the little merman exclaimed, noticing Clackla's impending tears. Huh. Clackla looked up at the emotionless child, unable to hold back. In a way, you not only informed on us, nearly leading to our demise, but now you want to take me back as a food reserve? The merman fumbled, loosening Clackla's collar, causing the back of his head to collide with the ground. Ouch! His health nearly vanished with that impact. Are you all right? The little merman approached nervously, stammering, I don't eat people. I'm sorry. His tears had dried. Now, even with burning eyes and pain, he could only produce bloodshot veins, unable to shed tears. Yet guilt pierced his heart like a dagger. I didn't want to betray you, but they took my sister. If I didn't report your movements, they would burn her alive, turning her into dried fish. What? Clackla hadn't anticipated such a backstory. He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. This child was indeed unfortunate. In the depths of despair, the protagonist faced near death, while his beloved sister was taken hostage. The scriptwriter of this game's storyline seemed utterly deranged, such absurdity akin to a fish's lament. Yet, I bear no grudge against you. Do not be disheartened if you wish to abandon my flesh to survive. Cast me aside by the roadside, and I shall meet my end alone. After all, my life force is nearly depleted. What could the ocean floor possibly resemble once the waters have receded? His friends have yet to behold its desolation. Perhaps it would be better to let the child leave me behind to capture some beautiful photographs for social media before I vanish from existence. The little mermaid's mouth had grown. And what words were those from the kind uncle? Had he succumbed to madness from grievous wounds? I shall lead you to my hiding place. Even if they search, they will not find you. The little mermaid assured. The pirates were departing, their energy reserves dwindling, unwilling to squander resources on me. If you take refuge with me, you shall survive until tomorrow when they have left. The little mermaid envisioned a bright future, her smile radiating hope. Clarkla, observing the situation, felt a pang of sympathy for the child. Once the battle concludes, I will take you and your sister to our planet, where I shall have Yido prepare a delightful roast for you. Uncle, does your planet not engage in warfare? No, we live in peace. Then may I feast on roasted fish? Come now, that is quite absurd. On Blue Star, Wei Yuan watched Clarkla's plight with a knowing smile. His compatriots were indeed too soft-hearted. Such compassion had become a rarity in the age of the Interstellar Alliance. He turned to Gavin, who sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, the entire alliance speaks of humanity's love for peace. Yet we must caution our students when faced with war. Kindness is a shining virtue of our race, is it not? Wei Yuan replied with a smile. Mission triggered. BT-007 captured. All players in the war zone. Prepare for rescue operations. Over in the Star Sea, the oil thief crew had finally located the energy-depleted BT-009. Captain, we've only captured one mech. The squad leader gazed at the number on BT-007. Overwhelmed with joy. Who would have thought their luck would lead them to the BT series? This series, crafted by a genius lord of humanity, was never mass-produced but reserved as high-end combat mech for the upper echelons of the military. The BT series is a rare sight. Are you not envious? Aside from the 4 who fled hastily, another mech seemed unable to escape the planet due to energy exhaustion. Furthermore, the energy consumption for shielding the pilot in the Star Sea was considerable. The pirate squad leader calculated that even with ample energy, the BT series would suffer significant depletion against their overwhelming assault, especially with a pilot on board. But Captain, those who fled were exceptionally skilled. Did you not see how that escaping mech maneuvered? Can it truly be compared to mere cannon fodder? Enough. You wouldn't understand. The squad leader glanced at his crew. The various alien races looked distinct. Yet most lacked the intelligence of humanity. This pirate squad leader, possessing strength and a modicum of intellect, had risen to leadership. Let us search the area. Why not check out the little fish dry? Don't underestimate. Mermaid jerky can be quite delectable. Meanwhile, in the dark underwater lair, Clarkla felt the chill seep into his bones as he curled in the corner. The child, accustomed to this bleak existence, remained unperturbed by the dampness. Once the genetic lock was unraveled to level 2, he could perceive shadows in the darkness, like the little mermaid now hidden in a distant corner, breath held in a state of slumber. I would rather gaze at the starry sea than endure this oppressive darkness, Clarkla muttered softly. An response came. His health was teetering on the brink, yet he remained alive, trapped in this limbo of existence. In frustration, Clarkla began sending messages in the group chat. Little Bok Choy, the fields are barren. Iron Steed has been abandoned, and our fates are uncertain. Brothers, I too have been forsaken by BT. His cruelty knows no bounds. Who could have imagined the little mermaid we saved was actually an enemy spy? Is anyone out there? Speak up. The chat exploded with notifications. Yido, feeling despondent, lay in the mech's cockpit, adrift in the Star Sea. Brother, if you're going to die, just do it quickly and restart. Your incessant chatter is quite bothersome. Exactly. We're both floating in the Star Sea, waiting for someone to rescue us. Our trio has already restarted. It seems we're destined for ruin. BT-007 was captured, and the mission may be deemed a failure. Clarkless spirits lifted upon reading the messages. Ha! We were doomed before we even began. This is a massive loss. Yido, you and Dog 2 are incredibly fortunate. You have no idea how wretched my situation is, trapped in this cold, dark lair with the Little Mermaid. Let us not speak of losses. I cannot face Alice now. Yido lamented, Oh, you think you're the only one bored? We escaped that planet, but BT's energy is nearly depleted, barely enough to sustain the cockpit. Wait, I hear footsteps approaching from the ocean floor. It sounds like multiple individuals. Could it be foes or allies here to assist us? Clarkla, what are you hesitating for? Quick, turn on the video. Let us see. Although Clarkla lamented the darkness of the lair, he activated the group video chat. A blinding light illuminated the dark lair, revealing the pirate crew. Hey, Marechild, still alive? The once cowering Little Mermaid trembled and cautiously emerged from his corner. Clarkla remained hidden, unnoticed by the pirates encircling the mermaid. Your information has proven quite useful. A grotesque, gelatinous creature approached the mermaid, resembling a mass of green slime. That a slime? Yido questioned, observing the video. The pirates, bizarre in appearance, engaged in idle chatter. The interrogated mermaid, however, believed they were here to return his sister. I have done well. Could you bring my sister back? She will be of no use to you once you depart. Without water, the mermaid's tail had morphed into grotesque legs, yet remnants of scales adorned his face and hands. The pitiful sight of the young mermaid, appearing no older than 6 or 7, only incited further cruelty from the pirates. Return you? Oh, we'll send you to meet your sister. Her flavor was delightful. I wonder how you will taste, tender and succulent when roasted. The pirates grinned wickedly, their tongues flickering in anticipation. The Little Mermaid trembled in horror, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Was his sister dead? Or had this monstrous crew consumed her? Tension coiled within him. Trembling all over, blood vessels suddenly appeared in the sunken eyes. That I will kill you all. The child's voice cracked, sharp and grating, infused with boundless hatred. This little one was utterly oblivious to the fact that these individuals were pirates, whose words should never be trusted. Alas, the wrath of the weak is often reduced to mere jest. Oh, ha ha ha. This little fish is quite spirited, even more so than your sister. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have no idea what your sister said back then. She willingly offered herself to be roasted if we spared her brother. It is no fault of ours. Before you merfolk break your genetic locks, to us, the genetic warriors of the mermaid clan, you are but food. Hence, being devoured is your fate. Among the pirates, several drew their weapons, deeming it a waste to employ genetic weaponry against a mere child who had yet to unlock his genetic potential. I've heard of a dish called sashimi. Imagine if we were to slice fresh meat from a living body. Would it still be able to close up afterward? One pirate swallowed hard and inquired that we set sail tomorrow. If there is a chance later, we can capture more merfolk children for experimentation. For now, let us feast on him. The frail child mustered all his strength to strike. Yet to the pirates, it was inconsequential, still daring to resist. We'll devour you right now. Devour, devour. The pirates seized the child by his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Their sharp claws tore through the delicate skin of the merchant's chest. Damn it, they're truly preparing to disembowel him. Clark, do you still have any strength left? Not a shred. I'm on the brink of death. I'll likely perish with a single move. I can't bear to watch this. I have some gold coins left. I'll spend it all on healing syringes. Brother, save this child. Clark, only at level 2, was unable to rescue him, but if he fled with all his might, he might manage. Urguzi, I've sent the current predicament to the public screen. Those big shots coming to our aid will surely intervene once they see it. Don't worry, NO1 said they wouldn't save the little merfolk. Though it was merely a game, and the mere child had indeed caused them trouble before, he was just a 6 or 7-year-old boy trying to rescue his sister, who had now been consumed. Clark could not forget the words the child had spoken on the way back to the nest when he was prepared to face death. I've already promised to take you back to Blue Star. As soon as he uttered those words, a syringe pierced through his body, and his health was fully restored. In an instant, the mere child, who had been in his grasp, was yanked away. The pirates were taken aback by Clark's sudden appearance. Clark, clutching the child with a gaping wound in his chest, sprinted at full speed. Buddy, give me another syringe. 3 syringes, all for you. With a click, 3 syringes appeared in Clark's backpack, after injecting one into the child. The mere child slowly opened his eyes, Good uncle, don't speak. Follow me, and let us run for our lives. Wei Yuan coldly observed the video. In the footage, BT-007 encountered a problem. The captain of the pirate squad lay dead beside BT-007, slain by a member of the main combat team. Flames cascaded down the back of his head, and his face bore intersecting patterns. He was one of the fire demon clan that moment. He clutched a bloodied heart, devouring it greedily, with blood splattering like juice. The fire demon bit into the heart as if it were an apple, licking his fingers clean afterward. Such greed, intending to hoard the BT series mech for himself. The pirates near the captain trembled in fear. Beside the fire demon emerged a snow-white figure, a female snow demon with hair and eyelashes as white as snow. She cast a disdainful glance at her partner, who was licking his fingers. Enough? Must you always find something to satisfy your cravings? Wei located the fluctuating object. Let us return and report. With a flick of her hand, she encased all the surrounding pirates in ice. Muttering, this power can even preserve the BT series armor and pilot? Let us show it to the boss. Perhaps we'll strike it rich this time. In every battle, the outcome was often a loss. Yet they always departed with their pockets full. This time, as they prepared to leave their camp, they had stumbled upon the BT series mechs. Through BT-007's perspective, Wei Yuan observed the majority of the squid pirate crew status. Level 7 warriors, 198. Level 6 warriors, 679. Level 5 warriors, 8,092. The system was also monitoring and reporting the numbers it had gathered. The number of low-level members is too large for statistics. High-level members are currently undetectable. Warning, the Interstellar Pirate Team is attempting to access BT-007's core data. There was no time to wait any longer. Wei Yuan's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the screen. These pirates possessed skills beyond mere plundering and killing. Some were adept at tampering with terminal data. As soon as BT-007 was captured, several tech-savvy individuals began dismantling it, preparing to breach its defenses and alter its core data. Talent truly exists everywhere. Wei Yuan cursed for the first time. When the BT series was created, he was still a student, and the defenses he built were insufficient, but if they succeeded in stealing the core data of the BT series, not only would the affairs of Blue Star be revealed, all data pertaining to the BT series would fall into the hands of the pirates. When players subsequently engaged in battle using the BT series mechs, they would be exposed to vulnerabilities and no longer could he delay. Upon a single glance, he discerned that the protective barrier would hold for only 10 hours. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. An urgent notification repeated thrice. Players with no immediate tasks congregated, including teachers who had initially only come to observe. Wei Yuan surveyed the throng of thousands with a pained expression. Folk, this is truly a matter of life and death. The squad heading to the battle zone had lost one mech. The core data of this mech will be compromised in 10 hours. Should the pirate group uncover their existence, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault on Blue Star. Without territory, they would be rendered homeless at My Kin. It is time for you to fight for your land. The mission to eliminate the pirates commences now. Main quest. Eliminate the pirates. This mission is crucial for survival. Successful completion will unlock new storylines. Failure will result in the game's suspension for maintenance. During the mission, all players can respawn infinitely. The game will provide players with subpar genetic serums up to level 5. All players' respawn points will be relocated to the flagship. For the player's health, please be aware that using low-quality genetic unlocking serums may lead to side effects, complicating future upgrades. Now, all players prepare for battle and head to your respective flagships for immediate departure. Wow, this mission is quite formidable. ISNT it. If we fail, the game shuts down? Could it be that the game company is out of funds? Impossible. It must be a serious test. Players speculated, while Wei Yuan had already entered the body of Mo Yun. Upon activating the video, he did not encounter the fabled leader of the Squid Pirate Group. It was likely that the opponent was also a 9th-level genetic warrior. Whoosh! Mo Yun's massive wings unfurled, lifting Wei Yuan into the AIR.I in 3 seconds. They entered the Sea of Stars. The mission to eliminate the pirates had begun. Chapter 64. I'm the commander this time, Buzz. Above Blue Star, the battleship rumbled ominously. All players looked up, feeling the impending storm. The glory of our human race about to unfold, with me leading this battle. Victory is assured. No worries. I shall intervene if necessary. The show-offs had already commenced their fervent performance, with players exhibiting erratic behavior everywhere. Wei Yuan observed the humans below, some still reciting awkward phrases, and fell silent for a moment. Logically, as the most powerful mech of the master, he should unreservedly support his master-esque decisions. However, as a battle mech that had awakened intelligence, he harbored doubts regarding the mental state of his master-esque kin. Master, can we truly rely on them for battle? Wei Yuan inquired. Wei Yuan, who was busy interfacing with data streams, paused momentarily. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of several players, hands on their hips, laughing heartily that a quick glance revealed other players mimicking Ultraman's gestures for firing lasers. This scene would send shivers down anyone's spine, including Wei Yuan's. To speak candidly, he initially intended to recruit a cadre of composed players, that he executed this selection process meticulously when summoning players. Most of them, in their real lives, favored competitive games. However, he never anticipated that his roster would be infiltrated by jesters. By the time he realized the situation, nearly all the players had succumbed to this taint. As Wei Yuan reflected, it was likely that the issues had already begun during the summoning of the first batch of players. Tears welled in his eyes. Now, even if he wished to return them, it was too late. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an air of confidence, nodding calmly. They are my kin. They know the boundaries. Boundaries? The players merely responded. What do you mean by boundaries? All players, assemble your warships. The commander for this battle has been determined. During the combat, all players will be channeled into a single communication line. Please prepare yourselves. Feng Shui Pai glanced at the system notification and muttered under his breath. The commander is surely selected from the initial 30 veteran players. Damn it, they joined the game after us. This isn't fair. After venting his frustration, he heard other players' voices around him. Who's bold enough to speak up in the public group? Haha, and this guy has even turned on anonymous mode. Feng Shui Pai, you're impressive. Even the already arrived Xing Chun could hear Feng Shui Pai as clear complaints through the mic. Xing Chun remarked. Sixth, anonymously begging chimed in. Wow, Feng Shui Pai. I knew you were something. You're quite the man. Ma Ka laughed heartily. Ha, Feng Shui, you're incredible. You're already preparing to take on our commander before the battle has even begun? Stealing Oil Lady interjected. I must defend the veterans. We've earned our stripes too. Feng Shui Pai was taken aback. What the heck? Why is everyone being pulled into the group so quickly? And why was the mic activated from the start? This is just cruel. The planning of the interstellar human race truly had not changed at all. He swiftly muted his mic, feeling as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Seeing Feng Shui Pai's dejection, Shuexia lifted her head from her main page and inquired. What's wrong? Shuexia, I seem to have offended someone. Shuexia, who had not been following the group messages, shifted her gaze. Tell me. I'll help you resolve its beyond resolution. Feng Shui Pai sighed. If we were offline, your strength would be unquestionable, Shuexia. But we're in a game now. Alas, it's my misfortune. You have no idea. These gamers are fearless and capable of anything. What I just said must have offended the commander. This game is a trap, letting those veterans become commanders. Who knows what this enigmatic commander will do? They undoubtedly target me. Feng Shui Pai had little experience with games that in his circle, offending someone with a careless word was not uncommon. His elder often advised him to be cautious with his words. Initially, he paid little heed, known for his fiery temper within their group. But in this game, players cared little for his family's wealth. They were here to play in their eyes. Being a novice was a sin. After uttering a wrong word, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, this mysterious veteran would truly retaliate against him. In mere moments, he envisioned countless scenarios, growing increasingly convinced that he was doomed. Over such a trivial matter, Shuexia closed her main page, calmly glancing at the still emo Feng Shui Pai. First, in games, we're all here to play. Don't apply the standards of your previous circles. No one is that petty. Secondly, Shuexia chuckled lightly. That mysterious, indecipherable commander you described, me. Oh, what? Feng Shui Pai's eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness, Shuexia, you're the commander. Feng Shui Pai's mouth hung agape, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Shuexia boarded the flagship. Opening the group chat interface, just as she was about to issue a command, a strange voice erupted in the group. Feng Shui Pai. Ah ha ha ha. That's it. This guy has definitely lost his mind. Someone take him away. Next, ahem. Shuexia's voice cut through the public mic, silencing all other players. All players, board your ships. Now, provide me with the intelligence your teams have gathered. Anonymously begging team, provide the coordinates of the battle zone. All flagship vessels, activate stealth mode and proceed to the coordinates. Point 8 warships will act in unison. My vessel will serve as the command ship. Set sail. Chapter 65. The prodigy of the slime clan Feng Shui Pai Pai. His antics had the others in stitches. Especially Maka Baka, who sat in the cockpit of his mech, laughing heartily. His luck had always been quite favorable, but he never expected the commander would be Shuexia. Wow, that stunning beauty has a comprehension level of 20, which is her initial value. Look at us. I've spent all my gold and only managed to reach 11. The world is indeed filled with exceptional talents. By Ning Bing. What a remarkable individual. Stealing oil lady, you're off topic. Maka Baka interrupted. Xing Chen noted, 6.4 match have already reached the battle zone on this planet. The ocean floor is laid bare, creating a striking impression. Stealing oil lady instinctively activated video recording. Brothers, we've begun a new war against the interstellar pirates. This is their last bastion. Look, this is the ocean floor exposed after the water has been drained, cracked from the sun's heat. Yet we can still see some marine life. AS, stealing oil lady zoomed in from above. She noted, well, these marine creatures are just shells now. Oh, look, there's a person sprinting on the exposed ocean floor. Stealing oil lady's camera spotted a black dot and quickly zoomed in, revealing a man in a blue uniform, clutching a child under his arm, running for his life. Brothers, I'm over here. Come save me. Krakala ran while wildly waving at the four mechs. Behind him, pursuers were hot on his trail. Are they players? Stealing oil lady gasped, and the others quickly spotted Krakala. We must save him. Xing Chan was the first to fly towards Krakala. She passed low over him. She extended her hand, lifting him effortlessly into her grasp, gliding upwards. Lasers and cannon fire erupted around them. New mechs. They have reinforcements. Report immediately. As several pirates emerged in pursuit, one raised their smart device to relay the message. Unfortunately, Xing Chan was already aware. These low-level pirates stood no chance against the mechs. With a swift motion, Xing Chan's mech raised its arm and unleashed a barrage at the pirates. Boom! The deafening sound of cannon fire echoed, accompanied by a cloud of dirt and debris. 3 pirates collapsed, gasping for breath, rendered immobile. Only the pirate resembling a slime had transformed into a fluid state, swiftly maneuvering across the ocean floor. Xing Chan, I've activated the signal jamming, within 5 kilometers. He cannot contact his main force. However, the mech can't lock on. It seems his body can seep into the crevices of the ocean floor. What should we do? At that moment, Stealing Oil Lady and the others had also arrived. She continued filming from the cockpit. What should we do? We must eliminate him. Xing Chun, in the cockpit, unsheathed a pair of sabers from her waist, simultaneously severing the connection with her mech.bt. Assist me. Understood, Iron Rider. The series of mechs that Wei Yuan had crafted could assist personnel, even without a pilot. Just like now, BT-010 dashed ahead of the slime pirate, opening its hatch. Xing Chun leaped from within. Landing gracefully, she plunged her dual sabers into the ground, and a painful howl resonated from beneath. With a swift motion, she drew her blades, releasing a cloud of green mist. The slime pirate writhed in agony, revealing his form from underground that he was a level 4 genetic warrior, his body on the verge of withstanding a level 5 genetic lock serum. However, due to the pirate's resource scarcity, acquiring such serum necessitated purchase or achievements. Yet, he was merely a lowly slime. Let me go. I want to tell them you attacked. I implore you. The slime's eyes are not small. When it transforms into a plump form, it appears rather adorable. 2 wounds still ooze green blood. The long knife in Xingchen's hand stands resolutely by her side. Other players have gathered around. 4 mechas hover in the air above the cracked seabed, where a girl with black hair and eyes, wielding dual sabers, coldly gazes at the green slime across from her. You fear death, Xingchen states. The jelly-like flesh on the slime's face quivers. Sister, I've already begged for mercy. Are you certain you have only just realized my fear of death? The slime responds with a hesitant affirmation that it feels shameful, yet perhaps it could save its life. Our mission is to eradicate pirates. Xingchen furrows her brow, wavering slightly. She clicks to inquire about the slime. Level 4 peak slime. If a level 5 gene serum is utilized, it will undoubtedly ascend to level 5. A genius among the slime race. known for its timid nature and gluttony. Capable of shape-shifting, the slime race possesses feeble strength. Even at level 4, they seem to lack any offensive capabilities. While inherently weak, their ability to alter their form renders them difficult to eliminate. Current lifespan, 5 years. Injecting a level 5 gene unlocking serum will extend lifespan by 50 years. Maka Baka clicks his tongue, then begins to quietly beg. This is bad. Xingqian's peculiar obsession seems to have resurfaced. You mean her penchant for acquiring unsightly dolls? Maka Baka observes the slime pirate on the ground. It resembles a large lump of jelly, green in hue, seemingly capable of transforming into any shape. Liquid, solid, or even fluid, this moment. The slime appears akin to solid jelly, its eyes round and fixated on Xingqian. I beg of you, the slime pirate pleads, crawling on the ground. Among the slime race, I alone have ascended to such heights. I do not wish to perish. The slime pirate speaks earnestly. I became a pirate to gain access to gene unlocking serums. Within the Galactic Alliance, our race can only apply for serums up to level 3. I merely wish to survive a while longer, and I possess great potential. If you spare my life, I will serve your race. Xingqian's expression remains frigid, causing the slime to tremble internally. Then tell me about your pirate crew. The more detail, the better, she coldly commands, regarding the slime before her. If your information proves valuable, I may grant you a level 5 gene unlocking serum. In truth, she has begun to feel a bubbling excitement. A jelly-like slime, how utterly charming. The notion that their race can only apply for level 3 gene unlocking serums. Isn't that blatant discrimination? What a disgrace, this Galactic Alliance. I can download the information in my mind for you. The slime rolls to Xingqian's feet. With a soft sound, it removes its own head. Its hands cradle the head reverently as it presents it to Xingqian. Chapter 66. Merely a pet, the cold memory extractor trembles as it is inserted into the slime's head. Its green, jelly-like body ripples. This genius of the slime race is consumed by thoughts. Can the organization behind these individuals truly be stronger than the pirate crew? Yet they claim to offer a level 5 gene unlocking serum. Even level 2 gene warriors can pilot such advanced mechas. They must be a wealthy race. Please do not dwell on fanciful thoughts. I require information regarding the pirate crew. The voice of BT-010 resonates above the slime's head. The slime gazes upward to see a massive mecha looming over it. Oh yes, understood. The slime responds respectfully. The oil-stealing old woman whispers, this slime truly knows how to assess the situation. Being astute is essential for survival. The slime race is rather pitiable. Why does this Galactic Alliance still practice racial discrimination? Maka Baka grumbles. Xingqian has now sheathed her dual sabers at her waist, crossing her arms as she observes BT-010 gathering information. Such technology is remarkable. It can indeed extract visual memories stored in brain cells. The oil-stealing old woman approaches. Technological progress is multifaceted. The Galactic Alliance, no longer threatened by the insectoid race, has ceased to obsess over weapon evolution. BT-010 reflects on its own creation, recalling the discoveries made upon linking to the star network after its inception. Following the significant decline of human power, formidable races among the myriad have gained their share of resources, including technology from various domains. Humans are not the most indulgent race, but they possess the most advanced technology, refusing to confine it solely to weaponry. Thus, after the war between humans and insectoids, the Galactic Alliance suddenly boasted a plethora of innovative technologies, including the memory extraction techniques currently in use. The former leaders of the human race once proclaimed that the greatest strength of humanity lies within their minds. Such a race is truly formidable. Fortunately, they are not immortal. Even better, they believe it their duty to sacrifice for future generations. For the sake of humanity's future, they engage in battle with the insectoids 8 times. BT-010 struggles to comprehend why the myriad races, after receiving the benefits of humanity, still attempt to seize their resources. Observing the slime now, BT-010 begins to understand. Humans often sympathize with weaker races, yet these weaker races only bow to humanity when they are powerful. Once they grow strong, they seize and plunder. BT-010 resolves to assist Xingqian in disposing of the slime once the memory extraction is complete. Just then, the little mermaid awakens in Clakla's embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he sees 4 colossal mechas surrounding him. Cradled by Clakla, he spots his nemesis, the slime pirate, whose head has been severed and connected to the mecha. His expression turns fierce. "I will kill you." Clackla swiftly lifts the young mermaid. "Do not cause a ruckus." The commotion attracts the attention of the other players. "Whoa, brother, you even captured a child. Isn't that the mermaid child you encountered earlier? TSK. I must say during gameplay, if you encounter the weak and do not eliminate them. Are you waiting for them to deceive you?" As an experienced player, the oil-stealing old woman immediately recognized from the information brought back by other players that this child is undoubtedly a spy. Hearing her words, the little mermaid trembles. His gaze towards the oil-stealing old woman filled with fear, he shrinks behind Clackla, unable to suppress his anger as he glares at the slime not far away. Clackla gently ruffles the little mermaid's hair. There's no choice. This child is rather pitiable. After all, this is an exploratory game. I might as well take him back to care for him, as he has no other relatives. "Good uncle, can you help me kill it?" The little mermaid clings to Clackla's leg, pointing at the slime in the distance. The previous pirates were also preparing to attack the good uncle. "He will surely help me kill those pirates." "He certainly will." Tears well up in the little mermaid's eyes as he looks at Clackla, appearing utterly forlorn. Xingqian casts a glance in their direction. Clackla opens his mouth, then closes it again. Revenge is something you should handle yourself. That fellow has caught the attention of our leader." The little mermaid is taken aback. He gazes blankly at the surrounding players. "But aren't they friends of the good uncle? If you possess the ability, you can seek revenge yourself." Clackla slyly incites. "Do you not wish to become a gene warrior as well? I can take you back to my home planet. You can assist me, and I shall procure a gene unlocking serum for you. Once you surpass him in level, you can deal with him." Directly recruiting a child laborer. "Can I really?" The little mermaid is puzzled, unable to grasp why the good uncle would rather provide him with gene serums than help him eliminate the slime. Xingqian withdraws her gaze. This slime, she finds rather appealing. Since it has already crawled to her for mercy, she intends to take it home, as a PET could also assist with mining, earning some gold. As for matters between pets, you do not interfere, and I shall not meddle. Understood? Xingqian speaks. The oil-stealing old woman hisses. "Wow. Xingqian is unusually talkative today. It seems she truly likes this slime," Makabaka observes. "Not merely a fondness." "Did you not hear Xingqian refer to it as a pet?" the oil-stealing old woman remarks. Xingqian intends to adopt that fellow like Clackla, taking it back to the base for rearing. How infuriating. This Xingqian is truly clever. I too wish to capture a pet to assist with mining, freeing up time for me to chop trees, thus earning double the coin. Clackla comments, "The leader is indeed formidable. However, what use will you have for this creature? Should you take it back and it grows strong, how will you handle its potential for destruction? To raise it, one must first subdue it." The stars coldly open their mouths. Casting a glance at the trembling slime, "If there were repercussions, then it would be my own fault." The players chattered away, entirely oblivious to the astonishment hidden within BT-010's gaze. Pets, must they be subdued before being tamed? If there were repercussions, would it truly be your fault? Had humanity always held such thoughts? They seemed to disregard the plundering of their technological advancements by the myriad races. Not even their masters had complained about those artifacts being taken away. Instead, they had previously expressed that, over the years, the myriad races were indeed incompetent, with technological progress crawling at a snail's pace. They genuinely appeared unconcerned about the resources being seized, rather lamenting the slow pace of their advancements. It became evident that humanity had never regarded the other races as equals. The more BT-010 pondered, the more convinced she became. After all, even the so-called strongest divine race had resorted to technology following that great war. It was worth noting that, apart from the gene unlocking technology, the long-lived races had once scorned such external methods. As a prompt echoed, BT-010 withdrew from her musings, packaging all data for transmission to the database of Snowfall. The voice of Snowfall resonated in the players' ears, informing them that the battleship was advancing, and Lord had already set off in the ink cloud. They were to wait patiently for a few minutes until the Lord arrived. Once the Lord reached them, they would follow him into the enemy's territory, and after his actions, they would proceed to the coordinates she provided to rescue BT-007. Received, replied the team. "Received," echoed Xingqian. "Received," chimed the oil thief. "Received," added Makabaka. "Commander, what should I do?" queried Claklaka, as BT-09 was sent back to base for repairs and unable to return. "Remain where you are and wait for the main force to arrive. Once they do, find a navigation battleship and board it." Claklaka was instructed. Understood. He remained on the lookout for the little mermaid, who was glaring fiercely at the distant slime. Klaklaka could empathize with the mermaid's feelings. After all, his little sister had been devoured, and he had been deceived that it was natural to harbor hatred towards those enemies. However, Klaklaka wouldn't impulsively seek vengeance for a mere video game scenario. Even outside the game, he believed the child was pitiable. But at least she was alive. As for the sister who had been consumed, was that not akin to the other fish devoured in the ocean? BT-010 cast a glance at Klaklaka. The live stream he had released was visible to the players, and the mechas linked to them could see it too. Initially, she had assumed Klaklaka would feel sympathy for the little mermaid after rescuing her from the pirates. However, to her surprise, despite saving the mermaid, Klaklaka had no intentions of avenging her. Over the years, the mechas had only encountered one human, Wei Yuan, and they were intrigued about what the Master's kin might be like. After this interaction, they grew even more perplexed. They exhibited a surfeit of empathy, yet seemed devoid of it simultaneously, displaying a dark sense of humor. They could fawn over their master while engaging in equal conversation with him, readily submitting to threats, but rushing headlong into danger when it truly mattered. It was all too complex. Humanity was indeed not easy to understand. It was simply too intricate. BT-010 shook her head. Retracting the data interface. Iron Driver, how do you intend to handle your pet? Xingqian glanced at the slime, now cowering on the ground. Once the Lord arrives, I will provide you with a level 5 gene unlocking potion. But first, you must assist me by leading the way. The slime stared at Xingqian in confusion. What does lead the way mean? Oil Thief, explain it to him, Xingqian directed, pointing at Oil Thief. With an eye roll, Oil Thief approached the slime. Leading the way means you go over and tell your companions that you've captured us, then bring us into your domain without raising suspicion. Understand? The slime, not particularly bright, was bewildered by this lengthy explanation. How could I possibly capture you? Oil Thief rubbed her chin, musing, well, I was worried you might betray us, but now it seems your intellect is lacking. Listen, when I tell you what to say, you will say it. She instructed, producing a rope. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of the striking ink cloud, which descended from the sky with remarkable speed, leaving no trace in the air. Wow, so cool. The players were thrilled to see Wei Yuan piloting the mecha, exuding an aura of sheer awesomeness. Would they witness him in action today? The excitement was palpable. Numerous voices filled their headsets, and although it was a public channel for thousands, it was remarkably quiet amidst the chatter. The cockpit of Ink Cloud opened halfway, revealing Wei Yuan. Prepare to set off, he announced. Oil Thief raised her hand. Wait, Wei Yuan. We have a traitor here. Wei Yuan paused, internally questioning, what? A traitor. Looking down, he saw Oil Thief enthusiastically laying out her plan. Wei Yuan, let us have this slime guide us into the enemy's territory. That I've noticed these pirates likely don't recruit anyone competent. They seem to rely on genetically modified warriors who aren't the sharpest tools in the shed as cannon fodder. Once we're inside, we can create chaos. Makabaka interjected, did you eat a dictionary? Isn't this a more cultured way to express it? Oil Thief chuckled, flashing a wide grin. Wei Yuan nodded. For him, it made no difference. They could charge in with guns blazing, and the elite gene warriors would have no choice but to engage. However, that would lack the amusement Oil Thief proposed. Unbeknownst to him, the original source of mischief was right opposite him, already beginning to taint him. All right, let us set off. Chapter 67. Wei Yuan, you're making me seem foolish. Since they were to infiltrate, they needed to bear marks of a recent defeat. Oil Thief scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it across her face. That's too dirty. In the seabed, mud smells awful, protested Makabaka, crossing her arms in refusal that a girl must always be fragrant and soft. Then you can't join us in this infiltration game, Oil Thief retorted, sidling up to Wei Yuan, exuding an air of false authority. Even Wei Yuan agrees. How can you not? With hands on her hips, Oil Thief exclaimed, come on, embrace the muddy baptism. Ah, get away! Makabaka squealed, sprinting away, with Oil Thief hot on her heels. In the shadows, the group was exasperated. These two are so immature. It's absurd. But Oil Thief isn't wrong. Without signs of battle, we'd likely struggle to blend in. Wei Yuan, let us disguise ourselves too. We can't let the pirates see through us immediately, suggested the dark beggar. Wei Yuan nodded. Disguises are indeed necessary, but why mud? He cast a playful, questioning glance at Oil Thief, then clapped his hands toward Ink Cloud. A beam of light shot from Ink Cloud's pupils, enveloping everyone except Oil Thief. Suddenly, realistic battle scars appeared on all their bodies. Even the mechas bore the scent of singed metal. Except for Oil Thief, who stood frozen in mud, mouth agape. What? Wei Yuan, you have this ability? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Oil Thief was dumbfounded. Makabaka burst into laughter. Are you stunned? This is hilarious. Xingqian remarked. This is six. The dark beggars stifled laughter. Surprised to find Wei Yuan so whimsical. I can't believe Wei Yuan thought you might want to smear mud on him as well. Hence why he hastily had Ink Cloud create disguises. With a grin, the dark beggar added, I don't believe it. It has to be an illusion. Oil Thief touched the dark beggar's face, where the disguise bore extensive minor abrasions, evidently fresh. She brushed against it. The scabs tore open, oozing blood. Even a muddy water from her hands stained the wound. Whoa, this is so realistic. I don't believe it. This has to be an illusion. Ha, an illusion. The Oil Thief shouted to the heavens. Be quiet. We need to leave quickly. Makabaka tugged at the Oil Thief's collar. Don't, Brother Yuan. Please cast an illusion shell on me, too. The Oil Thief leaned closer to Wei Yuan, wanted to slide in and grasp Wei Yuan's thigh as before. But hesitated. He was truly filthy now. Wei Yuan suppressed a laugh, shook his head, and feigned a calm and just demeanor as he said, Oil Thief, your disguise is quite good. There is no need to waste energy on another layer. Trust yourself. The most primitive disguise is often the most effective. Huh, really? The Oil Thief silently withdrew his hand, then began to beg in the shadows. It's over for me, a beggar. What's wrong, you Jim? He continued. Brother Yuan must have been corrupted. He is even joking with me now. The Oil Thief spat vehemently. I wonder which scoundrel tainted Brother Yuan like this. Don't forget how dashing and bright he was at the start. Sob, what should I do now? Am I really going to follow you all while caked in mud? If everyone is muddy, it wouldn't matter. But now, aside from him, everyone else looks battle-worn. Only I resemble a wild boar that rolled in a mud pit. Brother Yuan, if you do this, it will make me seem foolish. If my fans see us like this, they will surely mock me. The Oil Thief's professional ethics remained intact. He was still recording with his camera. What to do? How would I know? You could try begging him Wei Yuan and see if he is willing to add a layer of battle damage filter for you. As soon as he finished speaking. The Oil Thief dashed to Wei Yuan's side. Wei Yuan, who had been striding behind Wei Yuan, suddenly felt something sticky at his feet. Just as he was about to kick it away, he heard, Wei Yuan, don't shake it off. Looking down, he discovered it was a tribesman smeared with MUD. Oh, you need something? Wei Yuan, please add a layer of disguise for me. I beg you, I look so embarrassing on camera. He looked up, his face smeared with black mud, his eyes blinking. But they had already reached the enemy's base. Wei Yuan spoke bluntly, and as soon as he finished, he sensed a sudden uplift in the mood of his master, who still had a partial connection with him. Huh. The Oil Thief's grip loosened, falling to the ground. This moment, they had reached the seabed cliff. In the darkness, countless starships lay at the bottom of the cliff, twinkling with dim red lights. Stop being emo, come over and guide the slime in acting. The beggar pulled the Oil Thief and brought him to the slime. Quick, you two set up a communication link and then guide. They hastily prepared. Wei Yuan instructed Wei Yuan to hide aside. The BT series mechs were already formidable enough to attract the mid-tier pirates. Wei Yuan smirked. Perhaps the players' methods could lead them to encounter the captured BT-007. Stop! Just as the players had disguised themselves and were about to approach the outermost warship led by the slime, several green light dots aimed at them. Its me. The slime waved. We were just looking for fish snacks. Didn't he expect to run into your mech team? Wow, you really brought them back. The green light dots vanished as several guarding star pirates emerged, seeing the Oil Thief and his companions, merely secondary gene warriors. They were astonished. Such advanced mechs paired with such lousy gene warriors. ISNT this delivering food to us. How delightful. You'll probably score a level 5 gene potion this time. By the way. Where are your teammates? After speaking, the gatekeeper slapped the slime on the shoulder. In battle, they all died. The slime waved his hand. I sent them all to the squad leader. The credit can only be mine. Hey, don't go. The gatekeeper stopped the slime, casually handing him a pack of cigarettes. I heard your previous squad leader died. That IT was the patrol team. They're still inside. Chapter 68. There's always a disgusting exploiter. 2-3. The patrol team? The slime's jelly-like face trembled several times. The leader is dead? Yep, blood stained the cockpit. If you go back now, you'll probably be killed. Seeing the slime's terrified expression, the gatekeeper pirate chuckled and took back the cigarette he had offered. Lighting one, he took a slow drag. This is high-grade stuff I managed to get. Why don't you have a taste? The slime was both fearful and terrified. The patrol team was specifically tasked with managing low-tier pirates like them. If anyone committed an offense, the patrol team could execute pirates they deemed guilty without needing any justification. The slime gulped. His blatant betrayal, compounded by leading enemies into their ranks, would likely end with him being torn to shreds. Yet, there was no turning back now. The mechs were right behind him. Caught in a dilemma, the slime failed to notice the gatekeeper pirate's subtle hints. The gatekeeper, appearing human but with skinless, crimson flesh, stared at the slime with his fiery red eyes. Once he confirmed the slime hadn't caught on, he sighed. What are you still standing there for? If you take these mechs inside now, the patrol team will surely kill you like they did your leader. Brother, I can endure some hardships. How about I help you digest this? He suggested, pointing at the cigarette in his hand, since it had spread from the human race. Cigarettes had become a craze across the stars. However, due to their status, pirates were ostracized by the Galactic Alliance. Only high-ranking thus. Typically, the act of commandeering mechs involves the elimination of their owners, followed by a forced reboot and subsequent reauthorization for usage. However, there exists a more straightforward method, wherein the previous owner of the mech voluntarily unbinds it. Clearly, this Crimson Pirate intends for the players to unbind their mechs, thereby acquiring them. 4B team mechs represent a considerable fortune for these marauders. As for the patrol squad, having turned to piracy themselves, they are essentially placing their lives at risk, uncertain of when they might meet their demise. Would they relinquish such an easily attainable prize out of fear of the patrol squad? Absolutely not. The Crimson Pirate's resolve had yet to be fully revealed that a laser emitted with a sharp hiss, severing the red pirate in half. The extreme heat from the laser rendered the flesh at the cut a perfect cook. A burnt odor wafted through the IT was truly unexpected that, at such a critical moment, there were still those foolish enough to attempt concealment. But a somber voice echoed from the distance as a squad of pirates clad in black robes approached. The leading pirate wielded the very weapon that had fired the laser. Slime trembled, quietly explaining to the players, "The patrol squad, they're the patrol squad." The oil thief scratched her head, astonished that in a mere few minutes they had encountered the patrol squad. Their luck was indeed remarkable. Perhaps this time, they would even meet BT-007 that moment. Their earpieces crackled to life with the announcement of snowfall. "Dark beggars, please prepare yourselves. In 30 minutes, the flagship fleet will arrive above the combat zone. We have relocated the respawn points to the interior of the flagship." Chapter 69. Will the myriad races allow a human to rise? On Edith's star, among the Inu clan, the elven queen, holding a wooden staff, exhibited a grave countenance. Before her stood an oval mirror entwined with vines, its surface rippling like water. The moment her finger touched the mirror, ripples spread across its surface. Within the hazy image, a human named Wei Yuan appeared, surrounded by several other humans. Was it impossible for the Tree of Life to discern Wei Yuan's whereabouts? The queen lowered her gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. The human race had remained oblivious to external changes for years, only to suddenly produce such a prodigious youth that in a short span, he had ascended to the rank of a level 9 genetic warrior. This was certainly no good news for the myriad races. My lady. The young clan leader is still completely absorbed in the shadows of his defeat. Wei Yuan seems to have become his inner demon. The steward said earnestly, bowing slightly, in truth, not just the young clan leader, but he too had been intimidated by Wei Yuan's imposing presence. However, having served the elven royal family for nearly a millennium, the old steward possessed sufficient resilience. Yet, and Yu Dong, the young clan leader, who had always been hailed as the pride of the elven race, had never been so thoroughly crushed. A little setback, however, could be beneficial. It might teach him that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. The elven queen waved her hand, her demeanor haughty. "Yes, my son, he cannot be humiliated by a mere human. Call him here." Though the powers granted by the Tree of Life may not provide a clear image of Wei Yuan's surroundings, they should reveal a general outline. Once he witnesses Wei Yuan's failure and demise, he will confront his fears directly. With a sigh, the queen reflected on how difficult it was for the elven race to procreate. That it was likely that she would only have Yu Dong as her child in this lifetime. If he were not properly educated and was rashly entrusted with power, it would be a significant blow to the elven race. Thus, upon learning that Wei Yuan was about to face a dire calamity in combat against the squid crew, the elven queen began to waiting for this rising human to once again approach failure, just as the human race had in the past. The elven queen pondered to herself that, in truth, those who genuinely feared Wei Yuan's rise were not the students of the academy, but the myriad races that had partaken of the resources of humankind. Host, there's a prying gaze from the elven queen. The system notification echoed in Wei Yuan's mind. At that moment, he was being escorted by the patrol squad alongside the players. The interior of the flagship was spacious, even more so than an ordinary technological exhibition hall, filled with an array of bizarre items. The oil thieves curiously glanced around, their interest piqued. Although it lacked the majestic allure of their own flagship, the sheer scale of the space was impressive, yet they could not help but critique the owner's aesthetic choices. The lighting within the flagship primarily featured green and red hues. Walking beneath such lights, the oil thieves felt as though they had stepped onto the path of the underworld, with their mechs left outside. They had truly walked into the lion's den. Slime trembled, envisioning countless scenarios of how he might meet his end. Aren't you afraid? Slime instinctively huddled closer to the players. Afraid of what? This path. The oil thief wiped some mud from her face and flicked it to the ground. This eerie atmosphere does evoke a sense of horror. But honestly, it pales in comparison to the escape games we played before, like Escape from the Insane Asylum or Identity V. Chapter 70. The elven race will not offend the human race, but they can expose Wei Yuan's strength. Mother, is what you said true? And Yudong's previously vacant eyes sparkled with newfound brightness upon hearing the elven queen's words. Wei Yuan had encountered the squid pirate crew. This was indeed monumental news, and Yudong was certain that Wei Yuan would survive this fierce battle, for he was aware of Wei Yuan's true capabilities. However, the graduation competition at the Lord's Academy did not solely assess individual prowess. It was a measure of the strength of their kin. Should the pirate seize Wei Yuan's planet, he would be unable to rescue many of his people. Given the nature of pirates, even if they could not eliminate Wei Yuan, they would undoubtedly slaughter all mid to high-tier genetic warriors on his planet. The human race had always been sparse in numbers, and over the years, there had been no reports of them acquiring significant amounts of genetic unlocking potions. Indeed, the elven race held a stake in the company that developed genetic unlocking potions, and they had long been vigilant against the resurgence of the human race. While the elven queen did not know how Wei Yuan had managed to ascend to level 9 under their watch, she spoke with a gentle tone, despite the cruel implications of her words. Nonetheless, now that they had discovered this, they must take it seriously. The myriad races had yet to openly express intentions to persecute the human race, for it was an era dominated by technology. The initial developer of the terminal intelligence was a genius from the human race, although that genius perished in the Great War following the decline of the human race. The control of the terminal intelligence fell into the hands of the Alliance. Yet, no one could ascertain whether the terminal intelligence would still favor the human race. The ruling races within the Interstellar Alliance had no desire to witness the resurgence of the human race. Wei Yuan, upon entering the Lord's Academy, had attracted considerable attention. The elven queen gently caressed her staff, observing her ecstatic son, and Yudong, who remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Yuan had long been under the watchful eyes of the ruling factions. After surviving numerous trials, he had been protected by the old principal, who had been instrumental in ensuring his safety, as long as he had only exhibited the strength of a level 6 or 7 genetic warrior. The other races had refrained from launching frenzied assaults. However, once this battle concluded and Wei Yuan's true strength was revealed, would they still remain passive? They would undoubtedly take action. Mother, should we send someone to take advantage of the chaos and see if we can eliminate Wei Yuan? And Yudong's excitement bubbled forth. Should Wei Yuan perish, he would reclaim his status as the prodigy of yesteryears, a rarity within the Interstellar Alliance, with only the formidable Feng Yusheng as his rival. The elven queen chuckled softly and shook her head. No, our elven race has always revered peace. Even during the resource pillaging against the human race, we remained uninvolved. This time, you shall not act. However, we could dispatch dark elves to cover the event, ensuring that the myriad races witnessed this battle. The confrontation between Yudong and Wei Yuan was merely a contest of peers. The elven queen had no intention of severing ties with the human race at this juncture. Although the elven race had reaped substantial benefits from the past resource division, they had never taken a tangible stand. The former king had proclaimed that unless absolutely necessary, they must not become enemies with the human race. Who could predict the depth of the foundation that a race capable of producing countless extraordinary talents within a short span might possess? In the past, the human race had indeed compelled the myriad race's geniuses to bow their heads. Among their kin, talent appeared to be the most commonplace existence. The elven queen reminisced about the glorious moments of the human race she had witnessed in her youth, a sigh escaping her lips. If a genius like Wei Yuan were born into any other race, he would undoubtedly ascend to a position of leadership. Yet alas, he belongs to the humans. The news of the elven clan dispatching reinforcements soon spread across the star network, even trending prominently. Players, now equipped with their own identification and able to pool resources to purchase intelligent brains to log onto the star network, eagerly connected early. They cheered as they gazed at the star network interface, exclaiming with delight, "Elves are coming to our aid!" Could they be as adorable as Alice? As they traversed the starry seas, the players were confined to the battleship for 2 hours, reluctant to log off for fear of missing vital plot developments. They clustered together, engaging in idle chatter. When news alerts popped up on their intelligent brains, their excitement surged. This game is truly remarkable. The Star Network resembles our own internet, though it lacks games. If only we could play games within games. How delightful that would be. Let's check the news. Wow, is this the Elven Queen? She is stunning. How old could she be? I adore mature women. Let me see that. Oh my, nearly 500 years old. The players were all conversing openly, their voices crystal clear to Xiaoxua, who furrowed her brow. Suddenly bombarded with news at such a pivotal moment, she wondered if it was a game prompt. As a newcomer to gaming, she took every piece of information seriously. Xiaozhang, when you introduced the game's background, didn't you say that the humans were once powerful but fell into disgrace while battling the insect race, leading to their current state of disdain from other races? Feng Shui Pippi, long unaccustomed to being called by his real name, paused when Xiaoxua shouted it. Indeed, the various races we encountered previously were insufferable, utterly repugnant. Xiaoxua nodded thoughtfully. Other races showed no indication of support. Why would the elves be the first to intervene? She opened Wei Yuan's communication at that moment. Wei Yuan was leading the players to the location of the patrol team. Pirates were no ordinary foes, and the members of the patrol team were the vilest of villains. Upon their arrival, the patrol members licked their lips and approached. We've even brought back some tender morsels. They look quite delectable. Leave one alive for questioning later. The rest shall be slaughtered. Leave that muddy 1.8 patrol members, with squid-like heads and human bodies, sported slimy tentacles that appeared quite repulsive. The oil-stealing woman pointed to herself. Perplexed at you look down on me. What is the deal with these pirates? Do I really seem so easy to bully? Why am I the one constantly underestimated by monsters? She wiped the mud from her face and shouted fiercely. Today, let these pirates witness what it means not to underestimate the youth. In her hand appeared 3 syringes, a low-quality Tier 3 gene serum, a low-quality Tier 4 gene serum, and a Tier 5 low-quality gene serum. These were the rewards given by the system upon discovering an increase in mission difficulty. Upgrading on the fly. Is this person insane? The Squid Patrol member shouted in disbelief that it is known among normal interstellar races that gene serums must be injected when one's body is at its peak condition and fully adapted to the current gene level. In players' terms, it means reaching the necessary experience points. Ordinary interstellar beings exercise utmost caution when injecting gene serums, as they lack the visible experience points players possess. If their bodies fail to endure the serum's impact, they could perish instantly. The Alliance has developed some instruments to estimate a rough range, but this merely reduces the death rate somewhat. Yet the oil-stealing woman pulled out 3 gene unlocking serums and, before the patrol squids, injected one directly into her arm. Get back. We're about to be splattered with blood, the squid shouted. Simultaneously, the oil-stealing woman laughed. Watch me reach level 5 and take you all down. The echoes of their shouts filled the air. After dodging, the squids discovered nothing happened. Meanwhile, the oil-stealing woman was left dumbfounded. After injecting the serum, why hadn't her level increased? What the hell is this fake serum? Her voice carried a mix of grievance, pain, and disbelief. The next moment, one of the squid's tentacles struck the oil-stealing woman. Damn it. You scared me. I thought you were really using a gene unlocking serum. Turns out it was fake. What a lunatic. Frustrated, the oil-stealing woman was smacked against the wall, spitting blood. her complexion pale as she retorted, "How was I to know you were so clueless?" The oil-stealing woman yelled. "Hurry and use Feng Chue Pippi's technique. Max out pain perception. Gather experience." At this moment, the squids, enraged by the players' casual chatter, shrieked angrily, "How dare you ignore us? You seek death." Chapter 71. As long as my speed is fast enough. Pain perception will not catch up with me maxing out pain perception. The oil-stealing woman lay battered on the ground, eyes wide with terror. T wasn't the NPC she feared. She had heard that game developers aimed for realism, meaning players would experience pain akin to reality. If her pain perception was fully activated, with her current health, stealing a glance at her health bar, which was below 1/3, she thought, "I'd be in agony." A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. "Bro, it's just a game. Do we really need to go this hard? That would mean maxing out pain perception." The oil-stealing woman exchanged glances with the oil thief. He gulped, recalling the excruciating sensation when pierced by the bloodthirsty tree. "It truly hurt. Hesitation leads to defeat. Prepare for battle. Remember to stock up on medical supplies, or we'll be heading back to the battleship." Starry drew her dual blades, having maxed out her pain perception, with 10 medical syringes in her bag. The instant she drew her blades, she blocked a tentacle hurled by the squid pirate. The squid's tentacles, unlike those of an octopus, lacked suckers and were smooth. The force was tremendous as Starry held her blades. Her palms tingled slightly. Yet with that one strike, her experience points surged. "What? This can happen?" The oil-stealing woman's eyes lit up. "Forget everything. If that girl can max out her pain perception, why should I hesitate?" In the next moment, "Oh no, that hurts!" Her screams startled the squid pirate who had struck her, seeing her experience points rise. The oil-stealing woman quickly disabled her pain perception. The relief from pain was exhilarating, causing her to gasp in delight. "I feel alive again." Quickly, another medical syringe. The oil-stealing woman oscillated between screams and blissful relief. While her antics bewildered the squid pirates, "This person some kind of weirdo. How dare you scare me? I can't take it anymore. I'll take you down first." The squid pirates roared as they charged forward. Seeing her experience points ascend to level 3, the oil-stealing woman, emboldened, proclaimed, "Come on. Whoever doesn't fight is a coward." Damn it. As long as her speed was swift enough, pain would not catch up with her. Instead, her experience points would continue. Wei Yuan shook his hands, splattering the remnants of flesh and blood away. He then retrieved his handkerchief, diligently cleaning himself. How frugal he was. "I'm off to the second battleship. You all enjoy yourselves here," he announced before departing. The oil thief, having just inserted a medical syringe, was instantly revitalized, leveling up to 5 after several near-death experiences. "All right, Brother Yuan, once we finish dealing with them, we will come find you." The squid pirates were horrified to discover that the very individuals they had been easily overpowering were now beginning to turn the tide against them. Moreover, why did being beaten evoke both pain and pleasure? What sort of perversion was this? The mechas had activated their signal jammers, ensuring that within the confines of this small room, all screams of agony could not escape. The players only needed to focus on leveling up in the sanctuary. As the ink clouds ascended, Wei Yuan transmitted all the visuals he observed from above the underwater cliffs to Wei Yuan. The location of the second battleship was right at the center of the pirate fleet. Every blockade in his path was violently dismantled. A deafening alarm blared, beginning from the outermost pirate vessel and gradually moving inward. "Alert! Alert! Unidentified enemy detected." Red alerts sounded across the 3 central warships. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan continued his advance. The sound of snow falling echoing in his ears. That "My lord, the elven race has announced they are sending reinforcements." Are they friend or foe? The tremendous explosions and the harrowing cries of the pirates he effortlessly dispatched caused Xiaoshui to furrow her brow. "The Lord is incredibly strong. This NPC must be more than just a game guide." Since setting off, Wei Yuan had a moment to glance at the news on the Starnet. Even if he had, he likely wouldn't have paid attention to her surprise. Xiaoshui chose to report this to him. Would the elves genuinely be so kind as to assist him? What a colossal joke. Those elves, with their gilded exteriors and rotten interiors, wouldn't be inclined to aid the pirates at this juncture. The Elven Queen was probably scheming for her own interests. Wei Yuan pressed onward, methodically advancing towards the heart of the pirate fleet, dispatching countless pirates and obliterating dozens of warships along the way. He eventually halted at the periphery of the central fleet, confronted by an energy shield. Within, multiple interstellar cannons were aimed directly at him. Outside, a throng of interstellar pirates armed to the teeth surrounded him. Those elves are no good. I suspect they intend to expose my strength to invite the other powerful races to eliminate us. Wei Yuan mused lightly. There's nothing we can do. Our strength incites envy. Commander, what shall we do? Xia Shui was taken aback that the Lord would pose this question to her. The game's freedom was indeed as Zhang Tao had described. Was everything truly left to her discretion? A long-lost sense of exhilaration surged within her that, of course, in this war, you are the commander. All decisions throughout the conflict will be under your command. Trust those you employ. Distrust those you suspect. The players were summoned from his hometown, and Wei Yuan had full faith that his fellow villagers would not betray him. After all, while they might be bumbling players, they were also genuine humans. Moreover, even if Xia Shui made misjudgment, he could always clean up afterward. That a lord must always safeguard his subordinates. In the vastness of the stars, the human race had no allies. They alone were the sole hope for humanity's resurgence. As Wei Yuan concluded, an array of explosions erupted around him. The cacophony of booming sounds filled Xia Shui's ears as Wei Yuan strode leisurely through the hail of gunfire towards the central warships of the pirates. His psychic field was fully activated, causing all projectiles to veer away from him. Level 9. Among the pirates, an elite genetic warrior sensed Wei Yuan's level and screamed in terror. The next moment, he was crushed by the psychic field, his neck twisted, blood spurting forth as he fell lifelessly. Oh my, a level 9 genetic warrior. Could he be from the Star Alliance? Quickly, contact the captain. Hurry. His target seems to be our battleship. Immediately activate all ships. Ascend. Genetic warriors below level 7, board the ships and take off. Those above level 7, assemble. We will kill this brat. We've slain level 9 warriors before. Why panic? The massive warships in the center, due to their sheer size, took longer to ascend. Wei Yuan had already torn through their energy shields. Commander, I must cut this conversation short. I'm off to retrieve BT-007. The mission to recover BT-007 could not be accomplished solely by the players. Wei Yuan hadn't anticipated that among this group of pirates, there were those who possessed insight. The second battleship housed the scientific talents of the pirate crew, making it the most cumbersome of the vessels due to its myriad of research instruments. Pirates, being wanderers of the seas, typically carried their possessions with them. That a small pirate rushed in, urging the researchers to prepare for defense. Doctor, it's dangerous outside. We must ascend immediately. All experiments must be halted. Halted? An octopus-like being wearing a monocle pushed his glasses up with a tentacle, frowning as he stood beside the disassembled BT-007. This special BT series mecha is on the verge of having its core cracked. You want me to stop now? The octopus doctor coldly lashed out a tentacle, impaling the pirate who had come to deliver the message. The lifeless body collapsed outside the laboratory door, but the doctor paid it no heed as he activated the communication video. The face of the squid pirate captain appeared on the screen. Yuri's, this BT series mecha is exceptionally unique. That I am at a critical juncture in cracking its core. And no matter the situation, I cannot be interrupted. Yuri's, the captain of the squid pirates and a massive cephalopod, responded. A level 9 genetic warrior has approached, seemingly human, and is heading our way. He has already destroyed numerous warships, likely sent specifically to dismantle ours. Are you certain you will not activate your ship's defenses? I cannot. The core program of this mecha is exceptionally special. I require the ship's energy to support my algorithm for decryption. If the ship is activated, all will be lost. The octopus doctor scowled at the image being projected, irritated by the intrusion at such a critical moment. Humans, how rare that a level 9 human. How could the higher-ups among the races tolerate such a being? Yuri's, you must stop that human. Promise him some incentives. Whatever it takes, prevent him from advancing. Yuri's was vexed as the captain of the squid pirate crew. He was the one in charge here. However, the team was unable to purchase advanced weapons or gene unlocking potions without the octopus doctor's provision. Losing the doctor would significantly diminish their strength. Humans, halt. Let us discuss this. Yuri's activated the ship's microphone, addressing the advancing Wei Yuan. Currently, the only battleship that had not ascended and activated its shield was the second battleship. Seeing that Wei Yuan ignored his warning, Yuri shouted in anger. Human, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Leave now, and I shall spare your life. Do you not understand the suffering humanity has endured within the Star Alliance? The Coalition Army has sent you here to die. Cease your actions at once. If you do not, I will be forced to act. A towering mecha erupted from the first battleship, resembling a squid. Its mechanical tentacles whipping toward Wei Yuan with astonishing speed. Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dodged, the spot where he had just stood being obliterated by the mechanical appendage, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. The mechanical tentacle pivoted with remarkable agility, exhibiting no clumsiness. This was a top-tier mecha, undoubtedly crafted by a master. Wei Yuan recognized immediately that this was not the work of any of the masters from the Alliance. Did this squid crew have a mecha master as well? Wei Yuan. The sleek black mecha descended from the sky, its cold mechanical wings unfurling, half the size of the squid mecha. Wei Yuan swiftly entered the cockpit, and the two mechas clashed in an instant. Meanwhile, the octopus doctor, anxiously awaiting progress, was startled by the commotion outside. He activated the surveillance, immediately witnessing Wei Yuan battling the squid mecha. Yuri's, capture him, capture that mecha and the human as well. I must know who crafted them. That is a battlefield-grade mecha, on par with your own. Yet there are no records of it in the Star Alliance. Seize him. Yuri's, encased within the cephalopod mech, was drenched in sweat from the intensity of battle. The shouts of Dr. Octopus sent a chill down his spine. You are aware that this is an equivalent mech. How can I possibly capture him? He's also a level 9. Chapter 73. What does it mean to yield and adapt? 1-5. Even if he is a level 9. What of it? Dr. Octopus's face was adorned with intricate blue patterns as he exclaimed, Yuri's, you have slain level 9 gene warriors before. An expression of fervor crossed his features. The stellar weapon I designed is specifically intended to combat high-tier warriors. Yuri's, capture him, capture him, capture him. The schematics of these mechs, their conceptualization, and even their internal programming were remarkably unique, to the extent that they could potentially give rise to a new race. No, it was more accurate to assert that they could refute the mechanical race's claim of being a naturally occurring species. Indeed, the mechanical race must have been created by an external force. They were unlike any other. The blue circular patterns on Dr. Octopus's face became increasingly pronounced, his demeanor growing more frenzied, tinged with a hint of reverence and longing. Observing this, Yuri sighed heavily. Whenever the doctor encountered matters regarding weaponry, he became utterly irrational, dismissing any alternate advice. He watched the black mech evade his attack once more, even managing to sever one of his teeth during the recent clash between Wei Yuan and Yuri's. Several genetic warriors of levels 7 and 8 were inadvertently swept aside. This led to an awkward atmosphere. The pirate, known as Oil Thief, suddenly had an idea. He smeared some of the blood on his face and raised his hand, pushing his way through the crowd, declaring, "Let me lead the way." Yuri's frowned, only to see a low-ranking pirate, drenched in blood, stepping forward. Instantly, the tension dissipated. He observed the bloodied pirate approaching Wei Yuan and nodded in approval. "Excellent. What is your name?" The Oil Thief grinned obsequiously. Commander, I'm called Oil Thief." Oil Thief? Quite a fitting name," Yuri's replied, though he had no idea what it truly meant. The myriad of interstellar races each possessed their unique naming conventions. The Oil Thief's blood-soaked appearance seemed less human and more akin to a lesser-known tribe. With thousands of members in the pirate crew, Yuri's could not possibly know them all. Yet he sensed that those who dared to step forward at that moment were indeed courageous pirates. He resolved to utilize Oil Thief wisely in the future. A bold spirit is a commendable trait for a pirate. "Take him to the doctor," Yuri's instructed, slightly impatient as he listened to Dr. Octopus's incessant chatter. He gestured towards the second battleship. The Oil Thief chuckled and extended his hand towards Wei Yuan, saying, "After you." His sycophantic demeanor almost made Wei Yuan crack a smile. These players truly had a knack for creating chaos in any situation. "Let us go," Wei Yuan said, striding towards the second battleship. The weapons of the Starry Fleet remained active, with the energy charging indicators still illuminated. Should Wei Yuan make any untoward movement, the weapons would be activated immediately. Octopus trembled with excitement, yearning for a mech devoid of any records. That he must possess this mech. He simply must. Yuri's, observing the blue ring around Dr. Octopus slowly turning red, furrowed his brow. "Doctor, your sole focus is on studying mechs, correct?" Indeed, Dr. Octopus replied with a smile. "I only wish to study mechs." The more normal he appeared, the more abnormal he truly was. Yuri's frowned. "Doctor, he has already pledged his loyalty to you. Do not engage in any reckless actions. Humans are notoriously difficult to deal with. Despite the lack of news over the years, The reputation of humans remained formidable among the myriad races. Upon hearing the name of the Zerg, all would tremble. For centuries, only humans dared to confront the Zerg head-on, and they were notorious for their protective nature. If a level 9 genetic warrior were to perish at their hands, who could say whether the humans would seize the opportunity for revenge? Dr. Octopus waved his tentacles dismissively. Humans, merely a dwindling race. This level 9 warrior is likely their strongest asset. BT-007's core program decryption has 30 minutes remaining. There's still time, Wei Yuan remarked, knocking on a laboratory-esque grand entrance. The door, crafted from the rarest ores of the Lestar, stood at a defensive level that was surprisingly high. Level 9 did indeed. Surrender is the optimal solution. The judgment of this commander is not to be underestimated. Wei Yuan thought, his eyes narrowing in delight. His discerning eye had not failed him. Among these players, there were indeed reliable individuals. With a heavy grinding sound, the massive circular locking mechanism turned, slowly opening the door that weighed several tons. The laboratory was a pristine white, with rows of experimental apparatus and unidentifiable substances visible from where Wei Yuan stood. His gaze eventually settled on a large, amiable-looking blue-ringed octopus at the far end. "Greetings, esteemed level 9 genetic warrior. How should I address you?" Dr. Octopus inquired, raising his entire body, towering over others. The blue-line patterns on his body shimmered with a hint of crimson, appearing quite magnificent. Before Wei Yuan could respond, the oil thief shouted, "Wow, a blue-ringed octopus! What a giant! This is a game. Even if it's poisonous, I might as well take a taste." The oil thief's eyes sparkled. His favorite delicacy at night markets was grilled octopus tentacles. Rumor had it that the more venomous the creature, the more delectable it was. This enormous octopus, so large and toxic, would surely be a thrilling meal. The thought made the oil thief salivate. Dr. Octopus sensed the disrespect from his pirate and shot him a displeased glance. "Get out." Were it not for the need to appear somewhat amiable before the level 9 genetic warrior, he would have eliminated this impudent pirate long ago. "Fine, I'll leave, but I'll roast you one day," oil thief muttered under his breath as he turned to exit. The heavy door closed slowly behind him. "You may call me Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus. I have long admired your reputation," he stated, as a significant member of the squid pirate crew. Dr. Octopus was no stranger within the Alliance. In fact, he was a former student from the Lord Academy, albeit not an outstanding graduate, but rather one who had been expelled. Wei Yuan recalled that it was due to severe specialization issues alongside mental health concerns. Indeed, even in the interstellar era, mental illnesses remained uncured. Yet, some of those once considered ordinary mental illnesses were now diagnosed as side effects of potent mental powers. Wei Yuan, Dr. Octopus's expression shifted. "You're the only human lord from this cohort?" "Impossible. You haven't even graduated. How could you possibly become a level 9 genetic warrior?" Dr. Octopus shook his large head vehemently. "A genius like me hasn't reached level 9. How could you?" What were the manifestations of Dr. Octopus's afflictions? Wei Yuan noticed the dismantled body of BT-007 nearby, his gaze growing increasingly cold. "You needn't remind me, senior. You too were a student at the Lord Academy. What led to your expulsion?" Wei Yuan approached Dr. Octopus, whose patterns had begun to darken. "You seem to have been consumed by jealousy towards your fellow mech engineer and killed him simply because his talents surpassed yours." Clapping his hands, Wei Yuan continued. "Now, if I were to tell you that the mech program you cannot even decipher was created by me, wouldn't that drive you mad?" Pointing towards the BT-007 core program, he reiterated, "Those who can enter the Lord Academy are not lacking in talent. But geniuses are everywhere. Even among the elite, there are still billions of beings in the galaxy. Those who manage to reach the Lord Academy are indeed rare. Yet beyond genius, there exists an even greater brilliance." Dr. Octopus, belonging to one of the deep-sea races with a powerful lineage, had shown early promise. He could be likened to a lesser version of an Yudong, though his talent primarily lay in weapon manufacturing. Among interstellar weapons, mechs were the pinnacle. Once a mech was completed, its core level would remain unchanged in his earlier days. Dr. Octopus had pioneered the concept of mimetic mechs, integrating the mech's form with that of the pilot, essentially crafting high-end custom mechs. However, during that time, he faced a core issue that he could not resolve, ultimately finding success only after receiving guidance from a cousin of his clan. Little did he know, blinded by jealousy, this individual took the newly developed mech and eliminated his cousin on the spot. This scene was fortuitously captured by the Academy's surveillance. Consequently, he was expelled from the Academy and shunned by his family. With no other options left, Dr. Octopus sought refuge under the banner of space pirates. Wei Yuan's mocking remark escalated the tension to its peak. Dr. Octopus's expression shifted instantaneously. He glared coldly at Wei Yuan. "Did you do this? You claim it was you?" "Indeed," Wei Yuan replied. "What can I say? I am a rare genius." He added fuel to the fire. "Back at the Lord Academy, I could easily dominate my peers. Now that I am with the Squid Pirates, I can easily oust you." "Dr. Octopus, you still haven't deciphered the program I created, have you? Truly pathetic." The smile vanished from Wei Yuan's face. BT-007, which had been dismantled in a disarray, was now lifeless, perishing during the disassembly conducted by Dr. Octopus. The BT series mechs were creations of Wei Yuan from years past, their consciousness residing in the combination of all their parts. Once the core components were dismantled, consciousness would cease to exist. It was akin to a human being alive, their consciousness intact. Yet once the skull is opened and consciousness dissipates, even if the body survives, the spirit has perished. Once Dr. Octopus cracked Wei Yuan's core program, he would access all of 007's memories. What difference did that make from desecrating a corpse? Wei Yuan sifted through the remnants of BT-007, ultimately pressing down on the core component. "Don't." Dr. Octopus's tentacles trembled as he protested. "I still need to study it. Just give me time. I can." "Can what?" Wei Yuan coldly lifted his head, the component in his palm, turning to dust. "Oh, you think you can leave here alive?" Chapter 76. The weapons are impressive, but in the next moment, they shall belong to me. 4-5. Even a level 9 genetic warrior, I can poison to death. Dr. Octopus launched his tentacles toward Wei Yuan with blinding speed, leaving afterimages in the air. The toxin of the blue-ringed octopus clung to his skin, ready to kill Wei Yuan with the slightest touch, even though he was a level 9 genetic warrior. But how could Wei Yuan allow him to get close? A powerful, palpable psychic field distorted everything around them. Dr. Octopus's tentacles reached toward Wei Yuan, halting just half a meter away from him. "Yuri's, use the Starfall attack. Quickly. He is not sent by the Interstellar Alliance. He came here for me." Dr. Octopus's mind raced. He quickly pieced together the situation as Wei Yuan prepared to strike. From the beginning, Wei Yuan had come for the mech that he had dismantled. Surely, it concealed an even greater secret. Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up. Although he was only level 8, he knew enough buttons in this laboratory to create a protective barrier in an instant. Yuri's, not daring to delay, pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the fully charged Starfall weapon unleashed a scorching blue beam directed at Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus's eyes gleamed with fervor. If he killed Wei Yuan, he could dismantle the mech left behind. That was a battlefield mech, an immense profit. The energy was so concentrated that it distorted the air itself. As the blue energy beam shot out, the environment around the second battleship began to warp subtly. Dr. Octopus was elated and pressed a button at his side. The ground split open, creating a gap just large enough for him to fall through. He grinned. "Goodbye, genius. Only those who survive can be remembered." Grasping, Wei Yuan reached out and seized Dr. Octopus's arm. "You don't want to live?" Dr. Octopus struggled desperately, unwilling to perish alongside Wei Yuan. Yuri's thought that Wei Yuan was doomed, as long as he was injured. Killing him would be effortless. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. Above Wei Yuan, a ripple in space appeared, a dark battleship overshadowing the second battleship. As the blue energy beam struck the shield, the energy shattered, and the shield vanished. Simultaneously, the energy emitted from the Starfall weapon diminished significantly. With a thunderous roar, the second battleship was blasted open, a massive crater forming. A scorching wave of air surged forth, the ship's hull sizzling from the energy beam's impact. Wei Yuan continued to grasp Dr. Octopus's arm, who had been rendered unconscious by the blast. "It's snowing. My lord, we have arrived." 81 flagship battleships appeared in every corner of the sky. "Oh dear." Initial positioning, manual jump. "Our strength still needs improvement." My lord, we come to rescue the damsel." Watching you all flaunt your prowess across the starry sea truly makes me envious. What are we waiting for? Snowy grinned. "Fire." The commander of the first flagship, Black Tulip, smiled as she narrowed her eyes. Her target was the weapon of the pirates' first battleship. What was it called? "The Starfall weapon." "So cool, but soon it shall belong to me." Everyone, follow me into battle. Chapter 77. This is the true interstellar war. It is the flagship battleship of the Alliance military zone. A knowledgeable pirate shouted. In an instant, battle commenced. Pirates not aboard the ships raised their weapons and fired at the flagship. Wind blowing but stood beside Snowy, noting that the battleship's outer shell was under attack, yet the interior felt no tremors. Snowy, the first battleship has broken from formation. He spotted the first battleship sneaking towards the starfall weapon. Adjust the cannon. Target the big boss. Snowy ignored wind blowing but shout, merely glancing at the battleship that had strayed from the group. Such a powerful weapon could not be desired by just Black Tulip alone. Let them steal it. Once acquired, it could be mounted on any ship. Snowy had her own cunning plans. However, the priority was to keep the big boss Yuri's occupied, allowing her lord to unleash his full potential without worry. The flagship battleships were equipped with 37 cannon ports, featuring energy wave weapons, particle wave weapons, and even ion impact shells. Target acquisition required merely 0.3 seconds. The high-end particle wave cannon fired instantaneously towards Yuri's mech. Yuri's hesitated only for a moment upon the appearance of the flagship battleships. Realizing an attack was incoming, his 8 mechanical tentacles moved with incredible speed, successfully evading several energy wave shots. The high-end particle wave even had tracking capabilities. Could it be that core personnel had arrived? While maneuvering the mech to dodge, Yuri's felt a twinge of uncertainty. The chess piece embedded within the alliance had not communicated with him. Had it been eliminated? No matter. He would first destroy these flagship battleships. The pirate ships were ordinary battleships, entirely outmatched in firepower. Moreover, the flagship battleship shields could absorb a significant amount of damage. The 8 long mechanical tentacles swiftly crawled, evading fire while leaping forward, heavily striking a flagship's shield. In that instant, the shield shattered. The mechanical tentacles coiled around the protruding cannon of the flagship. With a swift motion, he slipped inside the shield. As the players inside the flagship erupted in chaos, drawing their weapons to counterattack, Yuri's activated the communicator. Protect the battleship, engage in mech combat, evade enemy fire, storm these flagship battleships, and slay them to seize their ships. Interstellar pirates are not to be trifled with. Yuri's command echoed through the ranks, prompting all pirate ships to retreat as countless mechs flew down from the ships. The players within the flagship were left awestruck at the sight of the multitude of mechs soaring through the air. Spectacular! Thousands of mechs ascended like locusts, charging toward the 81 flagship battleships. Black Tulip, at the forefront, instinctively shouted in alarm. What the hell, retreat? How come no one informed us that these pirates possessed so many mechs? It's too late to retreat. They're breaching the shields. Black Tulip activated the monitors and saw the prototype shields swarmed with mechs, completely surrounding the first flagship. Countless energy bursts flickered in the air. Have we set up our respawn points? Black Tulip's heart raced. Even in a game, witnessing such a breathtaking scene was enough to quicken one's pulse and induce sweat. Truly exhilarating. This is what genuine interstellar war looks like. We've been prepared for a long time. The commander ensured that all respawn pods were installed within the hull. Beside the Black Tulip, the player, Wusher Xing, was fervently captivated, yearning to indulge in the mechas as well. When the time comes, can we choose at will? He mused. The mechas that surrounded them were indeed striking, albeit currently adversarial. However, once the pirates were vanquished, these unclaimed mechas would surely be taken back, and he would need to decide which one to select in advance. The Black Tulip immediately discerned his intentions. Having dabbled in galactic games, how could one not relish this? Mechas would need to be reserved ahead of time. The items in Yuan Ji's possession were beyond their financial reach. Yet they could still sift through the spoils, couldn't they? Ha! Your words make me feel a thrill. The Black Tulip inhaled deeply. But before revelry could ensue, they had to amplify their pain receptors. Prepare yourselves, brothers. It would be best to secure the mechas we desire before facing our demise, lest we end up squabbling over the spoils. Wusher Xing gestured stylishly to the Black Tulip, and then activated the open mic. This round, the officials are generously distributing inferior genetic serums. Brothers, do not be stingy. As long as our experience points rise, inject swiftly and immediately upon resurrection. Choose your mechas and brace for death, as Wusher Xing's voice faded. The Black Tulip pressed the button to shut down the shield. Boom! Countless pirate mechas were momentarily dazed by the sudden disappearance of the protective barrier. Some, failing to regain control, crashed onto the deck of the flagship. What awaited them were the players armed with grenade launchers. Ha! Feast on this grenade. They truly struck a rich blow, concentrating their firepower. Over 200 players faced thousands of mechas. The first few mechas to plummet were caught off guard and were obliterated. The genetic warriors, at lower levels, could bridge the gap with technological weaponry, but as the mecha levels increased, ordinary weapons became futile. With only second-tier genetic warriors, they braved the firepower and charged into slay. The grenades had limited range, and the mechas launched several rocket attacks directly into the throng of players, resulting in thunderous explosions. Hundreds of players were instantly logged out. Damn, that hurts. Those who died and logged out felt a strange relief. But the most unfortunate were those who were injured yet survived, pain rendering them forgetful of disabling their pain receptors. Oh my, it hurts. It really hurts. Why are you howling? If you're alive, inject the medical syringe quickly. It's not cheaper than reviving. The Black Tulip shouted into the headset. The weapon bay of the flagship was now opening. All who revive, hurry to the weapon bay. I've activated the permissions for level 4 and 5 weapons. Do not let the enemy breach. Received. Chapter 78. I, the Celestial Ancestor, can tackle the great boss with merely a screwdriver. Yuri's, with his 8 long limbs coiled around the cannon of the 7th flagship, the upside-down squid. With its mechanical eyes, gazed toward the direction of the 2nd battleship. After a moment of zooming in, the camera focused on a large brown octopus adorned with blue patterns. I could see that moment. Wei Yuan was still firmly controlling it with his mental prowess. He refrained from killing it. Yuri's let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, as long as he did not eliminate Dr. Octopus directly, all would be well. But just as he relaxed, he noticed Wei Yuan, standing behind Dr. Octopus, flashing an 8-toothed grin that was particularly radiant. Yuri's pupils constricted. What was he planning? Meanwhile, the battlefield had spread to the rear, a multitude of mechas rushing toward the flagships. Apart from the first flagship, which sought to pilfer the galactic weapons and was left isolated, the other flagships had positioned themselves according to Shue La's orders, steadfastly using their cannons to fend off the approaching vessels. Shue La observed the surveillance, having shifted from the cannon of the 7th ship to the bottom of the vessel where Yuri's lay. 7th flagship, respond. The commander of the 7th flagship, the Celestial Ancestor, is here. This ID easily conjured an image of a hot-tempered, enlightened elder. Yet, the figure appearing on the screen was a refined and handsome gentleman. Shue La paused. Indeed, the player demographic encompassed all kinds of individuals. One should never judge by appearance or ID. Yuri's was currently lurking beneath the 7th flagship. Although he had not attacked, it was likely due to the constant threat posed by the Lord, which deterred him from taking action. The first flagship was besieged and likely could not hold out much longer. I must dispatch more ships for support. The Celestial Ancestor was also an experienced gamer. Possessing some tactical knowledge, he understood that Yuri's beneath them was a ticking time bomb for the entire team. Other flagships refrained from firing at the bottom of the 7th ship. However, should Yuri's decide to cause trouble, the 7th flagship would turn on the other vessels. The flagship's defenses were strong, but they could not withstand their own attacks. No worries. I'll notify my subordinates. This big boss probably fears the Lord and hasn't dared to act. Let us see if we can lure him out from beneath the shield. If it comes to that, I'll have to blow up the 7th flagship. In that case, will need to rely on my brother's resurrection pods to revive our comrades aboard the 7th ship. At this point, the Celestial Ancestor furrowed his brow. This ship, so dazzling and magnificent, would truly pain him to destroy it. No need for self-detonation. If Yuri seizes the flagship, we will certainly be the first to fire upon you. Shue La chuckled lightly. Just giving you a heads up? Goodness, this commander is quite the formidable figure. Such decisiveness, and yet he chose the name Shue La. Now it was the Celestial Ancestor's turn to fall silent. Silence was the bridge of understanding between them, each marking the other with a mental note. One should not judge by appearance, nor by ID. I'll arrange a squad to harass the big boss. If anything arises, just fire at me. Let me also have my moment in the spotlight. All right, Shue La laughed as he closed the communication. The situation aboard the first flagship seemed even more perilous than that of the 7th. Players were dying in waves, resurrecting, injecting serums, dying, resurrecting, injecting serums. Damn it, how can those guys not take down a single flagship? Yuri's hid in the hull of the 7th flagship, awaiting news from his subordinates. He needed at least one flagship to join the fight. Alone, even if he commandeered a flagship, he could not guarantee victory against that level 9 human. Upon seeing the humans aboard the ship, Yuri's realized that these flagships belonged to the human race. Unexpectedly, the seemingly silent human race possessed such profound depth. 81 flagships, even in the interstellar military zone, that represented a considerable fortune. The season races are indeed impressive. Yuri's waited. Pirates specialized in robbery, and now that he had encountered so many flagships, even facing a level 9 genetic warrior, he was confident he could prevail. After all, they had only brought flagships without matching infantry, aerial combatants, or even mechas in sight, relying solely on a few low-tier genetic warriors armed with slightly superior handheld weapons to confront his octopus pirate crew. That was simply courting death. Yuri's twisted his neck, sensing several armed individuals crawling toward him. His squid eyes darted about, locking on in 9 figures. Their energy weapons radiated an energy aura. Yuri's S-Mecha, attuned to the energy signature, pinpointed the approaching assailants. As they unleashed their energy cannons, he swiftly evaded, striking the old rogue must surely be hiding and has not been slain, just as several players were voicing their frustrations. A message from the Elder of Sky Treading arrived. Brothers, bring me a weapon. I came in such haste that I brought nothing. The wind at this altitude was quite fierce. The Elder of Sky Treading crouched beside the cannon support, waiting quietly. Eventually, a screwdriver was delivered to him. The weapon is here. Charge forth. The player who was afraid of heights quickly took the screwdriver and fled. Then a stream of players rushed in, gripping the screwdriver tightly. The Elder of Sky Treading charged ahead. Chapter 79. The commander delivers. The flagship hovered in midair, buffeted by strong winds. The Elder's hair was blown back, and the skin on his face felt taut. Holding the screwdriver, he carefully climbed to the edge of the ship. There, he encountered a mechanical tentacle of the Yuris. The tip of the tentacle was as thick as a human head. Just as he began to insert the screwdriver into the gap where the tentacle connected, a sudden sound echoed nearby. Warm blood splattered across his face. Turning his head, he saw the very player who had brought in the screwdriver, pierced through the chest, suspended in the air, waving at him. Brother, next time you come back, bring me a more suitable weapon. Damn it, how long must he dismantle this with just a screwdriver? The player, with his mouth agape, shouted towards the Elder. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't. Before he could finish, he was dead, discarded like refuse. The Elder felt the blood on his face dry, and as he scratched at it, he managed to peel off a piece of dried blood. Why can everyone else revive? But I can't, he muttered, frustrated as he pried at the gap of the tentacle with the screwdriver. Humanity was indeed incomprehensible. In the cockpit, Yuri's glance passed the Elder of Sky Treading. Who would pay attention to someone armed with a screwdriver, preparing to dismantle a mech? However, those who kept coming with weapons were somewhat bothersome. Yuri's furrowed his brow. He could not discern the appearance of humans. The players all wore the same uniform, making it even harder for him to recognize them. For a moment, he failed to notice that these players were repeatedly appearing. Instead, he felt that the humans attacking him seemed increasingly formidable. Surely they could not be testing his strength? Yuri's looked down, noticing Wei Yuan still observing him. Unable to decipher the opponent's tactics, he anxiously communicated with his subordinates. Why have we not yet captured the next flagship? Commander, the only ones who have emerged from that flagship thus far are low-level genetic warriors. We don't even need to engage yet. Moreover, I have observed that there are higher-level warriors aboard. Initially, only level 2 warriors perished, but level 3 have begun to appear, and now level 4 genetic warriors have joined the fray. That I suspect there are even level 7 or 8 warriors among them. We should wait until the higher-level warriors can no longer hold back before we engage. Yuri's agreed with their reasoning. Although the human race currently had a good reputation, they were known for their cunning and treachery in the past. Your considerations are indeed valid, but we must act swiftly. The level 9 genetic warrior below is not weaker than I am. Seated in the mech's cockpit, Yuri's failed to notice the small notification flashing in his blind spot. The mech's exterior was shedding its skin, currently learning mech dismantling progress 0.00, 1.0.002.0.003. The Elder of Sky Treading had just pried open the connection of the mechanical tentacle, preparing to see if there were any screws he could remove. As he placed the screwdriver against one of the screws, a system prompt appeared. When he moved his hand away, the prompt disappeared. What? It can work like this? Unscrewing a single screw would enhance his mech dismantling skills just a little bit. Ha ha ha! Incredible! This screwdriver is indeed useful. The Elder's face broke into a wide grin. What luck! Truly, he was remarkable. He dramatically tossed the screwdriver into the air and began to swiftly dismantle the components of the mechanical tentacle. As he worked, the progress bar for dismantling the mech advanced rapidly. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered side quest. Wei Yuan was preparing to download the memories of Dr. Octopus when he heard the system's notification. His heart leapt with joy. A side quest. Checking it out. Congratulations, host. Your player, Elder of Sky Treading, has learned the skill of mech dismantling during combat, triggering the Lord Quest side mission. Vocational differentiation of the clan. Profession unlocked. Mech engineer. System rewards. Warzone level mech construction. Core energy for mechs. Top-tier mech maintenance skills. Note: top-tier mech maintenance skills can repair the consciousness of the mechanical race. Seeing the final note, Wei Yuan's lips curled into a smile. The elder was indeed impressive. The mechanical race. Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled. The mechs he crafted possessed self-awareness. Not the kind derived from AI, but a genuine consciousness born from the mechanical body itself. In a sense, the mechs he created could be considered part of the mechanical race. However, the mechanical race had always touted their natural origins, claiming they were not birthed from any living being. Thus, Wei Yuan had never revealed that his mechs had self-awareness, to avoid provoking the mechanical race. Among the myriad of races, the mechanical race was considered neutral, maintaining a friendly relationship with humanity. He had thought that 007 would truly face defeat this time. But unexpectedly, the elder was so formidable. Wei Yuan felt a swell of gratitude. The BT series mechs were akin to family for him. Before the arrival of the players, he had been utterly alone at the Lord Academy, with not a single kin in sight. Only those mechs he crafted shared his life and death. Thank you, Elder. The elder did not respond his gratitude, but instead prompted, after the side quest is activated. The system rebate ability is unlocked. Please check it out. Wei Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected delight. A rebate? Just seeing the word sent shivers of excitement through him. IT couldn't be what he was thinking. Could it? That would be tremendously powerful. Rebate. Experience and skills gained by the clan summoned by the Lord during the summoning process will be returned to the Lord in the form of 1% rebates. Wow. Even though he had braced himself for this, he still exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the rebate ability's description. He knew his golden finger was exceptional, but he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. He had previously summoned players out of a longing for his fellow clansmen, compounded by the alarming decline of the human race in this star region. Yet, after the players arrived, Wei Yuan found himself vastly more powerful than them. He had been treating the players as a protector. However, now, as the players gained experience and skills, he would receive a 1% rebate. Wow. Wei Yuan no longer needed to ponder. He had only summoned a little over 10,000 players thus far. When the next stage of the summoning task commenced, summoning 100,000 players, then his experience points would skyrocket without him needing to train. Moreover, any profession developed by the players would directly grant him a new advanced skill. What does this mean? Invincibility. Wei Yuan clicked his tongue. Elder, you're suddenly treating me so well, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Host, to unlock the next summoning, the condition is to achieve first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition. Wei Yuan was not easily swayed. The moment he saw the system prompt regarding the Lord Academy competition, he snapped back to reality. Right? To summon another 100,000 clansmen, he must secure first place in the Lord Academy competition. He could easily dominate the Academy students, but the players? The competition would not solely hinge on the students' strength, but rather on the clansmen they cultivated. Observing the players laughing and joking, Wei Yuan felt a tinge of worry. When the time for the Lord Academy competition arrived, players would not be able to respawn infinitely. The oil thief, having emerged from the massive hole in the second battleship, rubbed her head and sighed in relief. She had not expected to lose consciousness even in the game. What a surprise, she mumbled. Immediately, voices from the dark beggars filled her earpiece. Damn it. Oil thief. We've been sending you messages, thinking you logged off. Yeah, how's it going with Brother Yuan? Just listening to the explosions in the background of the earpiece made it clear the dark beggars were in chaos. I don't know. I just woke up. Damn. After the pain receptors activated, that blast didn't kill me, but knocked me out cold. The oil thief glanced around and spotted Wei Yuan not far off. Brother Yuan is over here. Where are you guys? The dark beggars replied. You might not believe it. I'm currently inside the enemy's stronghold. The dark beggar activated the game camera. That moment, he was surrounded by pirates, with rows upon rows of mechs across from him. His task was to assemble the mechs. There is little difference from the assembly line worker. Makabaka lamented. Why are you, a beggar, allowed to approach the adults' table? We're all treated like pirates here. She was struggling with her task. Utterly speechless, the IT was all the fault of that oil-stealing woman, who insisted they all masquerade as pirates. Now, They had been captured within enemy territory. A blossoming young girl, strong and capable, had been assigned the menial task of filling bombs. Where was Xingqian? The oil-stealing woman rubbed her chin, sensing that the situation was becoming rather amusing. Xingqian replied, "I'm inside the mech, about to be deployed to the first battleship," the oil-stealing woman remarked. Impressive, a voice chimed in from the shadows. "Just don't use the mech I assembled. It's poorly constructed and might fall apart mid-flight." Makabaka added, "The ammunition I filled are all duds." Xingqian sighed, feeling anxious about whether the mech would disintegrate mid-flight, and whether she might end up blowing herself up while firing. She dryly remarked, "Kudos to you all." Her icy demeanor heightened the comedic effect, causing the shadowy figure to chuckle softly. "Isn't that a contribution?" he retorted, his voice echoing in the otherwise silent space. They stood within the confines of the pirate's battleship, the assembly process resembling a factory's assembly line. Several pirates glanced at the shadowy figure, irritated at how swiftly he assembled the parts. Now, hearing his words, their annoyance intensified. "What are you trying to prove? Do you think performing well here will earn you recognition and a chance to ascend to a higher assembly level?" "Exactly, assembling a leg piece doesn't give you superiority." Another scoffed. "You think you can step on us to showcase your abilities? Ridiculous. Do you believe an inspection is forthcoming? Working so quickly, are you out of your mind?" The shadowy figure, engaged in conversation with others, was suddenly taken aback by the jeering comments. What was happening? Upon reflection, he realized the pirate must have interpreted his previous comment as a challenge. He stole a glance at the other pirates, who were now regarding him with disdainful eyes. Panic surged through him. Had he become a traitor? His haphazard assembly, while following procedure, was poorly executed. The parts weren't properly secured, and a slight jolt could cause everything to fall apart. His workload was certainly lighter than that of the other pirates, who meticulously locked their pieces together. As he rubbed his hands together, he contemplated whether to explain himself. He genuinely did not intend to outshine them. He had grown accustomed to working tirelessly in the real world. Just as he was about to slow down, a voice barked behind him. "In the midst of such fierce fighting, you dare to slack off and mock your swift comrades." A level 7 octopus pirate stepped forward. "You're fortunate not to be thrown into the fray. Do you realize that?" His authoritative gaze swept over the assembly when it landed on the shadowy figure. It softened. "You're quite skilled, both in speed and thought. I heard your earlier comments. The upper management is in need of more hand for the overall mech assembly. Come with me." The shadowy figure looked around in confusion before pointing to himself. "Me? Yes, you." The level 7 octopus pirate affirmed. In truth, lower-tier mechs were cobbled together from various parts. After the mechs in the front line were destroyed, the fallen pieces were collected by the lower-tier pirates. The fighters at the bottom were remarkably frugal. The parts were assembled in a factory-like manner into limbs and torsos before entering the final assembly stage. The shadowy figure followed the level 7 octopus pirate to a more advanced area than the previous assembly line. All around were mechs undergoing their final assembly. Each mech required 10 rounds of ammunition, with head, shoulders, and legs being pieced together according to a diagram. Chapter 80. The Importance of an Excellent Commander. Wei Yuan nearly faced disaster. Extra update. "Wow, these guys are having too much fun." Feng Shui Pai Pai observed the video calls among players in the group. On the first battleship, Black Tulip and her crew were fiercely assaulting the mechs charging onto the deck. Wu Shixing took on the role of an impromptu war correspondent. "Brothers, what we are witnessing is the current situation aboard the first battleship, and we are still holding our ground." The camera zoomed in on the deck, just in time to capture a brown, battle-damaged mech soaring onto the deck. After a roll, it revealed several cannon ports and unleashed 10 rocket missiles. Wu Shixing's camera focused on one of the incoming rockets. "By the way, are there still players who haven't reached level 5 on the battleship behind us? Let me demonstrate the power you gain upon reaching level 5. Though Wu Shixing's lens shook slightly, it clearly captured his hand, deftly catching a rocket missile mid-air, its warhead nearly the size of a human head. "Wow, am I really this impressive now?" The sensation of the missile's weight was exhilarating. "Haha, I can now catch missiles with my bare hands," he exclaimed, laughing so hard he nearly split his sides. "Oi, brothers, stop fooling around. Quickly catch the enemy's missiles. Who knows, they might be reusable later." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the camera recorded several players who failed to dodge the incoming missiles, only to be obliterated. "What the hell? Wu Shixing!" Yet a flurry of exclamations erupted in the group chat. The players who had just been blasted were still experiencing the pain sensation. Meanwhile, Makabaka, who was busy filling explosives, opened her mic and laughed. Haha, brother, the one you caught was my dud, right? Is that even possible? Wu Shixing looked at the players emerging from the resurrection pods, their expressions fierce. Please, have mercy. Just as he pleaded, a massive metal sword descended from above, sweeping through a group of players. Wu Shixing shuddered in pain, instinctively touching his waist. Still here, still here. Gasping for breath, he finally opened his eyes. What the hell, I logged off. How did I die? In the gaming pod, Wu Shixing wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened the pod door. His room was adorned with figurines, and several mech models stood in the center. The Time Dispel the clan merely needs to retrieve the bodies of the deceased to maintain their original standing, provided the corpses are intact. I had thought you could conjure them from thin air. The original bodies would suffice. A simple technique for material extraction, indeed. This is quite an advantageous ability. He promptly instructed the players to recover the corpses. The gold received from corpse retrieval would be slightly less than what was required for resurrection at their original level, allowing him to profit from the difference. Wei Yuan stroked his chin, sensing that his pockets would soon swell. How delightful. Ding! All players, please be advised that the corpse retrieval program is now active. Corpse retrieval program. All players' bodies upon death can be reclaimed. Players may choose to recover their own bodies or those of others. Recovering one's own body directly deducts the gold needed for resurrection at the original level, or it can be exchanged for gold for personal use. Recovering another's body can only be exchanged for personal use. Only players whose bodies have been reclaimed can resurrect at their original level. A few messages caused all players to pause for a moment. Wu Shixing's hand trembled slightly as he injected. What the hell? Did the planners hear my complaints? He glanced around, only to hear a tremendous crash from the deck. No, dude, don't focus on the system notifications. The flagship is about to fall. The Black Tulip was being swept away by a heavy mech, a massive metallic sword in hand. She clutched several corpses while coughing up blood, frantically clicking on recovery. Hold off on a recovery for now, you fool. Requesting support, requesting support. On the flagship, the commander, Shuexia, was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone, do not rush to recover your comrades' bodies. If the flagship falls, we will lose this battle. The consequences of defeat would be that a complete server shutdown. Silence. Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He nearly lost his focus. Players, momentarily shaken by the game notifications, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. Yuri's was likely waiting for the flagship's fall. He could not contend with the Lord, but I have just received new information. The elves are sending reinforcements to the battlefield, and they are not allies, but foes. The Black Tulip had already logged off, but the call was still connected. With a pale face, she rose from the game pod. Commander, I am here. Chapter 81. As the adage goes, no man is a true man without poison. I never imagined that your battleship would only have 5th-level warriors. We worried for nothing. The 6th-level humanoid mechs, wielding massive swords, swept across the deck of the flagship. It seems humanity lacks high-level genetic warriors as well. Since that is the case, your battleship is now ours. The pirate of the humanoid race spoke in a deep voice within his mech, dismissing the surrounding lower-level mechs with disdain. The 5th-level genetic warriors had no decent mech to speak of. He could easily cut through them as if slicing through vegetables. This grand achievement would be his. Initially, the players did not pay attention and were swiftly slaughtered in droves. The entire deck was strewn with severed limbs and corpses, blood pooling everywhere. The surviving players were drenched in blood, the pungent scent causing them to tremble, not from fear, but from the visceral reality awakening their dormant ansi. It is important to note that the graduation requirements of the Lord Academy are exceedingly stringent, necessitating that students maintain intact territories and cultivate at least 30,000 genetic warriors prior to the grand tournament. The instigators of this war are the formidable 3rd-ranked group among the interstellar pirate teams, known as the Squid Pirate Group. Their leader is a 9th-level genetic warrior, accompanied by a former student of the Lord Academy, Dr. Octopus. The reporter, an ethereal being with golden hair cascading like waves behind her, is live-streaming the news. Her golden eyes reveal her lineage as a light elf. Ivan recalls that this light elf, named Inuelina, is the fiancée of Yedong and a notable influencer on the Star Network. As Ivan silently observes her perform for the camera, this live broadcast is directly transmitted across the Star Network, drawing considerable attention. Ivan grips his bow tightly. Before boarding the spacecraft, the Queen instructed him to draw out Wei Yuan's true strength. Wei Yuan, a prodigy of the human race, the Queen's voice echoes in his mind. urging him to elevate the status of the Dark Elf clan. You are the chosen guard for Donger, and come the Lord Academy tournament. You shall be his strongest asset. In the hierarchy of the elven races, the Dark Elves hold a lowly position. They are not born from nature, but rather from the shadows cast by the Tree of Life. For many years, their kin have endured immense hardship due to their inferior status. He must seize this opportunity. Despite being only a 6th level warrior, he possesses the supreme weapon of the Dark Elf clan. Ivan reflects, if Wei Yuan truly is a 9th level genetic warrior, as he proclaimed in a fit of rage that day, then if he were to release an arrow, he would surely perish. He ponders this silently, believing that by following the Queen's command, his kin would undoubtedly receive favorable treatment. Hey, Ivan, what are you daydreaming about? Can't you see I'm parched? Hurry and fetch me a glass of water. And Yuelina scolds him after the camera shifts away. Ivan lifts his gaze, his dark eyes mirroring her haughty demeanor. Very well, he replies quietly, moving to fetch the water. The elven maid beside Yuelina feels uneasy and softly suggests, Lord Ivan is a 6th level genetic warrior. Perhaps you should allow us to handle such tasks in the future. Slap. And Yuelina strikes the maid's face. Her exquisitely crafted visage exudes arrogance as she regards the maid coldly. Why do you need to concern yourself with my affairs? Besides, I will soon marry in Yadong, a mere 6th level dark elf warrior. How could I not command him? Her gaze flickers to Ivan, who remains silent, handing her the water. Later, as a battlefield reporter, I will be live streaming the entire event. You must ensure my safety. She adds that I shall only act according to the Queen's instructions. Miss Lena. Serving you water is merely an act of kindness on my part, Ivan states calmly, echoing the sentiments of the clan leader. The Light Elves have held power for far too long, and Yuelina, oblivious to the maid's displeasure, is momentarily taken aback by Ivan's retort. As their conversation unfolds, several planets in the war zone come into view. One appears to be engulfed in battle. Wasn't it said that the war zone had been extinguished? And Yuelina exclaims with surprise. Could we possibly uncover other news? She leans closer to the screen, and as the clouds part, the battlefield emerges. She promptly shifts the camera. Wow, so many flagship warships. Are those pirate vessels? Could it be that a military unit is approaching? On the Star Network, viewers have long been awaiting developments, including many prominent figures from various powerful races. That 81 flagship warships are relentlessly firing their weapons, while the pirate fleet gradually retreats, with several ships being shot down. Meanwhile, a multitude of mechas evade the flagship's attacks and charge forward. It's the humans, and Yuelina gasps, recognizing the players aboard the flagship. Heavens, isn't it said that the humans have? Realizing she is live streaming, she quickly covers her mouth in disbelief. This is utterly astonishing. Let us see what unfolds below. At that moment, the Elven Queen also watches in Yuelina's broadcast. Upon seeing the 81 flagship warships, her expression shifts dramatically. The humans possess flagship warships? These vessels were developed only after the decline of the human race and are primarily supplied to military districts, with only a small portion allocated to more dominant races. From what I know, the humans could never have acquired such a fleet in the past. Could it be that other races, pretending to remain neutral, are secretly supporting the humans? The more she thinks about it, the more plausible it seems. The crew aboard those flagship warships appears to be predominantly 5th level genetic warriors, with Wei Yuan, a 9th level genetic warrior. Among them, how did the humans amass such resources to cultivate talent? Surely, she is aware that the humans' resources have long been divided among several dominant clans, who among the myriad races could be supplying the humans. As the Elven Queen contemplates these questions, the live broadcast reveals in Yuelina gasping in horror. What on earth is happening? As the spacecraft breaks through the atmosphere, the image clarifies, after a brief jolt. And Yuelina's camera focuses on a warship that has been breached, revealing a massive, vividly colored octopus within. It is a blue-ringed octopus, an enormous specimen at that. Images of the notorious Dr. Octopus flood the viewers' minds. One of the core members of the Squid Pirate Group and a genius expelled from the Lord Academy. With an array of sinister titles, this villain is now suspended in mid-air, his 8 tentacles covered in numerous lacerations. A human, clad in gloves, ruthlessly squeezes the wounds, extracting blood into a glass vessel as the gloves corrode onto the toxic substance. Chapter 83. Dare to join our commotion. And Yuelina exclaims in sheer terror. Could that be the formidable Dr. Octopus of the Squid Pirate Group? She had researched the squid pirate group prior to her arrival. The doctor is an 8th level genetic warrior. 8th level. And the leader of the squid pirate group is a veritable 9th level genetic warrior. Who could possibly capture the doctor before the pirate leader and subject him to such torment? Indeed, torment. The wounds on the doctor's body are, in truth, not severe for an 8th level genetic warrior. They are merely superficial injuries. Yet the human torturer is utterly outrageous. Even Ivan, standing beside Yelena, feels uncomfortable. This human continues to squeeze the doctor's wounds, exposing the octopus's white, raw flesh. Is he a madman? He has drained every drop of blood alive. How terrifying! Ivan gasps. Even the strongest warrior, once drained of blood, faces certain death. Are all humans this deranged? Is it not said that the human race is exceptionally benevolent? Before they can fully process their shock, a clearly identifiable pirate mecha suddenly descends beside the human, who resembles a demon. Emerging from it is a pirate, clad in the tattered attire stripped from the squid pirates and smeared in blood. Meanwhile, the oil thief, having shed his clothing during the labor, continues to extract blood, drenched in sweat. This in the shadows of desperation, one couldn't help but wonder if he had unwittingly tasted the toxic blood of the octopus doctor. Laughter erupted from the oil-thieving woman. What are you laughing at? I merely wished to savor a morsel of roasted octopus tentacle. It was truly unfortunate for him. How could he have forgotten the traces of venom still clinging to his hands? The human had, in a moment of despair, taken his own life. The elven maid gasped softly, and Yelena cast her gaze upon her. What is the fuss about? Surely, it must have been that pirate who coerced him into such an act. Who would have expected a traitor among the humans? This deceased individual had undoubtedly been threatened by the pirate, forced to drink the blood of the octopus doctor and meet his demise. What was the pirate's intent? As the elves and the audience from the Star Network pondered this mystery, Xingqian collected the glass vessels strewn about the ground, each filled with the toxic blood, and stowed them in her mech before soaring back toward the pirate fleet. While Yelena remained in shock, the voice of the queen echoed in her ears. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Immediately attend to the battlefield and keep watch over Wei Yuan. Yes, and Yelena responded quietly, maneuvering her craft swiftly toward the humans. Snow is falling. The elves have arrived. Wind-blowing buttocks deftly mark the position of the unidentified aircraft on the navigation console. Just by observing the shape of the flying vessel, Shuijia had already deduced that it was indeed the elves who were coming to their aid. What a laughable notion. How many can such a tiny craft possibly bring for support? Wind-blowing buttocks scoffed, activating the public microphone. Brothers, the support from the elves has arrived. Let's extend a warm welcome. Shuijia did not intervene to halt wind-blowing buttocks' childish antics. How delightful it is to have friend from afar. He exclaimed, TSK, TSK, TSK. Do they not know to announce their arrival beforehand? Wei Yuan pointedly remarked, Elves, come forth. Come on, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that? Wind-blowing buttocks chuckled. Are new NPCs entering the fray? They can't possibly be as adorable as Teacher Alice, can they? I would hate to strike them. Wei Yuan did not explicitly label them as foes, but it was clear they were not friendly. Shall we engage them directly? The players clamored in the public chat. Wine-blowing buttocks cleared his throat and declared, the commander has stated they are foes, and we must engage. Besides, how else can we ascertain whether they are friend or foe without exchanging fire? In the realm of the game, if the Lord declared them hostile, they were destined to be vanquished. Although they had yet to be marked as enemies, those who came to witness their spectacle would first receive a few cannon shots. 81 flagship vessels simultaneously adjusted their cannons. Even the besieged first flagship managed to swivel a cannon in their direction. Boom! 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 The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment, and Yelena, who had been searching for Wei Yuan in the air, was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Under attack! Under attack! Under attack! Aircraft damaged 20.30.70.99. The AI within the vessel blared warnings, and at the moment the defense system was utterly annihilated, a more ferocious barrage of fire obliterated the craft. Chapter 84. I feel ants crawling all over me. The first flagship. Players faced death repeatedly on the deck. Mechs and players clashed in chaos. The 6th level squid pirate piloted a mech, drenched in blood. A thin film of crimson clung to its metallic shell. Once more emerging from the resurrection chamber, Wu Shixing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and leapt back onto the deck. Indeed, one must embrace pain to enhance their abilities, even without the 6th level gene unlock potion. He could feel his speed, strength, and agility had significantly improved. Weapons, please, beside the resurrection chamber. A player was distributing weapons. Damn it, thermal weapons won't penetrate the mech shell, that a single shot from a magnetic cannon merely leaves a dent. Brother, hand me a cold weapon. Previously, Wu Shixing had found it curious that a space game still featured cold weapons. Hadn't they long been obsolete? However, he now understood the absurdity of mech defenses. A magnetic cannon, capable of sending carbon-based life forms flying, was utterly ineffective against a mech, merely leaving a large dent on the surface. Moreover, some advanced mechs were coated with layers specifically designed to counter such technological weaponry. It was a clear countermeasure. Wu Shixing recalled his earlier attempts, rushing in with high-tech weapons only to meet his demise, and felt a pang of regret. In ordinary battles, the sheer number of deaths would have drained his resources. With his parents supporting him offline, he could only mine for money in the game. This time, slaying a 6th-level pirate should net him a good sum, receiving a short blade tossed by another player. Wu Shixing took a deep breath and charged toward the deck. The heavy mech remained steadfast, but the lower-tier mechs that had previously been barred from entry had also joined the fray. The 6th-level squid pirate's forehead pulsed with veins. While his movements remained nimble, he felt his stamina waning. Why couldn't he eliminate them? Fortunately, thus far, no higher-level gene warriors had appeared. They were all still 5th level. If he could just hold out a little longer, he feared that more formidable pirates would arrive. How vexing! As he watched the relentless tide of humans, fury ignited within him. Submit to my blade without resistance. Must you await the arrival of others to seize my glory? You humans are truly infuriating. He swung his massive sword once more toward the players. Wu Shixing executed a flip, narrowly dodging the giant sword. His speed had indeed increased. As he landed, he leapt again to a thin layer of blood stained the metal exterior of the heavy mech. From the throng of players, Wu Shixing sent a message to Dark Beggar. Dark Beggar, my friend, do you have a diagram of this mech structure? This fellow has been wreaking havoc on our ship for far too long. Thermal weapons are ineffective. Wu Shixing sent multiple messages to Dark Beggar. Meanwhile, Dark Beggar, amidst the clamor of notifications, opened the group chat that, in the midst of his own respite, several pirates nearby sighed in relief. How is this newcomer adapting so quickly? The leader had shown him several mech design blueprints. The key was that since his arrival, he had hardly rested, and now he was finally taking a breather. Indeed, what race could he belong to? He appears humanoid with a head full of blood. Could he be of the demon race? The demon race was known for their laziness. Was there truly a diligent race among them? Dark Beggar feigned ignorance of their whispers, feeling exasperated. Must I be mocked by NPCs while gaming? He was merely piecing together designs as he would at work, and with the blueprints in hand, it was simpler than assembling Lego to in the circle of model enthusiasts. You would all be out of jobs. After a moment of criticism toward the pirates, Dark Beggar glanced at the plea from Wu Shixing. What a coincidence. I'm just assembling this mech now. I'll send you the diagram. Several joints can be disassembled. Work quickly, and you might manage to dismantle it. Dark Beggar. Heavy mech diagram. JPG Wu Shixing. By my father's name. Wu Shixing had not anticipated his gamble would pay off, and he quickly opened the large image. In that instant, he comprehended the mech structure entirely. The player community was small, encompassing only a few circles. Anime, model-making, figurines. Anyone could grasp the basics of mech schematics. Wu Shixing was particularly adept. All the mech models at his home were crafted by him. From modeling to payment, he spun the short blade in his hand, instantly identifying several weak points on the heavy mech. Brothers, the time for vengeance has come. Congratulations, you have unlocked the basic practice of mech artisan. Your learning progress, 0.01.0.03. Congratulations, you have unlocked. Countless notifications regarding mech disassembly flooded the players' panels. Waves of humans climbed relentlessly, armed with various tools, charging forth. Yuri's clung to the underside of the second battleship. Observing the throng of humans, a flicker of fear coursed through him. Even an ant, when swarming in multitudes, could invoke discomfort. Moreover, these humans exhibited no fear. Instead, they laughed excitedly, wielding their absurd tools as they leaped onto his mech. Cursed beings, die! With a tremor of his tentacles, Yuri struck out, piercing through numerous humans. Laughter erupted as I observed my health bar. It had indeed improved significantly. Despite being pierced, I remained standing. The first player to be strung up was spewing blood, yet laughing heartily. Seizing the moment before his health dwindled completely, I Yuris, grasped my wrench and began to pry at the visible crevices of the nearby mecha. The reality was clear. True warriors never complain about their circumstances. Behind me, another player who had also been impaled gave the first a thumbs up before joining in. What a mad crew. Yelling in the cockpit, I felt like a lunatic as I hurled these crazed individuals away. Yet, the deaths of my comrades seemed to pass unnoticed among them. As they pressed on relentlessly, that a tremor coursed through me. It felt as though ants were crawling on my skin. Chapter 85. Thankfully, they are my fellow countrymen. My eyes burned red. The creatures before me were unmistakably human, yet an overwhelming fear gripped me that a swarm of densely packed beings awakened the deepest terror within me. The Zerg, suddenly, the humans before me morphed into the very image of those insectoid horrors. Space pirates do not settle on any particular planet. They must evade the relentless pursuit and strikes of the Alliance. Thus spending most of their time adrift among the stars, I had encountered Zerg before, creatures devoid of fear. Their inorganic eyes, once fixated on you, would relentlessly consume you that I trembled. Yes, these humans were no different from those Zerg. They exhibited no fear whatsoever, even disregarding their own injuries, dutifully executing the commands of their queen, Devour. Consumed that I watched as those who bled profusely still endeavored to pry open the mecha. My heart was filled with dread. No, they're merely human, just human. I screamed internally. They are but 5th-level genetic warriors. Even if thousands were to approach, they could not harm me that I only needed to eliminate them swiftly. After a violent tremor, the octopus mecha's 8 tentacles flailed wildly, crushing all the players that crawled toward it. However, 2 tentacles had to remain anchored to the battleship for stability. Thus, oh ho, ha, I made the right bet. These 2 mechanical tentacles remained still. Why do I always choose wrongly? Next time, share the first tentacle you eliminate with your comrades. Buddy, below the second battleship, a cascade of blood mist erupted, reminiscent of a meat grinder at work. At first glance, it was utterly sigh, brother. It was a grueling struggle, and when I met my demise, the world was spinning. All I could see was the muddy ground beneath me, the desiccated seabed. Where could one not find muck? Sakura, why not search a bit further? Those who were violently flung away must have landed far from here, suggested Sakura. How about I offer you some extra payment? An additional 5,000. The potato-eating chicken, who was previously prepared to abandon hope, found his resolve wavering at the mention of this sum. Goodness, 5,000. Veteran players certainly possess wealth. What kind of genes are you using? So valuable? Inquired the chicken. Goblin genes, replied Sakura. I earned this during the last mission. The potato-eating chicken rummaged through the debris. He clicked his tongue. Those goblins are so grotesque, they are hard to bear. But you wouldn't understand. The goblin genes I injected have enhanced my arms that my weapon of choice is still the hammer. Such a fortuitous enhancement, I surely cannot forsake it. If I fail to locate my corpse, I shall have to inject a different gene, and who knows what abilities that may bestow. Sakura felt an itch in his hands again. The injection of goblin genes had no bearing on his appearance. Yet it allowed players to acquire some of the goblin's abilities. After the injection, his arms were significantly strengthened, perfectly suiting his hammer-wielding style. With each swing, sparks flew as he struck. Perhaps the decision will yield better results than what he has accomplished. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's response, Shui Xiaola raised her eyebrows in surprise. The game truly this open-ended. Are all the main storylines driven by the players themselves? The arrival of the elven race, with their varied responses, will undoubtedly lead to starkly contrasting outcomes. Shui Xiaola glanced at Feng Shui Pai, who had been mingling in the public chat, bantering with the players that a vein pulsed slightly on her forehead. This guy, she called out loudly, Xiao Zhong. What is the player's attitude? Startled by her admonition, Feng Shui Pai quickly looked up. Sister Shui, isn't your decision to make? Shui Xiaola shot him a sidelong glance. This is a game. What is its ultimate purpose? Feng Shui Pai asked. What is it? Shui Xiaola sighed, relieved that this guy was not their family's heir. To IT is to serve the players. Only when the player's gaming experience is satisfying will they continue playing and invest, be it time, money, or energy. If this game were merely to extract money, it would be utterly meaningless. The players must enjoy themselves and have a good experience to be willing to invest their resources in the game. A virtuous cycle is paramount. Therefore, this decision must be made by the players. They all felt compelled to strike the pride of that female elf and showcase their prowess. Feng Shui Pai thought it better not to relay the players' sentiments directly. So he expressed their opinions tactfully. Shui Xiaola nodded. Indeed, everyone plays games for enjoyment. This Annualina is exceedingly arrogant. Being haughty with the players will lead to her downfall. Moreover, she killed a player on sight. I shall announce the final decision. Shui Xiaola began. Wei Yuan couldn't help but pay attention. Sitting in the mech of a Wei Yuan, he listened as Shui Xiaola slowly stated, I have decided to support the rise of the Dark Elves. What? Wei Yuan's jaw nearly dropped. Isn't this sister a fierce one? Wait, Sister Shui. Feng Chue Pai Pai exclaimed, leaping to her side, his tone fervent, that we were discussing how to eliminate these elves just a moment ago. You mentioned letting the players enjoy themselves, which surely means defeating these arrogant elves. How did we suddenly pivot to supporting the Dark Elves? Yes, Commander, I just want to go back and fiercely confront that Annualina. Another player chimed in. How dare she insult me while standing on my corpse? She's just an NPC. No matter how beautiful, she is unforgivable. Indeed, red names are monsters, regardless of their appearance. Beauty has some value. At least for me, the upstairs crew is already hard at work. Typing to clear my name, don't misinterpret. As the players' conversation veered off course, Shui Xiaola found herself at a loss. It seemed they were more eager for battle than anything else. Indeed, they were all war maniacs. Everyone, let's not get sidetracked with unhealthy thoughts. Let's return to the topic at hand. Shui Xiaola activated all microphones. As you all know, the elves are at odds with us. However, confronting such an established race will likely result in a tribe versus tribe battle. The Elven Queen is stronger than our Wei Yuan, but if we truly engage, we will be at a disadvantage. Until now, they have not attacked us directly, indicating their wariness of the human race that we are playing a game called interstellar humanity. As a native human, Wei Yuan cannot be the sole representative of our race. There must be others, though we have yet to uncover the specifics. We can sense it. The elves are certainly cautious of the humans. Therefore, we need not overthink it. Let's assume their backing is formidable. From what I've gathered on the StarNet, there is little information about the current state of the human race. Feng Chue Pai Pai scratched his head in confusion. Sister Shui, what do you mean? I haven't grasped your point, that weren't we just talking about the elves? Why the sudden mention of humans? Interrupted by him, Shui Xiaola realized her explanation might have been overly convoluted. In simpler terms, our human race was once powerful. But it seems our strength has waned. Yet the other races are uncertain if we are truly weak. They fear we might still be as formidable as before, hence their caution towards us. The Elven race is the first to approach, attempting to expose Wei Yuan's strength while pretending to offer assistance that, in essence, their queen is also afraid of the humans. Thus, we, the players who are not yet strong, can leverage the fear of the humans to assert dominance over the Dark Elves. Shui Xiaola stroked her chin, as the saying goes. To kill the heart is to kill the spirit. Annualina's arrogance stems from her status as a light elf. A higher lineage among the elves. If we can undermine the light elves and elevate the dark elves, wouldn't that infuriate her? Feng Chue Pai Pai understood this time, but he scratched his head. ISNT this time framed too extensive. Sister Shui, this is clearly a tactic of commercial warfare, slowly strategizing. But the players only want to slap Annualina's face hard. Shui Xiaola quickly discerned Feng Chue Pai Pai's underlying thoughts. With a wry smile, she replied, I never said we couldn't slap her face. We should indeed strike hard, instilling fear in her towards the human race. Only then will she feel apprehensive about the powerful humans favoring the Dark Elves. Do you understand? Before Feng Chue Pai Pai could respond, another player, a chicken eating potatoes, jumped in, shouting, I get it. The commander means we should employ stratagems to show them our alliance with the Dark Elves. The more they fear the Dark Elves, the more hostile they will become. What a clever plan, Commander! You truly are brilliant. In an instant, the headsets were filled with players enthusiastically calling her the brain. Shui Xiaola felt no pride and wished to find a hole to hide in. Why this overwhelming sense of embarrassment? She realized that these players were entirely different from those in her circle. How absurd! They could use such shameful titles so casually. Covering her forehead, she felt utterly humiliated. Yet, to be honest, it was rather exhilarating. The players' admiration for the strong was so direct and fervent, with a blush of embarrassment. Her lips couldn't help but curve upward. Oh, what can I do with you all? Shui Xiaola felt an inexplicable urge to utter these words. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan stood dumbfounded. Wait, are they spreading this in front of me? How did I, a serious commander, become a fool? Wei Yuan's eyes widened as he listened to Shui Xiaola affectionately address her players, exclaiming, What can I do with you all? He was utterly flabbergasted. This was disastrous. It was all over. Even Xue Xiaola, who had a starting wisdom of 20, had succumbed. The brainwashing skills of these jokers were alarmingly potent. Suddenly, Wei Yuan felt quite insecure. Would he still be able to introduce the players to the elders of the human race? Deep in thought, he truly needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. While Wei Yuan sank into silence due to Xue Xiaola's words, Feng Shui Pai Pai had already located the quartet of wanderers. Big shots, I seek assistance. It's time for you to showcase your talents. Speak. We are the loyal followers of the brain, came the reply from Akabaka. Feng Shui Pai Pai continued, as Sister Xue's loyal follower. It is my honor. I hope my flattery will reach Sister Xue's ears, so when she logs off, she might say a good word for me in front of old Deng, and I can earn some extra pocket money. As Feng Shui Pai Pai and his companions prepared to take action, Yuli's was utterly enraged. A mere swarm of ants dared to attempt to leverage their numbers to wear him down. Yuli's observed Wei Yuan heading towards the pirate crew, presumably to eliminate those level 6 and above pirates. The breath he exhaled was tinged with crimson fury. Humans are indeed cunning and sly, producing so many 5th-level gene warriors merely to serve as cannon fodder. Yuri's, with his cephalopod-like eyes, struggles to distinguish the appearances of humans, but he relies solely on their ranks for judgment. Thus, even in this moment, he remains oblivious to the fact that the individuals rushing forth to their demise are all part of the same cohort. Despite this, fatigue begins to weigh upon him, regardless of who it is. Controlling a mech for hours on end will inevitably lead to physical and mental exhaustion. Moreover, these humans continuously reappear, a vexing circumstance. His eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings. The cannons of the other 79 flagship warships were all aimed at the second battleship. It seemed as if everyone was fixated on him taking control of this ship. Once he boarded, those 79 flagship vessels would undoubtedly unleash a barrage of cannon fire upon him. Reluctantly, Yuri's contemplated abandoning the vessel. However, at this moment, he had little choice but to comply. Mechanical tendrils quivered rapidly, and the players who surged forward were swiftly flung aside. Yuri's adeptly maneuvered his appendages, hastily retreating from the second battleship. The boss is making a run for it. Fire! Countless explosions erupted behind him, but a 9th-level gene warrior is not easily vanquished by mere artillery. His reluctance to seize the second flagship was simply due to the fact that entering it would render him a conspicuous target. Facing just one flagship was too perilous for him. Easily evading the player's attacks, Yuri scoffed. He couldn't fathom what his subordinates were doing to a bunch of fools, unable to deal with such insignificant adversaries. Yuri's darted to the ground, propelled by 8 swift tendrils toward the direction of Dr. Octopus. Originally, he had anticipated a fierce battle with Wei Yuan before retrieving Dr. Octopus, yet now he found the doctor suspended in midair. Doctor, Yuri's voice echoed within the mech, in no response. He extended a mechanical appendage to touch Dr. Octopus's body. The organism you touched exhibits no vital signs. Time of death, 2 hours. Cause of death, excessive blood loss. A chill swept over Yuri's. He coiled the doctor's lifeless form with his mechanical tendrils, directing a gaze filled with animosity toward the warships above that. Oh, it was Wei Yuan. Was it? How delightful that a single human. What does it matter if he has reached the 9th level? Such barbarity toward a prisoner of war is utterly deranged. He could distinctly sense the multitude of wounds covering Dr. Octopus's body. A massacre. This was blatant slaughter. Yuri's eyes widened in shock as he pressed the doctor's body into the cockpit. At least the corpse remained intact. He could always venture to the City of Darkness and have those sinister individuals resurrect Dr. Octopus. However, before that, he must eliminate Wei Yuan. That man was far too terrifying. Yuri's had a foreboding feeling. If he failed to kill Wei Yuan this time, he would face grave troubles in the future. Beep, 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 the communicator chimed. Upon opening it, Yuri's was greeted by a 6th-level gene warrior who had recently joined his side. Yuri's raised an eyebrow. Why are you contacting me? Although the pirate crew lacked a clearly defined hierarchy, it was odd for a 6th-level gene warrior to directly reach out to him, the leader of the entire team. His doubts had yet to escape his lips when the 6th-level warrior began trembling, his eyes filled with terror. Captain, the vice-captain, and the others, the VE, all vanished, and even the intelligence corps cannot detect their activity. Yuri's was taken aback, but he quickly scoured his contacts. As soon as he opened it, a wave of gray avatars flooded his vision, making his heart race. How could this be? Once they lose their vital signs, their intelligence cores automatically switch their avatars to black. The more he looked, the heavier his breathing became. The 7th and 8th level gene warriors had all turned black. What in the world was happening? Yuri's roared in fury. The small pirate on the other end seemed at a loss for words that he lowered his head in silence. And then Yuri's witnessed the 6th level pirate as head rolled down from his neck. The moment the 6th level pirate's throat was swiftly slashed, the severed surface revealed all the blood vessels and tissues. In the next second, blood gushed forth. Yuri's inhaled sharply, and this illustrates that the Dark Elf clan is indeed quite popular. Not just with Avon. All the Dark Elf warriors who have joined us harbor a certain fondness for the human race. After all, within the Elven community, no matter how powerful they may be, they are often mocked and bullied by those of higher status. Even if their strength is inferior, Yulina trembled in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. Our Lord has always stated that we must await the support of the Elven race. Yet we did not anticipate your assistance to arrive so swiftly, merely a day and a night into the battle. Now is the moment we desperately require your aid. Please assist our Lord in vanquishing the 9th level gene warrior. Darkly pleading, they bowed towards Avon, the 9th level gene warrior. Avon's heart quaked. He recalled the task that the queen had entrusted him with. Clutching his bow tightly, he nodded solemnly. Very well, let us proceed now. Wind blowing, and the others immediately donned expressions of sheer delight, showering the Dark Elves with praises as if they were free of cost. Truly, the Elven race is remarkable. We have long heard that you Dark Elves possess the highest talents and the kindest hearts. It is no wonder that this time, all the reinforcements are from the Dark Elf lineage. How wonderful! Stealing Oil Granny, playing the role to perfection, wiped away her tears and began shaking hands and bowing to each Dark Elf. Starting with Avon, we are immensely grateful to you. Our Lord is engaged in a fierce battle with that 9th level pirate, and I almost believe that our human race had no hope left. Yet, unexpectedly, you Dark Elves have come to our aid. Makabaka appeared almost on the verge of tears, addressing Yulina, or rather a camera, with heartfelt emotion. It seems the Alliance has not forgotten us. Indeed, they have not forgotten the human race. After the Great War against the insectoid race, the human race was gravely weakened, and I feared the Alliance would abandon us. The group was nearly in tears. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen, observing the scene in the video, suddenly adopted a serious expression. Why had Yulina not turned off the camera? This fool, these humans are merely performing. Those watching in Yulina's broadcast are not limited to the rulers who despise the human race. The mid-tier and low-tier members of the Alliance are also watching. Their foolish populace has always viewed the humans through a rosy lens. Infuriating. The Elven Queen opened a communication channel and sent a message to Yulina. However, Yulina was entirely restrained by Makabaka. Makabaka, with her adorable appearance, seemed utterly non-threatening, even winking playfully at the camera. What a joke. These races solely focused on battle have yet to develop games. All their technology is directed at warfare. If it came to entertainment, no one could rival this group of players. Makabaka is a renowned streamer in the gaming community. She knows precisely how to position herself and what expressions endear her to the audience. At this moment, having just injected a 5th level gene unlocking potion, Makabaka, with no ill intent, embraced Yulina and expressed, the Elven race will forever maintain amicable relations with the human race. We shall always remember you. Yulina wished to break free, but found it impossible. Under the watchful eyes of many, while live streaming, she could not simply push Makabaka away and declare that the Elven race had not come to assist the humans. She could only force a smile and respond, our Elven race has always been on amicable terms with the humans, which is why the Queen sent us. Wonderful. Let us proceed immediately. Our Lord is struggling against that 9th level pirate.